Chapter 1100. One of the big differences between Shadowed Star and other cultivation stars was the strength of its gravitational pull. In the past, Xianxia had discovered that the larger a cultivation star was, the greater the gravitational pull. It seemed that the two were directly proportional, and Shadowed Star's gravitational pull was particularly strong. Other cultivation stars simply couldn't compare to it. Cultivating in this kind of environment would definitely give Xianxia greater benefits than cultivating on other cultivation stars. On top of that, the world energy aura here wasn't as thin as he had imagined. Compared to Rainfall Star and Water Moon Star, it was indeed slightly inferior. However, Xianxia was from Tongxian Realm, so compared to Tongxian Realm, this place was like heaven on earth. Xianxia was very satisfied with this place. After wandering around star territory for several years, Xianxia felt that he should find a place to temporarily settle down and cultivate. Only when his strength was strong enough would he have the strength to do what he wanted. In the vast expanse of star territory, finding Su Yen was tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. However, Xianxia saw a feasible method from his previous path. That was to make his name known and let everyone in star territory know of his existence. This way, no matter where Su Yen was, she would definitely take the initiative to find him, eliminating the need for Xianxia to run around and search for her. Back on Tongxian Realm, the Hu sisters Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air had come to Nine Heavens Holy Land to ask him for help precisely because they heard his name. This process may be very long, but it was much more feasible than running around like a headless fly. Xianxia was prepared to spend a dozen years or even 100 years to achieve this goal. Xianxia didn't care about time because no matter how long it took, the feelings between him and Su Yen would never fade. The same was true for his little senior sister. When he was strong enough, he could return to Tongxian Realm and bring them back to star territory. Shadowed Star was one of the stops Xianxia decided to make. After walking around the Haiku family manor for a while, Xianxia grew bored and was considering whether he should go to Heavenly Fate City to take a look when the light of a star shuttle suddenly rose up from the manor and shot out. Xianxia clearly saw Wu Yi's figure standing on top of this star shuttle. Thinking about it for a moment, Xianxia used his star shuttle to follow behind Wu. Xianxia didn't know what Wu Yi had encountered, but she seemed quite aggrieved. As they flew, Xianxia could still hear her sobbing. Wu Yi flew aimlessly and soon landed on a barren mountain peak, sitting alone on top of which was her green-robed Wu Yi was hugging her knees and burying her head in her arms. Kai Yang landed beside her, but he didn't know how to comfort her, so he just stood there and waited for her to recover. Wu Xianxia's sects Wu Yi S Xianxia's Wu Yi's a star. Xianxia was speechless. Yang, Wu Yang's Wu's, Wu and Wu she Wu's and Wu Yang Wu S, Wu's Yang Wu's, too aggrieved, Wu Yang sobbed. Wu Yi said while choking with sobs, so many people died just to collect those ores, but the family gave them all to that bastard Xie Hong one with just a few words, not even a decent reward. Small families have their own sorrows. This isn't the first time something like this has happened, right? Why do those strong people like to bully the weak? Is there no fairness in this world? If I were standing in a high position, I would never do such a thing. Wu Yi shouted indignantly, seemingly venting the anger in her heart. Don't they know that doing this will only chill the hearts of the people? Once the hearts of the people are gone, the family will also be gone. How can they be so short-sighted? Do they have to bow and scrape to survive? When you really stand in that position, perhaps you'll understand this kind of helplessness. Whose side are you on? Wu Yi glared at Xianxia bitterly, somewhat annoyed that he wasn't speaking up for her. Xianxia quickly raised his hand. Good, you speak, I'll shut up and just listen. Wu Yi seemed to have been encouraged and her red lips began to move, pouring out all the grievances and injustices she had suffered over the years, regardless of whether Xianxia was willing to listen or not. Her family's cowardice made her sad, Shadow Moon Hall's strength made her helpless, and her own weakness made her sad. She seemed to have endured a lot of pressure and torture. After rambling for a long time, Wu Yi's mood finally eased a lot, but her eyes were still swollen like peaches. Suddenly changing the topic, she turned to Xianxia and asked, Was that golden spear made by you? Yang Kai decisively shook his head. This woman really did have some doubts. After all, she knew all about his subordinates. The only one she didn't know was Yang Kai, whom she had picked up halfway. It really wasn't you? Wu Yi seemed to be in disbelief. Why do I feel like you're not as weak as you look? Yang Kai had to admit, this woman's intuition was quite terrifying. Yang Kai smiled and said, I'm just a third-order saint. Even if I have some hidden means, how strong could I possibly be? Wu Yi stared at him blankly for a moment before slowly shaking her head. I don't know, I just feel like you're not someone to be trifled with. If I were to fight with you, the one who would lose would likely be me. It's just a feeling I have, one I trust very much in. You think too highly of me, Yang Kai flatly denied, changing the subject. Right, I want to say goodbye to you. Goodbye? Wu Yi was stunned. Where are you going? Is there anyone you know on Shadowed Star? No, but don't try to win me over, I won't join your family. Wu Yi smiled. Our small family is not something you can accept. Although your cultivation isn't high, you're still an outsider and have seen many great storms. And, how about this, don't say goodbye to me, I won't try to win you over, but don't forget the agreement between us. Of course I haven't forgotten. Then don't go. Wu Yi got up and stretched exaggeratedly, letting out a mewling sound as her curvaceous figure was revealed. Not minding Yang Kai's strange look, she simply stomped her foot and said, How about I give you this barren mountain? Give it to me? Yang Kai was stunned. This Dragon Cave Mountain is a property under my name and has a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Although there aren't any precious treasures or rare ores here, the world energy here doesn't lose out to anywhere else. I often come here to cultivate and the scenery is quite good. Yu Feng and the others also come here often. In any case, you don't have anywhere to go, so you can stay here. As long as you're willing from now on, this is your territory. Yang Kai frowned at her and found that she didn't seem to be joking, asking in surprise, Such a big piece of land, you want to give it to me just like that? Wu Yi giggled, What do you know? On Shadowed Star, such a piece of land isn't worth anything. Shadowed Star is too big, even if my Haiku family is a small family, we still have a territory of several tens of thousands of kilometers. What does a trivial mountain count for? You haven't encountered such a situation on any other cultivation star, have you? Yang Kai nodded, only now realizing that such a piece of land wasn't worth anything on Shadowed Star at all. Why are you trying so hard to keep me here? Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to me? Yang Kai suddenly became vigilant. Wu Yi stared at him for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Yang Kai's face went black. What are you laughing at? Wu Yi waved her hand and said, I know you have many women and all of them like you, but don't think so highly of yourself. I only want to revitalize my family and haven't considered the matters between men and women. And, even if I did, I wouldn't take a fancy to a guy with so many women. That's good, Yang Kai snorted somewhat unhappily. Is that a deal? Wu Yi looked at him with a smile. I'll stay here for the time being, I have nowhere to go anyways. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. In fact, this place is quite good. Just 50 kilometers from here is Heavenly Fate City, so if you want to buy anything, it'll be more convenient. All right, you don't seem to have anything now, so I'll have Yu Feng send you some things in a few days to help you set up your residence. You can live here with peace of mind, don't think too much about it. Just treat this place as a place to settle down. When I take charge of the family one day, I'll summon you, don't even think about refusing. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. He felt that it would take at least a few dozen years for Wu Yi to take charge of the Haiku family. Following Wu Yi, the two of them shuttled through the mountains and soon arrived at a deep cave. There were some traces left behind by someone who had meditated here before. Wu Yi explained that they were her handiwork. The cave seemed to be quite deep and extended all the way into the belly of the mountain. Inside, there was a clear mountain spring that converged into a pool, its water so clear that one could see the bottom. The conditions are a bit difficult, but you'll have to make do. And if you want, you can actually live in my family's manor. Yu Feng and the others are all there. No need, this place is quite good, Yang Kai shook his head. In any case, it was just a place to settle down, so it didn't matter where he lived. Although the manor was lively and not lonely, the world energy aura there couldn't be compared to here, so Xianxia was quite satisfied. Then you should familiarize yourself with the place first. I have to go back. I haven't given them the reward I promised yet, Wu Yi said before leaving. After Wu Yi left, Xianxia took a closer look at the place he had chosen to stay. Although there was a mountain spring in the cave, the environment was not humid, making it very suitable for living. Even though this cave was naturally formed and had many twists and turns, it didn't have a proper stone room. Spreading out his divine sense, Xianxia found that the situation within a 1,000-kilometer radius around him was as clear as day. As Wu Yi said, there were no spirit grasses or spirit medicines here, nor were there any mineral lodes worth paying attention to. Besides the decent world energy aura here, it was just a barren mountain. No wonder she didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache when she said so. Xianxia knew why Wu Yi wanted him to stay. It was simply because he had come from the outside and was more familiar with the outside world. This was what Wu Yi valued the most. As for his own strength, she probably didn't place him in her eyes. Wu Yi had a great ambition to revitalize her family, while Xianxia also had a great ambition to reach Yang territory. The two of them had different goals, but they both required years of hard work to achieve them. Xianxia suddenly felt that this place might be a good springboard. Through the Haiku family, through Shadow Moon Hall, and through Shadowed Star, his name would spread throughout Yang's territory. At that time, he wouldn't need to worry about Su Yan not being able to hear his name or not being able to find him. Thinking so, Xianxia was filled with hope for the future. Chapter 1101. Xianxia simply cleaned up the cave and found a relatively good location for his own bedroom. Immediately after, Xianxia left the cave and wandered around the 1,000-kilometer Dragon Cave Mountain, recalling the various spirit arrays used to gather world energy. Xianxia had come into contact with this type of spirit array many times before, such as in Tong Xian Realm's Soaring Heaven sect, Nine Heavens Holy Land, Gui Zhu's residence on the Floating Continent, and Rainfall Star's Zhong Ao a few years ago. Since Xianxia decided to stay here, it was only natural for him to find a comfortable cultivation environment. Xianxia didn't have much knowledge about spirit arrays. What he knew most was spirit arrays used for alchemy, but the Tao of spirit arrays was one of a kind. After many years of exposure, Xianxia also knew how to arrange a world energy-gathering spirit array. This required the coordination of the geographical location, supplemented by some materials, and through various means, a decent formation could be formed. Although Dragon Cave Mountain wasn't very large, Xianxia found that the natural conditions here were quite good. Near the cave Wu Yi had found for him, there were several mountain peaks surrounding the cave. If he used them as a foundation, he would be able to arrange a good spirit array. While wandering around the mountain, Xianxia kept recalling some of the things Great Elder Su Hui had told him when he was the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, including the mysteries of the Holy Land's 9 peaks and spirit arrays. Soon Xianxia had some ideas. Instead of returning to the cave, Xianxia went directly to Heavenly Fate City, which was 50 kilometers away. Heavenly Fate City was one of the forces under Shadow Moon Hall, so even if the Haiku family was nearby, they didn't have full control over it. This was because the entire city was very rich, not something a small family in the periphery could occupy. The Haiku family only operated a few businesses in the city, earning some cultivation materials from the cultivator who passed by. After entering Heavenly Fate City, Xianxia found that this place was bustling with people and shops everywhere. In terms of prosperity, it was not inferior to the cities on Rainfall Star or Water Moon Star, perhaps even more so. Most of the owners of these shops were disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, but there were also people from Shadow Moon Hall's affiliated forces. Here, they were able to make a lot of money, so every shop was a cash cow. There were no guards at the city gates to collect crystal stones, so Shadow Moon Hall allowed anyone to enter and leave the city freely. Along the way, Xianxia was in high spirits, his pace neither fast nor slow as he strolled through the various shops. Soon, Xianxia was surprised to discover that in this city, or even all of Shadowed Star, the value of Saint crystals was much higher than that of other cultivation stars. For example, A bottle of origin warming pills would cost 300 low-rank Saint crystals on other cultivation stars, but here, it only cost 200. An item worth 500 low-rank Saint crystals would only cost 400 or so. Isolation from the outside world allowed Shadowed Star to have its own way of calculating the value of Saint crystals. The scarcity of Saint crystals made the value of Saint crystals even greater. Very few Saint crystals could be exchanged for many things. Yang Kai was very excited, because in his black book space, there were more than 47,000 high-rank Saint crystals, and the conversion rate between Saint crystals of different qualities was 1 to 5. In other words, one high-rank Saint crystal could be exchanged for 5 mid-rank Saint crystals, and one mid-rank Saint crystal could be exchanged for 5 low-rank Saint crystals. In total, Yang Kai had 1,000,000 low-rank Saint crystals, so he could buy anything he wanted. Yang Kai only bought some ores and materials he needed. After that, Yang Kai went to a place called Artifact Refining Pavilion. Whether it was Tongxian Realm or Star Territory, as long as there was a city with a high concentration of cultivator, such a place would definitely exist. Because not every cultivator knew how to refine artifacts, they would often find skilled artifact refiners to help them. In this way, not only would these artifact refiners have the opportunity to practice their craft, but they would also be able to obtain a good reward. Heavenly Fate City's Artifact Refining Pavilion was also a subsidiary of Shadow Moon Hall. Most of the several dozen artifact refiners here were members of Shadow Moon Hall, while some were hired. These hired artifact refiners would receive a share of the rewards from Shadow Moon Hall. Although most of the rewards would be taken by Shadow Moon Hall, such people were relatively free and could leave at any time without being subject to the jurisdiction of Shadow Moon Hall. When Yang Kai arrived, he was shocked by the lively scene inside. There were at least 200 cultivators of varying strength waiting in line, waiting for the artifact refiners of Artifact Refining Pavilion to refine artifacts for them. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, he was met with cold and hot gazes. Some people were even quite vigilant, as if they were afraid that Yang Kai would cut the line. This scene reminded him of the crowd outside the Nine Peaks when Nine Heavens Holy Land was helping people with alchemy. At that time, many people were willing to wait for 1 to 2 months or even longer outside the Nine Peaks to ask the alchemists of the Holy Land to refine pills for them. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel the helplessness and anxiety of those people. Will I have to wait for a long time? Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. A man who looked like a shop assistant came over. He wasn't young, but his strength wasn't high. It seemed that he had given up on his own cultivation and was only working here to earn some remuneration to make a living. He enthusiastically handed Yang Kai a piece of paper and smiled. Take a look and choose for yourself. If there's anything you don't understand, don't hesitate to ask me. Yang Kai took the paper suspiciously, and after looking at it for a while, he found that the names of the dozens of artifact refiners in Artifact Refining Pavilion were written on it, along with their abilities, charging standards, and a number. Yang Kai asked around and learned that the number indicated how many cultivator were waiting for this artifact refiner to refine an artifact. Glancing around, Yang Kai found that the most powerful person had more than 30 cultivator waiting, and this person's greatest ability was to refine Saint King grade high-rank artifacts. No wonder so many people wanted to ask him for help. Artifact refiners were the same as alchemists in that they had their own ranking system. The higher their rank, the more high-grade artifacts or pills they could refine. It wasn't easy for a cultivator to find materials. Gathering the materials for an artifact was even more difficult than gathering the materials for a pill, so when choosing an artifact refiner, one would be extremely cautious. They would rather choose the expensive than the poor. This artifact refiner who could refine Saint King grade high-rank artifacts didn't charge a low fee, but with his rank, it was only natural that these cultivator would flock to him. Yang Kai's eyes swept over the names of these artifact refiners one by one and soon stopped at the name of one named Yang Inflammation. Frowning for a moment, Yang Kai waved to the shop assistant. Has honored guest chosen an artifact refiner who will be responsible for refining your artifact? The shop assistant ran over with a smile. Is there something wrong with the information on this? Yang Kai asked. The shop assistant still smiled, Honored guest is worrying too much. Our artifact refining pavilion is a property of Shadow Moon Hall. Most of the artifact refiners here are disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Their methods and abilities have all passed the assessment of Shadow Moon Hall. Their prices are fair and honest. There is no suspicion of fraud. Yang Kai looked at him deeply before handing the piece of paper to him and pointing to it. Look at this. This guy named Yang Inflammation charges such a high fee, and he says he can refine origin-grade artifacts, so why doesn't anyone patronize him? The number behind Yang Inflammation was clearly 0, which meant that no one was waiting in line for his artifact refining. Compared with his leisurely appearance, the other artifact refiners were simply bustling with activity. The shop assistant smiled strangely and said, Honored guest, the credibility of Artifact Refining Pavilion is only guaranteed by the artifact refiners from Shadow Moon Hall. As for the external hired artifact refiners, we cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information they provide. And we don't have that kind of free time. When this Grandmaster Yang Inflammation came to Artifact Refining Pavilion, we also told him this, but he insisted that he can refine origin-grade artifacts. If honored guest doesn't believe this, please don't choose him. If there is any loss, we won't pay for it. We have many other artifact refiners to choose from. Listening to this shop assistant's words, Yang Kai immediately understood that this should be a way for Shadow Moon Hall to suppress external artifact refiners. Artifact Refining Pavilion's credibility was not guaranteed to the hired artifact refiners, so any cultivator who came to refine an artifact would have some misgivings and would not choose them. The other artifact refiners. Yang Kai frowned and slowly shook his head. The other artifact refiners all had busy schedules, and even the fastest one would take a dozen or so days. Is honored guest in a hurry? If you are in a hurry, you can leave the materials here and come back to pick them up when they are finished. The shop assistant made a suggestion. Yang Kai did not answer and instead asked, Has anyone asked this guy named Yang Inflammation to refine something? What was the result? The shop assistant's face suddenly twitched as a strange look appeared on his face. After a long time, he finally said, Honored guest, I suggest you find another grandmaster to refine an artifact for you. Their fees are also more reasonable, unlike this one. Even this shop assistant didn't seem to be very optimistic about this artifact refiner called Yang Inflammation, which made Yang Kai very puzzled. He didn't know how bad this Yang Inflammation skills were. While they were talking, an extremely tall and sturdy man walked out of a room while cursing. He had a murderous look on his face, and he held a sledgehammer in his hand. He looked very majestic. He cursed as he walked out of the room, looking extremely angry. Someone dared to curse an artifact refiner? Yang Kai was stunned. Artifact refiners and alchemists were a rare group of people with noble status. No matter who a cultivator offended, they would never offend these two groups of people, because no matter which cultivator it was, they needed artifacts and pills. Offending them was tantamount to cutting off their own path of retreat. On the other hand, the cultivator waiting in the hall seemed to be used to this scene, as if it was not the first time they had seen such a scene. Not only did no one try to persuade him, they even looked over with interest. Chapter 1102. The burly man cursed as he walked out, soon disappearing from sight. That Grandmaster Yang Inflammation is looking for a scolding again. Someone in the hall laughed gloatingly. He can't even refine a Saint King grade artifact properly, yet he still dares to brag about being an origin grade artifact refiner. If all the artifact refiners in this world are like this, who can guarantee the quality of our artifacts? That's right. I heard that a few days ago, someone brought an artifact he had been using for several dozen years to Grandmaster Yang Inflammation and asked him to refine it. It was originally an excellent Saint King grade high-rank artifact, but after being refined, it dropped a level and became a Saint King grade mid-rank artifact. The owner of that artifact cried his heart out, How pitiful! What's wrong with that? I also heard that someone asked Grandmaster Yang Inflammation to refine a sword-shaped artifact, but he only refined it into a heavy machete. An artifact refiner who can't meet the requirements of our cultivator, how can he be considered a qualified artifact refiner? I think his skill level is quite limited. How could Artifact Refining Pavilion hire such a poor artifact refiner? This has nothing to do with Artifact Refining Pavilion. Grandmaster Yang Inflammation is just a hired artifact refiner. All those who go to him for artifact refining are told the truth by Artifact Refining Pavilion staff, but there are still people who are deceived. It can only be said that those people are stupid and greedy for the weight of an origin-grade artifact refiner. In any case, I'd rather wait a few months than ask that person for artifact refining. All kinds of words entered his ears, causing Yang Kai's expression to become more and more strange. The staff also sighed to the side. The Grandmaster Yang Inflammation is really a maverick. Our artifact refining pavilion has warned him many times, but he still remains stubborn and unrepentant. It looks like he'll have to leave in a few days. Yang Kai turned to look at him. His actions will cause some damage to Artifact Refining Pavilion's reputation. Naturally, we can't tolerate him here. But I saw the sledgehammer artifact that the quality of that burly man just took out was very good. It also fits his physique and Saint Chi attribute, so why isn't he satisfied? The shop assistant laughed. That warrior wants to refine not a sledgehammer, but a sledgehammer. Yang Kai's face darkened. He immediately understood why the burly man was so furious. Indeed, it was as those voices had said, a refiner who couldn't meet the requirements of a cultivator was not a good refiner. Sir, have you made your choice? The waiter looked at Yang Kai and asked. I've chosen. Yang Kai nodded and handed the piece of paper back. Grandmaster Yang Yen. The shop assistant was stunned for a moment before he asked in a strange tone, Are you sure? Yang Kai smiled. What I want to refine is not an artifact, but something very simple. No matter how bad he is, he should be able to refine it. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. Please come this way. The shop assistant no longer tried to dissuade him and led Yang Kai to the room on the other side. Stopping in front of the room, he motioned to Yang Kai to go in by himself and said meaningfully, Good luck. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing and stepped inside. The room was very large, covering an area of 1,000 meters. Inside the room was a huge furnace with a figure sitting cross-legged behind it. This should be the so-called Grandmaster Yang Inflammation. The curses of the burly man just now didn't affect him in the slightest. His aura was calm, like an ancient well, and only the sound of his even breathing could be heard. Yang Kai walked over to a cushion in front of the furnace and sat down. Immediately, Grandmaster Yang Inflammation's voice came from behind the furnace. What do you want to refine? Yang Kai was stunned and couldn't help tilting his body and looking at Yang Inflammation from the side of the furnace. Because he found that this artifact refiner named Yang Inflammation was actually a woman. Moreover, her voice was sweet and pleasing to the ear, making people feel refreshed. He really wanted to know what a woman with such a sweet voice looked like. At first glance, Yang Kai was very disappointed. He only saw a pair of bright eyes looking at him in the darkness. Yang Inflammation was wrapped in a huge black robe, so he couldn't see his face or figure. Everyone is like this. Are you here to refine artifacts or to look at people? Yang Inflammation muttered discontentedly. Yang Kai looked embarrassed and immediately understood that everyone who came here was as curious as him. Embarrassed, he said, Sorry, I was just a little curious. I thought Grandmaster Yang Inflammation was a man. Yang Inflammation didn't mind and continued to ask, What do you want to refine? Yang Kai replied, I want to refine a few simple things, not artifacts. I'll draw them for you to see. Saying so, he picked up the pen and paper that had already been prepared next to the futon and quickly drew a few strange things. When a cultivator was refining, they would put forward their own requirements. They would have their own idea of what an artifact would look like, so the pen and paper would definitely be prepared. After he finished drawing, Yang Kai handed it over. Yang Inflammation took it and looked at it. He seemed to be very surprised and asked, You want to arrange a spirit array? Yang Kai was stunned. Just from the shape of this thing, you can see it? Yang Inflammation sneered, How difficult is that? The things you want to refine have no other use except for arranging a spirit array. If I can't see it, then wouldn't I be blind? Do you understand spirit arrays? Not very good. Yang Kai honestly shook his head. Although he was sure that he could arrange a spirit array, he couldn't guarantee how effective it would be. Perhaps the effect would be very subtle. If you don't understand, then don't fiddle around blindly. It's a waste of money. The ores and materials needed to refine these things are worth a lot of money, Yang Inflammation said lightly. Yang Kai suddenly became unhappy. Arranging a spirit array is my business. Refining these things is your business. I will pay you. He finally understood why this Yang Inflammation was so lonely. She seemed to like meddling in other people's business. Such a person was destined to be disliked. To Yang Kai's surprise, this woman didn't try to refute, remaining silent for a while before suddenly saying, "How about this? I'll help you refine these things and even arrange a very good spirit array for you. How about you pay me?" "You can arrange a spirit array?" "Can." "You're not lying, right?" "Why would I lie to you?" Yang Inflammation said disdainfully, "Wait until I arrange a spirit array and you're satisfied with it. And I don't want much. Seeing that your strength isn't high, you shouldn't be rich either. How about 100 high-rank Saint crystals? If you can take it out, I'll go with you right now." "Are you short on Saint crystals?" Yang Kai suddenly became vigilant, feeling that this woman was a bit too kind. He had only come here to ask her to refine a few simple things, yet she had actually taken the initiative to offer to arrange a spirit array for him, which was quite unusual. "I'm an artifact refiner. Of course I'm short on Saint crystals. Buying those artifact refining materials requires a lot of Saint crystals. Aren't artifact refiners very rich? How could they be short on Saint crystals?" Yang Kai was confused. The richest people in the world were either artifact refiners or alchemists. These two kinds of people never had to worry about money. At the very least, Yang Kai had never had such an experience. Alchemy was a rare craft that could be used anywhere. "Look at my situation. Do I look like someone who has a lot of Saint crystals?" In the darkness, Yang Inflammation rolled her eyes at Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately understood. No one had come to her for artifact refining, so naturally she had no gains. The vigilance in his heart eased a little as he asked worriedly, "If you just leave like this, will there be any problems?" "There's no problem. I only have an employment relationship with Artifact Refining Pavilion, so I can leave at any time. And they can't wait for me to leave so I don't ruin their reputation, a bunch of mediocre people." After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Good, if you can arrange a spirit array that satisfies me, I'll pay you 100 high-rank Saint crystals." "Then let's go," Yang Inflammation said, putting the huge furnace in front of her into her space ring and slowly standing up. Kai Yang looked her up and down. Although he still couldn't see her face, he found that this woman's figure was petite. Her head only reached his shoulders, but she had a pair of luxurious twin peaks, towering and shaking, which was very eye-catching. Exquisite and full, Yang Kai couldn't help but stare at her a few more times. Leaving the room, Yang Inflammation asked Yang Kai to wait outside while she went alone to a room in Artifact Refining Pavilion. After a short time, she walked out with a relaxed look on her face and gestured to Yang Kai to lead the way. Yang Kai didn't speak any nonsense and flew off on his star shuttle with Yang Inflammation following closely behind. After the two left, the Artifact Refining Pavilion seemed to burst into cheers as many cultivators celebrated that Grandmaster Yang Inflammation had finally left and would no longer cause trouble for others. Even the shop assistant who had received Yang Kai couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief as he stood at the entrance of Artifact Refining Pavilion and waved to Yang Inflammation, as if saying goodbye and wanting her to go as far away as possible. On the way to Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation flew side by side. But strangely, Yang Kai felt that this woman's eyes were intentionally or unintentionally staring at him, a look of eagerness flashing across her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai didn't care at first, but when she kept staring at him like this, Yang Kai felt a little uncomfortable and couldn't help asking, "What are you looking at me for?" Yang Inflammation raised her eyes and curled her lips. "Who's looking at you?" "Then why are you staring at me?" "I'm looking at the star shuttle under your feet." Yang Inflammation snorted. "A Saint King grade high-rank star shuttle, not bad. Do you want me to refine it? I guarantee I can improve its performance by another 10%, provided you can find enough materials. And you'll also have to pay me a certain amount of remuneration. Yang Kai almost fell off his star shuttle, but after calming himself down, he stared at her suspiciously and asked, "You're not really an origin-grade artifact refiner, are you?" Refining an artifact and refining it were two completely different tasks. The former was much more difficult. A person who could refine a saint-grade high-rank artifact was at least an origin-grade low-rank artifact refiner. Since Yang Inflammation dared to say such a thing, it meant she had the ability to do so. Of course I am. As soon as her artifact refiner grade was mentioned, Yang Inflammation puffed up her towering chest, her pretty face filled with pride. Outside, Yang Kai discovered that this woman's appearance was as sweet as her voice. She was the kind of woman who looked innocent and harmless, easily giving others a good impression of her. Chapter 1103. Yang Inflammation looked harmless on the surface, but Yang Kai wasn't familiar with her, so naturally he wouldn't naively believe her words. "Since you're an origin-grade artifact refiner, why are you so miserable?" "Because no one believes me." Yang Inflammation pouted her red lips aggrievedly. "No one dares to ask me to refine a high-grade artifact. Those who do ask me to refine them are all trash, so naturally I receive very little compensation. When I was in the Hall of Artifact Refining Pavilion just now, I heard someone say that you tempered a Saint King grade high-rank artifact into a Saint King grade mid-rank artifact." Yang Kai looked at her with a strange look. To Yang Kai's surprise, Yang Inflammation actually nodded and admitted, "That guy's cultivation is only a third-order saint, so even if he had a Saint King grade high-rank artifact, he wouldn't be able to display its full power. A Saint King grade mid-rank artifact is his bottom line. I lowered the grade of that artifact, but when he fights, his combat effectiveness will increase. When his cultivation improves, he can come to me and raise the grade of that artifact. I also heard that you refined a long sword into a machete. What does he know? The secret art he cultivates, martial skills, and even his Saint Chi attribute all belong to the grand melee category. The long sword is too ethereal, making it impossible for him to fully display his advantages. Using a machete is the way to go. Once he uses it for a while, he'll understand my good intentions and will be grateful to me." Yang Kai sighed, not knowing whether to believe this woman's words or not. If what she said was true, then she really was an origin-grade artifact refiner, an extremely rare talent. After all, she was so young. It was also because she looked so young, even younger than Yang Kai, that no one would believe she was an origin-grade artifact refiner. Whether this was true or false, Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. "Yang Inflammation, you can't do this. As an artifact refiner, the most important thing is to satisfy the cultivator's own needs, not refine an artifact according to your own ideas. You're not like others. How can you know what others want the most? It's easy for you to make decisions like this to cause problems." Yang Inflammation looked even more aggrieved and muttered, "But I can't stand to see those people waste good materials." Yang Kai shook his head and no longer said anything. A short time later, the two arrived in front of Dragon Cave Mountain and landed. Yang Kai was surprised to find that Yufeng was leading a group of people in and out of the cave's cave, seemingly transporting something. Seeing Kai Yang arrive, Yufeng ran over with a big grin on his face and affectionately patted Kai Yang's shoulder. "I heard from the young lady that you want to stay?" "Staying is also good. In any case, you have no relatives on Shadowed Star, so if you stay and work with young lady, you'll be able to bring glory to your ancestors in the future. Young lady asked us to help you decorate the cave. All of our brothers are busy," Yufeng said as he pointed to the cultivator entering and exiting the cave. These people were all cultivators from the starship. Taking out a space ring, Yufeng handed it to Yang Kai and said, "This is the ring you used to wear. Inside it is a small token of appreciation from our brothers. Since everyone has contributed, we'll all be family in the future. There aren't many things, so don't mind." Yang Kai took it and swept it with his divine sense, finding that there were a few hundred low-rank saint crystals and a few bottles of commonly used healing pills inside. There really weren't many things here, not even on the same level as the one he had been robbed, but Yang Kai still accepted it solemnly and nodded his thanks. It wasn't until this moment that Yu Feng seemed to notice the existence of Yang Inflammation and exclaimed as he stared straight at Yang Inflammation, grinning ambiguously, "Little brat, you're really amazing, bringing back a woman from outside in such a short time? Where did you find her?" "Not bad, tell Big Brother, I'll go look for her too." Yang Inflammation's face went cold as he glared at Yu Feng fiercely. Yu Feng smiled awkwardly. Yang Kai explained, "This is Grandmaster Yang Inflammation." "Grandmaster?" Yu Feng was stunned. "What Grandmaster?" "I invited her from Artifact Refining Pavilion. She's proficient in artifact refining and has come to help me arrange a spirit array." "Artifact refiner?" Yu Feng immediately put away his frivolous smile and his attitude became much more serious, looking Yang Inflammation up and down before cupping his fists and saying, "This Yu has been rude, please don't take offense." Although Yu Feng didn't look serious or reliable, he also knew that artifact refiners had noble status. Although Yang Inflammation didn't look very old, he didn't dare treat her carelessly because no one could guarantee that this woman wouldn't become an outstanding artifact refiner in the future. If things didn't go well, he might have to ask her for help in the future. Yang Inflammation's face became slightly pale as she gently nodded. Yu Feng then said, "Since Miss is an artifact refiner, can you help me refine an artifact?" "Sure." Yang Inflammation's beautiful eyes lit up as she readily agreed. "What grade? What kind of artifact do you want me to refine?" "I'll leave you to it. I'll go in and take a look." Yang Kai couldn't bear to see Yu Feng's expectant look and quickly found an excuse to enter the cave. Inside the cave, many cultivators went in and out, bustling about. During the past few months aboard the starship, Yang Kai had gotten along quite well with this group of people. Some of them were familiar with him while others he didn't know were familiar with. Under Wu Yi's orders, these cultivators came to help Yang Kai tidy up the cave. None of them showed any signs of resistance and were instead quite enthusiastic. People constantly greeted Yang Kai and Yang Kai thanked them one by one. After walking around the cave, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a slight warmth in his heart. The cave had been completely transformed. In the stone room Yang Kai had chosen as his bedroom, there were now beds, chairs, and benches. The corridor was decorated with strange stones used for illumination, dispelling the darkness inside. Other places had also been more or less renovated, making the corridor more spacious and livable. It was obvious that these people had worked very hard. Some of them even patted Yang Kai on the shoulder with a smile, telling him that if he ever felt wronged or bullied in the future, he could come to the Haiku family manor to find them and they would stick up for Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded with a smile. After walking around the cave for a while, Yang Kai was very satisfied with the interior transformation and walked out. Yu Feng stood there, muttering something under his breath while Yang Inflammation was nowhere to be seen. "Where's that woman?" Yang Kai walked up and asked. "Oh, she said she was going to explore the nearby terrain and will be back soon," Yu Feng replied casually. Yu Feng nodded casually before his expression suddenly became bitter. "Yang Kai, I only asked her to help me refine a spirit-grade artifact, and I even found all the necessary materials, so why did she charge me 50 low-rank Saint crystals? Isn't that a bit too much?" "You get what you pay for." Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Admit it, you came to me yourself, it's too late to regret now." Yu Feng was annoyed. "If I had known earlier, I would have gone to Heavenly Fate City's Artifact Refining Pavilion to find someone to refine it for me. I only asked for half the reward, what a waste." "Forget it, seeing that little girl's poor appearance, I'll just take pity on her and take care of her business. I just hope she won't ruin my artifact." "She won't ruin it, but I don't know what she'll refine. By the way, what do you want a spirit-grade artifact for?" Yang Kai didn't understand. Yu Feng was a first-order Saint King Realm cultivator, so he had no use for spirit-grade artifacts. Only Yuan Qi or Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators could use them. "I'll give it to a little brat," Yu Feng grinned. After waiting for a while, Yang Inflammation returned. Without saying a word, he took out a pen and paper from his space ring and began drawing something on it, frowning from time to time as he fell into contemplation. Yang Kai and Yu Feng stood to the side, not bothering to disturb him. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Yang Inflammation looked at the paper in his hand and nodded with satisfaction, handing it to Yang Kai and saying, "Follow the marks on this and modify the nearby terrain slightly. Since there are so many of you, if you work together, it should only take a day." Yang Kai took the paper and, together with Yu Feng, both took a look. Yu Feng didn't see anything special, but Yang Kai was shocked and immediately understood that Yang Inflammation really did have some skill. Regardless of her accomplishments in artifact refining, her spirit arrays were definitely much better than his own. If the terrain was modified according to the markings on the map, it would be much easier to set up the formation. After the formation was completed, the effect would be even more outstanding. Understood, Yang Kai put away the paper and turned to Yu Feng. "I'll have to trouble you for a day." Yu Feng nodded. "You're too polite. Since young lady has asked us to help you, naturally we'll do our best. Wait here, I'll go call the others." After Yu Feng left, Yang Inflammation said, "Can you understand the marks on this paper?" Seeing Yang Kai nod, she nodded and said, "Then you go command them, I'll refine what I need first. And give me the materials." Yang Kai took out all the materials he had purchased before and handed them to Yang Inflammation. Yu Feng led a group of people out of the cave, and after Yang Kai explained what they were going to do, everyone expressed that they had no problem with it. Dragon Cave Mountain suddenly became lively as several dozen cultivator groups of 3 to 5 began digging ditches, leveling hills, or cutting down excess trees, meticulously carrying out the modifications requested by Yang Inflammation according to the drawings she had drawn. None of them were ordinary people, so naturally, they were quick to complete the task of modifying the terrain, all of them completing it in less than a day. By the time everyone returned to the cave, Yang Inflammation had already finished the final preparations. Seeing her run out with a few strange things in hand, everyone was confused as to what she wanted to do. She simply nodded to Yang Kai before flying out. Everyone only saw her petite figure shuttling through the mountains, landing on a mountain from time to time as she busied herself. Yu Feng scratched his head and asked with a puzzled look, "Yang Kai, what kind of spirit array are you arranging? Why is it so expensive?" "You'll know soon enough." Yang Kai didn't say anything and simply waited with a smile. He was now full of confidence in the spirit array arranged by Yang Inflammation. When Yang Inflammation arrived at the last mountain and busied herself for a while, everyone saw her fly up and stand midair, waving her small hand. "Success!" Yang Kai shouted and raised his hand in response. Yang Inflammation quickly flew back. Chapter 1104. The flow of world energy in the surrounding area seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. The several dozen kilometers around the cave slowly exuded an invisible suction force that gathered the surrounding world energy. It wasn't strong, but it was continuous. Yu Feng's expression changed as he quickly asked, "You arranged a spirit gathering array?" Yang Kai nodded with a smile. "Amazing! You can arrange a spirit gathering array without using Saint crystals?" Yu Feng shouted while the other cultivators also looked towards Yang Yen, who was flying back from the distance, with looks of admiration. The Haiku family also had some secret places that were rich in world energy and specifically used for the cultivation of the family's disciples, but the arrangement of these places had cost the Haiku family a huge amount of financial and human resources and required a considerable amount of Saint crystals and other rare materials to maintain. However, the arrangement of this spirit gathering array on Dragon Cave Mountain was something that Yu Feng and the others had all participated in, yet Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation hadn't used too many materials, nor had they seen any Saint crystals, which was somewhat incredible. "The terrain here is quite good. If it wasn't, it wouldn't have been possible to arrange it," Yang Kai explained casually. "Moreover, its effect will be tested over time." Yang Kai really didn't know what the effect of this newly arranged spirit array would be. Perhaps it would be just passable, but since this was just a place for him to settle down, he hadn't invested too much effort into it, so even if the effect wasn't good, he wouldn't be disappointed. As long as there is enough time, this place will become the place with the richest world energy within 1,000 kilometers, and as time goes by, the world energy will only become richer and richer. Young Inflammation, who had flown back, was full of confidence in her masterpiece. Your cultivator here really doesn't have good vision. This mountain is a very powerful crouching dragon land, yet you didn't know how to make use of it. Crouching dragon land? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. It's the name of a special terrain. Young Inflammation replied casually, even if I explained it to you, you wouldn't understand. All you need to know is that this place is very suitable for arranging a spirit gathering array. It's called Dragon Cave Mountain, right? Yu Feng nodded. The name isn't without reason, it's just that I haven't met anyone who knows what's good for me. Young Inflammation raised her small face proudly, as if she was the only one in the world who knew what was good for her. Yang Kai and Yu Feng looked at each other for a moment before Yang said, Do you want to tell Wu Yi about this place mountain? She said that she gave this mountain to me. If she wants to take it back now, I don't mind. Yang Kai's Yu Feng's Yang Kai's Yang Kai, Yu Feng smiled, Yang Kai's Yang Kai, Yu Feng grinned. You can stay here without worry. If you need anything, just come to the manor and find us. If the spirit chi here is really rich in the future, I want to stay here too. At that time, just don't chase me away. Yu Feng and the group of cultivators then returned to the Haiku family. Now that the spirit array had been fully arranged, Young Inflammation's work had also come to an end. According to their previous agreement, Yang Kai took out 100 high-rank saint crystals and handed them to her as a reward for helping him arrange the spirit array. Young Inflammation accepted them without any trace of politeness and began counting the saint crystals one by one, a silly grin appearing on her face. Yang Kai shook his head, no longer paying attention to her, turned around, and walked into the cave's only stone room, took out the 7-colored spirit gathering flags, and arranged them according to a certain pattern nearby. These 7-colored spirit gathering flags were artifacts Yang Kai had obtained from the middle-aged woman from Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's branch on Rainfall Star. They were specifically used to assist one's cultivation and had surprisingly good effects. The reason why Yang Kai didn't care much about Young Inflammation's spirit gathering array was because of these 7-colored spirit gathering flags. If the spirit gathering array didn't have much effect, he could still use these artifacts to gather world energy, but if the spirit gathering array was effective, it would be even better. Using both methods at the same time, the speed at which Yang Kai could gather world energy would be much faster. Just as he finished arranging the 7 different colored flags, Young Inflammation quietly appeared, her large robes covering her entire body as she squatted down and stared straight at one of the flags, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes that were somewhat frightening to look at. Why haven't you left yet? Yang Kai was surprised. I still need to refine a spirit-grade artifact for Yu Feng. We agreed on that before. Young Inflammation replied quickly before turning a fiery gaze towards Yang Kai and asking anxiously, an origin-grade low-rank artifact. Where did you get it? You're only a third-order saint, how could you have such a high-grade artifact? Yang Kai frowned, someone gave it to me as a gift. Do you want to refine it? Do you want me to help you refine these 7 flags? There are a lot of impurities in them. If I refine them, I can increase their effectiveness by at least 15%. Her eyes became even more fiery, even containing a hint of madness. Yang Kai's face went black. He finally realized that when this woman saw a high-grade artifact, it was as if she had become a completely different person. No matter what kind of artifact it was, in her eyes, it could be refined and improved, but he didn't know if this was true or not. Yang Kai didn't know what her abilities were, so naturally he wouldn't take any risks. These 7-colored spirit gathering flags were the biggest help to his future cultivation. How could he allow her to refine them casually? Quickly shaking his head, he refused. Young Inflammation couldn't help showing a look of disappointment, her small mouth pursing as she muttered discontentedly, None of you believe in my ability. If none of you are willing to try, how can you know how powerful I am? She spoke in a pitiful tone, her hot-bloodedness going down the drain. As she spoke, she glanced towards Yang Kai, seemingly hoping he would change his mind. Don't you have anywhere to go? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Yang Inflammation froze for a moment before innocently changing the subject. If you don't have anywhere to go, you can find a place to stay here. In any case, I'm the only one here right now. I can live here? Yang Inflammation was pleasantly surprised. I'll say this first, don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Yang Kai waved his hand. Yang Inflammation immediately ran off, and a moment later, Yang Kai felt a familiar aura from somewhere in the cave. It was the fluctuations of Yang attribute energy. This woman cultivates a Yang attribute secret art. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a look of surprise, but he really didn't know that an artifact refiner like her cultivated a Yang attribute secret art. The strange thing was, why was she so miserable? No matter which artifact refiner or alchemist, as long as they joined a decent force, they would be well taken care of, have a high status, and have a bright future ahead of them, but this woman was clearly extremely poor. She had even agreed to refine Yu Feng's spirit-grade artifact for the reward of 50 low-rank Saint crystals. Yang Kai would have to ask her some other day if she had committed some kind of taboo and had been expelled by some great force. If that was the case, accommodating her would be troublesome, so he would have to cut off all contact with her as soon as possible. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai soon discovered that Yang Inflammation was somewhere in the cave, using her own strength to melt the cave walls. It seemed she was trying to create a stone room. Ignoring her, Yang Kai began to inspect his own supplies. Since entering the body-tempering divine pond and being wrapped in the blood-red crystal, Yang Kai hadn't had the time to investigate his gains until now. Taking out a number of space rings from his sleeve, Yang Kai found a total of 3, one belonging to the dead Gray Che, Luo Yao, and Ganji. Inside Gray Che's space ring was a thunder attribute birdwood. This was the crystallization of the 10th order monster beast Thunder Luan's essence, chi, and soul after it died. Its trunk was wrapped in lightning and was of extraordinary quality. If it was used to refine an artifact, it would definitely produce a powerful thunder attribute artifact. The several dozen crystal-clear leaves filled with thunder attribute energy were also treasures. Yang Kai was overjoyed and stored this birdwood into the demon mystic tome. Next, he took out a purple hard shell from Gray Che's space ring. This was the hard shell of a 9th order monster beast, the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion. It could be used to refine a defensive artifact, so Yang Kai continued to store it in the demon mystic tome to become the demon race's demon mystic tome. Taking out one item after another, collecting them one by one, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling excited. The harvest of that adventure had basically been obtained by him alone. In addition to the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion's pincer assigned to Ji Peng, the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion's tail, various monster cores, and various other monster beast materials were now all in Yang Kai's bag. In addition, the three of them had collected countless herbs along the way. They weren't very rich, so some of the artifacts they had originally placed in their space rings weren't very high grade, so Yang Kai didn't care about them and simply threw them into the demon mystic tome. The harvest was great, but these things weren't useful for the time being. Yang Kai suddenly realized that if Yang Inflammation was really an origin-grade artifact refiner, he really had something to ask of her. At the very least, the hard shell of the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion could be used to refine a defensive artifact from her, which was what Yang Kai wanted. However, the extent of her abilities still needed to be tested. A day later, Yu Feng came again and took the spirit-grade artifact he had asked Yang Yen to help him refine before leaving happily. Over the next few days, Wu Yi's subordinates came here in groups of 3 or 5, bringing the materials they had collected or the artifacts they wanted Yang Inflammation to help them refine them. Everyone was looking forward to it, and everyone's requests were fully met. Yang Inflammation seemed to have gained an epiphany and no longer arbitrarily changed the shape or grade of the artifacts the cultivator used, instead strictly refining them according to their personal wishes. For a time, there was a flood of praise. Almost everyone in the Haiku family knew that there was an artifact refiner living in a cave on Dragon Cave Mountain. Although the remuneration she charged was a bit high, her skill was quite good. The artifacts she refined were all excellent, and the artifacts she refined could increase in power by at least 20 to 30%. Yang Kai didn't care because he lived in a relatively innermost position in the cave, so those who came to ask Yang Inflammation for help couldn't disturb him. The only thing that made Yang Kai feel indignant was that this woman would find an opportunity to come here every day, stare at the 7-colored spirit-gathering flags eagerly, and ask if she wanted to refine them. Although every time she received a negative answer, she seemed to be quite happy, as if she felt that her sincerity would one day move Yang Kai. Chapter 1105. Yang Yen was a very strange woman. In addition to being interested in high-grade artifacts, her biggest interest was Saint crystals. Every time Yang Kai came out and passed by her stone room, he would see her counting her Saint crystals, one by one, without a trace of annoyance. The stains on the low-rank Saint crystals would be wiped clean by her, leaving behind a shiny luster that seemed to give her great satisfaction. Every time this happened, Yang Inflammation's face would fill with a deranged grin, and when she found Yang Kai staring at her strangely, she would quickly put away the Saint crystals, as if she was afraid Yang Kai would snatch them away. This woman has gone mad, Yang Kai concluded. As time passed, fewer and fewer people came to the cave to seek out Yang Inflammation for artifact refining. The requests of those who came were all met, and Yang Inflammation's business gradually declined. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating when he suddenly heard Wu Yi call out to him from outside. Wu Yi had been busy with something recently and hadn't come out, but after hearing her voice, Yang Kai immediately walked out of the cave and saw her standing outside, so he quickly smiled and greeted her. "How is this place?" Wu Yi asked with a smile. "Very good." Yang Kai nodded, glancing at her face thoughtfully and discovering that she didn't seem very happy. "I heard Yu Feng say that you and a woman arranged a spirit-gathering array here?" Wu Yi turned her head and looked around, feeling the rich world energy around her before taking a deep breath and saying, "The effect seems to be quite good. If I had known this place was so good, I would have found someone to arrange a spirit array here long ago. Yu Feng and the others still need to pay a certain amount of contribution points or Saint crystals to enter the family to cultivate. Do you regret it?" Yang Kai looked at her calmly. Wu Yi rolled her eyes and pouted playfully. "Do I look like such a stingy person? Since I've said that I'm giving this mountain to you, then it's yours. No matter how good this place becomes, it has nothing to do with me. You can live here in peace. No one will dare to do anything to you." Yang Kai was just about to say something when he suddenly frowned and turned his head towards a certain direction. Off in the distance, a blue light flashed as someone on a star shuttle flew back and forth above Dragon Cave Mountain, seemingly inspecting something. "Someone from your family?" Yang Kai asked as he looked at the figure. "And he's one of my family's stewards, you don't need to pay attention to him." Wu Yi also showed some displeasure. He came here this time to find that artifact refiner called Yang Inflammation. "Why are you looking for her?" Yang Kai was stunned. "She's a weapon refiner. Why do you think we need her?" Wu Yi smiled. "For a small family like ours, it's not easy to cultivate an artifact refiner. Now, there is a wandering artifact refiner here. Although she isn't very old, she is still worth recruiting. I heard from the family's disciples that she can refine saint-grade artifacts." The strength of the cultivator who had come to find Wu Yi during this time wasn't very high, the most powerful being Yu Feng. The grade of the artifacts they requested to refine was naturally not too outrageous, so the Haiku family had always believed that Yang Inflammation was a saint-grade artifact refiner. Now that there was a lone artifact refiner nearby, no matter what the grade of this artifact refiner was, the Haiku family felt that they should show their sincerity. Perhaps this artifact refiner would bring great benefits to the family, so they had sent someone over. "What's your relationship with that woman? I remember you saying that you didn't know anyone here, so how did you manage to bring back such a beauty in such a short time?" Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai mockingly, as if she was certain that there was some kind of unspeakable relationship between him and Yang Inflammation. "I'm not familiar with her. I just asked her to come back and help arrange the spirit array. After that, she refused to leave, so I was too embarrassed to drive her away. And it would be best if you could recruit her. She's annoying me to death," Yang Kai complained bitterly. Whether she can succeed or not is up to her, it's none of my business. I just came here today to see how you're doing. Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled, not delving too deeply into this matter. A moment later, the steward from the Haiku family flew over and nodded to Wu. The world energy aura in this mountain is quite good. After a year or so I'm afraid it will be even better. I heard young lady gave this mountain away? Did you give it to him? Saying so, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced over at Yang Kai. His eyes filled with contempt. Wu Yi frowned and said, Uncle Zhou didn't come here for this mountain, right? Do you have some other task? The cultivator surnamed Zhou smiled. I was just asking casually, young lady doesn't need to take offense. Glancing over at Yang Kai again, he crossed his arms behind his back and walked into the cave. It's really annoying how they want to meddle in everything. I've never seen them care so much about this place before. My family has a territory of several tens of thousands of kilometers, but because I'm a woman, they assigned this barren mountain to me. Now that they see some benefits, they want to stick their hands in it. How infuriating, Wu Yi said angrily. Yang Kai fell silent. It was really not convenient for him to express his opinion on the internal affairs of others. Wu Yi no longer complained and with a smile on her pretty face began chatting with Yang Kai about her recent life, asking him if there was anything he needed. The two chatted happily, Wu Yi looking forward to her future ambitions, her beautiful eyes filled with expectation. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, Manager Zhou suddenly walked out of the cave angrily and angrily shouted, a little girl who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness? Humph. Does she really think she's so great? A trivial saint-grade artifact refiner. Does she think my Haiku family can't cultivate one? Shamelessly boasting about being an origin-grade artifact refiner, what a joke. He walked out angrily and without even saying goodbye to Wu, summoned his star shuttle and flew off. Wu Yi's mouth fell open slightly, seemingly not having expected that this artifact refiner named Yang Inflammation would actually refuse her family's offer. When she arrived, she had also seen the letter of appointment and felt that the conditions offered by her family weren't bad. Although it wasn't comparable to a great force like Shadow Moon Hall, it was still quite good for a small force. The woman you brought back seems to have very high standards. Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai. Steward Chow said she was an origin-grade artifact refiner? Isn't she only in her 20s? I don't know. She claimed to be an origin-grade artifact refiner. Yang Kai shook his head. Interesting. Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled. Forget it, she's an artifact refiner. She has the right to choose, it's just that her words are a bit disagreeable. And I still have something to do. I'll come see you later. After saying goodbye to Wu, Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before walking back into the cave and arriving at Yang Inflammation's stone room. Yang Inflammation pursed her lips and looked towards Yang Kai, saying somewhat unhappily, why doesn't anyone believe I'm an origin-grade artifact refiner? How do you expect people to believe you? Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. Give me a chance to prove myself. As long as they find me some origin-grade materials, I promise I can refine an origin-grade artifact. Yang Inflammation shouted, her full chest heaving up and down, looking quite aggrieved. Do you think origin-grade materials are cheap? This kind of thing could only be obtained by great forces. The Haiku family was just a small family, so even if they had such a thing, it would be extremely rare. How could they use it just to verify Yang Kai's abilities? What if Yang Kai destroyed their materials? If I told you I was a Saint King grade high-rank alchemist, would you believe me? Yang Kai looked at her seriously. Yang Inflammation's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked him up and down, curling her lips slightly. You? Immediately after, she burst into laughter, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Yang Kai's face went black. He suddenly understood why no one believed Yang Inflammation's words, just as Yang Inflammation didn't believe his own words. Both of them were too young to match their noble titles. Saint King grade alchemists, origin grade artifact refiners, which one of them wasn't old? After understanding this, Yang Kai immediately realized that Yang Inflammation might not be lying, nor was she deliberately using a false title to improve her status. She might really have such ability. I'll ask you seriously, are you really an origin-grade artifact refiner? Yang Kai stared at her with a scorching gaze. Don't make me keep talking about this title, okay? Whether I am or not, can't you just find some materials for me? How about you let me refine your star shuttle or those 7 flags? If I fail to refine them, you can do whatever you want with them. You're only somewhat attractive because of your figure, Yang Kai said disdainfully. Even if I sold you, I wouldn't be able to compensate for the loss of a failed refinement. Yang Inflammation immediately ground her teeth, causing them to creak. What can you refine with these materials? Yang Kai waved his hand and a large pile of materials suddenly appeared in front of Yang Inflammation. Yang Kai felt that it was time to test this woman's true ability. Yang Inflammation, who was gritting her teeth and glaring at Yang Kai with hatred, suddenly opened her eyes wide and rushed over to the pile of materials, picking them up one after another in a pleasantly surprised manner. 8th Order Monster Beast, Thundercloud Leopard's Tooth, Blazing Blue Flame Rhinoceros Horn, Illusion Cloud Butterfly's Wings. Heavens, there's even a Diamond Dragon Beetle's tentacle. Every time she picked one up, she could accurately call out the origin and name of these materials. She entered a state of madness in an instant, completely ignoring the unpleasant smell of these materials. She held them in her arms as if they were treasures. Her small arms were filled to the brim, and she kept picking them up from the ground. One after another, she dropped them, causing her to be at a loss of what to do. Picking up and calling out to pick up, Kai Yang suddenly discovered that her eyes had turned red. Large tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes, sliding down her cheeks to her chin. Why are you crying? Yang Kai was suddenly speechless. He found that this woman's brain was indeed a little abnormal. I haven't seen so many precious materials in a long time. Yang Inflammation's shoulders trembled as she choked out. They all thought I was lying. The materials I brought were all Saint grade and below. The artifacts I brought were also the same. I didn't lie. Don't cry. I'll give you a chance to prove yourself now. I don't care what you want to refine or what you want to refine. These materials are all yours to use. Really? Yang Inflammation raised her head and looked at Yang Kai with red eyes. Yang Kai nodded and said lightly, I also want to know if you're lying or not. Chapter 1106. Hearing Yang Kai say that so many high-grade materials were under her control and that she could refine as she pleased, Yang Yen immediately perked up, her eyes flashing a terrifying light as she rubbed the corners of her eyes and took a deep breath. I won't let you down. The materials in my hands will never go to waste. I'll wait and see. So many materials, where did you get them from? Your strength isn't high. It's impossible for you to kill so many 8th Order Monster Beast, Yang Yen asked curiously. I picked them up, Yang Kai said casually. These things had all been obtained from hunting Monster Beast with Gui Che and the others. They originally belonged to several people, but after they died, their space rings had all been picked up by Yang Kai. Where did you pick them up? I want to pick them up too, Yang Yen said with an eager expression as she stared at Yang Kai. Following Yang Yan's instructions, Yang Kai took the list she had given him and went to Heavenly Fate City to buy a lot of ores. After all, artifact refining didn't just require a part of a monster beast's body, various ores were also necessary. After obtaining these ores, Yang Yen immediately threw herself into the artifact refining business, completely sealing off the stone room where she lived, as if she didn't want to be disturbed. Yang Kai could clearly feel that there was a strong Yang attribute energy fluctuation coming from her stone room every day, but he didn't inquire about how it was progressing. All he wanted was the results. Through the results, he would be able to judge Yang Yan's abilities. The materials taken out before were all things Yang Kai didn't think he could use and could only be sold. If Yang Yen could really refine them into artifacts, their value would definitely increase. When the time came, he could sell them for more Saint crystals. Even if they were destroyed, it didn't matter. In any case, Yang Kai didn't lack them. A month passed peacefully without any disturbances from Yang Yen. During this time, Yang Kai's life was extremely leisurely. The spirit array on Dragon Cave Mountain was constantly working, and now, a faint mist had appeared over the entire mountain. This mist was a symbol of the gathering of world energy, and although it wasn't dense, it made Dragon Cave Mountain look somewhat like a spirit mountain. Over time, the world energy here would become more and more abundant. Wu Yi came over twice but seemed to be very unhappy with her family. Each time she came, she didn't do anything but chat with Yang Kai to ease her mood. A month later, Yang Kai was meditating in his stone room when he suddenly heard the door to Yang Yan's artifact refining retreat open. Immediately, the sound of hurried footsteps came towards him. Looking up, Yang Kai saw Yang Yan standing at the door with a flushed face, holding onto her large black robes with both hands, panting heavily as she stared at Yang Kai with an excited look on her face. "Can I come in?" Yang Yan poked her head out and asked worriedly. Ever since she had annoyed Yang Kai by entering uninvited, Yang Kai had grabbed her by the neck and thrown her out. Yang Yan had not dared to step into this stone room at will. Yang Kai nodded and couldn't help asking expectantly, "Have you finished refining?" Yang Yan just smiled and said mysteriously, "Close your eyes first, I'll give you a surprise." "Since I've already said it, how could there be a surprise?" Kai Yang's expression was strange, but he still followed her words and closed his eyes. In the next moment, however, Yang Kai's face changed dramatically because a burst of energy fluctuations belonging to Saint King grade artifacts suddenly appeared in the stone room. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai saw Yang Yan pointing to the neatly arranged artifacts in front of him with a proud expression. "The materials you provided, the ores you bought, I didn't waste them, all of the results are here, a total of 4 Saint King grade artifacts." Yang Yan sat down cross-legged and picked up a mace-shaped artifact, saying, "Let me introduce them to you. This one was refined from the teeth of the 8th order monster beast, Thundercloud Leopard, and some ores. These ores were used to refine the body of the club and the skull of the Thundercloud Leopard. The teeth of the Thundercloud Leopard are very strong and sharp, so I refined them into barbs. This kind of rough artifact is very suitable for strong men. Just holding this thing gives them a majestic appearance. This is a Saint King grade low-rank artifact." Finished speaking, she handed the mace-shaped artifact to Yang Kai. Yang Kai received it, examined it carefully, and nodded gently. It could be seen that Yang Yan had made the best use of this artifact. As long as it could find a suitable owner, it wouldn't be difficult to display its full power. This dagger was refined from the horn of a fiery blue flame rhinoceros. Although it's not very sharp, the fiery blue flame rhinoceros horn itself has some very special effects. It's best used to break barriers, so it's not meant to be used to kill enemies, but rather a must-have item for adventuring. I think many people will buy it. It's also a Saint King grade low-rank artifact, Yang Yan said, handing over a pale blue dagger to Yang Kai. He picked up another one and said, "This whip is made from the tentacles of the Vajra dragon beetle. It's the most difficult whip to refine. If you're not careful, you might destroy the material. Fortunately, I'm the one who did it. If it were another refiner, you'd be crying right now. This thing is suitable for girls to use. Since you obtained that tentacle, you should know how terrifying the diamond dragon beetle is. Let me tell you, once you're hit by this whip, it's not just your flesh that will be damaged, but your bones. If you're hit a few times, even your bones may break. This is a Saint King grade mid-rank artifact." Yang Kai took the soft whip from her hand, infused it with yuan qi and swung it a few times. Suddenly the stone room was filled with shadows of the whip. Yang Yan was so scared that her little face turned pale. She was afraid that Yang Kai would accidentally whip her. After waiting for Yang Kai to put away the soft whip, she excitedly picked up the last artifact. Her movements were very careful, as if she was picking up a work of art, her beautiful eyes filled with infatuation. "This is the work I'm most proud of this time." Yang Kai looked around and found that this thing was actually a pair of palm-sized wings. These wings flashed with a blurry light, their colors constantly changing, creating a beautiful sight. Needless to say, this artifact should have been refined from the wings of an illusionary cloud butterfly, and it was also of the highest grade, Saint King grade high rank. "The materials you gave me were originally only enough to refine a Saint King grade mid-rank artifact, but this time I exceeded my expectations and raised its grade to a whole new level. Heavens, I've always wanted to refine a pair of wing-shaped artifacts, but unfortunately I haven't been able to find the right materials. Yang Yan held the pair of wings and examined them carefully. The more she looked at them, the more satisfied she became. She didn't hand them over to Yang Kai, instead glancing over at Yang Kai from time to time. Even a blind man would be able to see the deep meaning in her eyes. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to her and Yang Yan reluctantly placed the pair of wings in his hand, saying nervously, "Be careful, don't break it." "Isn't this mine?" Yang Kai looked at her amusedly. "Yes, it's yours, but it was refined by me. I have a responsibility to ensure its safety." "You're so extravagant. Is a Saint King grade high-rank artifact so easy to break?" Yang Kai chuckled. Yang Yan opened her mouth but didn't know what to say, quickly changing her mind and saying, "Although I can use a star shuttle to travel, this pair of wings can increase the speed of a cultivator in battle and can also be used as a form of protection at a critical moment. This thing is worth at least 30,000 high-rank Saint crystals. If you take it to auction, it will only fetch a higher price, perhaps even 40,000. There are too many rich people in this world, it's really hateful." As she spoke, she waved her small fists, as if she was annoyed with herself for being so poor. 30,000? Yang Kai frowned, remembering that he had spent 12,000 high-rank Saint crystals to buy a star shuttle of the same grade back on Water Moon Star. Although they were of the same grade, the value of this pair of wings was undoubtedly much higher than that of a star shuttle, so it wasn't strange for it to fetch such a price. On top of that, its appearance was also very beautiful, so presumably many men would be willing to pay a high price to buy it for the woman they liked. "Do you want to buy it for 30,000? Yang Kai looked at Yang Yan and asked. Yang Yan nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. "I'll sell it to you." Yang Kai tossed the pair of wings to her casually. Yang Yan caught it stupidly for a moment before saying shyly, "I don't have that many Saint crystals." She blushed. "I know, I didn't ask you to pay up immediately, just owe me. And I'll ask you to refine me some more, so you can deduct your own payment from these 30,000 high-rank Saint crystals. When you finish deducting them, you'll be free. Until then, you'll be my dedicated artifact refiner." "A payment of 30,000 high-rank Saint crystals?" Yang Yan was taken aback. "Do you know how much I should charge you for refining this time?" "How much?" "I was going to charge you 1,000 high-rank Saint crystals. That's my monthly payment." 30,000? Doesn't that mean I'll have to spend 30 months without sleep? That's 2.5 years. Yang Yan's face went pale as she couldn't help feeling like she had just boarded a pirate ship. 2.5 years isn't long, you'll pay me back eventually. What if you can't pay me back? Yang Yan was on the verge of tears. She had never had so many Saint crystals before and couldn't even imagine what 30,000 high-rank Saint crystals was like. "Then you should be prepared to devote yourself to me." Yang Kai grinned wickedly as he swept his eyes over her proud figure and nodded. "Not bad, I'm quite interested in your type." Yang Yan's face went even paler as she stared at the wing artifact in her hand, wanting to smash it into Yang Kai's evil face, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. After thinking about it for a while, she suddenly said seriously, "Let me ask you something first. Do you have so many materials for me to refine? Since you want to use my payment to pay off your debt, you should continue to provide me with materials. If you don't ask me to refine artifacts for you for a few years, when will I ever be free again?" This little girl isn't stupid. Yang Kai originally wanted to establish his identity as the debtor, but Yang Yan, who looked foolish, suddenly became shrewd. "You don't have to worry about the materials, and take these and refine them," Yang Kai said, taking out a large pile of materials and placing them in front of Yang Yan. Chapter 1107. When Yang Kai was with Gui Che and the others, they had killed a lot of 7th Order and 8th Order monster beast, so naturally, they had obtained a lot of materials. Last time, he hadn't collected all of the useless materials, but now he had cleared them all. If Yang Inflammation's performance was satisfactory, Yang Kai decided to let her help him refine an origin-grade artifact. Looking at the monster beast's body on the ground, Yang Inflammation hesitated for a long time before finally compromising. Wasn't it just 30,000 high-rank Saint crystals? She felt that she would earn enough one day. Putting all the materials into her space ring, Yang Inflammation once again wrote out a list and handed it to Yang Kai. Go and buy these ores, I need to rest for a few days before I can start refining. Yang Kai took the list and didn't even ask what kind of ores she needed, simply nodding and preparing to leave. Yang Inflammation asked cautiously from behind, "Can I recover in your stone room? The world energy here is more abundant." Of course. Leaving Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai flew directly towards Heavenly Fate City. According to the list given by Yang Inflammation, it only took half a day to purchase all the ores on it. Yang Inflammation seemed to know what kind of ores were available in Heavenly Fate City, so everything on the list could be found here, so there was no need to worry about supply. While Yang Kai was checking the quantity and quality of the ores he had purchased with the shop assistant, a fat old man with a smile walked over and looked at Yang Kai with great interest before asking, "Little brother, you're buying so many ores, are you planning to use them for artifact refining?" Yang Kai frowned at him and the shop assistant immediately introduced, "Honored guest, this is our shop's shopkeeper, Qian Tong." Yang Kai nodded lightly but didn't speak. This fat old man looked harmless to humans and animals, but his strength wasn't low. He should be an origin returning realm master as his aura was extremely restrained. Yang Kai didn't know what this old man had seen through him, but at this time it was best not to reveal too much. Qian Tong didn't mind, still smiling as he said, "Little brother can rest assured, our firm's price is fair and honest. We will never engage in any kind of black-hearted business. And we also purchase artifacts. If little brother has an artifact to sell, we can sit down and discuss. The price will definitely satisfy you." "How can you be sure I have artifacts to sell?" Yang Kai looked at him again, puzzled. Qian Tong laughed. "Old master, you are a guest. This is what this old master says to every guest." "I really do have some artifacts to sell," Yang Kai smiled. Yang Kai had come to Heavenly Fate City this time to purchase the ores on Yang Inflammation's list and to sell the artifacts refined by that woman. In any case, he had no use for them. Whether it was the mace, dagger, or whip, none of them were suitable for him. Keeping them in his space ring would only be a waste of heaven's treasures, so he might as well trade them for some Saint crystals. Buying those ores had cost him a lot of Saint crystals. He had originally wanted to ask Wu Yi for help in selling those artifacts. After all, he wasn't familiar with the market here, but Wu Yi's situation wasn't good either. Her strength wasn't high and her status wasn't high, so asking her for help might cause some unnecessary trouble. Now that this fat old man had taken the initiative to come to him, Yang Kai was just about to accept. The other party wasn't weak, but Yang Kai wasn't afraid. If worse came to worst, he could just tear space and escape. With a life-saving method, he naturally had the confidence to negotiate. "Oh, it seems this old man's vision isn't bad. This way, little brother." Qian Tong gestured before leading Yang Kai to the side. A short time later, the pair arrived at a secret room. It was obvious that this secret room was specifically used for transactions. Many people didn't like to have their faces seen when they were selling things, and they even more so didn't want unrelated people to see what they were selling. As such, there were often situations where people wearing masks would come to these shops to make transactions. The existence of this secret room was a good way to avoid these problems. Once the door to the secret room was closed, only Yang Kai and Qian Tong remained in the room. Even their divine senses seemed to be isolated from the outside world, making it impossible to probe. Yang Kai glanced around, his expression remaining calm and composed. A light flashed across Qian Tong's smiling eyes as he secretly felt shocked, wondering if this young man was simply being thick-skinned or if he was truly unafraid. He was a businessman, so although he was surprised, he didn't say anything and instead asked, "What kind of artifacts does little brother wish to sell? What grade are they?" Yang Kai took out the 3 artifacts refined by Yang Yen. Qian Tong glanced at them before picking up the 3 artifacts and inspecting them one by one. A moment later, he gently nodded. "Although this old man isn't proficient in artifact refining, I can still see that these 3 artifacts are of the highest grade and should have been refined by the same artifact refiner. What price does little brother want?" Qian Tong only talked about business and didn't inquire about other miscellaneous information, which made Yang Kai very satisfied. I don't understand the price. How do you usually buy things? Yang Kai asked back. Qian Tong was stunned. He didn't expect that Yang Kai would actually hand over the initiative to him. Which one of the people who came to sell things didn't tightly grasp the initiative? Afraid that they would make a loss, not only would they praise their own things without any principles, they would also think of ways to raise the price. Even after the transaction was successful, many people would secretly regret whether or not they had made a loss. This young man was quite free and easy, as if he didn't care at all whether or not he suffered a loss. Smiling, Qian Tong said, "The starting price of a Saint King grade artifact is generally 5,000 high-rank Saint crystals. There is no bottom line. Of these 3 artifacts, 2 are Saint King grade low rank and 1 is Saint King grade mid-rank, both of which have been refined quite well. This old man offers 6,000 high-rank Saint crystals for the 2 low-rank artifacts. What about 8,000 high-rank Saint crystals for the Saint King grade mid-rank artifact? A total of 20,000? Yang Kai frowned. This price seemed to be a bit lower than what he had expected. However, thinking about it for a moment, Qian Tong understood that the value of Saint crystals on Shadowed Star was much higher than elsewhere. In other words, this Qian Tong's price was fair, and he was a businessman, so naturally he wanted to make a profit. If little brother thinks the price is too low, we can discuss it again. Business is a matter of setting the price on the ground and returning the money when the price falls. Qian Tong smiled slightly. Give me the oars outside and we'll do business. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed outside. Qian Tong laughed in surprise. Little brother is quite astute. The total price of the oars you bought is not low, more than 3,000 high-rank Saint crystals. Then let's make friends. And, if you have any more artifacts to sell in the future, please choose our firm first. Deal. Yang Kai nodded. The firm's speed was very fast. Yang Kai left the 3 artifacts behind and soon obtained 20,000 high-rank Saint crystals and all the ores he needed before leaving Heavenly Fate City. After he left, Qian Tong looked at his back with a smile and muttered, "Interesting. Elder Qian, this business deal was a loss. Giving him more than 3,000 high-rank Saint crystals worth of ores, we didn't make much profit." The shop assistant who had just received Yang Kai came over and complained. Qian Tong smiled and said, I think we made a lot of money." The shop assistant looked at him blankly as he counted with his fingers, but still felt something was wrong. "What do you know? That little brat should have a very powerful artifact refining master behind him. Last time, he also bought some ores, but it wasn't here. It just so happened that I was in that shop at that time, so I have some impression of him. He can be considered quite astute. He actually knew to change to another shop to buy ores. But most of the shops in Heavenly Fortune City belong to my Shadow Moon Hall. It's only been a month, but now he's come back to buy ores and 3 Saint King grade artifacts. What do you think this means?" Qian Tong was in a good mood and said a few words to the shop assistant, but seeing the confused look on his face, he couldn't help laughing. "He'll come back again. If he does, notify me immediately. If he can't contact me, you can trade with him. Even if you lose some money, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is to satisfy him," Qian Tong said. "Disciple understands," the shop assistant quickly responded. The shop assistant nodded quickly. Although he didn't know what Qian Tong meant, it was absolutely right to listen to his instructions. Qian Tong immediately left the shop and rushed to a palace in Heavenly Fate City, where he found another old man and handed him the 3 artifacts. The old man gently stroked the artifacts with his eyes closed, seemingly sensing something. A moment later, his expression changed as a look of surprise appeared on his face. After half an hour, the old man put down the 3 artifacts and opened his eyes. "Grandmaster Gulin, what did you see?" Qian Tong asked immediately. "The one who refined these 3 artifacts is an origin grade artifact refiner." The old man named Gulin took a deep breath. Origin grade. Qian Tong's eyes immediately bulged. Although he had inferred from various signs that there was a powerful artifact refiner behind Yang Kai, he hadn't expected it to be an origin grade artifact refiner. An origin grade artifact. In terms of ability, it's no worse than this old master's. The materials used are basically from the body of an 8th order monster beast. Who refined them? Is there such a person near Heavenly Fate City? Gu Lin asked curiously. I don't know who refined them, but a young man came to sell them today. Qian Tong shook his head. Have you tracked his whereabouts? Gu Lin asked again. I didn't dare act rashly. I didn't want to cause a misunderstanding with the person behind him. If that happened, the gains would not be worth the losses. Gu Lin nodded. That's true. Such a person can only be won over, not offended. Being able to kill an 8th order monster beast shows that this person's strength is not low. He can both fight and artifact refining, much stronger than this old master. You should pay more attention to this young man. As long as you show enough sincerity, it shouldn't be difficult to figure out the identity of the person behind him. That's what I was thinking, and he should be coming back soon. Today, he bought a lot of St. King grade ores. He should be using them to refine artifacts. Good job. I'm old and probably won't live much longer. If you can get that person to take over my position, when the time comes, if your artifacts break, someone will be able to repair them. Gu Lin smiled bitterly. Artifact refiners did not focus on cultivation or fighting, so their vitality was not strong and their lifespan was generally much shorter than a cultivator of the same rank. Chapter 1108. Looking at Yang Inflammation lying in his stone room, sleeping soundly without a care for her image, Yang Kai could only shake his head helplessly. A month of artifact refining seemed to have made her extremely tired. Lying there, her breathing was heavy, her whole body spread out like the Chinese character, not caring whether or not she would seduce Yang Kai. Her towering twin peaks and exquisite figure were extremely eye-catching. When Yang Kai came back, the noise he made did not wake her up. Turning around and walking out of the cave, Yang Kai caught a few game on the mountain and set up a fire outside the cave to roast them. Yang Inflammation's physical and mental energy consumption was very serious, so eating something would be very helpful to her recovery. Halfway through the roasting, Yang Inflammation ran out and smiled, hugging her arms as she squatted down beside Yang Kai, staring straight at the roasted golden rabbit, waiting to eat. Have you rested well? Yang Kai glanced over at her. Not bad, I still need to rest for a few more days. Yang Inflammation replied casually before calling out, hurry up and turn it over, it's already roasted. Aya, you're so stupid, let me do it. Calling out like this, she snatched the rabbit from Yang Kai's hand without any explanation. Yang Kai didn't care and simply sat down, staring at her suspiciously as he asked, you're an origin-grade artifact refiner, why are you so miserable? This was something Yang Kai couldn't understand. Yang Yen had skills, and as long as she showed them, she would be able to live a superior life. Any great force on Shadowed Star would accept her with the most generous treatment and would even try to snatch her away. Yang Inflammation pursed her lips. What do you know? You think I should join one of those great forces, right? Yang Kai nodded. I don't want to join them, Yang Inflammation snorted. They're not good people, I won't refine artifacts for them. As soon as she said that, Yang Kai understood. Without the support of a great force, a woman like Yang Yen wouldn't be able to display her true ability. This was because she couldn't find high-grade materials to refine artifacts. Even if she entered a place like the Artifact Refining Pavilion, her ability would be questioned. She would only be allowed to refine low-grade artifacts. Even if she claimed to be an origin-grade artifact refiner, no one dared to use origin-grade materials to verify her abilities. Under this vicious cycle, who would be miserable if not her? Even Yang Kai didn't believe her easily. He deliberately gave her some materials that he didn't need. Do you have a grudge against them? Yang Kai asked. I just don't like him, but I don't hate him. I've heard that no matter which faction you're in, there will always be a conflict of power and interests. I just want to refine in peace and don't want to be involved in those troublesome matters. This wasn't wrong. The more powerful an artifact refiner was, the more they would be valued and won over. Moreover, each great force wasn't monolithic. Even a small family like the Haiku family was constantly divided, not to mention a behemoth like Shadow Moon Hall. Once Yang Inflammation got involved, she would probably be annoyed to death. The aroma of roasted meat filled the air and Yang Inflammation looked at the roasted meat in her hand with satisfaction, tearing off a rabbit leg and handing it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and Yang Inflammation unceremoniously stuffed it into her mouth. "I sold the artifacts you refined," Yang Kai said casually. "Oh, they're yours, you can do whatever you want with them. I sold them for a total of 20,000 high-rank Saint crystals. The price is fair, I didn't suffer a loss." Yang Inflammation nodded casually. "How many Saint crystals do you have?" Yang Kai asked again. "Why?" Yang Inflammation suddenly became vigilant and covered her space ring, a look of fear on her face that Yang Kai would try to steal her Saint crystals. Thinking about it for a moment, she felt it was impossible and said hesitantly, 2,000 low-rank Saint crystals. So poor. Yang Kai was speechless, shaking his head and sighing before taking out some high-rank Saint crystals and a few bottles of restorative pills from his space ring and handing them over. "Artifact refining consumes a lot of energy, these are for you." Yang Yen wiped her hands and didn't act polite with Yang Kai, accepting the Saint crystals and stuffing them into her space ring before opening the bottle and taking a sniff. Her expression couldn't help changing. Saint King grade pills? She hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so generous. A bottle of Saint King grade pills was not cheap. These few bottles were equivalent to half of the artifacts she refined. "You seem to be very rich." Yang Inflammation looked at Yang Kai strangely. Taking out countless 7th order and 8th order monster beast materials, a few bottles of Saint King grade pills, a Saint King grade high-rank star shuttle, and an origin grade artifact, the 7-colored flag. Yang Inflammation found it hard to imagine that a 3rd order Saint Cultivator could have so many good things. Compared to him, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Where did he get all these things from? He didn't look like someone with any background at all. "Don't be stingy with pills, when you run out you can ask me for more, I have a lot," Yang Kai ordered. He had some understanding of Yang Inflammation's character. She was the kind of person who valued wealth as much as her life. Yang Kai was really worried that this woman wouldn't use pills to restore her strength. "You're such a good person," Yang Inflammation was moved to death. Saying so, she picked up a piece of barbecue and continued to gnaw on it, her mouth covered in oil. A few days later, Yang Inflammation fully recovered and began artifact refining again. This time, Yang Kai let her work directly in his stone room. He had arranged the 7-colored spirit gathering flags in his stone room, which would be of great help to her recovery. This way, she would be able to save time in artifact refining and improve her efficiency. The burning hot Yang attribute energy was constantly bursting out, and this kind of energy fluctuation made Kai Yang feel very comfortable. While Yang Inflammation was refining, Yang Kai didn't stay idle either. He went to Yang Inflammation's residence and entered retreat to accumulate his Saint Chi. It had been at least 4 or 5 years since he broke through to the 3rd order Saint realm. Although Yang Kai had been sealed inside the blood-colored crystal for most of these years and was unable to perceive the passage of time, with the birth of the 100 drops of demon god golden blood, Yang Kai clearly felt that his strength had improved again. While he was unaware, his cultivation had risen to a very high level. Yang Kai faintly felt that the Saint King realm was within reach. He didn't lack comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao. All he lacked was the accumulation of Saint Chi. As long as he accumulated enough Saint Chi, he could naturally break through. While accumulating Saint Chi, Yang Kai was also studying the uses of his golden blood. The last time he used a drop of golden blood to transform it into a golden spear and resolve the crisis Wu Yi and the others faced, Yang Kai realized just how powerful his golden blood was. Yang Kai was curious to know what other uses his golden blood could serve besides fighting. Recalling the scene at that time, Yang Kai's expression changed as a novel idea suddenly came to his mind. Squeezing out a drop of golden blood, Yang Kai flicked his finger. The drop of golden blood flew into the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye, reappearing 1,000 kilometers away. Just like that time, Yang Kai was inside the cave on Dragon Cave Mountain, but his eyes could clearly see the scene 1,000 kilometers away. The drop of golden blood seemed to have an inseparable connection with him, allowing his consciousness to freely switch between his physical body and the golden blood. Through the golden blood, Yang Kai could easily see the scene in the distance. Immediately, Yang Kai entered an ethereal state and observed his surroundings with his golden blood. He saw cities passing by below and mountains quickly being left behind. The movement speed of the golden blood was extremely fast, several times faster than a star shuttle. On top of that, Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of space allowed the golden blood to break through the shackles of space, allowing it to travel at a speed even faster than Yang Kai's divine sense. A huge amount of vitality spread out from the golden blood without any concealment, and wherever it passed, many masters on Shadowed Star were alarmed. The eyes of countless masters followed the golden blood as it passed, their faces filled with shock. None of them knew who was exuding such a violent life aura, nor did they know how strong this person was. The speed at which this golden blood spread out was faster than their divine senses, but after a brief moment, it disappeared without a trace, making it impossible for them to investigate. The leaders of many great forces gathered together to discuss whether there was a possibility of an enemy coming to find them. There were also some people who did not believe in superstition and chased after the flash of golden light, wanting to get a closer look. Yang Kai had no idea that his inadvertent actions had caused the entire Shadowed Star to panic as he immersed himself in the wonders of the golden blood, unable to extricate himself for a long time. In just 3 short days, the drop of golden blood flew around Shadowed Star once before returning in the opposite direction. The vitality inside the golden blood had not weakened much, as if this strange journey had not put any pressure on it at all. Yang Kai was secretly moved. His consciousness had followed the golden blood around Shadowed Star, so he was well aware of the vastness of this cultivation star. If he had used a star shuttle to fly around it, it would have taken him at least 4 months to complete a round trip. However, the golden blood had only taken 3 short days, demonstrating just how terrifying its speed was. What was its limit? What was the furthest distance he could communicate with it? Yang Kai felt that it was necessary to figure this out, so with a thought, the golden blood that had just returned flew straight up, out of the clouds, and into the star field, heading towards the vast territory of the star field. Yang Kai's consciousness was immersed in the drop of golden blood as he saw one lifeless star after another, a vast asteroid sea, and the black rock beasts that roamed this asteroid sea. This was a quite strange experience, allowing one's consciousness to wander around the star field. Perhaps even an Origin King Realm Master would not be able to accomplish such a feat. Golden blood was truly amazing. After entering this ethereal state, Yang Kai's body seemed to absorb world energy at a much faster rate, accumulating his Saint Qi at an even more violent rate than before. The effects of his cultivation were surprisingly good. Yang Kai did not relax his vigilance of his surroundings. Right now, there were only him and Yang Inflammation on Dragon Cave Mountain, and Yang Inflammation was concentrating on artifact refining, so Yang Kai naturally could not lower his guard. Otherwise, if someone tried to harm him, he would not be able to defend himself. Fortunately, his consciousness could freely switch between his physical body and the golden blood, as if his soul had 2 bodies. Yang Kai would pay attention to the movements of the golden blood from time to time in a leisurely manner. As time passed, Yang Kai gradually lost interest. Although he had been flying around the star field for a long time, the vitality contained in the golden blood seemed to have only weakened a little. Yang Kai estimated that it would last for at least a few years before disappearing. Chapter 1109. Yang Yen spent a relatively long time refining this artifact. Nearly 2 months in total. However, when she came out of seclusion, she had brought out 7 Saint King grade artifacts. High, medium, and low-grade artifacts. Perhaps it was because of the pills and Saint Crystals Yang Kai had given her that helped her recover, but she wasn't very tired this time. After handing over these artifacts to Yang Kai, she was even in the mood to calculate how many Saint Crystals she still owed Yang Kai. She had great artifact refining ability, wasn't scheming, had a good temper, was beautiful, and had a great figure. Most importantly, The remuneration she charged was very cheap. Yang Kai felt like he had picked up a treasure and was even more determined to keep Yang Yen as his personal artifact refiner. Casually giving her a few bottles of pills and some high-rank Saint crystals, Yang Yen smiled happily, storing the pills and Saint crystals into her space ring as she asked, "What do you want me to refine next? Give me the materials first, I'll see what kind of ores I can use." Yang Kai took out the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion's carapace, tail, and large pincers and tossed them in front of Yang Yen. The little girl's eyes immediately widened. Her beautiful eyes bloomed with a terrifying light. She squatted down and picked up these things one by one. Her small hands stroked them as she muttered to herself. No one knew what she was saying, but she seemed to be a little absent-minded. After a long time, she looked up at Yang Kai and asked, "Are you willing to let me refine these things?" Yang Kai nodded. "You have proven your ability, and I believe you are indeed an origin-grade artifact refiner, so naturally I'll hand these things over to you. Aren't you afraid I'll run away with these things?" Yang Yen still couldn't believe it. These are materials from a 9th order monster beast. They can be used to refine origin-grade artifacts. Why don't you try and see if I can catch you and bring you back? Yang Kai grinned. Yang Yen spat disdainfully. She didn't like Yang Kai's unwarranted confidence, as if everything was under his control. "Don't worry, I'm not a person who goes back on his word. I'll use these things to their fullest potential, but the ores I'll be purchasing this time will be different from the ones before, so you'll have to be prepared to bleed," Yang Yen said solemnly. "It doesn't matter, make a list," Yang Kai nodded before adding, "By the way, I have a request. Just tell me what you want. Help me refine that shell into a defensive artifact. I'll use it for myself. You can do whatever you want with the rest. If you have its monster core, give it to me as well, I'll need it for artifact refining." As soon as Yang Yen's voice fell, a fist-sized monster core containing both earth and wind attributes was tossed over to her. She caught it with satisfaction and began writing down a list. A moment later, she handed it to Yang Kai and said eagerly, "Go and come back quickly, I'll start refining after a few days of recovery. It's really good to be by your side, there are so many good materials waiting for me to process." She seemed a little impatient. In Heavenly Fate City, inside the firm, Qian Tong sat in a room on the 3rd floor, sipping a cup of tea as he stared in the direction Yang Kai had left 2 months ago, a faint trace of anxiety and helplessness on his face. Although he had concluded that Yang Kai would come here again, he had not expected that he would actually wait for 2 months. Until today, the young man had not appeared again, which made Qian Tong very depressed. At that time, he was worried about leaving a bad impression on the master behind the young man, so he did not send anyone to follow him, nor did he dare to inquire casually. He only wanted to gradually understand and use the young man to slowly draw the master out of the water. Now it seemed that this was not the case. At the very least, he should have told the young man that he wanted to recruit the master behind the young man. As long as the young man was smart enough, he would definitely pass on the message. At that time, if the master was willing, he would naturally come to Shadow Moon Hall. If not, it would not be too late for him to invite him. Such an artifact refining grandmaster, the earlier he could be recruited, the better it would be for the Shadow Moon Hall. If he was too late, he might be discovered by other forces. At that time, there would definitely be a situation of snatching. Once the situation developed to that extent, it would not be a matter of 1 or 2 people dying. Thinking about this, Qian Tong's mood became more and more irritable. He did not notice that the teacup in his hand had been crushed until the scalding hot tea flowed over the back of his hand. Looking at the messy table, Qian Tong could not help but laugh. He wasn't young anymore, and his cultivation base wasn't low either. It seemed that it had been many years since something had upset him. Even when he was in a life-or-death battle with experts of the same level, he hadn't felt as powerless as he did now. Picking up the broken pieces of the teacup and wiping the spilled tea, Qian Tong gently took a breath and calmed his irritable mood. Suddenly, there was a hurried knock on the door. Qian Tong said unhappily, "What's the matter?" "Elder Qian, the young man who came to sell the secret treasure 2 months ago, is here again." Outside the door, The shop assistant who had received Yang Kai last time respectfully replied. After waiting for a while, there was no response. Just as he was feeling suspicious, he heard Elder Qian Tong's excited voice from inside. Quickly invite him in. As soon as his voice fell, he said, No, 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 this old man will personally welcome him. With a series of crashing sounds, it seemed that the tables, chairs, stools, and teapots on the table had all fallen to the ground and broken. The shop assistant's face darkened. He did not know who this young man was and why Elder Qian Tong treated him so seriously. Even the furnishings in the room were knocked over. The door was opened, and Qian Tong, with a flushed face, quickly walked downstairs. The shop assistant looked into the room and found that, as he had guessed, the furniture inside had been completely destroyed and was in a complete mess. On the first floor, Yang Kai was a little impatient from waiting. The last time he came, the shop assistant had received him attentively and served him meticulously. This time, he could barely be considered a regular customer and had brought the secret treasure to sell according to the previous agreement, but he did not expect that the shop assistant would ask him to wait for a while before disappearing. After waiting for a while, the chubby old man named Qian Tong hurried over and laughed heartily. Oh, young man, this old man has waited for 2 months and finally you are here. Come, please. Saying so, he affectionately grabbed Yang Kai's arm and led him to the secret room where they had last traded. In the trading company, a group of cultivators who were trading were stunned. They stared blankly at Yang Kai's back and were speechless for a long time. Many of them knew Qian Tong and knew that he was an elder-level figure in Shadow Moon Hall, but seeing such a master treat Yang Kai so cordially, everyone couldn't help feeling surprised. After the two disappeared, everyone began whispering to each other and speculating about Yang Kai's identity. What kind of background does that guy have? Why did Elder Qian Tong personally greet him and treat him so warmly? What the hell? Even if the patriarchs of the nearby families came here, they wouldn't be worthy of Elder Qian Tong acting so cordially, right? I don't know, I've never seen that guy before, and looking at his clothes, he doesn't look like a master. His cultivation isn't high either, only third-order saint. Strange, the last time the patriarch of the Kurue family came to discuss business, Elder Qian Tong didn't appear. Who knows what's going on? Inside the private room, Qian Tong warmly arranged for Yang Kai to sit down before having someone serve him some fragrant tea and a fruit platter. Pointing to the golden fruits on the platter, Qian Tong smiled and said, These fruits are a specialty of a family subordinate to my Shadow Moon Hall. On all of Shadowed Star, only the soil there is suitable for this kind of fruit tree to grow. These fruits only mature once every 10 years, and each harvest is less than 500. Although they can't increase one's cultivation rapidly, they taste quite good and can also help to refresh one's vitality and supplement one's Saint Qi. They are most suitable for someone like you who is about to break through. If you don't mind, you might as well try them. At a glance, Qian Tong could see that Yang Kai was on the verge of breaking through to the Saint King realm from the Third Order Saint realm, so it wouldn't be long before he broke through to the Saint King realm. Yang Kai glanced over at Qian Tong intentionally or unintentionally but didn't show any trace of politeness, nor did he show any signs of vigilance, simply picking up one of the fruits and eating it, its fragrance lingering in his mouth as he nodded and said, It tastes quite good. If Elder Qian doesn't mind, I would like to take these back. These fruits could quickly restore one's Saint Qi, so they were perfect for Yang Yen to use in artifact refining. Qian Tong's eyes flashed and he laughed heartily. I don't mind. If little brat likes them, I'll have my people prepare more. Unfortunately, there aren't many left. He didn't care that Yang Kai was so thick-skinned as to take these spirit fruits back because he caught a glimpse of something that excited him. Why would Yang Kai want to take these fruits back? They were clearly meant to be a gift to the master behind him. This made Qian Tong even more certain of his previous guess that there was a powerful artifact refiner behind this young man. Elder Qian said just now that you've been waiting for me for many days. Was this what you were waiting for? Yang Kai said as he took out the 7 freshly refined artifacts from his space ring. Qian Tong's eyes widened as each time Yang Kai took out an artifact, his breathing becoming heavier. When all 7 artifacts were taken out, Qian Tong's expression became somewhat ferocious and excited. He was certain that Yang Kai had come to purchase ores 2 months ago in order to refine these artifacts, and in just 2 months, he had refined 7 Saint King grade artifacts. It was obvious that the master behind him was worthy of his reputation. Even if Grandmaster Gulin were to refine these artifacts, it would be impossible for him to refine so many high-quality artifacts in such a short time. Taking a deep breath, Qian Tong's expression returned to normal as he smiled and said, "Waiting for these artifacts is only one aspect of the matter. In fact, this old master has also been waiting for you." "And how should I address you, little brat?" "Yang Kai. This old master is Qian Tong. Presumably you know who he is. If you don't mind, how about this old master address you as nephew?" Yang Kai nodded indifferently. With Qian Tong's seniority and age, calling him nephew was not an insult to him. Qian Tong smiled from ear to ear. "Nephew Yang is young and promising. At such a young age, you have already reached the Saint King realm. The younger generation will surpass us in time." As he spoke, he secretly observed Yang Kai's reaction. Chapter 11:10. Young people like to be flattered and praised. Qian Tong thought that with his status and cultivation, Yang Kai should be overjoyed if he praised Yang Kai generously. Who would have thought that Kai Yang's face would remain indifferent, as if these praises were his to receive? He didn't show any signs of modesty. Instead, he just sat there, motionless. Qian Tong coughed lightly. His expression didn't change as he continued to ask, "May I ask, where does nephew Yang work?" Yang Kai smiled. When he came in, Qian Tong treated him so warmly. Yang Kai could faintly guess what he was thinking. Now that he heard his question, he was even more certain of his guess. Looking at Qian Tong, Yang Kai said, "Elder Qian, if you have something to say, just say it." Qian Tong's expression turned solemn as he said warmly, "Nephew, please don't blame me. This old man has no ill intentions. It's just that when a young talent like you appears in front of this old man can't help but want to recruit you. And if you are willing, this old man would like to invite you to my Shadow Moon Hall. I can guarantee that you will be provided with the most abundant cultivation resources and the best cultivation environment. With nephew Yang's aptitude, you will definitely have a bright future in the sect." He found that Yang Kai didn't seem to be a person who beat around the bush. Instead, he was quite straightforward. He didn't probe any further and immediately stated his conditions. Qian Tong was old and experienced, so he naturally knew that if he tried to recruit the artifact refiner behind Yang Kai as soon as he opened his mouth, it would be impossible. An artifact refiner of that level would be proud and arrogant and definitely not someone who could be persuaded with just a few words, so Qian Tong had set his sights on Yang Kai instead. In his opinion, as long as Yang Kai was willing to enter the Shadow Moon Hall, then whether the weapon refiner behind him would be recruited or not, he would definitely form a relationship with the Shadow Moon Hall. When they were familiar with each other in the future, it would be natural for him to recruit Yang Kai. It had to be said that Qian Tong had a good plan. After he finished speaking, he quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction. To his disappointment, Yang Kai was still indifferent. Signed to himself, Yang Kai was truly worthy of being the disciple of an origin-grade artifact refiner. Although he didn't know if Yang Kai was that origin-grade artifact refiner's disciple, after years of being influenced by him, it seemed this young man's vision was quite high. He didn't seem to be moved by Yang Kai's empty promise at all. By the way, there is a piece of God's stone in the Shadow Moon Hall's main hall. It has endless uses. Anyone who touches it will be guided into a strange world. In that world, one's mind can be purified and sublimated. It is very beneficial for breaking through the shackles of martial arts. Many disciples in my hall will request to go to the God's stone to meditate when they encounter bottlenecks in their cultivation. However, only those who have made great contributions to the sect can enjoy such treatment. If nephew Yang is willing to join my Shadow Moon Hall, this old man will guarantee you that you can go to the God's stone and comprehend it. It won't be long before nephew Yang breaks through to the Saint King realm. After Qian Tong finished speaking, he looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. He believed that Yang Kai would absolutely not refuse such an offer. because his cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough at this moment. With such a good opportunity in front of him, no matter who it was, they would grasp it tightly. But soon, the look in Qian Tong's eyes changed because he found that Yang Kai still didn't show any signs of being moved. He couldn't help but be shocked, wondering if this little brat didn't know how precious the god's stone was. Just as he was about to carefully explain the uses of the god's stone, Yang Kai waved his hand and said impatiently, "Elder Qian, this junior appreciates your kindness, but I'm used to being free and lazy. I don't intend to join any great force, so this junior boldly refuses Elder Qian's offer. Let's talk business, there's no need to talk about anything else." Qian Tong's face twitched for a moment before he let out a hollow laugh. Good, this old man is old and has a lot to say. Nephew Yang, please don't mind. Although his recruitment this time was unsuccessful, Qian Tong was a patient person and naturally wasn't too disheartened. He felt that as long as he showed enough sincerity, he would succeed one day. The two sat down and immediately began discussing business. 7 Saint King grade artifacts for a total of 59,000 high-rank Saint crystals. Qian Tong made a straightforward offer and Yang Kai accepted without hesitation. A short while later, a deal was struck. I also want to buy some ores. Yang Kai took out a list from his space ring. Qian Tong's eyes lit up as the last bit of disappointment in his heart was swept away. Calling out loudly, the shop assistant who had been standing guard outside the door immediately came in and asked respectfully, "What instructions does Elder Qian have for me?" "Nephew Yang has a list here. Help him select the ores he needs and take out 59,000 high-rank Saint crystals from the storehouse." Yang Kai nodded. "Yes." The shop assistant took the list. Yang Kai looked at him and said, "Deduct the cost of the ores from those Saint crystals. You can decide how much you need and report it to me later. Give me the best price, understood?" Qian Tong added with a dignified expression. Sometimes, when showing goodwill to others, one needed to shout it out loud for others to hear. "Understood." The shop assistant nodded and walked out immediately. After he left, Qian Tong looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Nephew Yang is now a regular customer of ours. Are you satisfied?" "Satisfied." Yang Kai also smiled and nodded. Regardless of what Qian Tong was scheming in his heart, Yang Kai was naturally satisfied that he had not taken advantage of him. "Good, Elder Qian is busy, I'll wait here myself." Qian Tong smiled and didn't insist, saying kindly, "Good, but Nephew Yang must remember that if you have any artifacts to sell next time, you must choose our shop first." "I'll remember." Qian Tong nodded and left. Yang Kai waited in the secret room for about half an hour before being led by the shop assistant to another secret room. This secret room was filled with many rare ores and countless Saint crystals. Having already received instructions from Qian Tong, the shop assistant didn't dare act carelessly when dealing with Yang Kai and said respectfully, "These ores are what customer needs. The total price is 17,000 high-rank Saint crystals. Because you are a regular customer, we'll give you a 20% discount, making it 13,600 Saint crystals. After deducting the Saint crystals required for these ores, customers' total is 45,400 Saint crystals. Would you like me to count them for you?" "No need." Yang Kai shook his head, secretly surprised by the price of these ores. The last time he had come here, the ores he bought had only cost 3,000 Saint crystals, but this time it was several times more expensive. No wonder Yang Yun said he was going to bleed out. Yang Kai believed that this shop assistant wouldn't try to trick him. After all, Qian Tong still had ideas about the artifact refiner behind him. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai collected all the ores and Saint crystals into his space ring, leaving behind 100 Saint crystals. The shop assistant smiled and shot a grateful look towards Yang Kai before respectfully sending him off, neither of them mentioning the 100 Saint crystals. On the 3rd floor of the firm, Qian Tong watched Yang Kai's back disappear from his field of vision, his brow furrowed deeply. He didn't know what method he could use to recruit Yang Kai into Shadow Moon Hall. He had tried twice today but had both failed. He didn't know what this young man's preferences were, but if he knew what they were, things would be much easier. Unfortunately, he couldn't send someone to follow him, which was really frustrating. There was a knock on the door again. "Come in." Qian Tong sat back down in his chair. The shop assistant walked in and immediately reported, "Elder, when that young man just left, he left 100 Saint crystals for this disciple." Qian Tong glanced at him in surprise. "Did you accept it?" This disciple didn't refuse. He didn't say it explicitly, but this disciple knows that he deliberately left it for this disciple. "Elder, if you can't accept it, I'll send it back to him now." The shop assistant cautiously observed Qian Tong's expression, fearing that the elder would become angry. Qian Tong waved his hand and said, "No need. Since he's giving it to you, you should accept it generously. This young man likes to be straightforward. If you feign kindness and decline, he might not be happy. And the next time he comes to buy ores, you have to give him more. Then, you have to tell him secretly. Do you understand?" "Understood. Right, what kind of ores did he buy this time? Was it the same as last time?" The shop assistant immediately shook his head. This time he bought 17,000 high-rank Saint crystals worth of ores. "According to your instructions, I gave him a 20% discount, so I accepted him 17,000 high-rank Saint crystals?" Qian Tong's face changed as he seemed to realize something and asked anxiously, "Did he buy origin-grade ores?" Qian Tong's expression changed and he suddenly burst into laughter. Good, as expected, as expected." Qian Tong seemed to be very excited and kept pacing back and forth around the room. The shop assistant was confused, not knowing why Elder Qian was so happy. In his impression, other than when he broke through to the second-order origin returning realm, the elder had never been as happy as he was today. A moment later, Qian Tong suddenly took out a piece of pure white jade and poured his divine sense into it before casually tossing it to the shop assistant. "Pass down the order. All the stewards of my Shadow Moon Hall's shops in Heavenly Fate City must remember this person's appearance. If he visits a shop, they must receive him with all their heart. Don't be too obvious about it, but give him preferential treatment if possible. If there is anyone who doesn't have eyes and offends him, I will make them regret being born in this world." Saying so, Qian Tong's aura became cold. The shop assistant trembled as he took the piece of jade and quietly examined it, quickly discovering that Yang Kai's appearance was engraved on it by Qian Tong's divine sense. Holding the piece of jade with both hands, the shop assistant immediately went out to inform all the stewards of Heavenly Fate City, not daring to delay. After the shop assistant left, Qian Tong swept the 7 artifacts placed on the table into his space ring and then rushed to Grandmaster Gulin's residence. He was going to tell Grandmaster Gulin that things were as he said. There was indeed an origin-grade artifact refiner behind Yang Kai. Although they had some guesses before and knew that the first artifact Yang Kai brought out was refined by an origin-grade artifact refiner, they were not sure whether this artifact refiner really existed. Perhaps Yang Kai had obtained that artifact by accident. Chapter 11:11. But now it was different. Since Yang Kai had bought origin grade ore, it meant that all his previous speculations had come true. Yang Kai had to discuss this matter with Grandmaster Gulin to see if he could make a personal trip. After all, artifact refiners had a lot in common, so perhaps Gulin would have a way to invite him. Qian Tong rushed to the palace and told Gulin about this matter, causing Gulin to also become excited. The two of them discussed whether they should let Gulin come forward to talk to Yang Kai next time. At the very least, they should let the artifact refiner behind him know that Gulin was interested in communicating with him. Dragon Cave Mountain. When Yang Kai returned, he found that Yang Inflammation was not inside the cave, causing him to be a little surprised. Quickly diving into the cave to investigate, the scene inside caused Yang Kai's face to sink as a cold, murderous intent flashed from the depths of his eyes. Yang Inflammation was a simple woman, so it was impossible for her to leave here for no reason, let alone escape with his precious materials. There were some traces of a struggle in the cave, which was also a good indication that Yang Inflammation had encountered some kind of danger. Yang Kai was furious. Without even mentioning the fact that he had just handed over the materials from the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion to Yang Yen, he had also bought a lot of or for her to refine an origin-grade defensive artifact for him. As for Yang Yen herself, an origin-grade artifact refiner who was diligently refining artifacts for him, Yang Kai wouldn't allow any accidents to happen to her. Who did this? The nearby Haiku family? There weren't many traces of battle left in the cave, so Yang Yen shouldn't have been entangled with the enemy here. Although she was an origin-grade artifact refiner, through his observations over the past few days, Yang Kai found that she didn't have much combat power. If it was really the Haiku family who did this, Yang Kai wouldn't even care about Wu Yi's face and would definitely storm the Haiku family. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai's monstrous anger soon subsided as he found that the situation wasn't as bad as he thought. Yang Inflammation was safe at the moment, but she seemed to be being chased by someone and was currently fleeing across the mountain range. She was currently in a gully a few dozen kilometers away from the cave. After learning the location of Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai immediately left the cave and rushed over, his Saint Chi surging as a fierce look appeared on his face. A moment later, the sound of Yang Inflammation's cries reached Yang Kai's ears, causing his heart to sink. Yang Yen. Yang Kai flew straight over and called out to her halfway through. Hearing Yang Kai's voice, who was still fleeing, was her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai, she quickly, her hands holding her black robes, and quickly rushed over. Around her body, there was a fiery red halo that was extremely hot. This was clearly a very high-grade defensive artifact. From the energy fluctuations flowing from this halo, Yang Kai estimated that even if he used his full strength, he wouldn't necessarily be able to hurt Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation's condition was also quite good. Besides looking a bit flustered and somewhat distressed, there were no scars on her body, allowing Yang Kai to relax. "Ooh, Yang Kai, save me! Someone is bullying me!" Yang Inflammation cried as she quickly ran behind Yang Kai to hide. "Don't be afraid." Yang Kai comforted her, his eyes turning cold as he stared forward. Several figures quickly flew over from that direction, one of them shouting angrily, "Cheap slut! You dare hurt me? You're dead." Before he could finish his words, a huge sword beam flew over from the other side. Everywhere the sword beam passed, cracks would appear on the ground, and trees would be crushed into powder. This sword wave was filled with cold, murderous intent, obviously not just a simple deterrent, but one that really wanted to take someone's life. Yang Kai coldly snorted and pulled Yang Inflammation to the side, avoiding the attack of this sword wave. 5 figures landed and surrounded Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation's tender body trembled as she tightly clutched onto Yang Kai's clothes, a look of horror filling her face. Even if her artifact refining skills were great, she was still just a little girl in her 20s. She had no combat experience, nor had she ever encountered a dangerous fight, so this time's experience had truly frightened her. Although Yang Kai had already arrived, seeing the fierce looks on the faces of these 5 people, she couldn't help feeling a little frightened. She didn't know if Yang Kai could deal with the situation in front of him. After all, she also knew that Yang Kai's strength wasn't high, only a third-order saint. Yang Kai turned his head to look at these people and couldn't help feeling a little stunned. Because he found that Yang Yen, who was being chased, was completely unscathed, but the 5 people who were chasing her all had wounds all over their bodies, especially the young man standing in front of him who looked about the same age as him. There were more than a dozen bloody holes on his gloomy face. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of attack had inflicted these wounds, but his face was covered in blood, making him look extremely terrifying. The other 4 people were also more or less covered in blood, the most serious of which had his abdomen scorched and was in unbearable pain. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, obviously having been burned by extremely hot flames. What happened? Yang Kai was confused, turning his head to look at Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation's face was still pale, her teeth chattering as she sobbed, "I don't know. I was resting in the cave when they broke in. That guy said he wanted me to accompany him, but I didn't want to, so he came up to pull me, so I summoned my sun-scorching shield and shot out my cold bone nails, injuring him. Then the other 4 people also rushed over, so I threw out the dragon beard rope, 10,000 flame handkerchief, colored glass ring, and profound cloud gold thread before running away. After that they began to chase me." I kept running and running, and then you came." Hearing Yang Inflammation say this, the faces of the 5 people who were gathered around were filled with embarrassment and anger. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a while, imagining the situation at that time in his mind. He imagined Yang Inflammation panicking, summoning all kinds of high-grade artifacts in the cave, and then beating these 5 people until they were crying for their mothers and fathers. Yang Kai suddenly wanted to laugh. Worthy of an origin-grade artifact refiner. Yang Kai never knew that Yang Inflammation actually had so many trump cards. Although her combat effectiveness and courage were somewhat lacking, with her luxurious array of artifacts and equipment, she wasn't someone who could be casually bullied. If she really wanted to kill these 5 people, they would have died long ago. Although he had worried for nothing, Yang Kai was still a little annoyed. Knowing that Yang Inflammation had an endless supply of artifacts, these 5 people still pursued her. This was a bit excessive. If they were smarter, they would have already retreated, but they still pursued her. Either they had taken a fancy to Yang Inflammation's beauty, or they had taken a fancy to Yang Inflammation's artifacts. The latter was more likely. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression became even colder. The young man with the bloody hole in his face was a little afraid of Yang Kai's sudden appearance, but after realizing that he was just a third-order Saint Cultivator, he immediately became arrogant and shouted, "Little brat, no matter who you are, no matter what relationship you have with this woman, this matter has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to die, hurry up and scram, otherwise don't blame this young master for killing you." Yang Kai laughed. "This is my territory, you dare act wildly in my territory and even want to touch my people, yet you say it has nothing to do with me? Your territory?" The young man showed a look of sudden realization. "You're from the Haiku family, right? Since that's the case, this matter should be easy." His expression suddenly became extremely relaxed as a look of arrogance appeared on his face as he pointed to himself and declared, "My name is Su Tianze." After saying so, he proudly waited for Yang Kai's reaction, as if his name should have some kind of deterrent effect. However, Yang Kai just stared at him indifferently, not responding at all. Su Tianze was stunned for a moment before shouting exaggeratedly, Hey, don't tell me you don't know who I am? Should I know who you are?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Who do you think you are?" Su Tianze looked at his 4 subordinates in amazement before laughing loudly. "The people of the Haiku family are getting worse and worse. There's actually someone who doesn't know who I, Su Tianze, am. Young master, this guy's strength isn't high, and he doesn't seem to be an important character in the Haiku family. It's likely he really hasn't heard of your name," one of the men next to him said. This explanation made Su Tianze's expression much better. Even in a small force like the Haiku family, this guy really couldn't make him take him seriously. The only thing he was worried about was the petite woman wearing a large black robe. This cheap woman had a mess of artifacts on her body, causing him to suffer a lot just now. If he didn't know about this, then it would have been fine, but after learning about it, Su Tianze naturally wouldn't give up. Those artifacts were really something to covet. On top of that, this woman didn't seem to know how to fight and only knew how to run away. If that was the case, Yang Kai was quite sure he would be able to obtain both her wealth and her body. This woman was really top grade. Her breasts, her ass, even that large black robe couldn't hide her proud charm. Su Tianze could already imagine what this woman would look like after stripping her naked, causing his blood to boil. He had never thought that just by passing by this place and seeing that the world energy aura here was quite good, he would actually obtain such a big harvest. Seeing Su Tianze's eyes staring at him, Yang Yen subconsciously grabbed Yang Kai's clothes and hid behind him, whispering, "Yang Kai, they have 4 Saint Kings, we should run." Saint Kings are amazing? The number of Saint Kings who have died at my hands isn't just 1 or 2. Yang Kai patted Yang Yen on the shoulder. "You think you can kill Saint Kings?" Su Tianze seemed to have heard a joke and laughed loudly. "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do the people of the Haiku family speak without thinking? Su Wei, go up and teach him a lesson, let him know what a Saint King is." "Yes, young master." The cultivator who was named grinned and walked forward step by step, cracking his neck as he walked. "Little brat, provoking my family's young master, your end will be very miserable. Provoking me, your end won't be any better. After you die, you can regret it." Yang Kai looked at him faintly, and as soon as his voice fell, a jet black flame suddenly appeared and shot towards the cultivator named Su Wei. Chapter 11:12. A burst of demonic flames suddenly appeared, carrying with it a monstrous momentum as it shot towards the Saint King Realm cultivator named Su Wei. Su Wei's expression became fierce as he laughed. "Fire attribute cultivator? What this father fears the least is the fire attribute." Saying so, a mist of energy suddenly appeared on the surface of his body and a series of ripples spread out from him. Su Wei was like a stone thrown into a lake, splashing out tens of thousands of ripples. These ripples intertwined with each other and contained an extremely powerful force that met the demonic flames head-on, intending to extinguish them first before strangling Yang Kai to let this arrogant little brat know just how big the gap between them was. As soon as he saw Su Wei use his strength, Yang Kai knew that he cultivated a water attribute secret art and understood where Su Wei's self-confidence came from. Since ancient times, water and fire were incompatible, so Su Wei's strength clearly restrained Yang Kai. What's more, Su Wei's cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, so if he still couldn't win, his several dozen years of cultivation would have been in vain. Su Tianze and the remaining Saint Kings clearly knew Su Wei's background, so they crossed their arms and stood to the side to watch the show, their eyes filled with ridicule and disdain as they stared towards Yang Kai. In their opinion, Yang Kai would die without a doubt. It was absolutely impossible for him to escape from Su Wei's water attribute secret art. Perhaps they wouldn't even be able to find an intact piece of flesh. Su Wei sneered, and so did Yang Kai. Both of their eyes were filled with confidence as they stared at each other as if they were looking at a dead man, completely devoid of emotion. Water-like ripples spread over, but the extreme heat in the ball of devilish flames suddenly changed, becoming extremely cold. The spreading ripples were completely frozen in midair, as if they had been completely frozen. Su Wei's sneer stiffened on his face as he stared blankly at the strange scene in front of him, somewhat unable to understand why his strength had been restrained by this ball of flames. Although this ball of flames was pitch black and looked a bit strange, it was still only displayed by a third-order Saint cultivator. How much energy did it have to stop his power from spreading? While Su Wei was absent-minded, a soft sound rang out, and a scene that made Su Wei's soul fly out of his body appeared. The frozen water ripples were all burning, and the burning flames were spreading towards him at an incomparably ferocious speed. The pitch-black fireball exuded a strange fluctuation of alternating heat and cold, mixed with the terrifying aura of yang and evil that could not coexist, and directly bombarded Su Wei's body. The Saint Chi he used to protect his body didn't play a protective role at all. On the contrary, it only served to add fuel to the fire, causing it to burn even more fiercely. Su Wei only had time to scream before his body was engulfed in black flames. Yang Kai leapt into the air, displaying his martial skills and summoning his artifacts one by one in an attempt to extinguish the flames on his body, but it was all to no avail. The burning black flames were like ghosts chasing after his life, sticking to his body as they burned more and more fiercely. Yang Kai opened his mouth in pain but couldn't make a single sound, as if even his voice was being swallowed by the flames. In less than 10 breaths of time, Su Wei fell from the sky like a burning fireball, smashing into the ground and disintegrating. A charred stench suddenly filled the air, causing everyone who smelled it to feel like vomiting. Su Tianze and the remaining 3 Saint King Realm cultivator had never expected Yang Kai to be so ruthless. With just a third-order Saint cultivation, he had killed a first-order Saint King cultivator with just a wave of his hand. What kind of flames were those? Su Wei had been unable to fight back at all. It wasn't until now that everyone realized that what Yang Kai had said just now didn't seem to be boasting. The number of Saint Kings who had died at his hands wasn't limited to just 1 or 2. With such means, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill Saint Kings. Considering all this, Two of them felt their hearts beating rapidly as they stared at Yang Kai with eyes filled with horror and dread. Their cultivations were similar to Su Wei's, perhaps even lower, but Yang Kai could kill Su Wei in a single blow, so killing them would be as easy as flipping his hand. Between life and death, the two of them trembled, unable to advance or retreat for a time, turning their eyes to the strongest of their group for help. This was a balding middle-aged man whose cultivation was higher than Su Wei and the other two, but he was still only a second-order Saint King. After seeing the terrifying power of the demonic flames, this man knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. Because he had no way to resist this kind of burning, the black flames seemed capable of incinerating everything in the world, bringing unimaginable despair to anyone who saw them. "What are you all gawking for?" He killed Su Wei. "Charge. Tear this bastard into 10,000 pieces, I want him to die a horrible death." Su Tianzhe, the one with the lowest cultivation, stomped his feet and cursed. Although Su Tianzhe was the young master of the Su family, his aptitude was truly unsightly. The Su family had used countless precious treasures to help him temper his body over the years, but even now he was only a third-order saint. Without aptitude on the martial Tao, Su Tianzhe didn't try to improve himself and instead spent all his time indulging in debauchery. Relying on the prestige of the Su family, no one in the vicinity dared to provoke him. What's more, he always had 4 Saint King realm bodyguards with him, so besides a great force like Shadow Moon Hall, no one dared to have any ideas about him. Today, one of his bodyguards had suddenly died for no apparent reason. Su Tianzhe hadn't seen how powerful Yang Kai was and only knew that his face had been damaged, so he immediately wanted revenge. Hearing him shout like this, the 3 Saint King realm masters all stared at him with difficulty. At this moment, all of them hoped that their waste young master would shut his stinky mouth. Could this idiot not see that the 3 of them were clay bodhisattvas crossing a river and were powerless to protect themselves? The bald middle-aged man suddenly turned to the other 2 and shouted, "You should know what will happen to you if something happens to the young master." When the 2 Saint Kings heard this, they immediately turned to look at Yang Kai and summoned their defensive artifacts without saying a word before pouncing towards Yang Kai. One of them raised his hand and a silver light filled the surrounding space. This silver light was filled with murderous intent and quickly wrapped around Yang Kai. The other man silently appeared behind Yang Kai and summoned a huge tiger phantom from his body, biting towards Yang Kai's neck. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Yang Inflammation, who was hiding behind Yang Kai. As long as he caught this woman, he could use her as a bargaining chip to force Yang Kai to compromise. Although this woman was covered in powerful artifacts, she didn't understand how to fight, so it shouldn't be difficult to capture her. The 2 Saint Kings, one in front and one behind, cooperated closely. Obviously, this was not the first time they had worked together, so they were quite familiar with each other's strength and movements. Yang Kai stood in place, motionless. Just as the silver light was about to reach him, a ring of black flames suddenly appeared around his body, as if he was on fire. Not only did this ring wrap around him, even Yang Yen, who was still holding onto his clothes, was wrapped in it. The silver light bombarded this demonic flame and instantly melted. The cultivator who had rushed in front of Yang Kai paled, realizing that he had underestimated this young man's ability and hurriedly retreated. "You think you can escape?" Yang Kai stretched out his hand and punched the man's chest. The Saint King grade low-rank defensive artifact armor he was wearing was as fragile as a piece of paper, and Yang Kai's attack directly punched a hole in it. Even the Saint King grade low-rank artifact's chest had caved in. Like an arrow released from a bow, the man flew out quickly, his artifact armor and body completely burned away by the demonic flame, dying before he even hit the ground. The moment Yang Kai's fist hit the man's chest, a scream rang out from behind him. The cultivator who wanted to capture Yang Inflammation as a bargaining chip had just placed his hand on Yang Inflammation's shoulder when he was burned by Yang Kai's demonic flame. He hurriedly pulled back his hand, but the devil flame spread to his arm at an extremely fast speed. This person was also decisive. He pulled out a long sword and directly cut off his own arm. He would rather cut off his own arm than let the demonic flame burn his body. His two companions had been burned to death like this, so how could he not understand the horror of this demonic flame? After cutting off his own arm, he tried to escape without looking back, but to his despair, another mass of black flames suddenly appeared in front of him and slammed directly into his face. Cold and hot simultaneously, the cultivator instantly realized that his face was no longer there. Using his remaining hand, he scratched desperately, trying to get rid of the flames, but to no avail. His face was scratched to pieces and the flames quickly burned his entire body, causing him to twitch and twitch uncontrollably. It was obvious that he would not survive. Xianxia turned his head and looked into the distance. The bald middle-aged man had taken Su Tianze and fled at the same time as the other two people. Su Tianze, who was being carried on his shoulder, was still shouting loudly, wanting Xianxia to pay the price and so on. Xianxia's figure flashed and was about to chase after them, but who would have thought that a pulling force would drag him from behind? Only then did he remember that Yang Inflammation had been holding onto his clothes. From the strength of this pulling force, it seemed that Yang Inflammation had used even more strength. Looking back at her, he was shocked to find that Yang Inflammation's face was extremely pale, her spirit was quite weak, and her tender body was trembling, like a quail that had nowhere to hide in the cold winter. Yang Inflammation. Xianxia was shocked. He thought that Yang Inflammation had been secretly poisoned by these people, so he didn't care about killing them all. Instead, he sent out a burst of spiritual energy towards the bald middle-aged man and Su Tianze. A faint blue light burst from Su Tianze's waist, offsetting some of the damage from Xianxia's spiritual energy attack. Even so, Su Tianze fainted without a word. The bald middle-aged man coughed up a mouthful of blood as if his head had been pierced by thousands of needles. His knowledge trembled and his soul was nearly destroyed. How is this possible? The bald middle-aged man was horrified. He hadn't expected that not only was Xianxia's Saint Qi so powerful, but even his spiritual energy was so terrifying. He was 2 minor realms higher than Xianxia, but he had still almost been killed. If it weren't for Su Tianze's soul-type artifact, the two of them might have died already. Not daring to delay any longer, he hurriedly fled with Su Tianze as fast as he could. Chapter 11:13. Yang Inflammation. Xianxia nervously supported Yang Inflammation as he swept her with his divine sense. After a while, he calmed down and found that things were not as he had thought. Yang Inflammation had not suffered any kind of vicious attack and there were no traces of injuries on her body, but she seemed to have suffered a great shock, causing her current mental state to be somewhat unstable. Gently patting her back, Yang Inflammation struggled to look up at Xianxia, her face suddenly turning even paler as she struggled to run to the side and began retching violently, seemingly vomiting out all of her internal organs. Xianxia stared at her with a strange expression. After a long time, Yang Inflammation whispered, "Xianxia, I feel a little dizzy." As soon as she finished speaking, she fell straight to the ground. What? Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry and quickly stepped forward to support her, only to find that she really had fainted, her small face still pale and bloodless, her soft body cold. Xianxia sighed, shaking his head as he picked up Yang Inflammation and walked towards the cave. The interior of the cave was not much damaged. After all, the battle here had been too short, and the 7-colored spirit-gathering flags that Xianxia had arranged had not been taken away. Returning to the stone room, Xianxia placed Yang Inflammation on the bed and covered her with a quilt, looking at her unconscious face with some pity and amusement. Xianxia had originally planned to kill that Su Tianze, but now that Yang Inflammation was in such a state, it was not convenient for him to leave, so he could only stand by and watch. Xianxia had not been on Shadowed Star for long and had always held the mentality of not causing trouble, but now that he had attracted some trouble for no reason, he was naturally not willing to return alive. But even if Su Tianze went back and found some helpers, Xianxia was not afraid. According to Wu Yi, there were no Origin King Realm Masters on Shadowed Star, and the strongest master in her Haiku family was only a 3rd Order Saint King. That Su Tianze obviously wasn't from a great force, so it was unlikely he would be able to find a decent master. Yang Inflammation slept for several days. No one knew what kind of nightmares she was having. From time to time, she would scream and look very frightened. Every time, she would need Yang Kai to calm her down. 3 days later, Yang Inflammation slowly woke up. Yang Kai sat by the bed and looked at her. After staring at Yang Kai for a while, Yang Inflammation shyly turned her head away and blushed. "Eat something first." Yang Kai casually threw a package over. It seemed that Yang Inflammation smelled the fragrance of the fruit, and it seemed that he really needed to replenish his strength. He immediately got up and opened the package. When he saw some yellow fruits inside, he beamed with joy and ate them. His pale face gradually became rosy. Seeing her complexion improve, Yang Kai asked curiously, "Have you never seen a dead person before?" The reason why Yang Inflammation fell into a coma was not because she was injured, but because she was frightened. She had been frightened by the tragic deaths of the people who had died in front of her. Yang Kai had long known that she was timid, but he hadn't expected her to be timid to this extent. Just because a few irrelevant people had died, she had fallen into a coma for 3 days. If she had seen such a bloody battlefield, how could she still live? However, Yang Kai also knew that everyone had a first time. Although his first time killing people wasn't as bad as Yang Inflammation's, his mood had also fluctuated greatly. It was just that his endurance was much stronger than Yang Inflammation's, and his psychological strength was also not something she could compare to. Yang Kai's question caused Yang Inflammation, who was eating with relish, to immediately put down the fruit in her hand and cover her mouth. "Are you serious?" Yang Kai was surprised, thinking that it had been 3 days, and there were still sequelae. How in the world did this girl survive in this chaotic world? With her courage and ability, Yang Kai felt that it was a miracle that she could grow up safely. Yang Inflammation's face was bitter, and she didn't speak. She just waved at Yang Kai and took deep breaths. After a while, she gradually calmed down. "I have seen dead people before, but I have never seen such a disgusting way to die." Yang Inflammation looked at Yang Kai with some lingering fear. Those people were burned alive, and the most unbearable thing for her was the burnt smell that rushed into her nostrils. She never knew that roasted human flesh would smell like this. "AI, the next time I kill someone, you should close your eyes." Yang Kai sighed. "There will be a next time?" Yang Inflammation's face was bitter. "Maybe." Yang Kai nodded. "Let's not talk about this, you continue to eat." Yang Inflammation nodded and grabbed the fruit to eat again. After eating for a while, she asked curiously, "Where did you get this?" "It seems to be able to clear one's mind and restore one's strength." "Someone gave it to me." Yang Kai didn't say who it was. Although these fruits were rare, they weren't very valuable, otherwise, Qian Tong wouldn't have been so generous. "By the way, did you buy the ores?" Yang Inflammation asked again. "I bought them, but you should rest for a few days. When you recover, you can start refining again." Yang Kai really didn't trust her to help him refine origin-grade artifacts in such a state. Artifact refining and alchemy both required an extremely stable state of mind. Once there was external interference, it could cause irreparable damage. Yang Inflammation rested for a few more days before taking a large number of precious ores from Yang Kai and entering into artifact refining retreat. She seemed to have forgotten everything that had happened before. This woman's mind was relatively simple. Although she was as timid as a mouse, such a person's life wasn't tiring because she didn't think too much and was easily satisfied. His stone room and the 7-colored spirit-gathering flags were occupied by Yang Inflammation. Yang Kai left the cave and found a quiet place to sit down cross-legged. Looking at the clouds and mist around him, he was very satisfied with the changes in this place. It had been several months since the spirit array had been arranged in this mountain and the gathering of world energy had begun to take effect. The mist floating above the mountain peak was getting thicker and thicker, indicating that the world energy here was gradually becoming stronger. Yang Kai himself wasn't in the cave, but his divine sense was constantly monitoring it, fearing that Yang Inflammation would have an accident, or that Su Tianze would find someone to take revenge on Yang Inflammation and disturb her artifact refining. Yang Inflammation was now refining the origin-grade defensive artifact that Yang Kai had requested. At such a critical moment, Yang Kai would not allow any accidents to occur. Time passed day by day and everything was peaceful. One day, Yang Kai was meditating when a voice suddenly sounded in his mind, "I've recovered." Hearing this voice, Yang Kai was overjoyed and immediately realized that the divine tree had woken up. Last time on Rainfall Star, in order to expel the profound Yin sunflower water from Shuiyu's body, Yang Kai had used the divine tree's power, causing it to consume too much energy and fall into a deep sleep. Now, several years later, the divine tree had finally woken up. "How do you feel?" Yang Kai immediately sent a message. "Not bad. It's just that you don't seem to have changed much. Did I only sleep for a short time?" The divine tree was puzzled. When Yang Kai borrowed its power, he was a third-order saint, and now he was still a third-order saint. His cultivation hadn't improved much, which was not in line with Yang Kai's aptitude. "It's been several years, I don't know exactly how long." "Then how did you—" "There was an accident." Yang Kai chuckled and told the divine tree about what happened in the body-tempering divine pond. Yang Kai didn't hide anything from this yang attribute divine tree that had its own consciousness. Its consciousness was something he had stimulated, so it had a great deal of dependence on him. Although it was a tree, it was somewhat like a companion to Yang Kai. Yang Kai had always remembered the promise he had made to it, which was to find a suitable place for it to take root and recuperate. However, for so many years, he had been constantly running around without much time to settle down. Although he had visited many places, he had never found a suitable place, and the divine tree had never urged him, causing Yang Kai to blush with shame. "You mean to say that although your realm hasn't changed much, you've obtained a mysterious golden blood?" The divine tree seemed to be very interested in his golden blood. "Do you want to try?" "Good." Yang Kai immediately squeezed out a drop of golden blood and dropped it into the demon mystic tome, where it was absorbed by the divine tree. A moment later, Yang Kai's expression became one of surprise. Although Yang Kai did not know what had happened to the divine tree after absorbing his drop of golden blood, there was a close connection between him and the divine tree, one that was even firmer than before, allowing them to communicate with each other much more easily than before. Yang Kai immersed himself in this and could even feel the joy and excitement of the divine tree. Its broad branches and leaves were constantly shaking, as if it had been greatly nourished, sending out an extremely satisfied message to his soul. After a long time, the divine tree let out a long sigh of relief and said excitedly, "The vitality contained in your golden blood is too great, and it seems that without the previous restriction of yang liquid, this golden blood can be absorbed by any attribute world spirit treasure, enhancing their vitality and greatly shortening their growth cycle." Previously, yang liquid could only be used on yang attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines, but golden blood was different. There was no such restriction at all because the vitality contained in golden blood could be absorbed by any spirit grass or spirit medicine. The divine tree had originally borne several dozen small fruits, which Yang Kai had eaten a long time ago and contained a large amount of yang attribute energy. These small fruits had only grown later, and the growth of these fruits was extremely slow. After so many years, they were only the size of grapes, but after a drop of golden blood was absorbed by the divine tree, these fruits began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, only stopping when they were the size of walnuts. "Interesting," Yang Kai smiled. "It seems that it will be a good choice for me to cultivate spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the future." Yang Kai had been exploring the magical effects of his golden blood all this time. Previously, a drop of golden blood had escaped into the starry sky and was still shuttling back and forth through the star field. Yang Kai could constantly use his divine sense to investigate the situation around his golden blood, and now that he had discovered that his golden blood was of great help to the growth of spirit grasses and spirit medicines, it was a pleasant surprise. "Since it's helpful to you, I'll give you a few more drops," Yang Kai said, not being stingy, squeezing out a few more drops of golden blood and sending them into the demon mystic tome. The divine tree didn't have time to stop him. Although it was a world spirit treasure, it already had its own sentience and knew that such a drop of golden blood was not easy to obtain, but since Xianxia had already squeezed out a drop, he naturally couldn't waste it and simply absorbed it all. Chapter 11:14. 4 Drops of Golden Blood. If Xianxia had relied on meditation to cultivate, he would have had to meditate for 12 months, which was a full year, before he could condense these 4 drops of golden blood with his accumulated Saint Qi. The divine tree absorbed them all in just a moment. Just as Xianxia was about to ask about the situation, the divine tree sent him a message. I seem to be going to sleep again. What do you mean? Xianxia was shocked, wondering if the vitality contained in the golden blood was so strong that even the divine tree couldn't bear it. This is a good thing. I think that after I wake up, I will break through. You don't have to worry about that. If you have time, take a look at those 2 pitch-black stones. They seem to be a bit strange, the divine tree said before falling into a deep sleep. No matter how Xianxia called out, there was no response. The divine tree can also break through? Xianxia's expression became strange, but since the divine tree said so, it shouldn't be wrong. Xianxia couldn't help looking forward to it, wondering what kind of changes the divine tree would undergo after it woke up again. What Xianxia cared about now was the last words the divine tree said before it fell asleep, asking him to take a look at the 2 pitch-black stones. Only then did Xianxia remember that it had been a long time since he had paid any attention to these 2 strange pitch-black round stones. Ever since he had spent a lot of Saint crystals on Water Moon Star to purchase countless rare ores as nutrients for them, he had completely forgotten about these 2 pitch-black round stones. Quickly immersing himself in the demon mystic tome, Xianxia began examining them. At first glance, Xianxia was dumbfounded. The mountain-like pile of rare ores had all disappeared at this moment. The essence of these ores had obviously been absorbed by the 2 pitch-black round stones, leaving only some impurities behind. Among these impurities, there was a fairly obvious vitality that Xianxia could even hear a strong heartbeat. What's going on? Xianxia pushed aside the impurities and immediately saw the 2 pitch-black round stones. These 2 stones were now somewhat different. Both stones exuded a vigorous vitality, but only one of them was giving off a heartbeat. Are these things alive? Xianxia couldn't believe his eyes and quickly took out the 2 pitch-black round stones and placed them in front of him. He looked at it carefully and was soon shocked. The pitch-black round stone that emitted the heartbeat was wriggling slowly inside, as if there was a living creature wrapped in it. The clear lines on the surface of the round stone were as complicated as the meridians of the human body. It looked like the protruding belly of a pregnant woman, and within that belly was a new life. The other piece was different. It did not have the sound of a heartbeat, but the vitality it exuded was just as strong. Xianxia stared blankly, not knowing what to do. Although he had owned these 2 pitch-black round stones for many years, he still knew nothing about their secrets. He immediately recalled what Guizhou had said to him on the floating continent. Take good care of them. You'll be surprised one day. Guizhou was an Origin King realm master who had lived for 2,000 years and was extremely knowledgeable. He clearly knew what these 2 pitch-black round stones were, but at that time, Xianxia's relationship with him was not very harmonious, so Xianxia did not ask about them. Guizhou also did not take the initiative to tell him, so even now, Xianxia was still confused about them. These 2 pitch-black round stones were brought over from Tongxian realm. Since Guizhou recognized them, it meant that they were originally products of Star Field, but Xianxia did not know how they had ended up in Tongxian realm. Was it time for him to be surprised? Xianxia sat cross-legged on the spot and began circulating his secret art while paying attention to the movements of yang inflammation and the 2 pitch-black round stones. Time flew by and more than 10 days passed. The 2 pitch-black round stones had not changed much, but Xianxia was very impatient. He was very eager to know what these 2 stones in front of him were hiding and whether there was really a living creature inside. After thinking about it, Xianxia carefully squeezed out a drop of golden blood and dripped it onto the round stone from which the heartbeat was coming. Since his golden blood contained a huge amount of vitality, allowing the divine tree to enter a dormant state of evolution. There was no reason it would not work on this pitch-black round stone. As soon as his golden blood dripped onto it, the heartbeat coming from inside the pitch-black round stone really did become much more violent. The golden blood seeped into it, causing the whole stone to exude a fierce golden glow. Some obvious changes appeared on the round stone as the meridian-like lines on its surface pulsed, as if something was about to break out of its shell. Xianxia stared unblinkingly, not wanting to miss a single detail. Kacha. A crisp sound rang out, causing Xianxia to shiver as he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. A small crack appeared on the pitch-black round stone, and soon, this crack grew larger and spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the whole pitch-black round stone split open from the middle, revealing what was inside. Xianxia saw this and was instantly dumbfounded. Although he had some guesses in his heart, when he saw the scene in front of him, he was still dumbfounded. There really was a living creature inside the pitch-black round stone. It was basically an egg that was madly absorbing the essence of minerals. Xianxia had cultivated it for so many years, consuming countless rare ores, but now, he had finally managed to cultivate something inside it to the point of breaking out of its shell. At this moment, a gray thing was sitting in front of Xianxia. It looked like a stone sculpture, its whole body exuding a simple luster. It had 4 limbs, a head, and clear facial features. It was clearly a stone golem only the size of a palm. Just as Xianxia was looking at it, it slowly stood up, a look of great difficulty on its face as it staggered, almost falling to the ground again. Xianxia's eyes were sharp and his hands were quickly helping it up. Its arms were extraordinarily long, reaching all the way to the ground, its back was slightly stooped, its legs were bent, and its body was composed of delicate pieces of stone, giving it a very angular appearance. Although it had facial features, it looked quite simple-minded, and when combined with its clumsy movements, it was as dumb as could be. Xianxia was stunned. It turned its head and looked around blankly, but when its gray eyes saw Xianxia, it paused for a moment. Because it had absorbed a drop of Xianxia's golden blood, it seemed to be very curious about Xianxia, and just like the divine tree, Xianxia felt that there was an inseparable connection between him and this stone golem. After looking at it for a while, it no longer paid attention to Xianxia and instead stretched out its 2 long arms, picked up the pitch-black stone shell on the ground, put it into its mouth, and began chewing. Seeing this stone golem eat with relish, Xianxia couldn't help sighing in his heart. What the hell is this thing? Although Xianxia had never tried this pitch-black stone shell before, he knew that it was extremely hard. After all, it had absorbed the essence of ores for so many years, and after so many years of precipitation, its defensive power was no less than an origin-grade defensive artifact, perhaps even stronger. However, this pitch-black stone shell was as fragile as tofu in the mouth of this little stone golem. After a while, the pitch-black stone shell was eaten clean, leaving nothing behind. After eating the stone shell, the little stone golem seemed to be a little tired and staggered over to Xianxia, climbing up Xianxia's thigh. Xianxia wanted to test this little stone golem's ability, so he stretched out his hand and flicked it on the forehead. The little stone golem immediately turned into a rolling gourd and rolled away. Xianxia's face went black as he thought to himself, I've cultivated this thing for so many years and consumed so many ores, yet this is all I've managed to raise? Although it's hard enough, it seems to be a bit fragile. The little stone golem stood up, shook its head, and walked over to Xianxia again. After finally reaching Xianxia's side, it continued to climb up his thigh. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but this time he didn't flick it and just let it climb up his body. It didn't care about this, as long as it was on Xianxia's body, it directly lay down on its back, closed its eyes, and fell asleep. Xianxia looked at it, shook his head and sighed. He didn't despise this little guy for being useless, it was just a little different from his original expectations. Xianxia thought he would be able to obtain 2 high-quality ores and was planning to cultivate them until the time was right to use these 2 pitch-black round stones to create an Origin King grade artifact. How could he have known this little stone golem would appear? This was a little disappointing. Looking at it for a while though, Xianxia suddenly froze as his eyes focused on the chest of the little stone golem, where a dark red light was faintly discernible. Immediately, Xianxia used his soul escape technique to become the demon race mystic tome and carefully searched for it. After a while, Xianxia took back his soul sense and wore a strange expression. He finally understood why the two pitch-black round stones were somewhat different. It was because of the blood essence stone. The blood essence stone he had placed inside the demon mystic tome was now on the chest of this little stone golem, seemingly acting as its heart. Xianxia only had one blood essence stone, and now that it was occupied by this little stone golem, the other pitch-black round stone naturally wouldn't emit any heartbeat sounds. Xianxia believed that there was definitely a little stone golem inside the pitch-black round stone, but without the blood essence stone acting as its heart, it shouldn't be able to break out of its shell. Was there a relationship between the blood essence stone and this thing? Xianxia became more and more confused, unable to figure out what was going on for a while. Yang Yen was still refining the origin-grade defensive artifact and seemed to have reached a critical juncture. The energy fluctuations coming from the cave were much stronger than before, so Xianxia stood guard outside, not daring to disturb him casually. However, he wasn't bored right now. Since the appearance of this little stone golem, Xianxia had been studying its secrets. Several days had passed, but the little guy hadn't grown up at all. On the other hand, it was very interested in the location of Yang Yen. When Xianxia wasn't paying attention, it would try to run in that direction, as if there was something there that attracted it. With no other choice, Xianxia could only order it not to approach the cave. After a few days of observation, Xianxia also discovered a problem. Although this little stone golem showed signs of life and could be regarded as a kind of living creature, it didn't have much ability to think. Unlike the divine tree, this little stone golem's intelligence was very low and everything it did relied on instinct to act. Other than that, it only obeyed Xianxia's orders. Chapter 11:15. Xianxia didn't know if it was because it had absorbed the golden blood, but the little stone man was absolutely obedient to Xianxia, carrying out all of his orders meticulously. However, even if Xianxia wanted to communicate with it, he couldn't. He had hoped that the little stone man would evolve his own sentience like the divine tree, but looking at the current situation, this was somewhat impossible. It was more like a puppet with a life of its own. A few days later, Xianxia discovered that the little stone man had a very strange ability, which was to dig holes in the ground. The speed at which the little stone man dug holes in the mountain was incredible. Xianxia had discovered this by accident. Because of his orders, the little stone man didn't dare to approach the cave where Yang Inflammation was, but for some reason, it always wanted to drill deeper into the ground. In just a breath of time, it had drilled several dozen meters into the ground, and no matter how hard the ground was, it couldn't stop its progress. Xianxia also experimented with some hard ores and found that no matter how hard the ores were, the little stone man could easily drill a large hole in them. This ability was quite good, but Xianxia didn't understand why it had such an ability. Looking at its square head, Xianxia really couldn't figure out how it was able to do this. Xianxia originally thought that there might be some kind of rare ore in the ground that attracted the little stone man, but after careful investigation, Xianxia rejected this idea. On the entire Dragon Cave Mountain, there were no spirit grasses, spirit medicines, or valuable ores. Before Xianxia arranged the spirit array, aside from its beautiful scenery, it was nothing but a barren mountain. Even now, the only difference was that the world energy aura here was slightly richer than elsewhere, but there wasn't anything special about it. As long as Dragon Cave Mountain wasn't emptied out, Xianxia didn't bother with this little guy. It had only been able to break out of its shell because he had inadvertently obtained a blood essence stone, but the little stone man wrapped in a pitch-black round stone wasn't so lucky. If Xianxia wanted it to come out, he would probably need to find another blood essence stone. However, this kind of thing was really too rare. Xianxia had been in Star Territory for some time now, but he had never heard of anyone possessing a blood essence stone. It seemed that even in Star Territory, blood essence stones were rare goods. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating when he suddenly felt a shocking energy fluctuation from the cave. This energy fluctuation disappeared in a flash, and in the next moment, Yang Inflammation's triumphant laughter reached his ears. Success? Yang Kai's expression filled with joy, and he quickly rushed into the cave. Inside the stone room, the human-sized furnace was still exuding an astonishing amount of heat. Yang Inflammation stood in place with her clothes dripping wet. It was obvious that she had expended a great deal of effort to refine this artifact and was sweating profusely. Even her hair was disheveled, making her look like a madwoman. The black robe she was wearing had been taken off at some point, leaving her in only a thin gauze skirt. Her clothes were soaked in sweat and stuck tightly to her body. When Yang Kai rushed in, the first thing he saw was not his artifact, but an extremely alluring figure. Her round buttocks were ridiculously perky, as if a pair of big hands were holding them up, giving her an enchanting demeanor. The exaggerated curve of her waist was captivating while her lower abdomen was flat and smooth. Through her wet clothes, Yang Kai could clearly see the shape and color of the undergarments Yang Inflammation was wearing. A pair of pink undergarments, about the size of a palm, just enough to cover the most sensitive parts of her body, causing one's imagination to run wild. Underneath her upper body was a light red doo-doo, and the two protrusions on her chest were obvious. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, not knowing whether he should withdraw or not. Yang Inflammation, on the other hand, ran over excitedly, not even noticing that her body was somewhat exposed. Handing over an oval-shaped artifact to Yang Kai, she said softly, Look, this is an origin-grade low-rank artifact. I didn't lie to you, I'm an origin-grade artifact refiner. Yang Kai took it and found that this shield-shaped artifact was much lighter than he had imagined, seemingly weightless. However, the surface of the shield was filled with a faint purple light. Yang Kai knew that this was the natural luster of the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion's carapace. The surface of the shield was not flat and had sharp barbs on it, but Yang Kai didn't know what they were for. However, Yang Kai keenly discovered that this shield was filled with the power of the earth and wind attributes. Seeing his careful observation, Yang Inflammation immediately took the initiative to explain, I also integrated the monster core of the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion into it. The main material of this shield was originally the carapace of the monster beast, so after integrating its monster core, it will gain some of the abilities of the monster beast when it was alive. Of course, you'll have to explore this on your own because I don't know what abilities this scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion had when it was alive. Sandstorm? Yang Kai muttered to himself, immediately recalling the place where he had discovered the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion when he had followed Gui Che and the others. At that time, the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion had been hiding in a sandstorm that covered a radius of several dozen kilometers. Sandstorm. Yang Inflammation nodded. Not bad, this shield is the result of my blood, sweat, and tears. You should use it carefully in the future. Not only can it be used for defense, but the spikes on the shield can also be used to counterattack. If you use it well, you'll have no problem fighting those above your realm. No, you definitely won't have any problems fighting those above your realm. With such an artifact in hand, I guarantee that no Saint King Realm cultivator will be able to hurt you, unless you're going to stand there and let others use you as a target. As Yang Inflammation spoke, he patted his chest vigorously, making a solemn vow, completely ignoring the fact that Yang Kai had killed several Saint King Realm cultivators with his own strength a few days ago. Her small hand patted her soft chest but was bounced away by the towering jade peaks. Her surname seems to be quite amazing. Yang Kai couldn't help glancing over at her white and deep cleavage. If it weren't for you rushing me this time, I could have refined it even better, but it doesn't matter, origin grade low rank is only its temporary grade. And, if you can find better ores in the future, I can refine it even more and raise its grade. I'm talking to you, are you listening? What are you looking at? Yang Inflammation didn't know why Yang Kai was showing such an absent-minded look, but when he looked down he immediately understood why Yang Kai was like this. Her cheeks, which had been flushed red from the high temperature, suddenly became even redder, as if blood was about to drip from them. After 3 breaths, a scream rang out from the cave as Yang Inflammation squatted on the ground, holding her arms across her chest to block the exposed spring scenery, glaring at Yang Kai bitterly as she cursed, "Rogue, shameless, shameless. I worked so hard to refine this artifact for you, yet you actually... She felt wronged. Yang Kai just grinned and didn't say anything. After she cursed a few more times, Yang Kai said, "There's a pool over there, the water is from a mountain stream, go wash yourself." "I know." Yang Inflammation bit her red lips and hugged herself tightly, urging, "Get out." Good, I'll go." Yang Kai nodded quickly, but before he could leave, a rustling sound came from under Yang Inflammation's feet. Immediately, a small hole appeared in the ground and a gray head poked out. On this slightly square head, a pair of eyes stared blankly at Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation screamed even louder, slapping the small gray head into the hole before jumping up like a frightened rabbit and directly into Yang Kai's arms. With a soft and warm body in his arms, and 2 full breasts pressing against him, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little restless. What made him feel the most speechless was that Yang Inflammation's 2 legs actually wrapped around his waist. He knew she was timid, but it seemed he had overestimated her courage. She seemed to be extremely scared, her tender body trembling as she hugged Yang Kai tightly, constantly looking back, her beautiful eyes filled with fear. After discovering that there was nothing in the hole, she couldn't help but ask, "What was that? What was that? I felt like it was looking at me just now." Yang Kai didn't know how to explain this. The little stone man, who was usually very obedient, had actually run into the cave on his own today and had even drilled out of the ground. No wonder Yang Yen had been scared half to death. "Is it gone?" Yang Inflammation asked again. "It's gone." "Is it really gone?" She released her divine sense and found that there really wasn't anything there. Only then did she let out a heavy sigh. Coming back to her senses, she was stunned to find herself hugging Kai Yang's neck, hanging from his body in an unsightly manner. Their 2 bodies were tightly pressed together, their lower abdomens pressed against each other's lower abdomen, and a fiery hot breath rushed towards her. Yang Inflammation felt like she was about to smoke. She had never been so close to a man before. She didn't know why, but the blood in her body started to flow quickly, and the thumping sound of her heartbeat came from her chest. It was even more intense than the beating of a war drum, and the breath that rushed towards her made her feel like she was suffocating. She couldn't wait to drill into the small hole that had appeared in the ground and never come out again. In particular, Yang Kai's strange smile made her feel even more ashamed. "You put me down." Yang Inflammation's head almost touched her chest as she weakly shouted, "I'm not hugging you." Yang Kai spread out his hands. Yang Inflammation was ashamed and angry. She found that it was because her hands were hugging Yang Kai's neck and her legs were riding on his waist that the 2 of them were so close. She quickly let go of her hands and feet and fell to the ground. She couldn't help but cry out, "Are you all right?" Yang Kai looked at her speechlessly. He was too embarrassed to pull her up. This woman was not only timid, but also thin-skinned. Even if he pulled her, she probably wouldn't get up. "I'm fine." Yang Inflammation curled up into a ball and really didn't get up. She covered her face and said, "Can you go out first? I want to wash the dust off my body." Yang Kai nodded. Holding back his laughter, he turned and walked out. Outside the cave, the little stone golem was swaying back and forth as if it was drunk. It accidentally tripped over its right leg and fell flat on its face. Struggling to get up, he raised his head and stared at Yang Kai innocently. "Good job." Kai Yang suddenly discovered that this little guy's facial features were delicate and pretty, and he was smart and witty. Where was his previous foolish appearance? Chapter 11:16. Yang Kai waited outside for a while, thinking about how to resolve the awkwardness between him and Yang Inflammation. Yang Kai was a man with thick skin, so he didn't care about this kind of thing and could simply laugh it off, but Yang Inflammation was different. At a glance, he could tell she was an inexperienced woman who had never been so intimate with a man before. Shui Yu, on the other hand, was completely different. Even if Yang Kai was hugging her naked, Shui Yu would still be able to remain calm and negotiate with him. They were two completely different types of women. If because of this incident, Yang Inflammation was too embarrassed to see him again, or if she ran away in anger, what would he do? If he lost the materials, Yang Kai wouldn't feel distressed, but he couldn't lose Yang Inflammation. She was a rare talent. Yang Kai had only arrived on Shadowed Star recently, so he didn't know many people. If he really wanted to use this place as a springboard to spread his name across the entire territory of Shadowed Star, relying on brute force alone wouldn't be enough. He needed to gather some rare talents to act as a backup. Should I apologize and say some sweet words to her? Yang Kai hesitated. Yang Inflammation was a simple girl, so he estimated that a few sweet words would be enough to make her let go of the grudge in her heart. But Yang Kai was also worried that this little girl would misunderstand and hurt her feelings. Ugh. Yang Kai scratched his head. Just as he was struggling, Yang Inflammation, who had just washed her body and was wearing a black robe, suddenly ran out of the cave and ran straight towards him. Yang Kai, come with me. Yang Inflammation's face flashed an indescribable light, seemingly both excited and nervous. Rushing over to Yang Kai, she grabbed his hand and dragged him into the cave in a hurry. What's wrong? Yang Kai was stunned. He hadn't expected Yang Inflammation to not mention what had just happened. This was really unexpected. He even thought Yang Inflammation would hide in the cave and not see him for a few days. I think I found something. Come and take a look. She couldn't explain it clearly. She pulled Yang Kai into the cave and went to the place where they were just now. She pointed at the small hole in the ground and said, "Did you see anything here? Did you see clearly what that thing that scared me was?" Seeing her staring at the small hole with a pair of beautiful eyes, even using her divine sense to explore it, Yang Kai's heart trembled. Do you know it? If Yang Inflammation didn't know, he wouldn't have such a reaction. I might know him. Yang Yen nodded. But it might not be what I think it is. Can you track the location of that creature through this small hole? If you can catch it, I can study it carefully. What do you think it is? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Yang Inflammation shook her head and frowned. Before I saw it clearly, I wasn't sure. I just caught a glimpse of it. After thinking about it carefully, I felt that it was somewhat similar. Can you track it or not? There's no need to track it. Don't. Yang Inflammation misunderstood Yang Kai's meaning. She grabbed his arm and shook it, begging, "Help me track it. I'm really curious about it. If you can help me track it." Yang Inflammation's face turned red as if she remembered something shameful. She hesitated for a long time before gritting her teeth and saying, "I won't pursue what happened just now. I'm not responsible for what happened just now." Yang Kai was speechless. He thought that women were really unreasonable. Yang Inflammation pursed her lips. Although she knew that Yang Kai wasn't responsible for what happened just now, she was the one who jumped into Yang Kai's arms and refused to let go. But after all, she was taken advantage of. Thinking about it made her feel wronged. Just help me this time. I already helped you refine. Yang Inflammation could only continue to plead. There's no need to track it. Yang Kai shook his head. I'll just call it over. Call it over? Yang Inflammation was stunned. She looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. She didn't quite understand what he meant. But a moment later, that kind of rustling sound came from underground again. Yang Inflammation was quite bold this time. Or it could be said that she was looking forward to it. She opened her eyes wide and looked in the direction of the sound without blinking. Suddenly, a small hole appeared on the ground, and the gray, squarish head carefully poked out from it. Yang Inflammation's expression became even more excited. Her breathing became rapid. The little stone man seemed to be a little afraid of Yang Inflammation who had slapped it. Although its intelligence was very low and it could only follow its instincts, it still remembered who had slapped it. As soon as he saw the face in front of him, the little stone man immediately climbed out of the hole. His movements were unbelievably agile as he quickly ran to Yang Kai's feet and grabbed his clothes to climb up. Yang Inflammation was stunned. Her eyes followed the little stone man all the way up. It wasn't until the little guy climbed onto Yang Kai's shoulder and hid behind him that she suddenly screamed. "Stone Clan!" Yang Kai noticed that her pretty face was distorted. He didn't know whether it was because of excitement or something else. After calling out, Yang Yen seemed to realize something was wrong and immediately covered her mouth again, sending her divine sense forward to investigate, a look of extreme caution on her face. "Stone Clan?" Yang Kai frowned. He took the little guy from his shoulder and placed it in his palm, asking, "Do you know it?" Yang Inflammation looked up at Yang Kai and nodded. She suddenly realized, "This Stone Clan is yours?" If it wasn't Yang Kai, how could he have caught it so easily? How could he have ordered it to come over? Yang Inflammation suddenly felt a little dizzy. She found that she had once again underestimated Yang Kai's background. He had so many precious materials, so many high-grade artifacts, and could easily kill Saint Kings. Now, he even had a heaven-defying existence like the Stone Clan. What kind of freak was he? But why hadn't she seen this Stone Clan before? "It's mine. Tell me, what's the deal with the Stone Clan?" Yang Kai also became interested. He had been studying the secrets of the little stone man these days, but unfortunately he hadn't gained anything. He hadn't expected that Yang Inflammation would actually recognize it. "Can I have a closer look? I'm still not sure." Yang Inflammation looked at the little stone man expectantly. Yang Kai nodded and tossed it over. Yang Inflammation's character was still trustworthy. On top of that, he wanted Yang Inflammation to solve his doubts. Yang Inflammation caught the little stone man with both hands and glared at Yang Kai fiercely, as if blaming him for being so rude. Suddenly, she put on a gentle face and held the little stone man in front of her, examining it from head to toe. In the face of this woman who had inexplicably slapped him, the little stone man seemed to be a little afraid. He stood up several times and wanted to return to Yang Kai, but Yang Kai had no choice but to give him in order to calm him down. "It's a blood essence stone, there's no mistaking it. This really is the Stone Clan. Heavens, didn't they say this race was extinct? How could they still be alive?" Yang Inflammation observed for a while and excitedly muttered to herself, holding the little stone man tightly, unwilling to let go. Yang Kai's face went black as he took the little stone man back from her hands. "I haven't seen it yet, let me take a look again." At this moment, Yang Inflammation didn't care about the previous embarrassing matter with Yang Kai. Her whole mind was attracted by the little stone man, as if it had a strong attraction to this woman. "Since you recognize it, tell me clearly. After you tell me clearly, you can study it however you want." Yang Kai was still waiting for her answer. "You have it, but you don't know what it is?" Yang Inflammation looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "Why should I know?" Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. Yang Inflammation's mouth twitched, as if she wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. After holding back for a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, "God is really unfair. Why do you have this kind of thing? Why isn't it mine?" After feeling indignant for a while, she took the initiative to explain, "It's from the Stone Clan." "I've already heard you say that the Stone Clan is a race, right?" "Yes." Yang Inflammation nodded. "It's also called the Stone Mongoose. Since you have it, you should know that its intelligence is very low, right? It can be said that it has almost no intelligence, and its actions are completely based on its instincts and the orders of the person who subdued it. So even if it is a kind of creature, it can be considered a race, but it is still a kind of puppet." Yang Kai gently nodded, knowing that Yang Inflammation was right. After these days of research, his findings were exactly the same as Yang Inflammation's. They can only be born under a very special condition. Their initial form is a kind of pitch-black round stone. They are wrapped in the round stone and have no fluctuations of life, but as long as they absorb enough mineral essence, they will slowly grow until they are fully mature. And you can think of them as eggs, but it's not quite the same. And in order for them to break out of their shells, they need something, and that is the blood essence stone. The blood essence stone is the heart of the Stone Clan. Without the blood essence stone, no matter how healthy the stone clan is, it can't truly live. This little thing has a blood essence stone in its heart, so I can be sure that it is from the stone clan. Sure enough, just as he had guessed, the blood essence stone was the heart of this little guy. The stone clan is very few in number, but the role they can play is unimaginable, so a long time ago, as long as a stone clan member appeared, they would attract the pursuit of countless people. All of them wanted to capture this stone clan member and turn it into their own stone mongoose. What role does it play? Yang Kai asked quickly. Yang Inflammation chuckled. Their growth depends on absorbing a lot of mineral essence, so they are very sensitive to rare minerals. As long as there is a good mine nearby, they will immediately discover it. Don't you think its usefulness is great? With a stone mongoose, one can obtain all kinds of mineral lodes that are unknown to others. Mineral lodes that an origin king can't find can't escape its detection. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he couldn't help looking at this little guy, thinking that it wasn't completely useless. Although it had a silly appearance, he hadn't expected it to have such an ability. Chapter 11:17. Yang Inflammation continued. Finding or veins is just one of the stone mongoose's abilities. It has another ability that all artifact refiners dream of, which is its ability to quench the essence of ores. With its assistance, an artifact refiner no longer has to work so hard to quench ores. The stone mongoose can do this easily, and better than any other artifact refiner. Alchemy required condensing medicinal liquids, while artifact refining required quenching ores. Both processes involved removing impurities from materials and preserving the essence. This process was indispensable in both alchemy and artifact refining. The more impurities were removed, the better the refined pill or artifact would be. Many times, an alchemist or artifact refiner's true ability could be seen from their methods of removing impurities. In this regard, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation were among the best in their respective territories. However, the stone mongoose was born with the ability to remove impurities and quench ores, and its quenching was the most thorough, better than any other artifact refiner, which was why Yang Inflammation was so interested in this little guy. What Yang Kai didn't know was that the stone mongoose had another name, the strongest support for an artifact refiner. Whether it was its ability to find or veins or quench ores, it was what artifact refiners needed the most. Yang Kai, who wasn't an artifact refiner, actually owned a stone mongoose, which made Yang Inflammation's eyes go red with jealousy. This was simply casting pearls before swine, a complete waste of heaven's gifts. If only this stone mongoose was his own. Continue, what other abilities does it have? Yang Kai smiled. The more he looked at this little guy, the more pleasing he felt to his eyes. He hadn't expected that one of the two pitch-black round stones he brought from Tongxian realm would give birth to such a heaven-defying existence. Since it's a kind of puppet, it can naturally be used to fight. Yang Inflammation sighed. You know that artifact refiners and alchemists are the same. Their combat ability isn't strong, but the stone mongoose can make up for this. It's simply made for artifact refiners. Yang Inflammation wasn't very interested in fighting, so he didn't go into too much detail. Yang Kai frowned as he looked at the little thing in his hand. He couldn't figure out how it would fight. Such a palm-sized puppet, even if it had battle prowess, wouldn't it be very limited? Did he have to dig a hole in the ground? Its ability to drill into the ground was superb. Yang Kai Gij. Yang Yanyan's face was red as she called out coquettishly. Yang Kai, who was thinking, shuddered and glared at her. Speak properly. Yang Inflammation was not the kind of woman who would act coquettishly. Her pretentiousness made her lose her original charm. You stone mongoose, can you? You can't. Not waiting for her to finish, Kai Yang interrupted her. Yang Inflammation said bitterly, I haven't finished talking yet. I know what you want to say. You want it? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. That's impossible. I already have a connection with it. Even if I give it to you, it will only listen to my orders. You actually subdued it? Yang Inflammation's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you subdue it? The stone mongoose is very difficult to subdue, unless you've been cultivating it before it fully matured. You're worth teaching. Yang Kai grinned. He had been cultivating it for many years, and in the end, he even used a drop of golden blood to establish a subtle connection with the stone mongoose. I'm so angry. Yang Inflammation stomped her foot. She originally wanted to take the stone mongoose, but when she heard Yang Kai say that he had subdued it, she immediately calmed down. Because the stone mongoose didn't have any intelligence, once it recognized someone, it couldn't be taken away unless it was destroyed. Seeing the disappointed expression on Yang Inflammation's face, Yang Kai lightly coughed and said proudly, although it only listens to my orders, if you want to use it for artifact refining, I can lend it to you. In any case, I don't know how to refine artifacts. Really? Yang Inflammation immediately smiled and clapped her hands. Great! With this, I can refine your artifact refining to origin grade mid-rank. The artifacts I refine will also be of the highest quality. Big brother Yang Kai, you're too kind, I'm so happy to follow you. She was extremely satisfied. Come on, let me see how it quenches ores. Yang Kai's curiosity was piqued. Just now, he had heard Yang Inflammation say it was one thing, but now he wanted to see it with his own eyes. It's very simple, just watch. Yang Inflammation said as she took out an origin grade ore from her space ring. This was a piece of celestial blue stone the size of a human head. Yang Kai had bought it from Heavenly Fate City last time and had asked her to refine an origin grade artifact with it. Little guy, come here, elder sister has something delicious to eat. Yang Inflammation held the celestial blue stone and waved to the stone mongoose. The stone mongoose immediately jumped out of Yang Kai's hand and onto the celestial blue stone. Yang Kai only heard a series of crunching sounds as the celestial blue stone was eaten clean by the stone mongoose in less than a breath of time. Its belly didn't grow at all, just like before. Yang Kai was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "So fast!" Yang Inflammation was also very excited. Although she knew the secrets of the stone mongoose, this was the first time she had seen a living creature. After the stone mongoose finished eating the celestial blue stone, she put it on the ground. What about now? Yang Kai asked. Wait a moment. So, the two of them paid close attention to the stone mongoose's movements. Soon, Yang Kai noticed that the stone mongoose's surface had dimmed a little, as if something had seeped out of its body and covered its originally smooth stone body. After a while, the stone mongoose became gray and lusterless. It shook its body gently, and the gray stone covering its body immediately fell off, falling to the ground and breaking into countless pieces. Yang Inflammation explained, "This is the impurities contained inside the celestial blue stone. All of its essence has been condensed out by it." After saying that, she turned to the stone mongoose and said in a pleasant tone, "Hurry up and spit it out." The stone mongoose stood there in a daze, unmoved. Yang Inflammation knew that her order had no effect, so she could only look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and immediately gave the stone mongoose an order. In the next moment, the stone mongoose opened its mouth and magically spat out a fist-sized piece of ore without any impurities. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and Yang Inflammation was about to reach out to grab it. But another piece of ore was spat out by the stone mongoose. Then, like a hailstorm, more and more pieces of ore appeared and collided with each other, making light tinkling sounds. Yang Kai was stunned, and so was Yang Inflammation. The scene in front of them was a little different from what they had imagined. 10 breaths later, a small mountain of ores appeared before the two of them. The ores were translucent like crystals, emitting a dense halo of light. Only one of them was a little special, being azure in color. The stone mongoose stood there and swayed a little. It seemed to be a little tired and fell to the ground. However, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation were no longer paying attention to it. They were both staring at the mountain of ores in front of them. Yang Inflammation, can the stone mongoose produce so many ores after swallowing one? Yang Kai felt that his question was a little funny. That's impossible. Yang Inflammation didn't know how to explain it. He reached out and picked up the only piece of celestial blue stone from the pile of ores. After sensing it, he said, "This is celestial blue stone. It should be the one I fed it just now. It's been refined very well, and there are no impurities at all." Yang Kai also hurriedly picked up a piece and silently observed it. A moment later, his expression shook as he exclaimed, "This isn't celestial blue stone, it's space spirit crystal." Space spirit crystal? Yang Inflammation's beautiful face paled as she also picked up a piece, her small hands trembling as she said, "It really is space spirit crystal." She had been so shocked by the stone mongoose's performance that she hadn't paid much attention to what kind of or it was until now. The two of them exchanged a glance as their hearts were filled with shock. No one knew what kind of or was the most precious in this world, but it was undeniable that space spirit crystals were definitely one of the most precious ores. Space spirit crystals were extremely difficult to collect because, unlike other ores, they didn't have their own mineral veins. They were an associated mineral called dark space stone. Dark space stone wasn't very valuable, and although it was sometimes used in artifact refining, it wasn't a high-grade ore. However, the associated space spirit crystals were different. They were extremely valuable. The space rings worn by cultivators and the space arrays used to cover them were all made of space spirit crystals. Often, in an entire dark space stone mineral vein, finding a washbasin-sized space spirit crystal was already considered a rich ore. It was very likely that there were no space spirit crystals at all. Searching for space spirit crystals required luck. If one was lucky, they would find some, but if one was unlucky, they would find nothing. Because the demand was too high and the production too low, the price of space spirit crystals had always been high. At this moment, a small mountain of space spirit crystals was placed in front of Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation, each piece the size of a fist. There were at least 300 to 400 pieces. Such a shocking amount of wealth shocked not only Yang Inflammation, but also Yang Kai. A single piece of space spirit crystal could be exchanged for at least 50,000 high-rank saint crystals, a value no less than an origin-grade artifact. It didn't make sense for the stone mongoose to produce so many space spirit crystals just by eating a piece of celestial blue stone. The only explanation was that it had stored them in its stomach before. Yang Kai. Yang Inflammation found her voice trembling. What kind of mineral load did this little thing go to before? Yang Kai shook his head. I only cultivated it a few days ago. It used to stay inside that pitch-black round stone, but recently it has been running underground. Yang Inflammation couldn't help gulping as she asked weakly, "You mean?" Yang Kai took a deep breath and answered her with an affirmative look. Yang Inflammation covered her mouth, afraid that she would accidentally scream. A few hundred fist-sized space spirit crystals had already shocked her enough, but now she had learned such incredible information. Suddenly, she looked at Yang Kai with tears in her eyes. "Yang Kai, you won't kill me to silence me, right?" Chapter 11:18. In this world, in order to keep a secret, it was normal to kill and silence someone's family. Yang Yen had seen Yang Kai's ferocious killing intent. A first-order Saint King cultivator was nothing in front of him. She knew very well that if Yang Kai really wanted to kill her, with the strange power of his demonic flame, even if she had many artifacts, she might not be able to block it. At this moment, Yang Yen regretted knowing this big secret. Yang Kai glared at her. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yang Yen immediately laughed. "I knew you weren't such a person. Quickly put away these space spirit crystals. It won't be good if someone else sees them." Yang Kai nodded and quickly put the hundreds of space spirit crystals into his demon mystic tome. Even now, he was still in a bit of a daze. If these space spirit crystals were really mined by the stone mongoose recently, then the only possibility was under Dragon Cave Mountain because the stone mongoose had always run underground. But what Yang Kai couldn't understand was that he had clearly carefully investigated the situation underground but hadn't found any mineral lodes at all. If there really was a dark space stone mineral lode here, it was impossible for Wu Yi's Haiku family not to know about it. After all, this family had been rooted here for countless years. It was necessary to clarify this matter. Yang Kai reached out and picked up the stone mongoose before turning to Yang Yan and saying, "Come with me." Yang Yan didn't ask any questions, seemingly knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do, and quickly followed behind him, a look of expectation on her pretty face. After leaving the cave, the two quickly arrived at a mountain valley more than 10 kilometers away. After finding a secluded spot, Yang Kai put down the stone mongoose and gave it a command to dig deeper. The stone mongoose soon disappeared, leaving only a small hole big enough for one person to pass through. In the past, the stone mongoose could only dig a small hole, but this time, Yang Kai had no choice but to make the hole bigger because he wanted to investigate underground. Yang Inflammation was even more excited. His little face was red as he stood by the side without saying a word, waiting to go down with Yang Kai. Half an hour later, Yang Kai winked at Yang Yan and jumped into the deep pit in front of him. It had to be said that the stone mongoose's cave was a masterpiece. It was cylindrical, and the tunnel was extremely smooth, as if it had been polished with some kind of tool. After Yang Kai jumped in, he didn't encounter any resistance at all. He slid down without any hindrance. The tunnel was very deep, and it was hard to imagine that it had only taken an hour to dig it out. Yang Kai had learned a lot about the stone mongoose's abilities. After sliding down for the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Yang Kai suddenly felt that he had reached the end of the tunnel. For no reason, he had an illusion that he was falling from a high altitude. He quickly stabilized his body, and in the next moment his feet touched the ground. He heard a rapid crunching sound. Without looking, Yang Kai knew that it was the sound of the stone mongoose gnawing on ore. He took out a strange stone used for illumination and held it up high. Before he had time to look around, Yang Inflammation's cry of alarm came from above his head. "Yang Kai, help me, I'm stuck." Yang Kai looked up, and his face darkened. Yang Inflammation was indeed stuck. She was stuck by a pair of huge weapons in front of her chest. Her lower body was hanging above Yang Kai's head. Her legs were constantly kicking, but her upper body was still stuck in the tunnel. He reached out and grabbed her ankle and pulled her down hard. As Yang Inflammation screamed, he pulled her down. "It hurts." As soon as Yang Yan landed, she clutched her chest with both hands and rubbed them vigorously as she stared at Yang Kai with tears in her eyes, as if blaming him for not knowing how to show her tenderness towards the fairer sex. There was no time to find trouble with Yang Kai. Using the light emitted by the illuminating stone, Yang Inflammation was able to clearly see the situation around her. She immediately froze in place, her mouth forming a circle as her tender body trembled, immediately forgetting the pain of her breasts being rubbed against. Yang Kai also seemed to have received a huge shock, constantly turning his head to look around, his heart filled with excitement. The two of them were now in an underground cave. This cave should have been recently excavated by the stone mongoose. It was only a few dozen meters in length and width, but under the light of the illuminating stone, the surrounding cave walls reflected a dizzying light. Large and small pieces of space spirit crystal, bright and dark in color, were embedded in the sides of the cave as if they were worthless. Between these space spirit crystals, there were also dark space stones of little value. Inside the underground cave, there was only the sound of the two people breathing heavily and the sound of the stone mongoose gnawing on the oars. After a long time, Yang Inflammation suddenly let out a roar and rushed over to a millstone-sized piece of space spirit crystal that had not yet been excavated at an incredible speed, directly pouncing on it, a satisfied expression on her face as she let out a meow like a cat. It couldn't be said that Yang Inflammation was inexperienced, but Yang Kai's mood was not much worse than hers. He had never expected that in this dragon cave mountain, where there were no spirit grasses or spirit medicines, there would actually be such a rich space spirit crystal mine. Judging from the situation of this lode, it could no longer be called a dark space stone lode because almost half of it was filled with space spirit crystals. It was fully qualified to be called a space spirit crystal lode as it was no longer a companion of dark space stone. Yang Kai immediately understood why he hadn't been able to detect the situation here. Firstly, this place was too deep, so Yang Kai hadn't been able to investigate it too carefully. Secondly, There were simply too many space spirit crystals here. This kind of rare mineral was the main material used to make space rings, and it had the function of shielding one's divine sense from detection. If this wasn't the case, one would be able to see what was inside a space ring with a single sweep of their divine sense. The huge number of space spirit crystals here isolated Yang Kai's divine sense from probing, so it was naturally perfectly hidden. Even Yang Kai's divine sense couldn't detect this secret, so the Haiku family naturally couldn't. It was laughable that as the masters of this place, they were sitting on a mountain of treasures but were completely unaware of it. Just because Wu was a woman, they had assigned this beautiful barren mountain to her as her territory. If it weren't for the stone mongoose's innate sensitivity to rare ores, such a treasure would likely have been buried for countless years. Yang Kai hadn't had any contact with the Haiku family, but because of his relationship with Wu Yi, he didn't have a good impression of them. This mountain was given to Yang Kai by Wu Yi to live in, and now that he had discovered so much wealth here, Yang Kai really wanted to thank Wu. However, her strength wasn't high, so she wasn't qualified to occupy such a load. If Wu Yi occupied it, it would only bring disaster to herself and the Haiku family. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind to find an opportunity to compensate her in the future. Yang Kai, we're rich. At some unknown point, Yang Yen had returned and was now standing in front of Yang Kai, her two eyes flashing a green light, giving her a somewhat terrifying appearance. Yang Kai shook his head. I'm the one who's rich. Yang Inflammation pursed her lips before pulling on Yang Kai's arm and shaking it, saying coquettishly, don't be so polite, there are so many space spirit crystals here, just share some with me. What do you need them for? They can only be used to refine space rings. If too many space rings flow out from your hands, even a fool will know you have space spirit crystals. That'll only bring you trouble. I don't need to refine space rings, I need space spirit crystals to study a kind of spirit array. I didn't have the materials before, but now that I do, just share some with me. The spirit array I want to study is very powerful. What kind of spirit array? Yang Kai was shocked, seemingly realizing something. Space arrays, have you heard of them? Yang Inflammation didn't hide anything and said triumphantly, it's a kind of magical spirit array that can teleport between cultivation stars. And from the looks of it, you probably haven't heard of them, but when I study them, you'll know how powerful they are. You understand space arrays? Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at her in disbelief. How do you know about them? Didn't they say they were long lost? Last time on Water Moon Star, Yang Kai had used the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's space arrays with the monster race master Xuetong. Xuetong had said that the current space arrays were all left behind from ancient times. They only knew how to use them, but they didn't understand the principles behind them. Even Gui Zhu, an amazing character, had spent nearly 1,000 years studying space arrays on the floating continent, but in the end he had made a complete mess of them, causing the deaths of many people. So when Yang Inflammation said she understood space arrays, Yang Kai was surprised. There was a question he had never asked Yang Inflammation, and that was why she was already an origin-grade artifact refiner at such a young age, while he himself was just a Saint King-grade high-rank alchemist. Yang Inflammation was even younger than him, so even if her aptitude was outstanding, it was impossible for her to reach this level with her own efforts. Now that she said she understood space arrays, Yang Kai was even more shocked. Yang Inflammation mumbled a few words, seemingly not wanting to answer. Forget it, there's no need to say anything. Yang Kai didn't force her. Who didn't have secrets in their heart? Secrets couldn't be revealed to others, and Yang Kai had never liked to inquire about others' secrets. Then, are you going to give it to me or not? Yang Inflammation said bitterly, fearing Yang Kai would refuse, quickly adding, I'll tell you, if I study this space array, not only will we be able to teleport from Shadowed Star, we may even be able to teleport to other cultivation stars. What? Yang Kai was really shocked this time. You don't want to be trapped on Shadowed Star for the rest of your life, do you? Yang Inflammation observed Yang Kai's expression and quickly struck while the iron was hot. There are many wonderful things out there that we haven't seen yet. I heard that there are Origin King Realm Masters in Shadowed Stars territory and there are many Origin King grade materials there. With those materials, I can refine Origin King grade artifacts. When the time comes, I can help you refine an artifact of that grade. Even if you stand there and act as a target for others, you won't be injured. This little girl actually knows how to tempt me with benefits. However, it was undeniable that Yang Kai was really tempted. He wasn't tempted because of Yang Inflammation's unsecured promise, but because of his family and friends on Tong Xian realm. If Yang Inflammation could really develop a space array that could teleport between cultivation stars, after he gained a foothold in Shadowed Stars territory, he could bring his family and friends to Shadowed Stars territory and let them enjoy the rich cultivation resources here. Chapter 11:19. Although he was tempted, Yang Kai didn't show it and simply asked, "If your space array really succeeds, how far can it teleport you?" Yang Inflammation sneered, "Space arrays are designed to break through the constraints of distance. As long as you can accurately locate 2 points, distance isn't a problem." "There's no distance limit?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Yang Inflammation pondered for a moment before seriously saying, "In theory, yes. But in practice, we need to study it carefully. Are you going to give it to me or not?" "Of course." Yang Kai laughed and waved his hand generously. In any case, there were so many space spirit crystals here that he couldn't use them all up. When his friends and family came over, he could even ask Yang Inflammation to refine a space ring for each of them. "Thank you so much, you really are a good person." Yang Inflammation was overjoyed and couldn't wait to rush over and kiss Yang Kai, immediately running off to the side to collect space spirit crystals. Although the speed at which she collected space spirit crystals was far slower than the stone mongooses, only the things she put into her ring could truly be considered hers. Yang Inflammation understood this principle better than anyone else. Yang Kai wasn't as depressed as her. After experiencing the initial surprise and excitement, he slowly calmed down and watched the stone mongoose gnaw on the space spirit crystal mine, watching as layer after layer of impurities seeped out of its body and peeled off, never getting tired of it. After so many years of cultivation and waiting, consuming so many precious ores, he had finally received a return on his investment. What's more, the stone mongoose's return was astonishing. The first lode it found was actually a space spirit crystal mine. According to Yang Inflammation, it was naturally sensitive to rare ores, so as long as he had it, Yang Kai would be able to easily obtain rare ores that others couldn't find in the future. Unfortunately, he only had one blood essence stone. If he had another, the stone mongoose should be able to completely revive. Yang Inflammation was sweating profusely while the stone mongoose was working in full swing. On the other hand, Yang Kai was very idle. Half a day later, Yang Inflammation ran over to Yang Kai, gasping for breath, and took out a piece of Saint Crystal to restore herself. Looking at her appearance, it seemed she wanted to mine more. "What a pity!" Yang Yenyun suddenly said. "What's a pity?" Yang Kai was stunned. Others only know that space spirit crystals are used to refine space rings and arrange space arrays, but in fact, they have another use. "Oh? What do you know that others don't?" Yang Kai laughed. Although the time he spent with Yang Inflammation was not long, but this girl always made people feel amazed. This had nothing to do with her appearance, nor her figure. It was entirely her true ability, so Yang Kai did not look down on her. "It can also be used for cultivation." Yang Inflammation shook her head. "You don't know, right? Many people don't know. And it can be said that very few people know about it." "Space spirit crystals can be used for cultivation?" Yang Kai was stunned. Like Saint crystals, can it be used to absorb energy and enhance one's strength? But we can't. It's only suitable for a special kind of person. Only a cultivator who understands the Tao of space can use it to enhance their own understanding of the Tao of space. Yang Yen continued, completely not noticing that Yang Kai's expression had become strange. "The Tao of space is very obscure and mysterious. Not only is it difficult to grasp the basics of it, but it is even more difficult to master it. The space arrays left behind today were all created by those who cultivated the Tao of space in ancient times. The refinement of space rings was also developed by them, we're just following their lead. I can boldly say that in the entire territory of the star, there are no more than 20 cultivators who understand how to use the Tao of space, and among these 20, only a few can use it against their enemies. What are you doing? Yang Inflammation turned her head and found that Yang Kai was actually holding a piece of space spirit crystal that had been tempered by the stone mongoose and couldn't help laughing. You don't want to absorb the power of this space spirit crystal, do you? There's no need to try. If you don't understand the Tao of space, you won't be able to absorb it, but if you do understand the Tao of space, do you know why those people don't have a deep understanding of the Tao of space? First, they don't know how to use space spirit crystals to cultivate, and second, because there are too few space spirit crystals, they can't use them to cultivate. This kind of cultivation is simply burning money, something most people can't afford. Saying so, Yang Inflammation closed her mouth and her eyes widened as she stared incredulously at the space spirit crystal in Yang Kai's hand. She seemed to have discovered that an obscure energy was overflowing from this space spirit crystal and then being absorbed into Yang Kai's body. Thinking it was just an illusion, she couldn't help paying closer attention to it. There was indeed energy flowing out of the space spirit crystal, like a trickling stream, into Yang Kai's body. This wasn't an illusion. Yang Inflammation was shocked. Is it really possible? Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. In his research of the Tao of space, Yang Kai had always relied on the void's turbulence, but studying there was not only dangerous, but also very little benefit. Since leaving the floating continent, Yang Kai had stopped doing so because he found that his mastery of the Tao of space had reached a bottleneck, so there was no point in doing so. Today, after listening to Yang Inflammation's words, Yang Kai couldn't help giving it a try, and the results were surprisingly good. Space spirit crystals could really be used for cultivation to enhance one's mastery of the Tao of space. You understand the Tao of space? Yang Inflammation couldn't help screaming. I'm one of the 20 people you mentioned. Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. Heavens, what kind of monster are you? Yang Inflammation's beautiful face paled. She had never expected to meet such a person. Yang Kai's mastery of the Tao of space was even more incredible than her being an origin-grade artifact refiner. Same here, we both have secrets. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Good, I'm going to cultivate for a while. You can mine space spirit crystals yourself, however much you mine is yours. When the time comes, just ask the stone mongoose to refine it for you. Saying so, Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to Yang Inflammation and began cultivating with the space spirit crystal. Yang Inflammation was lost in thought for a while before shaking her head. The more she interacted with this man, the more she couldn't understand him. However, seeing Yang Kai not putting up any defenses against her made Yang Inflammation feel very gratified. So she didn't bother him anymore and instead walked over to the stone mongoose and began mining with it. The energy in space spirit crystals was somewhat similar to that in saint crystals, but as Yang Inflammation said, not everyone could absorb it. Even Yang Kai couldn't absorb any energy from space spirit crystals without using his space force, but once he did, Yang Kai could feel an incomparably wondrous feeling overflowing from space spirit crystals and flowing into his body. This kind of energy was different from Saint Qi and had no effect on the strength of one's physical body, but as his strength increased, Yang Kai clearly felt that his understanding of the Tao of space was becoming clearer and more proficient. In the past, when Yang Kai was immersed in the void, it was like rowing a boat against the current. It was very difficult, with all kinds of troubles lingering in his mind and blocking his path. Often, it would take a lot of effort and time just to comprehend some clues. But now it was different. Yang Kai had never experienced such a feeling before. The mysteries of the Tao of space seemed to have opened up wide, allowing him to freely explore them and pry into all kinds of secrets. Yang Kai never knew that cultivating the mysteries of the Tao of space could be so simple and easy. Extremely excited, Yang Kai began cultivating, forgetting everything around him. But soon, Yang Kai discovered a problem. Indeed, as Yang Inflammation had said before, this kind of cultivation was simply a super prodigal act. The consumption of space spirit crystals was much faster than Saint crystals. A single piece of high-rank Saint crystal could be used by Yang Kai to cultivate for 2 hours before completely absorbing the energy inside it. However, a fist-sized piece of space spirit crystal that had been refined by the stone mongoose only lasted less than an hour before disappearing. In a single day, Yang Kai would consume more than a dozen pieces of refined space spirit crystal essence, which amounted to at least several 100,000 high-rank Saint crystals. Who could afford such a price? Even a behemoth like Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce would not be able to afford it. If Yang Kai continued to cultivate like this, he would sooner or later go bankrupt. Fortunately, the stone mongoose had discovered such a large space spirit crystal mine, and fortunately, Wu had given him this mountain to live on. Yang Kai felt extremely grateful. Time flew by, and 10 days later, Yang Kai had consumed nearly 200 pieces of space spirit crystal, more than half of what the stone mongoose had brought back last time. Fortunately, over the past 10 days or so, the stone puppet had been constantly mining, and now the underground cave had become much larger, several times larger than before. Feeling Yang Kai's summons, the stone mongoose walked over, opened its mouth, and placed a few hundred more refined space spirit crystals in front of Yang Kai. Yang Inflammation couldn't bear to look at Yang Kai. She felt that Yang Kai was an evil slave master while the stone mongoose was a poor little slave who had worked so hard to collect space spirit crystals only to be exploited by Yang Kai. Putting the several hundred space spirit crystals into the demon mystic tome, Yang Kai began cultivating again. He felt that his understanding of the Tao of space had taken a great leap forward, and although he had not tested it yet, he estimated that now that he could tear space, the distance he could move was definitely more than 1,000 kilometers. On this day, the space spirit crystal in Yang Kai's hand disappeared again. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Yang Inflammation looking at him with a pained expression. She was sitting quietly in front of him, her body covered in dirt, her hands resting on her cheeks as she stared at him. "Why aren't you collecting?" Yang Kai asked. Yang Inflammation curled her lips and said, "I found that I didn't need to work so hard to collect space spirit crystals. I just let Xiao collect them. If I need to use them, I can just look for you." Xiao? Yang Kai frowned. Yang Inflammation pointed to the stone mongoose, who was diligently gnawing on space spirit crystals. Yang Kai realized that she had given this little guy a name without his permission. Smiling, he said, "You finally noticed? You're enjoying the fruits of its labor with a clear conscience, so why should I work as a laborer?" Yang Inflammation stood up and patted the dust off her, "But let's go up. I'll leave the space spirit crystals to it. I still have some artifact refining to do." Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before nodding, "All right." Chapter 11:20. The two walked out of the hidden cave and Yang Yen pulled Yang Kai aside and said, "Wait a moment, I'll arrange a spirit array to hide this place." "All right." Yang Yen was not only proficient in artifact refining, but also in spirit arrays. This was not something a half-baked Yang Kai could compare with. Yang Yen took out a variety of materials from her space ring and began refining them before arranging them in a seemingly random but actually orderly fashion around the entrance of the cave. After she finished, the cave entrance suddenly disappeared. Not only was it invisible to the naked eye, but it was also difficult to detect with one's divine sense. Yang Yen clapped her hands with satisfaction. "Just remember this position, next time you come here, just jump down from here." Yang Kai was also quite satisfied with her arrangement. Although he might not come here again, it was better to prevent others from accidentally discovering this cave. Once news of a large number of space spirit crystals here leaked out, all of Shadowed Star would likely boil over. Since ancient times, wealth had always moved people's hearts, so no one would not care about precious ores like space spirit crystals. The two of them walked towards the cave, but before they reached it, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He found that Yu Feng had run over for some unknown reason, and his expression seemed to be somewhat anxious. At the moment, he was pacing back and forth near the cave, looking like he was looking for him. Yang Kai couldn't help speeding up and soon arrived in front of Yu Feng, calling out, "Brother Yu!" Yang Kai. Yu Feng was like a headless fly, unable to find any trace of Yang Kai, so when he heard this shout, he couldn't help feeling overjoyed. "Where did you run off to? I searched all over Dragon Cave Mountain but couldn't find you. I thought you had already left." Yang Kai chuckled, "I went out with Yang Yen for a stroll. If I wanted to leave, I would have said goodbye to Wu. How could I leave without saying goodbye?" Yu Feng shook his head and interrupted him, saying solemnly, "Are you really going to leave now?" Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. "What do you mean? Did something happen?" Yang Kai knew that Wu Yi wouldn't drive him away. Wu Yi had a big dream, and it was because of this dream that she had given him Dragon Cave Mountain as a temporary residence. Moreover, Wu Yi had visited him several times over the past few days and treated him well. However, since Yu Feng had come here, he should have been entrusted by Wu. If there hadn't been an accident, Wu Yi wouldn't have come here. Yang Kai immediately remembered that he had killed a few people before. It was very likely that they had something to do with Su Tianzi. Cutting the weeds without removing the roots, there would indeed be consequences. Yu Feng hurriedly said, "I don't have time to explain too much. Take a look and see if there's anything you need to pack. If there is, pack it up quickly. I'll take you away now and explain it to you on the way." "What's the matter? I still want to take a shower," Yang Inflammation said with a dirty face, still not understanding the situation. After spending so much time in the underground cave, her entire body was filthy. "Miss Yang Inflammation, please wait until we reach a safe place to wash up." "What are you waiting for? If you don't have anything to pack, we'll set off now." Yu Feng saw the indifferent look on both of their faces and couldn't help feeling anxious. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. "Brother Yu, please calm down. What happened?" Yu Feng stomped his foot in annoyance, wishing he could knock Yang Kai unconscious so he wouldn't continue to blabber on. "I told you there was no time to explain. I've been looking for you here for a long time and the young lady has been stalling for time in the family. If you don't leave now, it'll really be too late." "And it's already too late." Yang Kai's expression changed as he turned his eyes to the side where a large group of people was rapidly flying towards them. The blue lights of star shuttles streaked across the sky like meteors. Yu Feng's face darkened as he couldn't help but sigh, knowing that the young lady's efforts had been in vain. Taking advantage of the fact that these people hadn't yet arrived, he quickly reminded, "Brother Yang, didn't you beat up one of the Su family's young masters some time ago?" Yang Kai thought to himself, "Not only did I beat up their young master, but I also killed a few people. Why haven't I heard Yu Feng mention this before?" Yu Feng smiled bitterly and raised his hand to point, "The Su family's people are looking for you." "How is the Su family compared to your Haiku family?" Yang Kai asked. "They're about the same. Both are peripheral families of Shadow Moon Hall and aren't worth mentioning, but our Haiku family has a lot of business dealings with the Su family, so our relationship is quite good. On top of that, Yang Kai, you're not a member of our Haiku family, so the family's elders won't protect you. Even our young lady can't protect you. You're too reckless." Yu Feng sighed again. Although he was criticizing Yang Kai, he didn't immediately draw a clear line between him and Yang Kai. Just as these people were about to arrive, Yu Feng intentionally or unintentionally stood in front of Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation. This action greatly improved Yang Kai's impression of Yu Feng, so he stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, comforting him. "Brother, you doesn't need to worry. If they don't find trouble with me, I won't mind, but if they do, I don't mind making sure they never leave." Yu Feng turned around in amazement and stared at Yang Kai in amazement, not knowing whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head and sighed. "Young man, ha." He obviously felt that Yang Kai was spouting nonsense. Although the Su family, like the Haiku family, was a peripheral force of Shadow Moon Hall, it was still a family. Even if it didn't have an origin-returning realm master, it still had a few Saint Kings. Yang Kai was just a third-order Saint Cultivator, so how could he compete with such a force? Moreover, the family had no intention of sheltering Yang Kai at all. Not only that, because of the trade relationship with the Su family, the family's elders had even forced the young lady to reveal Yang Kai's whereabouts, eager to quickly deliver Yang Kai to the Su family so as not to ruin the friendship between the two families. If it weren't for the young lady delaying him for so long, Su Feng wouldn't have been able to arrive here ahead of time, but now that he had failed, he suddenly felt that he had failed to live up to the young lady's expectations, causing him to feel extremely guilty. Oof, young man, don't be so arrogant. This old master wants to see how you'll make us unable to return. A cold snort sounded as a thin old man landed and glared at Yang Kai with an unfriendly expression. Yang Kai hadn't whispered those words just now, so naturally they had been heard by this old man. Following his words, one figure after another landed, a total of 20 people in total. Among these 20 people, there were old and young, men and women, and their cultivations varied, but the strongest among them was only a third-order Saint King. Next to the old man who spoke was a balding middle-aged man who stared at Yang Kai with a look of dread, his brow furrowed, his face slightly pale. Yang Kai remembered him. At that time, it was this bald middle-aged man who had protected Su Tianze and escaped. If he hadn't run away quickly, Yang Kai would have already killed him. Wu Yi also came, and after landing, she shot an annoyed look towards Yang Kai, as if she hadn't expected that he hadn't managed to escape in time. She couldn't help glaring at Yu Feng, the blame in her eyes obvious. Yu Feng lowered his head awkwardly, not daring to meet her eyes. Good little brat, you didn't run away. The third-order Saint King old man nodded heavily, his face filled with malice as he asked coldly, Chou Yuan, the one who injured young master last time, is he the one? After listening to the old man's question, the bald middle-aged man standing next to him nodded quickly, yes, Elder Zhishan, he was the one who injured young master. Yang Kai's brow rose as he stared at the bald middle-aged man named Chou Yuan with some surprise. Last time, not only had he injured Su Tianze, he had also killed 3 First-Order Saint King cultivator, but now the other party hadn't mentioned anything about the deaths of those 3. Chou Yuan hadn't said anything about the situation at that time. Yang Kai instantly understood. Chou Yuan was a second-order Saint King, and even though he had brought 3 First-Order Saint Kings with him, he was still unable to protect his young master. Obviously, he was unable to protect his young master. Chou Yuan probably didn't dare to tell the truth, lest he be punished even more severely. Since this matter hadn't been exposed yet, it meant that Su Tianze had either helped Chou Yuan conceal the truth, or he had become an idiot. At that time, Yang Kai had hurriedly released a burst of spiritual energy that had such power. Now, it seemed that the latter was more likely because Su Tianze was just a young master, so there was no need for him to help Chou Yuan conceal anything. Since it's him, it's easy to handle. Chou Yuan, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Go, chop off that little brat's limbs, I'll take him back and soak him in a medicinal pot, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. Su Zhishan roared furiously, glaring towards Yang Kai with a ferocious expression. Many people couldn't help shivering at this sight. Having their limbs chopped off and soaked in medicine meant that they would not die in a short period of time. It was very likely that they would be tortured for a year and a half before slowly dying. That was truly a life worse than death. It was an incomparably vicious torture in the human world. Yang Kai calmly stared at Chou Yuan, not showing the slightest sign of panic. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Chou Yuan didn't rush out immediately. Instead, he had a submissive look on his face. Although he responded, his feet seemed to be filled with lead. He didn't move for a long time. The expression on his face was terrified. Large beads of sweat slid down his forehead and fell to the ground. Everyone could see that something was wrong. Chou Yuan seemed to be trembling, but no one knew why. Chou Yuan's heart was filled with bitterness. He knew better than anyone just how terrifying this young man's strength was. If someone had told him before that a Saint Realm cultivator could kill 3 Saint Kings in a single move, he would have scoffed. The gap between realms was an absolute chasm, and even if someone could fight across realms, it was impossible to accomplish such a feat, but Chou Yuan had seen it with his own eyes. This young man had killed Saint Kings as easily as crushing an ant. At that time, if he hadn't run fast enough and the young man had been restrained by another woman, he likely wouldn't have survived. The last spiritual energy attack made Chou Yuan realize just how strange Yang Kai was. It was a kind of power that enveloped his body and mind, causing everything in front of him to turn dark. Although his young master had survived, he had become a complete idiot, drooling all day long and his eyes dull, looking extremely disgusting. Even Chou Yuan himself had been seriously injured, and even now his soul hadn't recovered. His second order Saint King cultivation had even fallen. Chapter 1121. Chou Yuan thought that since Su Zhishan had come in person, he would immediately kill Yang Kai to avenge his young master, so how could he have imagined that Su Zhishan would actually ask him to fight? Looking at the young man who was smiling at him meaningfully, Chou Yuan screamed in horror and under the stunned gazes of everyone, turned around and fled. He didn't dare to confront Yang Kai at all, because doing so would result in his death, so he decisively ran away. Everyone's eyes bulged. Among the 20 or so people who had come, not only were there Su family cultivators, but also some from the Haiku family. Besides Wu Yi, who was looking at Yang Kai worriedly, trying to figure out how to resolve this crisis, everyone else had just been watching the show. But now, although they had seen a good show, it wasn't what they had expected, making them somewhat unable to accept it. Even Su Zhishan was stunned for a moment, but soon his expression became even more gloomy as he waved his hand, condensing his Saint Qi into the shape of a rope that quickly tied up the fleeing Chou Yuan. Su Zhishan coldly snorted again as the rope bloomed with a bright light and a terrifying energy fluctuation spread out. Chou Yuan screamed in horror as the rope deeply wrapped around his body. With a series of cracking sounds, the sound of bones breaking rang out and the smell of blood instantly filled the air. Chou Yuan, who had been terrified for a long time, seemed to have been liberated, the fear in his eyes gradually dissipating along with his vitality before he was reduced to a pile of minced meat. He had no fighting spirit in his heart and only wanted to escape. Coupled with the fact that his cultivation had fallen, he hadn't expected his family elder to kill him, so there was no time for him to resist. Coward! Su Zhishan roared angrily. He didn't understand why Chou Yuan was acting like this, but facing a young man who was only a third-order saint, fleeing without a fight was a great loss of face for the Su family and a joke for the Haiku family. Naturally, Su Zhishan wouldn't show mercy. Fine, this old master will do it himself. Su Zhishan took a step forward and stared at Yang Kai coldly. This old master wants to see who gave you the courage to oppose my Su family. The several elders of the Haiku family who had followed him here all frowned. Although they weren't happy, none of them expressed any opinion. If they took a stand, it would mean that the Haiku family was supporting Yang Kai, which would cause hatred between the two families. For a boy of unknown origin, the Haiku family wouldn't do such a thing. Senior Su, please wait. The elders remained indifferent, but Wu Yi quickly called out. Everyone from the Haiku family shot her a dissatisfied look while Su Zhishan looked at her with a sneer. Little girl, do you have something to say? Wu Yi, this is none of your business. Before Wu Yi could speak, an old man in yellow robes shot her a look. Wu Yi pretended not to notice this and shot a worried look towards Yang Kai before saying, Senior Su, Yang Kai is my friend and I know he isn't someone who likes to stir up trouble. Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? If he doesn't like to stir up trouble, could it be my Su family's people are stirring up trouble? Su Zhishan's expression darkened. Misunderstanding? Seriously injuring Tianze and turning him into an idiot is also a misunderstanding. Little girl, tell this old master what kind of misunderstanding this is. If you don't explain yourself, even if you are a member of the Haiku family, this old master won't let this go. Brother Su, don't drag my Haiku family into this matter, it has nothing to do with us. The old man in yellow robes snorted, becoming more and more dissatisfied with Wu Yi and Yang Kai. Wu Yi grit her teeth and said, Senior, as far as I know, last time Su Tianze brought people here and tried to harm Sister Yang Inflammation, so Yang Kai fought back, right? She had heard the general story of what happened from the Su family when she was with the family, but there were many doubts and loopholes in it. Without even mentioning how Yang Kai, a third-order saint cultivator, could seriously injure Su Tianze while under the protection of Chou Yuan, why didn't Chou Yuan avenge their young master at that time? Instead, why did he return to the Su family and bring back so many powerful helpers? Wu Yi thought that this was a play directed by the Su family, but as for their purpose, she couldn't figure it out. Su Zhishan taking action to kill Chou Yuan also confused her greatly. But in any case, she couldn't just sit back and watch Yang Kai be bullied. So what if she is? Su Zhishan coldly snorted. Tianze is my Su family's young master. Being able to take a liking to a little girl like her is her blessing. Not only did she not cherish him, she even dared to resist, simply not putting my Su family in her eyes. What kind of logic is this? Does your Su family have to obey whoever it fancies? Wu Yi was also a little annoyed, not because of anything else, but simply because Yang Inflammation was a woman, and she was also a woman. What she couldn't stand the most was those vicious dogs who bullied others and oppressed others. In this world, there were many innocent girls who had been defiled by people like Su Tianze. Not to mention whether or not Su Tianze had been beaten into an idiot by Yang Kai. Even if he was, Wu Yi would only be happy that he had acted on behalf of the heavens. Su Tianze's expression became cold as his brow furrowed, turning to the yellow-robed old man and asking, "Brother Ba, does your Haiku family insist on intervening in this matter?" Ba Qingyan also wore an annoyed expression as he glared at Wu Yi. "Scram, you have no right to speak here." Wu Yi grit her teeth and didn't say a word. Ba Qingyan then turned to Su Zhishan and faintly said, "Brother Su, if you want to act, this old master will say the same thing. This matter has nothing to do with my Haiku family. I heard this young man is just a nobody Wu Yi met outside. He is not a member of my Haiku family." "Good, I don't want any friction between my Su family and your Haiku family. Since Brother Ba has said so, this old master won't be polite." Su Zhishan nodded. Su Zhishan nodded with satisfaction. The forces of the two families were equal, but if Haiku family really wanted to protect this young man, Su Zhishan would find it difficult to do so. At most, he could declare war on the Haiku family, which would definitely result in both sides suffering losses. Now that Ba Qingyan had declared that he wouldn't intervene, he naturally had no more worries. "You're not allowed to act." Wu Yi suddenly rushed over to Yang Kai. "He is my friend. I allowed him to live here, so now that this matter has happened, no matter who is right or wrong, my Haiku family is responsible." "Elder Ba, if you really sit back and do nothing and word of this spreads, my Haiku family's reputation will be ruined. When that time comes..." "Impudence!" Ba Qingyan trembled with anger. He had already declared that this matter had nothing to do with the Haiku family, but now Wu Yi, a direct descendant of the family, had actually stood up at this sensitive time and said such sensitive words. If things went wrong, it would really cause a rift between the two families, which was not something the Haiku family wanted to see. "Little woman, do you think just because you have some aptitude you can do whatever you want? Have you forgotten who the family's family laws are made for? Seeing how young you are, if you come back to this old master now, this old master won't hold you responsible for your insolence, otherwise, you will be punished according to the family laws." Ba Qingyan roared. Hearing the words family laws, Wu Yi's tender body seemed to tremble as a trace of panic flashed across her pretty face. Every country had its own laws and every family had its own rules. Once broken, the punishment would be worse than death, even crueler than the punishment for one's enemies. The Haiku family's family laws were like this. Once it was enforced, the rest of one's life would be over. Her panic only lasted for a moment before Wu Yi's expression became firm again, shaking her head as she said, "Yang Kai is my friend, you can't treat him like this. At worst, I'll compensate you for your losses." Her last sentence was directed to Su Zhishan. "Losses?" Su Zhishan sneered. "My Su family's young master was crippled. What are you going to use to compensate?" "Brother Ba, is this how your Haiku family educates its disciples? How can a little girl like her interfere with an elder's decision? She's too uncultured and outrageous." Ba Qingyan took a deep breath and said angrily, "It's not up to you to tell my family's affairs. Just wait a moment, I'll deal with this shrew first." Saying so, he turned a cold stare towards Wu Yi and said, "I'll give you two choices. One is to shut up now and return to the family to accept punishment. The other is for this old master to personally take you back. Choose for yourself." Wu Yi's face went pale, never having expected things to develop to this point. She was a woman, but her aptitude was one of the best among the Haiku family's younger generation, so the family had always vigorously cultivated her. Grateful for the family's kindness, Wu Yi had constantly contributed to the family over the years, not feeling at all that she was a woman who would sooner or later be married off. For example, the last time she left Shadowed Star to go to Starfield to mine, none of the men in the family dared to go. In the end, it was Wu Yi who took the initiative to lead Yu Feng and the others to Starfield. Only after a full 2 years did they finally return with a full harvest. During this time, nearly half of the family's disciples had died, and Wu Yi herself had narrowly escaped death several times. However, the ores they collected were all snatched away as soon as they arrived on Shadowed Star. The family didn't even dare to let out a fart about this, so those who returned didn't receive much reward. In the end, Wu Yi had to pay out of her own pocket to compensate Yu Feng and the others. Recalling all the contributions she had made to the family, the attitude of her family's elders towards her, and the gloating looks in the eyes of her cousins, Wu Yi suddenly felt a little disheartened. She knew that she really shouldn't have intervened this time, but she couldn't just sit back and ignore Yang Kai. She was the one who brought Yang Kai back and arranged for him to live on Dragon Cave Mountain. There was even an agreement between the two of them. Wu Yi suddenly understood that her status in the family wasn't as important or solid as she had imagined. If this matter had been caused by the other men, the family's elders would have intervened because they were the future heirs of the Haiku family, the family's hope. Wu Yi was just a woman who would sooner or later leave the family. The elders had already spoken, so no matter what choice she made, she would face punishment according to the family's rules. Wu Yi's future was dark. Wu Yi couldn't help shedding tears, not because of her future, but because she felt that all her efforts over the years had been unwarranted and that her persistence and efforts had not been worth it. Chapter 11:22. Seeing Wu Yi crying silently, Yu Feng's heart filled with anger, and without even thinking about it, he stood next to Wu Yi and clenched his fists as he glared at Elder Ba Qingyan. "Bastard!" Ba Qingyan became even angrier. Wu Yi questioning his decision and openly opposing him was one thing, but she was just a woman who would leave the Haiku family sooner or later, but now her subordinate cultivator dared to glare at him. What kind of scandal was this? "Little E, it seems you really have been lacking discipline these past few years. Just anyone dares to disobey an elder of the family?" A man who had been standing to the side and hadn't spoken until now suddenly spoke up. He was about 30 years old and had a first-order Saint King cultivation. Judging from his attire, his status in the Haiku family wasn't low, so he shouted sternly, "Hurry up and apologize to Elder Ba. You should know that the elders always keep their word, so don't be so obstinate as to ruin your future." His face was filled with righteousness, seemingly trying to speak up for Wu Yi, but as soon as her cousin spoke, Wu Yi knew there was no room for negotiation. The words of the elders were indeed absolute and had never been changed, so her cousin's words were clearly adding fuel to the fire. Sure enough, as soon as his words fell, Ba Qingyan coldly snorted and said, "Apologize? This old master is thinking for the family, there's no need for her to apologize. Go back to the family and receive your punishment." Saying so, he turned to Yu Feng and said, "You can't run either." Yu Feng's face went pale as he stared at Wu Yi in a daze. The sudden disaster had stunned him. A trace of hidden joy flashed across the eyes of the man in his 30s, but he still put on an anxious look as he continued to plead for Wu Yi in front of Ba Qingyan, speaking of all the contributions Wu Yi had made to the family over the years. His words didn't have any effect and instead only added fuel to the fire, making it easy for those who heard him to have the misconception that Wu Yi was acting arrogantly. "What did I do wrong?" Wu Yi suddenly wiped the corners of her eyes and stubbornly stared at her cousin and Ba Qingyan, biting her red lips until they bled. I didn't do anything wrong, it was you who bullied the weak. Good. Ba Qingyan laughed angrily. You dare talk to this old master like that? You must be tired of living. Wu Yi smiled bleakly. I don't want to stay in such a family. From today onwards, I will separate myself from the Haiku family and have nothing to do with it. As for the family laws, I won't accept them. Ba Qingyan had never thought that a little girl would dare to say such disgraceful words. He was stunned for a moment. All the Haiku family cultivator were stunned as they stared at Wu Yi in amazement. None of them had expected that she would sever ties with the family for a little cultivator of unknown origin. This was something that had never happened before. It had always been the family that abandoned its disciples. No disciple could easily leave the family. This was an insult to the family. Wu Yi's cousin Wu Ku, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Although Wu Yi was a woman, both her aptitude and means were better than his. Over the years, he had never underestimated Wu Yi and had even specifically researched her. He knew that Wu Yi had ambitions to take control of the family, and he also knew that if she could really win the favor of the elders, she might really be able to control the Haiku family. Although the elders of the family had never had high expectations for Wu Yi because she was a woman, there was always a possibility. What if these old fogies became confused and decided to appoint Wu Yi as the family's successor? Now that Wu Yi had completely fallen out with Elder Ba and declared that she would leave the family, it was truly a pleasant surprise. Good, good, good. Wu Ku was ecstatic in his heart, but on the surface, his expression remained unchanged as he glanced over towards Xianxia. He wondered if Wu Yi had fallen in love with this young man, making her so desperate to protect him. Regardless of the reason, Wu Ku had to thank Xianxia in his heart. If it weren't for this inexplicable man, his cousin might have become a strong competitor. Young lady. Yu Feng pursed his pale lips and called out to Wu Yi, a look of confusion and helplessness filling his face. He was also shocked by Wu Yi's words, but soon his expression became as firm as Wu Yi's, quickly declaring, wherever young lady goes, Yu Feng will follow. Thank you, Yu Feng. Wu Yi glanced at him apologetically before sadly saying, I'm sorry. She knew that she had implicated Yu Feng. Now, no matter what she said, it was impossible to exempt Yu Feng from the family's punishment. Leaving the family with her was probably the best choice. What is young lady saying? Yu Feng grinned. 5 years ago, if young lady hadn't saved me, Yu Feng, would have been bitten to death by that steel-armored beast, let alone today. 5 years ago, I made up my mind to follow young lady from now on. Good show of deep affection between master and servant. Su Zhishan suddenly clapped his hands and laughed, turning his head to look at Ba Qingyan with a teasing smile. Brother Ba, I didn't expect that I would be able to see such a good show after coming to your family today. The hostility in this old master's heart has been greatly reduced. Since the Haiku family had become noisy, Su Zhishan had not taken any action and had instead been watching with great interest. The Haiku family and his Su family were equal in strength and shared a common border. They had always traded with each other, so there were also some small frictions between them. Naturally, Su Zhishan was happy to see such a thing happen to the Haiku family. When he returned, he would tell his old friends about it. Su Zhishan's sarcasm caused Ba Qingyan's face to become extremely ugly as he glared at Wu Yi with murderous intent. It didn't matter how people in the family fought, that was an internal conflict, but now it had become a laughingstock for outsiders, making Ba Qingyan very angry. He couldn't wait to cripple Wu Yi right now and take her back to the family to be punished. Brother Ba, your family's matters should be discussed behind closed doors. This old master is too lazy to intervene. This time, this old master came only to kill this little bastard who injured Tianze. After watching the good show, Ba Qingyan had become impatient, so he pointed to Xianxia and sneered, Little bastard, all you know how to do is hide behind a woman? It seems you're just a piece of trash who lives off a woman. Hurry up and come out to face your death. Xianxia had been watching with cold eyes the entire time. Even when Wu Yi was scolded by her family's elder and declared her intention to withdraw from the Haiku family, he didn't say anything. Because that was someone else's business. Although the cause of the incident was his own, if he had interfered at that time, it would only have made the situation worse. Now that Wu Yi had declared her intention to leave the Haiku family, Yang Kai knew that part of the reason was because of him, but the other part was because Wu Yi's heart had become cold towards her family. In any case, Yang Kai was very grateful to Wu. It was really difficult for a woman to go this far. Yang Kai secretly decided that he would compensate Wu Yi well and do his best to satisfy her wishes and take her to see the world outside Shadowed Star. A woman like her shouldn't be bound to a small family. Considering all this, Yang Kai stepped forward, gently patted Wu Yi's shoulder, and pulled her behind him. Glancing over at Su Zhishin, he sneered, "Old dog, you're quite arrogant, aren't you?" Su Zhishin's eyes flashed coldly as he nodded, Good boy, you're quite arrogant. I hope you don't just have a sharp tongue." Saying so, a cold spiritual energy fluctuation burst from Su Zhishin's eyes and, like a sharp sword, rushed into Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai had beaten Su Tianzhe into an idiot using his spiritual energy. Su Zhishin knew this better than anyone else. Now, he wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. Seeing that Yang Kai was only a third-order saint, an entire great realm lower than him, Su Zhishin didn't use his full strength. He wanted to torture Yang Kai and let him know the price of speaking such arrogant words. The frigid spiritual energy rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, but before it could even form a ripple, it was incinerated by the scorching hot conflagrated knowledge sea, not even leaving behind a single trace of it. Even Su Zhishin's soul was injured, his face paling significantly. Su Zhishin stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Just now, he had clearly felt a wave of spiritual energy more powerful than his own directly incinerate his soul. If it weren't for him not using his full strength and holding back, just the backlash alone would have seriously injured him even if he didn't die. Su Zhishin's complexion fluctuated as his eyes swept over Yang Kai, trying to find something. He didn't believe that Yang Kai had such a powerful spiritual energy cultivation and thought that Yang Kai was wearing some kind of powerful soul-type artifact. However, after searching for a long time, Su Zhishin still couldn't find any clues, greatly shocking him. Everyone present, except for the old man named Ba Qingyan, whose strength was comparable to Su Zhishin's, didn't have high cultivations. Most of them were just saints, with a small number of them being first or second-order saint kings. None of them knew what had just happened, but seeing that Su Zhishin was about to attack, they all turned their attention to Yang Kai's miserable fate. But Yang Kai remained indifferent while Su Zhishin's face paled, as if he had suffered some kind of injury, confusing everyone present. Only Ba Qingyan's eyes flashed as he stared towards Yang Kai, as if he had discovered something, but soon shook his head slowly, denying his guess. He didn't think that Yang Kai could hurt Su Zhishin with his current strength. However, Su Zhishin's soul aura was clearly much weaker than before, so it didn't seem to be fake. Ba Qingyan couldn't understand why. "Old dog, are you going to attack? If you don't, I'm going to start." Yang Kai grinned at Su Zhishin. As early as when he broke through to the third-order saint realm, he was able to kill second-order saint kings. Now that his body was filled with golden blood, his vitality were far greater than before. It was rare for him to have a third-order saint king to practice with, so Yang Kai wanted to know where his bottom line was. Saying so, a long sword covered in demonic flames suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's hand. As soon as this long sword appeared, everyone from the Haiku family and Su family showed looks of horror. Ba Qingyan and Su Zhishin, who were the strongest among them, wore dignified expressions as they stared towards the dark demonic flames. Chapter 11:23. Everyone present, regardless of their strength, felt the strangeness of these demonic flames. None of them had ever seen such a strange power before. Just the power radiating from these demonic flames was enough to make them feel uncomfortable, as if they were being tortured, not to mention what kind of fate awaited them if they were to be directly bombarded by this kind of power. For a time, many people showed looks of dread and horror. Ba Qingyan of the Haiku family narrowed his eyes and gestured to his family's cultivator before quietly leading a group of people away. He finally realized that Yang Kai was acting strangely. A trivial third-order saint cultivator, if he didn't have something to rely on, how could he act so arrogantly in front of Su Zhishin? However, no matter what Yang Kai's backing was, Ba Qingyan wasn't going to get involved in this mess. The battle between the Su family and Yang Kai had nothing to do with him, so he was happy to stand aside and watch the show. What he cared more about was how to deal with the traitor Wu Yi. Daring to leave the family without permission, no matter who it was, would not have a good end. Yang Yun had seen Yang Kai fight before, so although he didn't know if Yang Kai could escape unscathed from Su Zhishin, he still obediently led Wu Yi and Yu Feng to the side so they wouldn't be caught up in the battle. Seeing them retreat, the Su family's cultivator also retreated. In the blink of an eye, only Yang Kai and Su Zhishin remained, staring at each other from a distance. "Old dog, my principle has always been that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving." Yang Kai wasn't an easy person to talk to, not to mention this old dog calling him a little beast made him even angrier, secretly deciding to teach him a lesson today. Whether it was the Haiku family or the Su family, he didn't put them in his eyes. These two families didn't even have an origin-returning realm master, so Yang Kai was confident they couldn't do anything to him. Besides, even if an origin-returning realm master attacked him, he could easily retreat. As such, he had no scruples. Arrogant brat. Su Zhishin's old face paled. After his soul was inadvertently damaged just now, he had been searching for Yang Kai to see if he was wearing some kind of powerful soul-type artifact, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find anything. Not daring to act rashly, Su Zhishin waved his hand and sent an almost invisible black line towards Yang Kai. Just now, Yang Kai had used this thing to hide in his Saint Qi, allowing him to easily kill the cultivator named Chou Yuan. Besides Ba Qingyan, who was familiar with Yang Kai's abilities, no one else had noticed it and all of them thought Yang Kai's Saint Qi was powerful, but Yang Kai's divine sense was strong and he had long been on guard against this strange artifact. As soon as he attacked, Yang Kai met his attack with his sword. The demonic flame contained the power to incinerate all things in the world and was the foundation of Yang Kai's strength. Yang Kai believed that even if this thin line was an origin-grade artifact, it wouldn't be able to resist his demonic flame. There seemed to be a crisp sound of metal colliding as a spark burst from the demonic flame sword in Yang Kai's hand. When the thin line collided with the demonic flame sword, an extremely cold energy suddenly erupted from the thin line and swept towards Yang Kai from all directions. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as his powerful divine sense locked onto the thin black line. He found that the situation was somewhat different from what he had expected. His demonic flame had little effect on this invisible thin line. Although it was burning violently, it couldn't burn it at all. The corners of Su Zhishin's mouth rose slightly as a look of confidence appeared on his face as he shouted, "Hand over your life." As soon as his voice fell, the thin black line suddenly split up into countless smaller threads that weaved together to form an airtight net that shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly dodged while at the same time sending out a palm to meet this attack. The huge heaven-covering hand rapidly expanded, seemingly wanting to cover the entire world, causing everyone watching to feel as if the sky had suddenly become much darker. A violent energy fluctuation spread out and the giant black line instantly collapsed. Su Zhishin's body shook as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, never having expected that his hidden killing move would actually be broken by him. It was precisely because of his fear of Yang Kai being able to injure his soul that Su Zhishin had not shown any mercy. He had only wanted to kill Yang Kai as quickly as possible to restore the Su family's face, but how could he have known that it would be completely useless? Not only was this third-order Saint Realm youth's vision extremely sharp, seeing through his hidden killing move, but his Saint Qi was also comparable to Su Zhishin's. If this weren't the case, this young man wouldn't have been able to break through his nether shadow soul silk. Yang Kai's method of breaking through his nether shadow soul silk seemed simple, but in fact, it required an extremely powerful force to back it up. If it had been a cultivator in the same realm, such as Ba Qingyan, doing this would have been reasonable, but the other party was clearly just a Saint Realm cultivator. Did he actually have the ability to fight head-on with Su Zhishan? Su Zhishan was so surprised that he almost called out. If he had suspected that Yang Kai was relying on some kind of artifact when his soul was injured just now, Su Zhishan didn't dare think so now. The other party didn't seem to be any weaker than him. There was something wrong with this young man. No wonder he dared to come out and provoke Su Zhishan. It turned out he was just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. No wonder Chou Yuan was seriously injured when he returned, and no matter how Su Zhishan questioned him, he couldn't say anything. No wonder Chou Yuan had turned around and fled just now. It seemed that his injuries were also caused by this young man, but he didn't dare say anything for fear of being punished. Being able to seriously injure a second-order Saint King and instill fear in his heart, this young man's ability was simply shocking. Realizing this, Su Zhishan no longer underestimated Yang Kai, and his expression became extremely dignified. Taking back the black threads that had been blocked by the heaven-covering hand, Su Zhishan stuffed a pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Seeing this action, the onlookers couldn't help gawking. Whether it was the Haiku family or the Su family, everyone's jaws dropped. They all thought that with Su Zhishan taking action personally, Yang Kai would be defeated in a single exchange. What was laughable was that he had shamelessly boasted and repeatedly insulted Yang Kai. Some of the Su family cultivators had even been waiting to see how Yang Kai would be ravaged and how he would beg for mercy. How could they have known that after Su Zhishan's blow, Yang Kai's expression remained calm, not even losing a single strand of his hair, while their own elder wore a dignified expression and even swallowed a pill? As long as one wasn't blind, they would know that things were different from what they had imagined. Elder Ba, what does this mean? Wu Yi's cousin named Wuxia asked Ba Qingyan softly. To be honest, he really didn't understand. Upon hearing this question, everyone turned their eyes to Ba Qingyan, expecting him to explain. What do you mean? Ba Qingyan coldly snorted. The Su family has kicked an iron plate this time. Even if Wuxia didn't understand, he understood the meaning of Ba Qingyan's words and turned a stunned look towards Yang Kai, saying in a strange tone, Elder Ba, he seems to be only a third-order saint. Even if he can resist for a while, Senior Su will quickly capture him. After all, the gap between their realms is too great. Wu Yi had already left the family and joined forces with this young man, so as long as this young man died, Wu Yi's fate wouldn't be good. Wuxia didn't want to add insult to injury, but he also didn't want to see Wu Yi rise again. Who knows? Ba Qingyan's eyes deepened, his attention not focused on Su Zhishan but instead on Yang Kai. From the moment he arrived here, he hadn't paid much attention to this person, but now, even if he didn't want to, he couldn't. Where did Wu Yi find this little brat? He's a bit of a monster. The cultivator from the two families couldn't believe their eyes, while Wu Yi and Yu Feng were even more surprised. They knew Yang Kai's origins better than anyone else. It was Yu Feng who had brought Yang Kai back to the starship while he was sleeping inside the blood-red crystal. Although everyone got along well, they only regarded Yang Kai as a little cultivator who had wandered here. Wu Yi had given Dragon Cave Mountain to Yang Kai because he was more familiar with the outside world, and she felt there was a need to consult him in the future. Neither of them had known Yang Kai's heritage was so amazing. Yang Yen felt proud of himself and said, "Don't worry, Yang Kai won't suffer a loss. Last time, he killed a few Saint Kings and even forced that guy named Chou Yuan to flee. Although that old fart looks stronger than Chou Yuan, he shouldn't be much stronger." Wu Yi couldn't help covering her mouth. You're saying he killed Saint Kings? You're not joking, right? Yang Yen curled his lips. He killed them right in front of me. It was so scary I fell into a coma for 3 days before waking up. Yang Yen immediately added some oil to the fire as she recounted the situation at that time. Watching her dance around, there was no trace of panic on her face, only excitement. When Wu Yi and Yu Feng heard this, both of them couldn't help feeling shocked. Junior, I admit, this old master underestimated you, but so what? If I, Su Zhishen, want to kill you, don't think you'll live to see tomorrow's sun. Su Zhishen swallowed a pill and his injured soul finally felt less painful. Although he couldn't repair it, as long as he could temporarily suppress his injuries, he would be able to go all out. That thin thread isn't an artifact? After Yang Kai forced back his killing move, he didn't pursue and instead just swept his eyes over him. It wasn't until this moment that his brow rose. He vaguely felt that this black thread wasn't an artifact at all, otherwise, his demonic flame wouldn't have been ineffective against it. The feeling this black thread gave him was more like a soul attack, a substantial soul attack. Suddenly cheering up, Yang Kai declared, "Good stuff, I want that thread." Since you have the guts to ask, I don't know if you'll have the life to take it. Su Zhishen coldly snorted, a powerful aura erupting from his body as the ground beneath his feet suddenly sank a few meters. Su Zhishen's robes fluttered without any wind as his face filled with malevolent intent. A cold aura swept out from his body, causing everyone present to feel as if they could hear a gust of wind blowing past their ears. Countless nether shadow soul threads shot out from his body. The pitch-black nether shadow soul threads made him look as ugly as a long-haired monster. These nether shadow soul threads seemed to come alive as they rushed towards Yang Kai. Halfway through, they suddenly gathered together and formed a thumb-thick spear that spun at an extremely fast speed towards Yang Kai's heart. Chapter 11:24. The spinning force of the spear stirred up the air and a tornado suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai, its momentum astonishing. The nether shadow soul silk spear was extremely fast and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Yang Kai. To everyone's surprise, in the face of such a terrifying blow, Yang Kai didn't even try to dodge and instead stretched out his hand to grab the spear. Demonic flame burst out from his palm and Yang Kai's expression became dignified, obviously using his full strength. *ci*, an ear-piercing and unbearable sound rang out. The moment Kai Yang grasped the spear, a huge rotational force spun him around. The speed was so fast that it seemed like Kai Yang was being flung around by someone, and his figure was constantly being pushed back. Golden blood splashed out from this wound. But soon, Yang Kai's retreating speed slowed down, and his body, which had been thrown out of sight, gradually stabilized and finally stabilized. On his palm, in addition to the demonic flame, there was also a burnt smell, obviously having suffered some minor injuries. However, Yang Kai didn't care. Su Zhishen's black threads were really difficult to guard against and were extremely strange, even his demonic flame couldn't burn them. No matter what they were, Yang Kai would first destroy them or snatch them away. Otherwise, if Su Zhishen kept using these things to attack him, Yang Kai really wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Yang Kai had just regained his footing when Su Zhishen flew over like a giant pung. Amidst Yang Kai and Wu Yi's exclamations, a violent force poured out from Su Zhishen's palms and formed a series of strange attacks that bombarded Yang Kai. Yang Kai gripped the black spear in one hand and pushed his spiritual energy into the threads, burning away the spiritual energy brand Su Zhishen had left behind and erasing his control over it, while at the same time sending out a heaven-covering hand. *hong hong hong. Su Zhishen flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, vomiting a mouthful of blood in midair, his face pale once again. Yang Kai was also forced back more than a dozen steps, the arm he used to block this attack feeling a brief sense of powerlessness as the blood in his chest roiled and he coughed up a mouthful of golden blood. However, his state was obviously much better than Su Zhishen's, his face filled with an excited smile as he glanced at the countless threads on his hand before tossing them into his space ring. "You can actually erase my soul brand in an instant?" Su Zhishen's face changed greatly, whether it was because of anger or disbelief. His body trembled as he pointed his finger at Yang Kai, spitting out another mouthful of blood. "Haha." Yang Kai laughed, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said proudly, "I said I want that thing, so I want it." Arrogant. Domineering. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone suddenly remembered that Yang Kai had indeed said such a thing just now, but how could they have known that in less than 10 breaths of time, he had really done it? A Saint Realm cultivator was actually able to snatch an artifact from a Saint King Realm master and erase his soul brand in an instant. Just how powerful was this Saint King Realm master's spiritual energy? How could he possibly have such an ability? Fuck! Yu Feng couldn't help cursing, both of his eyes trembling violently. Not only was Yang Yun and Wu Yi dazzled by this scene, but even the several young women from the Haiku family who were of the same generation as Wu Yi were staring at Yang Kai as if they wanted to eat him alive. All of them suddenly discovered that the so-called young talents they had seen before couldn't compare to this man of unknown origin at all. Those people were simply trash. Even Ba Qingyan's pupils shrank as a thick sense of horror flashed across the depths of his eyes. He knew better than anyone what level Su Zhishan was at. In a one-on-one fight, he might not be Su Zhishan's opponent, but such a person had only exchanged 2 moves before this young man had snatched away his artifact and even suffered serious injuries. If Ba Qingyan were to fight against this young man, what would the outcome be? Ba Qingyan suddenly felt a headache and a tightness in his chest. Yang Kai smiled happily, not because he had snatched Su Zhishan's artifact, but because he found that his current combat power could really compete with a third-order Saint King. Although it was undeniable that Su Zhishan's combat power shouldn't be too high for this level of cultivator, after all, his realm was still quite high. Moreover, Yang Kai hadn't used his full strength. The mysteries of the Tao of space, the power of his golden blood, the demon eye of annihilation. Yang Kai hadn't used any of these trump cards. All he had relied on was the strength stored in his body. Old Man Chang Chok. The Su family's Saint King Realm cultivator saw Su Zhishan suffer a loss and called out in alarm. Su Zhishan waved his hand, stopping them from stepping forward, a look of madness filling his face as he roared hysterically, "Good, good, good, the younger generation will surpass us in time. This old master didn't expect there to be someone like you. If I don't kill you today, this old master isn't human." Saying so, Su Zhishan suddenly summoned an ancient picture scroll that exuded a thick and solid aura. As soon as this picture scroll appeared, everyone felt a little suffocated, as if something was pressing down on their heads. The 100 Mountains picture. Ba Qingyan obviously recognized this picture scroll and his face changed drastically as he shouted, "Retreat!" The people from the Haiku family unconditionally believed his words and naturally followed closely behind him, immediately retreating. The Su family naturally knew their limits and also turned around to flee. Seeing them run away, Wu Yi and Yu Feng suddenly became uneasy, Wu Yi hurriedly calling out, "We should also retreat." "No need." Yang Yenyun waved her hand, saying so as she summoned a number of strange things into her small hands and arranged them around the 3 of them. Soon, she finished arranging everything and patted her hands happily. "This position is good, just nice to watch the show." Wu Yi stared at her speechlessly, not knowing whether she was just being ignorant or not. However, it was already too late to retreat now. After Su Zhishan summoned the 100 Mountains picture, the phantom image of a small mountain immediately rushed out from it. This mountain was several dozen meters high and exuded a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering momentum as it smashed towards Yang Kai. An unimaginable sense of crisis rose from the bottom of his heart and Yang Kai's face paled, not even hesitating as he hurriedly arranged several grand heavenly shields above his head. "Watch this old man tear you to shreds." Su Zhishan roared, and as his voice rang out, the image of the small mountain pressed down heavily. Kacha. The several grand heavenly shields he had just condensed were completely useless as they were directly crushed by the phantom of the small mountain. However, the phantom's speed didn't decrease and it continued to press down on Yang Kai. Yang Kai struggled to even move as he secretly cursed in his heart. Su Zhishan's 100 Mountains picture artifact was clearly an origin-grade artifact, and although the phantom seemed illusory, it was actually as heavy as a small mountain. If it really pressed down on him, Yang Kai estimated that even if his physique was tyrannical, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Left with no choice, Yang Kai could only use his space force. His figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. The small mountain directly crushed Kai Yang's afterimage, causing the earth to violently tremble. The ground cracked like a spider's, and even the distant mountain peak shook a few times. Countless birds were startled and scattered in all directions. Su Zhishen was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help laughing. "Junior, now you know how powerful this old master is. Daring to fight me, you're still too inexperienced." Wu Yi's face went pale. She also thought that Yang Kai had been killed. "Old dog, do you only know how to bark?" Yang Kai's voice suddenly came from the side, and the heaven-punishing spear, which contained the power of space, broke through the blockade of space and instantly appeared in front of Su Zhishen. Su Zhishen, who had been feeling proud of himself, broke out in a cold sweat and without even thinking about it, desperately pushed his Saint Chi. From his 100 Mountains picture, another phantom mountain flew out, but this one was much larger than the previous one, at least 1,000 meters high. The heaven-punishing spear was blocked by this phantom mountain and returned without any effect. Su Zhishen was both shocked and angry as he pointed his finger and sent out a second mountain towards Yang Kai again. Yang Kai finally understood why this artifact was called the 100 Mountains picture, because there were clearly 100 mountain peaks in this picture scroll. Every time Su Zhishen summoned one, there would be one less in the picture scroll, and each one was larger than the last. The largest one, Yang Kai was frightened just by looking at it. If he were to be hit by it, he would instantly be reduced to ashes. Although Yang Kai also knew that with Su Zhishen's ability, it was impossible for him to summon 100 mountain peaks, the power of this artifact was not small. The second mountain peak smashed towards Yang Kai at an extremely fast speed, while the first smaller mountain peak also flew up and attacked Yang Kai from both sides. Each phantom mountain peak gave off an oppressive aura, making Yang Kai's movements and Saint Chi difficult to circulate. Su Zhishen had really gone crazy, summoning a third and fourth mountain peaks all at once. With the 4 peaks intercepting him, Yang Kai simply had no way to avoid them. A violent impact rang out and the surrounding space seemed to collapse as a powerful shockwave swept out. In an instant, Dragon Cave Mountain was uprooted and countless trees were torn to shreds by this shockwave. Looking at this doomsday-like scene, many of the Su family and Haiku family cultivators' faces went pale. They knew that if they had not retreated just now, even if they had stood there and watched, they would have been affected. Because even now, the waves of energy still caused everyone's skin to ache, as if they were being cut by knives. Those with lower strength had to circulate their Saint Chi to resist, several of them having been blown away, and it was impossible to tell whether they were still alive or not. Once the 100 Mountains picture appeared, even this old master had to temporarily avoid it. "That young man is dead for sure." Ba Qing Yen exhaled softly, a strange expression on his face, whether it was relief or regret. In this chaotic battlefield, only one place remained unscathed, and that was where Yang Yen, Wu Yi, and Yu Feng were standing. When the powerful wave of energy hit them, Wu Yi and Yu Feng both felt as if they were doomed. How could they have anticipated that a light curtain would suddenly appear in front of them? Ripples spread out from this light curtain and intercepted all the incoming waves, so none of them were in any danger at all. Chapter 11:25. "You're an array grandmaster?" Wu Yi gawked for a moment as she stared at Yang Inflammation in shock. Although she knew that Yang Inflammation was arranging a spirit array just now, she hadn't expected the spirit array he had casually arranged to be so powerful. Wu Yi had never even heard of such an accomplishment before. Yu Feng stared at Yang Inflammation with a look of worship. On the other side, Su Zhishen, who had summoned the 4 peaks, seemed to have become somewhat senile in an instant, but looking at the nearly collapsed space around him, he couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. After living for so many years, he had never met someone like Yang Kai. He couldn't even understand how Yang Kai had managed to avoid the first attack. There was no trace of him moving at all. It was as if he had completely ignored the existence of space and teleported directly from one place to another. However, no matter how strong Yang Kai was, He should have died without an intact corpse by now. Su Zhishan was physically and mentally exhausted, but he was still smiling heartily. He had done his best and had not brought disgrace to the Su family's name. Suddenly, a strange sense of crisis welled up in his heart. Su Zhishan was a veteran of many battles, so without even thinking about it, he hurriedly sent the 4 mountain phantoms towards the source of the crisis while turning his head to look in the direction of it. At a glance, Su Zhishan almost screamed. The young man whom he thought would die without a burial ground was actually unscathed at this moment. The long sword in his hand, which was covered in rolling devil flames, slashed out a huge sword light that was like a bolt of lightning, carrying with it an aura that could destroy everything as it slashed towards him. Su Zhishan shivered and almost swallowed his own tongue. Hong hong hong. The huge black sword wave hit the phantom peaks and was blocked, but the overflowing coldness, the contradiction between yang and evil, caused Su Zhishan's hands and feet to go cold. He was certain that if he were to be burned by these black flames, he would not be able to dissolve them and would eventually be burned to a crisp. What kind of freak is this? Not only was Su Zhishan shocked and angry, but the Su family and Haiku family cultivator also exclaimed. Even Ba Qingyan's eyes were filled with confusion. Even with his eyesight, he hadn't been able to see how Yang Kai had managed to avoid the 4 peaks just now. Even if it was him, if he hadn't made preparations to escape in advance, it would have been impossible for him to remain unscathed under that kind of pressure. However, this young man had done it. Ba Qingyan was shocked to discover that he had underestimated the strength of this young man again and again. He was not a human, but a monster. Su Zhishan roared as the first 4 mountain peaks surrounded him, forming an impregnable defensive barrier. He was really scared. The fear that came from the bottom of his heart made him not dare to expose himself in front of Yang Kai. He was afraid that he would be killed if he was careless. Yang Kai's divine sense attack, which contained the power of space, burst out together with his Saint Qi as he directed his attack towards Su Zhishan. However, to Yang Kai's surprise, not only did the 4 mountain peaks protect Su Zhishan tightly, they even sealed off the surrounding space, making it impossible for Yang Kai's attack to penetrate it and cause any damage. A 5th and 6th mountain peaks floated out from the 100 Mountains picture, each of them more majestic than the previous 4. Su Zhishan bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the 100 Mountains picture, causing his weakened aura to soar wildly. His originally dim and frightened eyes filled with ferocity as he manipulated these 2 mountain peaks to smash down on Yang Kai. All of Dragon Cave Mountain trembled violently as one crater after another appeared in the ground, spreading out in all directions. Yang Kai roared furiously, "Old dog, don't destroy my territory." If he continued to be entangled with Su Zhishan like this, the entire Dragon Cave Mountain would be destroyed. Once the earth collapsed, the space spirit crystal lode hidden below would be exposed. Yang Kai's murderous intent surged like a tide. Balls of burning demonic flames were shot out by him, lingering around Su Zhishan. Surprisingly, these demonic flames did not disappear, but instead gradually gathered together as the demonic flames increased, forming a black cloud of burning flames in just a few moments. This cloud of flames wrapped around Su Zhishan and the 4 mountain peaks that were guarding him, constantly burning them. Yang Kai also continuously sent out his demon race flames to become the demon race flames, increasing the power of this cloud of flames. "No, no!" Su Zhishan screamed in horror as the 4 mountain peaks that were guarding him became dimmer and dimmer under the burning of this cloud of flames, seemingly on the verge of disappearing. Once these 4 mountain peaks disappeared, it would be time for Su Zhishan to die. "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and kill this little bastard." Su Zhishan hurriedly shouted at the Su family Saint King realm cultivators who were watching the battle in the distance. He had been fighting Yang Kai with his own strength all this time because he wanted to show off his strength and maintain the dignity of the elders, but how could he have imagined that he would not be this young man's opponent? Now that he was about to die, he no longer had any scruples and could only ask the family's cultivator for help. In the distance, when the Saint King realm cultivators who had followed Su Zhishan heard this shout, Only 2 of them rushed over without hesitation while the rest of them hesitated, not daring to step forward. Some of them even retreated a few steps without leaving a trace. Su Zhishan had even taken out a treasure like the 100 Mountains picture but still wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, so how could they dare to come forward and die? The 2 Saint King Realm cultivators who rushed over didn't understand the situation before 2 demonic flames flew towards them. The 2 stupidly tried to block them, but in the blink of an eye, the demonic flames had wrapped around their bodies and were unable to extinguish them no matter how hard they tried. Before they could even get close, they rolled on the ground and stopped moving completely. Seeing this scene, the remaining Su family Saint King Realm cultivators could no longer hold back the panic in their hearts and turned around to flee, one of them even shouting, "Elder, hold on, I'm going back to the family to call for reinforcements." Upon hearing this, Su Zhishan coughed up a mouthful of blood and his already dispirited expression completely dimmed. Turning to Ba Qingyan, he shouted with all his strength, "Brother Ba, if you help me escape today, this Su will definitely hand over the 100 Mountains picture." Ba Qingyan's eyes narrowed as he immediately showed an expression of interest. He had long heard of the Su family's 100 Mountains picture, and now that he had witnessed the tyrannical power of this origin-grade artifact, he believed that if he could really obtain the 100 Mountains picture, he would definitely become the #1 master of the Haiku family. He would even be qualified to fight against an ordinary origin-returning realm master. However, this young man was clearly not in existence to be provoked. From the start of the battle until now, Ba Qingyan had not been able to see through his bottom line, causing him to hesitate and hesitate. "Brother Ba!" Su Zhishan hurriedly shouted again. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight and couldn't hold on any longer. Ba Qingyan's hesitant look suddenly became firm, and just as he was about to take a step forward, Yang Kai glared at him coldly and declared, "If you dare come forward, don't blame me for slaughtering you regardless of whether you are Wu Yi's clansman." Ba Qingyan's body immediately stiffened in place as a chill ran down his spine. At that moment, accompanied by Su Zhishan's scream, the phantom images of the 4 mountains finally disappeared and a black cloud of fire engulfed him, reducing him to ashes. Apart from the spatial ring, only the 100 Mountains painting floated down from the sky. Countless greedy eyes instantly stared at the 100 Mountains picture. Yang Kai stood in place with a strange expression on his face, not reaching out to grab it, but the aura around his body showed no signs of weakening and instead became more and more intense. Yang Yen lifted her large black robe with both hands and rushed over, picking up the 100 Mountains picture and Su Zhishan's space ring that had fallen to the ground before hurriedly running back to stand inside the spirit array she had arranged. "Ah!" Ba Qingyan sighed. He never had the courage to grab the coveted 100 Mountains picture and couldn't help feeling disappointed. Dragon Cave Mountain was deathly silent. The Haiku family cultivators all glanced at each other, none of them daring to speak. None of them had ever imagined that this battle would end up in such a way. The Su family had come with such an aggressive momentum and had even brought out the 100 Mountains picture, but the result was that 3 of them had actually been killed by a single Saint Realm cultivator. Even an elder like Su Zhishan had fallen. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, none of them would have believed it. Wu Yi and Yu Feng were also immersed in great shock, unable to speak for a long time. It wasn't that they hadn't heard of those so-called genius cultivators. There seemed to be a few of them among the younger generation in the Shadow Moon Palace, and those few people were all able to battle above their level. They were the cream of the crop among the younger generation, revered and worshipped by their peers, their reputations spreading far and wide. However, compared to Yang Kai, these so-called geniuses were nothing more than dog shit. This time, Yang Kai had fought an entire great realm above his own, and in the end he had won without any injuries. Could it be that I've brought back a genius among geniuses? Wu Yi and Yu Feng couldn't help thinking this, the sadness of being separated from their family being washed away by shock at this moment. Oh! Yang Inflammation was playing with the 100 Mountains picture when she suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai, a light of surprise flashing across her beautiful eyes. For the second time, she ran over to Yang Kai while carrying her black robe, constantly taking out things from her space ring and quickly arranging a spirit array around Yang Kai. When she ran back, Wu Yi asked curiously, "What happened to Yang Kai? He seems to be about to break through." Wu Yi was shocked. This Yu Feng also wore a speechless expression, a mix of envy and shame. After this battle, Yang Kai was actually about to break through. His current cultivation was at the Third Order Saint Realm, and if he broke through, he would reach the Saint King Realm, the same realm as him and Wu. The little sense of superiority Yu Feng had disappeared at this moment, but thinking about Yang Kai's terrifying combat power, he felt relieved. It wasn't strange for such a person to break through at this moment. Since Yang Inflammation could discover this, Ba Qingyan naturally could as well. He stared deeply at Yang Kai from a great distance, the look on his face fluctuating between fear, worry, surprise, and shock. A middle-aged man with a white face suddenly approached quietly and whispered, "Elder Ba, this little brat seems to be about to break through, should we?" Chapter 1126. The terror of Yang Kai really made the people of the Haiku family feel apprehensive. The Su family elder had been killed just like that, and the strongest person in the Haiku family was only on par with Su Jishan. If he wanted to deal with the Haiku family, who could resist him? The only way to deal with this danger was to nip it in the bud. Ba Qingyan smiled bitterly and slowly shook his head. "Elder." The middle-aged man who made the proposal looked at him in confusion, not knowing what Ba Qingyan was afraid of. Although Yang Kai's performance just now was shocking, he was currently at a critical juncture in his breakthrough, so it was the best time to act. If they missed this opportunity, the entire Haiku family would have no way to deal with him. "Didn't you see the spirit array that woman in black arranged around him just now?" Ba Qingyan coldly snorted. "What's there to fear from a spirit array?" The middle-aged man didn't care. Ba Qingyan sneered. When Su Jishan summoned the 100 Mountains picture just now, the aftermath of the impact spread to that woman, yet she, Wu Yi, and Yu Feng all remained motionless. How profound do you think the spirit array she arranged is? The middle-aged man exclaimed. He had been so focused on watching the battle between Yang Kai and Su Jishan that he hadn't paid attention to Yang Yanfu's situation. At this moment, hearing Ba Qingyan's words, he immediately turned to look at Yang Yanfu and the others and couldn't help narrowing his eyes. The three of them were indeed standing very close to the battlefield, but their clothes were as clean as new, without the slightest speck of dust. "Is she also a master of spirit arrays?" The middle-aged man was shocked and muttered, "Isn't she a saint-grade artifact refiner? Is she the artifact refiner the family tried to recruit last time but failed?" Ba Qingyan suddenly remembered this matter and called out, "Zhou Fu, were you the one who tried to recruit her last time?" The man named Zhou Fu walked over with sweat dripping down his forehead and quickly responded, "Yes, elder, last time it was I who tried to recruit that woman, but she refused without hesitation So you didn't try again and let the family miss out on such a great opportunity?" Ba Qingyan stared at him fiercely. Zhou Fu shuddered and said with a bitter face, "Elder, please forgive me. At that time, I didn't know she had this ability. I only thought she was a saint-grade artifact refiner. If I had known earlier, useless." Ba Qingyan sighed. The Haiku family didn't care about a saint-grade artifact refiner. After all, the family could cultivate such a level of artifact refiner, but someone who could arrange a spirit array to block the impact of the 100 Mountains picture was not something the family could ignore. The 100 Mountains picture was an origin-grade artifact, so even if the shockwave didn't directly hit the spirit array she had arranged, judging from her current state, the spirit array she had arranged was extremely profound. Was Wu Yi a person from the past? One of them was a third-order saint who had killed Su Jishan and was now on the verge of breaking through, while the other was not only a saint-grade artifact refiner but also a proficient spirit array. Ba Qingyan suddenly regretted his attitude towards Wu. He even wanted to take back his previous words and allow Wu Yi to return to the family. As long as Wu Yi returned to the family, Perhaps he could recruit this man and woman through Wu. If Ba Qingyan knew that Yang Inflammation was an origin-grade artifact refiner, even if he had to apologize to Wu, he wouldn't hesitate. Yang Kai was immersed in this mysterious feeling. The reason he dared to break through here was because he didn't put these Haiku family members in his eyes. If they knew what was good for them, they would just stand in the distance. But if they dared to disturb him, Yang Kai wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson, letting them know who they should and shouldn't provoke. Yang Inflammation was arranging a spirit array around him, and the Haiku family members were all ready to attack, but Yang Kai was still immersed in this mysterious feeling. His meridians seemed to swell and gradually become sore and unbearable. His body was like a rotating vortex, producing a huge suction force that slowly drew in the surrounding world energy. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt a sharp pain in his meridians and his physique squirmed, causing Yang Kai to let out a muffled groan and almost cry out. However, the pain quickly disappeared and was replaced by an endless feeling of comfort. The meridians in his body became thicker and firmer than before. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into his body, and there was almost no need for him to absorb it. The wind and clouds suddenly changed, and above Dragon Cave Mountain, an unimaginable amount of world energy condensed into a spirit cloud. The power of the heavens and earth rapidly condensed around Yang Kai's body and rained down on him like a bolt of lightning, riddling the area around him with thousands of holes. "We need to run away." Yang Inflammation's face went pale as he hurriedly ran away, not daring to remain in place, Wu Yi and Yu Feng following closely behind. Ba Qingyan's jaw dropped as he was shocked by the terrifying scene in front of him, secretly rejoicing that he had not ordered his clansmen to rush up and add insult to injury. If he had really done so, there would have been no need for this young man to take action. The world energy produced by his breakthrough alone would have been enough to annihilate the entire Haiku family. The other clansmen were also trembling. It could be said that the commotion caused by such a breakthrough was even greater than the shock brought to them by the cross-realm battle earlier. None of them had ever known that a breakthrough could cause such a huge change in the world. How could this young man withstand it? For a time, many people even began to secretly curse Yang Kai in their hearts, hoping that he would fall during this breakthrough. Compared to such a person, they felt so inferior that they wanted to crawl into a hole. The rumbling sounds were enough to shatter one's soul as all of Dragon Cave Mountain shook violently. Every wave of world energy that fell was like a sledgehammer smashing into one's heart, making it difficult to breathe and causing one's face to go pale. Just looking at this scene was unbearable, but the face of the young man who was breaking through was filled with excitement as he opened his body and mind to accept this baptism of world energy. As the power of heaven and earth descended, the aura on his body became stronger and stronger, more and more violent. He was like an ancient god, standing proudly between the heavens and earth, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at him. As time passed, as the world energy continued to fall, the originally cloudy sky gradually cleared up, but the heavy feeling that pressed down on everyone's hearts did not weaken in the slightest. Suddenly, the world became clear and the momentum around Yang Kai's body shrank as his closed eyes opened again, flashing an excited luster. Saint King Realm. He had finally reached the Saint King Realm, breaking through the highest limit of Tongxian Realm and catching up to the height that great demon god had once reached. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai felt that he had completely integrated with the star territory. The power in his body surged and became much more tyrannical than before. Gently clenching his fists, Yang Kai felt as if an explosive power was flowing from his hands. If he were to fight with Su Zhishan now, Yang Kai believed that old man wouldn't be able to hurt him and he could easily break through the Four Peaks defense. In the distance, the people from the Haiku family stared blankly at Dragon Cave Mountain, which seemed to have been ravaged by a violent storm. Because of this promotion, the entire Dragon Cave Mountain had become even more desolate than before. All the world energy that had been gathered by the spirit gathering array had disappeared, and even the mist of world energy that had gathered around the mountain peak was nowhere to be seen. Even the world energy within a 30-kilometer radius had disappeared. Ba Qingyan groaned in his heart, no longer daring to underestimate Yang Kai. Yang Inflammation, Wu Yi and Yu Feng rushed over. Yang Inflammation was overjoyed, and although Wu Yi and Yu Feng also congratulated him, Yang Kai could detect a faint trace of worry between their brows. After all, the two of them had just announced their separation from the Haiku family not long ago. No matter how bad the family was or how unfair it was to them, it was still their own family, the place where they grew up. They were all people of flesh and blood, people who cared deeply about their feelings, so it was impossible for them to act as if nothing had happened in such a short time. Little friend, congratulations, this old master's horizons have been broadened today. Little friend is truly a dragon among men, your future achievements will surely be limitless. Ba Qingyan led a group of people over, his voice reaching Yang Kai's ears before he even arrived. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him faintly. He didn't have a good impression of this old man. Previously, he had tried to coerce Wu Yi. As an elder of the Haiku family, he had the right to do so, but later on, this old man had tried to attack him several times, even wanting to join forces with Su Zhishen. Even when Yang Kai was breaking through, this old man had the same idea. Yang Kai had seen all of this, and although he suppressed the urge in his heart and ultimately chose to stand by and watch, that was only because he feared Yang Kai's strength and didn't have absolute confidence in killing Yang Kai. If he was truly confident, he would have done so long ago. Seeing Yang Kai refuse to pay attention to him, Ba Qingyan's face became slightly ugly as he awkwardly said, "Little friend is also a friend of Wu Yi's. If you have some free time in the future, please come visit my Haiku family. The Haiku family will definitely welcome you with open arms." "Wu Yi has already left the Haiku family, why would I visit your family?" Yang Kai glanced over at him. Ba Qingyan was immediately choked speechless, glancing over at Wu Yi awkwardly before saying with a forced smile, "Wu Yi is still young and sometimes speaks rashly. This old master believes she didn't mean to say such things, nor did she really want to leave the family, so this old master wouldn't take her seriously, right Wu Yi?" Wu Yi wore a sad expression as she remained silent. On the other hand, Yu Feng snorted. Didn't Elder Ba just say he wanted Wu Yi to accept the family law? He even said he would do it himself. Ba Qingyan immediately glared at Yu Feng coldly. He wanted to become friends with Yang Kai, so he had to accommodate Wu Yi, but that didn't mean he had to accommodate Yu Feng. Yang Kai didn't like him and Wu Yi ignored him, causing him to become angry out of shame. Now that Yu Feng had added fuel to the fire, if not for having scruples about Yang Kai, he would have definitely taught him a lesson. To Ba Qingyan's surprise, Yu Feng, who had always been subservient to him like a mouse seeing a cat, was now extremely stubborn and didn't even try to avoid meeting his eyes. This made Ba Qingyan feel like he had lost face. After thinking about it for a moment, Ba Qingyan said, "Little friend has just broken through a great realm and will need some time to consolidate his cultivation, so this old master won't disturb you for the time being. If there is anything little friend needs from my Haiku family, there is no need to be polite, just ask. And, since Wu Yi and Yu Feng are your friends, they can stay and look after you. This place is my Haiku family's territory, so Wu Yu Feng, don't neglect this little friend, understood?" Chapter 11:27. After Ba Qingyan finished speaking, Wu Yi still didn't say a word while Yu Feng coldly snorted, seemingly realizing for the first time just how shameless his elder could be, his face turning red. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Ba Qingyan was worthy of being called an old fox, his words clearly implying that Yang Kai was the guest and his Haiku family was the host, all but directly saying that this was his family's territory and that since he lived here, he had to give them some face. Ba Qingyan also knew that he probably didn't have much prestige in front of these two, so after speaking, he didn't care about their attitude, simply cupping his fist to Yang Kai in a friendly manner before turning around and leaving. The man named Wu Ke wore a complicated look as he glanced between Wu Yi and Yang Kai, the jealousy in his eyes almost bursting out. He hadn't expected that Wu Yi, who had just left the family, would make two such powerful friends. The several young women who followed Ba Qingyan also looked at Wu Yi with envy, turning their heads 3 times as they walked away, constantly casting flirtatious glances towards Yang Kai, as if as long as Yang Kai said a word, they would immediately throw themselves at him. After a long time, only Yang Kai, Yang Inflammation, Wu Yi, and Yu Feng remained. Not even birds or beasts could be seen on Dragon Cave Mountain. Wu Yi's eyes were slightly red as she forced a smile. Yang Kai, I've let you see a joke. How could they be like this? Yu Feng also muttered. In the past, the two of them had taken pride in being members of the Haiku family, but after everything that had happened this time, the attitude of the family's people towards these matters had directly overturned the sense of belonging and honor they had built up over a long period of time. Wu Yi would have preferred to see Ba Qingyan directly take her back to face the family law after she announced her separation from the family, even if it meant being beaten to death, rather than seeing an elder act so slick and opportunistic. This kind of weak family was completely different from what she had imagined. Yang Kai knew what she was thinking and said lightly, "In this world, strength is respected. Without strength, one can only bend to the will of others. Survival is not easy." Wu Yi seemed to understand something and looked up at him with a slightly confused look in her beautiful eyes. Yu Feng, on the other hand, didn't think as much as she did and instead said with some concern, "Yang Kai, you killed Su Zhishan today. The Su family will definitely not let this go. They didn't know you were so powerful before, so they only sent a few people here today, but after they return to report, the Su's family's people, I'm sure they'll come back. Shouldn't you quickly leave? I'm afraid things will change." Before Yang Kai's, Yang Inflammation's, Yang Kai's, Yang Kai, I'll arrange some spirit set. Yang to Yang was, there was Yang, S and Yang was right, S, E and Titus want to leave as he's to say he, T's and Yang, he, and of course, Yang and Yang and the Yang. Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of space and needed a lot of space spirit crystals. If he missed this village, he wouldn't be able to find another one. Yang Kai didn't know what level Yang Inflammation's spirit arrays had reached before, but after seeing her performance today, he naturally felt relieved. What's more, Yang Kai was now a Saint King, and although he didn't know if he could compete with an origin-returning realm cultivator, as long as the Su family didn't have such a master, he wouldn't be afraid. "What kind of materials do you want?" Yang Kai asked. "Ores, cultivation materials, as long as they aren't alchemy herbs, they're fine. I have some here." Wu Yi checked her space ring. "I also have some, but not much, and the grade isn't high," Yu Feng also stated. "It doesn't matter, just have Yang Kai pay for them." Yang Kai grinned. Others didn't know how rich Yang Kai was, but she did. The artifacts she had refined this time had all been exchanged for Saint crystals by Yang Kai. What's more, he still had so many space spirit crystals, each of which could easily fetch tens of thousands of Saint crystals. "I just broke through and need to stabilize my cultivation. Yu Feng, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to Heavenly Fate City," Yang Kai said while taking out 50,000 high-rank Saint crystals from the Black Book space, placing them in a universe bag and handing it to Yu Feng. Although Yu Feng had never seen such a low-level storage artifact before, when he received it and swept it with his divine sense, he couldn't help paling. So many Saint crystals? These Saint crystals were almost equal to the annual income of the entire Haiku family, but Yang Kai had casually taken out so many Saint crystals, shocking Yu Feng greatly. He couldn't understand how Yang Kai had managed to amass such a fortune in such a short time. After all, when Yang Kai first picked him up, the only space ring he had on him had already been taken away by Yang Kai. On the other hand, Yang Kai giving him so many Saint crystals at once gave Yu Feng a sense of trust, so he quickly said, "Brother Yang, rest assured, I will definitely buy as many materials as I can at the most discounted price." Turning to Wu Yi, Yu Feng said, "I'll have to trouble you to take care of the young lady for the time being." Yang Kai nodded and Yu Feng flew off towards Heavenly Fate City. Yang Kai felt very assured about Yu Feng. For Wu Yi's sake, Yu Feng was willing to stand against an elder of his family. Although such a man was a bit foolish, he wasn't scheming. "Wu Yi, you should rest first, your complexion is quite poor," Yang Kai looked at Wu Yi and said. Wu Yi nodded gently and, accompanied by Yang Inflammation, walked into the cave without saying a word. After returning to the cave, Yang Kai cleaned up his space ring and black book space, tossing everything he didn't need to Yang Inflammation. He had already confirmed Yang Inflammation's abilities, so if he wanted to arrange a spirit array to protect this cave, naturally the more materials he had, the better. The 10th Order monster beast Thunder Luan gave birth to the lightning attribute Birdwood after its death was left behind by Yang Kai. As for its use, he would need to discuss with Yang Inflammation. After dealing with this, Yang Kai placed a few dozen high-rank saint crystals beside him and sat down in the 7-colored spirit gathering flags to stabilize his current Saint King realm cultivation. If it was just a small breakthrough, this kind of stabilization wasn't particularly important, but after breaking through a great realm, it was necessary as it would be of great benefit to his future cultivation. While the storm on Dragon Cave Mountain had come to an end, the Haiku family was in an uproar. A male friend of Wu Yi's had killed the 3rd Order Saint King Su Jishen with his 3rd Order Saint Realm cultivation and snatched 2 of his artifacts, while a female friend was not only a Saint-grade artifact refiner but also a Grandmaster proficient in spirit arrays. This news spread among the Haiku family's upper echelons, causing everyone to be shocked. Qingyan, you said that young man named Yang Kai killed that old fox Su Jishen? Did you see it with your own eyes? Inside the family's discussion hall, an old man with a long beard sitting at the head of the table asked slowly, his tone filled with disbelief. This was the current patriarch of the Haiku family, Ian. It wasn't that Ian didn't want to believe Ba Qingyan, but what happened this time was simply too hard to believe. It was possible that Yang Kai had killed a First Order Saint King, but who was Su Jishen? He was an elder of the Su family and one of the most powerful masters in the Su family. Even if En personally took action, he might not necessarily be able to win. If Su Jishen took out the 100 Mountains picture, Ian would have no choice but to flee. If it had been anyone else who said this, Ian would have just laughed and never taken it seriously, but Ba Qingyan was the one who had said it. Not only was En suspicious, but the dozen or so elders and foreign elders in the hall were also staring at Ba Qingyan with strange looks. Old Ba, have you become muddle-headed from cultivation? Calling all of us here in broad daylight just to say this kind of thing, how boring, an elder named Walun sitting to the left laughed. That's right, Elder Ba. If you want to tell a joke, I suggest you change it, this isn't funny at all. Another beautiful woman with a plump figure was also somewhat dissatisfied. She was one of the foreign elders of the Haiku family named Huang Wan. Qingyan, tell us carefully, I believe you aren't someone who doesn't know what's important and what's not. Ian looked at Ba Qingyan. Ba Qingyan's expression remained unchanged. He knew that what he was saying was ridiculous, and if someone else had told him this, he wouldn't have believed them so easily, so he didn't care about the ridicule of Walun and Huang Wan, simply waving his hand and saying, "Come in." More than a dozen people filed in. Many of these people were from the younger generation of the Haiku family, the same group that had followed Ba Qingyan to Dragon Cave Mountain. After entering, everyone saluted. The elders and foreign elders present didn't know what Ba Qingyan wanted to do, but none of them spoke, simply waiting quietly for him to continue. Wu Ku, tell the patriarch and the elders and foreign elders what you saw today. Don't conceal anything and don't exaggerate anything, otherwise you'll be punished according to the family law. Ba Qingyan said faintly. Wu Ku hurriedly cupped his fists and nodded, recounting how Su Jishen had led the Su family's people to Dragon Cave Mountain, clashed with Yang Kai, and then fought. This little brat's eloquence was quite good, so although he didn't understand anything at the time, his description was quite detailed, almost reproducing the original scene. When they heard that Wu Yi and Yu Feng had left the family in order to protect Yang Kai and oppose Ba Qingyan, the faces of the elders and foreign elders suddenly became extremely ugly, each of them demanding that the patriarch send someone to bring this little girl back and punish her according to the family law as a warning to others. But soon, they no longer bothered with this issue. Yang Kai had snatched Su Jishen's Nether Shadow Soul thread and instantly erased his soul brand, forcing him to use the 100 Mountains picture and summon 6 Phantom Mountains. Even under the protection of 4 of these phantom mountains, Su Zhishan had still been burned to death by a cloud of black flames. After that, Yang Kai had broken through to the Saint King realm. All the elders and foreign elders were dumbfounded, none of them daring to believe their ears. They faintly believed Ba Qingyan's story because just now, they had felt some abnormalities in the world energy. Dragon Cave Mountain wasn't too far from here, so they had naturally noticed it, but they hadn't paid it much attention. It turned out that this was the result of someone breaking through to the Saint King realm. After Wu Ku finished speaking, Ba Qingyan turned to the dozen or so people present and asked, "Is there any falsehood in Wu Ku's words?" The dozen or so people all shook their heads. "No." "What happened today? Did you witness it with your own eyes?" "Yes, Elder." Everyone nodded. "Good, you may withdraw." Ba Qingyan waved his hand and the dozen or so people bowed before withdrawing. Chapter 11:28. Inside the Haiku family's discussion hall, all the elders and foreign elders fell silent. If they had suspected that Ba Qingyan was telling a joke a moment ago, they no longer dared to doubt him now. It didn't make sense for more than a dozen clansmen to join forces and tell such a big lie to them. The only explanation was that it was the truth. "There's such a young junior?" Ian took a deep breath, a look of shock appearing on his face before he sighed. "Why wasn't he born in my Haiku family? If he had been born in my family..." Ian's words echoed everyone's thoughts. If such a powerful young man was a member of the Haiku family, the family's prosperity would be just around the corner. They would no longer be a peripheral force of Shadow Moon Hall. Peripheral forces were just a name. To put it nicely, they did have some relationship with Shadow Moon Hall, but to put it bluntly, they were just relying on Shadow Moon Hall's name, providing them with supplies every year in exchange for Shadow Moon Hall not bothering them. They couldn't obtain any benefits from Shadow Moon Hall, and as long as Shadow Moon Hall wanted to, they could dissolve this family at any time. "Patriarch, although this Yang Kai wasn't born in my family, that doesn't mean we can't use him," the beautiful foreign elder named Huang Wan, who had spoken before, suddenly said with a smile. "Oh, Consecrator Huang, you mean?" Ian looked at her with joy. Huang Wan smiled and said, "Elder Ba just said that in order to protect him, that little girl Wu Yi didn't hesitate to say she would leave the family. In my opinion, their relationship isn't simple. At the very least, Wu Yi is somewhat interested in that little brat." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Foreign Elder Huang is right. Waluan also nodded in agreement. "Wu Yi's appearance isn't bad and her aptitude is one of the best in my family. If that Yang Kai really has feelings for Wu, it's not impossible. As long as we can bring the two of them together, it may not be impossible. However, before that, we need to inquire about the origins of this young man. Since he was able to kill Su Zhishan with just a Saint Realm cultivation, he can't be a nobody. What do you think? Do you think he's Thunder Typhoon Sect's #1 young master, Fang Tianzhong? It was said that Fang Tianzhong had the ability to kill enemies above his own realm. Wei Guchang of Shadow Moon Hall also had this ability, and there was also Chu Changfeng of Heaven Battling Union. Was Yang Kai just one of their aliases? Otherwise, why haven't we heard of this name before? Someone asked. It's definitely not them. Those monsters have already reached the Saint King realm and are likely third-order Saint Kings by now, a full great realm higher than Yang Kai. They have nothing to do with each other. As for his origins, this old man knows a thing or two, a bearded old man said in a deep voice. An old man with a goatee said in a deep voice. Seeing that he had attracted everyone's attention, he continued, "I heard my family's boy mention that when Wui returned from a mining expedition, Yu Feng picked up a person from the starry sky. Yang Kai should be that person." Picked up? The group of people was dumbfounded. How could a young man with such excellent aptitude be picked up? Ian's expression changed as he turned to look at one of the people present and smiled. "Foreign Elder Chang, when Wui took people out to mine last time, I remember you were the one who followed her, right? What do you know about that Yang Kai?" Chang Chi frowned. He had a good relationship with Wu Yi and had often taken care of her when she was still in the family. Today, when he heard that Wu Yi had been forced to leave the family, he couldn't help feeling dissatisfied with Ba Qingyan's actions. Originally, he didn't want to express any opinions, but now that the patriarch had asked, even if he didn't want to say anything, he had no choice. After all, when Yufeng picked up Yang Kai and Yang Kai escaped from the blood-red crystal, Changqi was present, so he knew more about Yang Kai's origins than anyone here. After pondering for a moment, Changqi briefly explained what had happened at that time. The expressions of the group changed dramatically as none of them had expected Yang Kai's origins to be so bizarre, actually escaping from a blood-red crystal. But soon Huang Wan giggled. Since we know his origins, it's much easier to handle. He may not be a nobody in the outside world, but since he came to Shadowed Star, he has no relatives or backing. Although my Haiku family isn't big, it is still a powerful force. Taking the initiative to show him goodwill, there is no reason for him to refuse. What's more, Dragon Cave Mountain, where he now lives, is also one of my family's properties. What foreign elder Huang says is correct. Young people may be a bit hot-blooded, but they all love beauty. It looks like he really does have some ideas about Wu. We just need to play matchmaker. Someone immediately stood up and agreed, many others nodding in agreement. That's inappropriate. Suddenly, a voice of objection sounded. Ian cast his eyes over and asked warmly, "Why does Elder Ba feel this is inappropriate?" Ian hadn't expected that the first to object would be Ba Qingyan. Ba Qingyan quickly said, "First, today Yang Kai beheaded Su Jishin, and although he displayed great strength and superb combat strength, if it wasn't related to the 100 Mountains picture, the Su family may have simply swallowed this insult and turned big problems into small ones into nothing. Instead, they would have demanded some compensation from him to save some face. However, the 100 Mountains picture has already been snatched away, so even if the Su family fears Yang Kai, it is impossible for them to give up. If my family were to show goodwill to Yang Kai right now, it would definitely cause a great deal of trouble with the Su family." What is the Su family? Does my Haiku family fear his Su family? Isn't Elder Ba's fears a bit too groundless? The elder named Hua Lun coldly snorted. Yes, Elder Ba, the 100 Mountains picture is not in the Su family's possession, so we really don't need to fear them. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to annex the Su family's forces. As soon as this statement came out, many people were tempted. The Su family's 100 Mountains picture was something all of them were afraid of, but now that this artifact was gone, what was there to fear? If they could deal with the Su family, it would be easier for them to make friends with Yang Kai. En frowned but didn't rush to express his opinion, instead turning to Ba Qingyan and saying, "Elder Ba, please continue." Ba Qingyan glanced over at the high-spirited elders and foreign elders who couldn't wait to destroy the Su family and sneered, "You may not be afraid of the Su family, but what about Shadow Moon Hall?" Everyone gawked for a moment, but soon seemed to remember something and immediately showed looks of dread. We and the Su family are both peripheral families of Shadow Moon Hall, so Shadow Moon Hall won't intervene in this kind of dispute, but Wu Yi is someone that Xie Hongwen has taken a fancy to. If we arbitrarily matchmake Wu Yi with Yang Kai, do you think Xie Hongwen will just ignore it? A trivial Xie Hongwen is nothing to be afraid of, but he has a father who is a deacon of Shadow Moon Hall. The status of a deacon in Shadow Moon Hall is not high, but it is not something my Haiku family can afford to provoke. What Elder Ba says is correct, Ian nodded. Although Yang Kai is good, in the end he has no foundation. He is just one person, so if we offend Xie Hongwen in order to make friends with him, it really isn't worth it. It seems this matter needs to be carefully considered. If we want to recruit Yang Kai, we can't afford to offend Xie Hongwen. Elder Ba, you're quite thoughtful. Why don't you take another trip to Dragon Cave Mountain and see what that man wants? We can cater to his tastes. If he really has a heart for beauty, my Haiku family has many unmarried girls, a few of them no worse than Wu. As long as he is willing to serve my family, a trivial few girls should be more than enough for us to afford. Yes, Patriarch. Ba Qingyan stood up and bowed gently, thinking about it for a moment before asking, "Patriarch, How should we deal with that saint-grade artifact refiner named Young Inflammation? Her attainments in spirit arrays shouldn't be bad. Elder Ba, we do need an array grandmaster, but Young Inflammation is still very young, so even if she has some attainments in spirit arrays, I'm afraid they won't be too profound. This time, the most important thing is Yang Kai. Yes. Since the patriarch had said so, Ba Qingyan couldn't refute, but he faintly felt that the spirit arrays arranged by Young Inflammation were not simple. Perhaps her value was even greater than Yang Kai's. After leaving the main hall, Ba Qingyan didn't immediately rush to Dragon Cave Mountain. He knew that Yang Kai didn't want to see him, so if he went now, he would definitely be refused entry. Moreover, Yang Kai had just broken through to the Saint King realm and was most likely in retreat to consolidate his cultivation. Consolidate his cultivation? Ba Qingyan's eyes lit up and immediately thought of something good. He hurried to the family storehouse and took out a jade box. Opening the jade box, there was a longan-sized pill inside, exuding a fragrant fragrance. If there was one thing Yang Kai needed the most right now, it should be this Saint King pill, right? Ba Qingyan smiled triumphantly and walked out of the storehouse. Inside the cave of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai was in retreat while Young Inflammation was sorting out the various materials with the assistance of Wu. The materials in Kai Yang's possession were all over the place. There were all kinds of materials of various grades, and the quantity was enormous. The two women were dizzy from sorting them out, but they were also enjoying themselves. They hadn't expected Kai Yang's stockpile to be so rich. Suddenly, Wu Yi burst into laughter, her body trembling. Young Inflammation looked at her puzzled and asked, "What are you laughing about?" Wu Yi said, "I'm laughing at Yang Kai for being too cunning." "In what way is he cunning?" Young Inflammation asked curiously. "When I picked him up, he only had a single space ring which was stolen by Yufeng. I pitted him so I gave him a few Saint crystals, but now that I think about it, he clearly had other space rings, I just didn't know where they were hidden. Otherwise, how could he have so many Saint crystals and materials?" At that time, he looked at me gratefully and thanked me profusely. I thought I had done something good, but it turns out I had been deceived by him all along. He really is cunning, Young Inflammation nodded, but those Saint crystals have nothing to do with him, I was the one who helped him earn them. Wu Yi was puzzled, but before she had time to ask, Yufeng, who had gone out to purchase materials, returned. "How was it?" Wu Yi asked. "Too good." Yufeng grinned. "Young miss, you don't know, but I've never enjoyed such supreme treatment. Those shops that sell materials treat me like I'm their grandfather. The feeling of spending so much money is so wonderful. There are even a few beautiful girls who are secretly throwing flirtatious glances at me." Chapter 1129. Seeing the smug look on Yufeng's face, Wu Yi rolled her eyes. "Don't make a fool of yourself. I'm asking you about the materials you purchased." "Oh, I bought them, they're all here," Yufeng said, handing the space ring in his hand to Young Inflammation. Young Inflammation took it and swept it with his divine sense before nodding. "Not bad, with these materials, I'll be able to set up a spirit array to protect this place within a month. When that time comes, no matter how many people come, we won't have to fear them." Wu Yi and Yufeng both looked at her in surprise, but soon, Wu Yi shook her head and turned to Yufeng. "What's that in your hand?" "Young Master Wu Ke sent it over and asked me to give it to Yang Kai," Yufeng explained. When he returned just now, he happened to see Wu Ke wandering around outside the cave, so he went up to ask him about it. How could he have known that Wu Ke would simply shove this jade box into his hand and say that it was something Elder Ba wanted to give to Yang Kai before disappearing without a trace? Did Elder Ba ask cousin to send it over? Wu Yi frowned slightly, seemingly thinking of something, staring at the jade box and saying, "Open it and let me see." Yufeng opened the jade box and a fragrant smell immediately wafted out from inside the cave. "A Saint King pill?" Wu Yi and Yufeng exclaimed at the same time. The former was secretly shocked, thinking that the family was really generous, actually bringing over the last Saint King pill from their storehouse. The latter couldn't help gulping as his eyes flashed with greed. On the other hand, young Inflammation only glanced at the Saint King pill faintly before returning to his own business. Did Elder Ba really ask cousin to bring this over? Wu Yi asked uncertainly. Where else would I have gotten it? It seems that the family intends to make friends with Yang Kai. Wu Yi murmured, immediately chuckling. As long as those people aren't senile, they should make friends with them. However, they only sent cousin here. It seems they have some scruples. Forget it, you send the Saint King pill over first. Yang Kai happens to need it. If it were anything else, Wu Yi might have asked Yu Feng to return it, but this Saint King pill was different. Okay. Yu Feng carefully closed the jade box and walked inside. Arriving in front of Yang Kai's stone room, he didn't even have time to speak before Yang Kai's voice sounded out. Brother Yu, come in. Yu Feng grinned and stepped forward, handing over the jade box in his hand, and then recounting how he obtained it. A Saint King pill. Yang Kai looked at the longan-sized pill in the jade box with amusement. As an alchemist, he naturally knew what a Saint King pill was. To break through to the Saint King realm from the Saint realm, taking a Saint King pill could help a cultivator stabilize their cultivation and state of mind. Because this pill was only effective at this stage, it was called the Saint King pill. The Saint King pill was a Saint King grade mid-rank pill. Its grade wasn't too high, but it required a lot of materials to refine. Basically, for every great realm breakthrough and consolidation, there was a corresponding pill to assist a cultivator, but because Yang Kai had the demon eye of annihilation, he had absorbed a lot of the insights of high-level cultivators into the Heavenly Way and Martial Tao, so he had never taken pills for breakthroughs or consolidations because he didn't need them. Yang Kai didn't need them, but others did. For a cultivator, these pills were very precious. The Haiku family giving him a Saint King pill was clearly a gesture of goodwill and an attempt to win him over, something Yang Kai was well aware of. If it were anyone else, perhaps this pill really would have been effective, but they had given it to Yang Kai as a gift to the wrong person. Yang Kai was an alchemist himself, so he could refine such a pill in less than 2 incense sticks worth of time. He had enough spirit grasses and spirit medicines in his black book space. Seeing Yu Feng staring at the Saint King pill in his hand with a look of envy, Yang Kai put the Saint King pill back into the jade box and casually tossed it over. You eat it. Yu Feng was shocked, catching the jade box and waving his hand. No, this is a gift from the family to you. On top of that, this pill is extremely precious. My Haiku family asked an alchemist to refine a few of them. Young lady took one when she broke through to the Saint King realm. As far as I know, this is the last one. Just eat it, I don't need it. Yang Kai shook his head. But I broke through to the Saint King realm 2 or 3 years ago. If I eat this now, its efficacy will be greatly reduced. Yu Feng couldn't bear to waste such a precious pill. Then I'll give it to you. Whether you want to eat it or sell it is up to you, Yang Kai smiled. Brother Yang, you really don't want it? If you do, I won't be able to explain it to the family. Haven't you already left the family with Wu? What else do you need to explain? Yang Kai looked at him with a funny smile. Yu Feng gawked for a moment before patting his head, right? Seemingly remembering that he had left the family, Yu Feng's expression became a little gloomy. Yang Kai comforted him. Leaving the Haiku family is not necessarily a bad thing. Rest assured, in the future, you will receive better cultivation conditions here than in the Haiku family. Yu Feng nodded politely. Many thanks for Brother Yang's kindness, I don't mind, but young lady, He was obviously more worried about Wu Yi and didn't pay much attention to Yang Kai's words. He had seen Yang Kai's combat effectiveness, but if he said he could provide better cultivation conditions, Yu Feng didn't believe it. After Yu Feng left, Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before sending out a divine sense message. A moment later, the stone mongoose emerged from the ground. After a few days of hard work, Yang Kai had collected a lot of space spirit crystals. After Yang Kai made Yang Kai spit out all of the space spirit crystals, he ordered Yang Kai to put the matter of the space spirit crystals aside for now and open up a few more stone rooms inside the cave. Wu Yi and Yu Feng were now homeless and could only live here. Their current predicament was because of him, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. The speed at which the stone mongoose opened up stone rooms was extremely fast, and its mind was very simple. When Yang Kai told it to open up a stone room, it did its best, and by the time Yang Kai told it to stop, the entire cave had undergone a great change. One after another, the stone rooms were neatly arranged on both sides of the tunnel. Every one of them was the same size, and there was no difference between them. It was as if someone had measured them with the most precise ruler. There was no other explanation other than Wu Yi's prestige and personal charm having conquered them. Leaving the family without permission was no trivial matter, especially when so many people were doing so at the same time. It was tantamount to slapping the Haiku family in the face several dozen times. Yang Kai didn't know if the Haiku family could endure this. "I'm sorry, I didn't know things would develop like this," Wu Yi said apologetically. She had announced she was leaving the family at the time because she wanted to protect Yang Kai and because she was bitterly disappointed with the family's actions. How could she have known that she would make such a bad decision and cause more than 40 people to follow her? This had caught her off guard, but even more so, she was moved. Chapter 1130. If you don't mind, I can take them away. Wu Yi saw Yang Kai not speaking and thought he was unhappy, so she quickly bit her red lips and offered. "Where can you take them?" Yang Kai smiled. "Since they've come here, they might as well stay. After all, this place was originally yours." "But I've already given it to you," Wu Yi said with a look of shame. "Since I gave it to you, it's yours now. Don't think too much about it. You being able to have so many followers is your own ability." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "In any case, there are many stone rooms in this cave, so it doesn't matter if more people come." "Thank you," Wu Yi said gratefully. Yang Kai shook his head and said sincerely, "I should be the one thanking you. If Wu Yi hadn't given him Dragon Cave Mountain to live in, he wouldn't have discovered the Space Spirit Crystal mine here. Although it wasn't convenient for him to speak of it for the time being, Yang Kai would never forget such a heavy favor. Forget about these trivial people who had followed Wu Yi. Even if Wu Yi encountered a bigger problem, he would stand up for her. "You two don't need to thank each other," Yang Inflammation's voice called out. Yang Kai turned his head and saw her walking over from the side, looking somewhat tired. Although she looked haggard, her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement as she casually tossed something to Yang Kai and said, "This artifact is good, take a look and see if you want to refine it. If you don't want to refine it, sell it, we're poor now." Yang Kai caught this artifact and swept it with his divine sense, quickly discovering that it was Su Zhishan's 100 Mountains picture and immediately throwing it into his space ring. "I'm not selling it." In the battle with Su Zhishan, Yang Kai had obtained 2 of his artifacts. One was the Nether Shadow Soul Silk and the other was the 100 Mountains picture. Yang Kai hadn't had time to examine them carefully, but he knew that this 100 Mountains picture was indeed a treasure. Su Zhishan had summoned 6 mountain phantoms to display such power, so if he refined it and summoned more mountain phantoms, their power would only increase. At that time, even returned to void stage cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand the combined might of the 100 mountain peaks. Yang Kai wasn't very interested in offensive artifacts, but he was very fond of artifacts like the 100 Mountains picture. "Then give me some Saint Crystals." Yang Inflammation simply stretched out his small hand. "Didn't you buy 50,000 Saint Crystals worth of materials last time? High-rank Saint Crystals at that, have you used them all up?" Yang Kai looked at Yang Inflammation in shock. This woman was good at making money, but she was also good at squandering. "Do you think it's easy to set up a great array? Those materials are only enough to arrange a small spirit gathering array, but now that so many people have come, each of their stone rooms must be rearranged with a small spirit gathering array. Every day they cultivate, they consume a lot of Saint Crystals." Wu Yi waved her hand and said, "There's no need to arrange such things, They never enjoyed such treatment when they were in the family. Dragon Cave Mountain's current world energy aura isn't bad. The last time Yang Kai broke through, the world energy aura within a 30-kilometer radius of the cave had been swept clean, but after more than half a month, it had recovered somewhat. At the very least, a faint mist of world energy could be seen above the mountain peaks. There's no need to be polite with him, his wealth is beyond your imagination. Yang Inflammation leaned over and whispered in Wu Yi's ear. She was the only one who knew that Yang Kai had countless space spirit crystals, so she naturally knew that Yang Kai wouldn't worry about saint crystals. Yang Kai shook his head and took out the remaining tens of thousands of high-rank saint crystals, mid-rank saint crystals, and low-rank saint crystals from his space ring, leaving only 1,000 for himself. Wu Yi will be our Dragon Cave Mountain's treasurer from now on, so she'll be in charge of our finances. I have to arrange the spirit gathering array, so I don't have much time. If you need to buy anything, I'll let you know. If you don't have enough saint crystals, just tell Yang Kai and he'll get them. Yang Inflammation stuffed a space ring filled with countless saint crystals into Wu Yi's hands. Ah! Wu Yi froze for a moment, not having expected that Yang Inflammation would ask for saint crystals from Yang Kai in order to transfer them to her. But soon, she understood that Yang Inflammation was clearly trying to find something for her to do, so she wouldn't let her imagination run wild. Thinking so, Wu Yi was moved and didn't refuse, quickly nodding. You can rest assured, every piece of saint crystal in my hands will have a clear place to go. Wu Yi had always wanted to take charge of the Haiku family and had managed a few things for the family over the years, so now, managing a trivial group of 40 people was nothing difficult for her. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he understood Yang Inflammation's intentions, quietly giving her a thumbs up. Yang Inflammation grinned. My defensive array is about to be completed, but Yang Kai, you really need to collect more saint crystals. If you want to secure this 1,000-kilometer perimeter, the current spirit gathering array won't be enough. The current spirit gathering array can only protect a 10-kilometer radius around our cave. Yang Kai naturally understood the meaning behind her words. The space spirit crystal load was of great importance. The stone mongoose had been collecting for so many days now and was still collecting, so no one knew just how amazing the reserves beneath it were. No matter what, Yang Kai had to protect this place. What's more, Yang Kai also intended to stay here and use it as a springboard to make a name for himself. Nodding, Yang Kai said, Don't worry about saint crystals, I'll find a way. Yang Inflammation glanced at him with some worry. Be careful. She thought that Yang Kai would sell space spirit crystals if he was really forced to, but how could she have known that Yang Kai had no such thoughts at all? By the way, Yang Kai, Elder Ba from the family has been coming over every day, saying he has something to discuss with you, but since you were in retreat, he couldn't come in. He came again today and is still outside. Wu looked at Yang Kai slightly uneasily. That Ba Qingyan? What do you think? Yang Kai looked at her. If you want me to see him, I'll see him, but if you don't, I'll send him away now. I don't know. Wu Yi shook her head, clenching her fists as a look of struggle appeared on her face. Then let me ask you, do you still want to return to the Haiku family? I don't. This time, Wu didn't hesitate and decisively shook her head, smiling self-deprecatingly. Before, I thought that although the family was small and weak, we all had a common goal. For this goal, even if I had to give up my life, it didn't matter, but now, I really don't want to go back. My parents are no longer alive, and the family has given me a great deal of care, but I've also contributed a lot to the family over the years. Even if I haven't paid it all back, I'm close. I know, I'll go see him and make things clear so he won't bother you in the future. Wu Yi gently nodded. Ba Qingyan had been here for 4 consecutive days now. He knew that Yang Kai was in retreat to consolidate his cultivation, so he had been waiting patiently until he felt it was about time to come to Dragon Cave Mountain. However, every time he came, he would never be able to see Yang Kai's face. Ba Qingyan couldn't be too arrogant and could only wait patiently, watching his family's disciples come and go every day. It wasn't until today that a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the cave. Ba Qingyan smiled happily as he immediately recognized this person as the young man who had killed Su Zhishan that day. Cupping his fists, he said, "Congratulations, little friend Yang. Little friend Yang's aura is quite profound. It seems that your harvest this time was not small. Little friend Yang is truly talented. It only took you such a short time to consolidate your cultivation. This old man is truly impressed." Yang Kai glanced over at him faintly, knowing that he was referring to the Saint King pill. Generally speaking, it would take a long time for an average person to consolidate their cultivation, but taking a pill could shorten this process. Ba Qingyan didn't mention the Saint King pill, but he felt that Yang Kai should be well aware of it. How could he have known that Yang Kai wasn't willing to pay attention to him at all? Forget about the Saint King pill, even if he had, so what? A trivial Saint King grade mid-rank pill? Could it be that he couldn't afford it? If you have something to say, just say it. Seeing that you are a former elder of Wu Yi's family, I'll give you 30 breaths of time, no more. Ba Qingyan almost choked to death upon hearing Yang Kai's words. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai wouldn't even bother to invite him in, so for a moment, Ba Qingyan couldn't help feeling like his warm face had been pressed against Yang Kai's cold ass, causing his old face to flush red. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid he couldn't beat Yang Kai, Ba Qingyan would have exploded on the spot. Fortunately, this old man's mental fortitude wasn't bad, so he quickly suppressed the anger in his heart and smiled. The shocking battle half a month ago really opened this old master's eyes. This old master had never imagined that there would be someone as powerful as little friend Yang in this world. Little friend Yang's aptitude is comparable to that of Shadow Moon Hall's Wei Guchang, Heaven Battling Union's Chu Chang Feng, and Thunder Typhoon Sect's Fang Tianzhong. Yang Kai looked at him coldly but didn't interrupt him, simply waiting for him to finish before saying expressionlessly, "You have 20 breaths left." Ba Qingyan's face twitched a few times. This Yang Kai was simply too stubborn. Ba Qingyan had already pulled down his old face to praise him. Shouldn't he at least show some modesty? Even if he didn't show any modesty, he should at least show the arrogance and pride of a young man. Flattery wasn't easy for Ba Qingyan, yet he still had to do it at such an old age. It was said that young people became arrogant, but now it seemed that this wasn't the case. Yang Kai's arrogance was simply boundless. Seemingly understanding Yang Kai's temperament, Ba Qingyan's expression immediately became serious and he didn't waste any time, directly asking, "My Haiku family intends to marry off a few unmarried girls to little friend Yang Kai. I wonder if little friend Yang Kai is already married?" Not interested. Yang Kai still wore a cold expression. "Little friend Yang Kai, it's like this. You killed Su Zhishan of the Su family and snatched his 100 Mountains picture, so the Su family won't let this matter rest. My Haiku family is willing to take responsibility for little friend Yang Kai's troubles. As long as little friend Yang Kai agrees to live with my family is willing to hire little friend Yang Kai as a foreign elder and enjoy the same treatment." Not interested. "Little friend Yang Kai, please let this old man finish speaking." Ba Qingyan secretly complained in his heart, wondering what kind of job he had taken on. He had never met someone as difficult to deal with as Yang Kai. No matter what he said, Yang Kai's only response was that he wasn't interested. "Little friend Yang Kai, you have offended the Su family and killed Su Zhishan, so the next time the Su family comes, it won't be just 1 or 2 people. For the 100 Mountains picture, they may come in full force. Without the protection of my Haiku family, how can a trivial mountain like you resist? Even if you aren't afraid of them, what about the girl next to you? When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat will suffer. Little friend Yang Kai should understand, right? Now is not the time to act rashly. If you want to protect yourself and that girl, my Haiku family is willing to do its part." If this little brat wanted to take his life, wouldn't it have been easy? I won't kill you this time, but go back and tell your Haiku family that if you dare cause trouble for me again, I'll slaughter your Haiku family. Wu Yi and the others are with me right now. so Dragon Cave Mountain is also mine. Anyone who sets foot within 50 kilometers of this place without my permission is my enemy, so don't blame me for showing no mercy. Ba Qingyan pointed at Yang Kai, his fingers trembling as anger filled his heart, almost causing him to cough up blood again. Not daring to remain any longer, he summoned his star shuttle and quickly fled. Outside the cave, when the cultivator who had followed Wu Yi heard Ba Qingyan say that all the disciples who came here would be punished, all of them wore gloomy expressions. They had long heard about the family's family law and knew that it was not something ordinary people could bear. 7 out of 10 people who were subjected to the family law would become crippled, 2 would die, and 1 would be forced to lie in bed for the rest of their life, unable to take care of themselves. But in the blink of an eye, Elder Ba Qingyan, who was always high and mighty, had been injured and coughed up blood before running away, no longer daring to mention the family law again. They didn't even understand what had happened, all of them staring at Yang Kai in a daze, their eyes filled with admiration and even some excitement. They had all left the family because of the unfair treatment Wu had suffered, so they had long been dissatisfied with Ba Qingyan's decision to impose the family law on Wu. Now that they saw Ba Qingyan being taught a lesson, they were naturally happy. These low-level cultivator only felt fear towards Elder Ba, not respect. Whether Ba Qingyan lived or died, they didn't care, all they cared about was Wu. Back in the cave, Yang Kai found Wu Yi's expression very sad and comforted her. Don't worry, as long as you don't want to return to the family, they won't be able to take you away. I'm not worried about myself, it's just that Yang Kai, you went a bit too far this time. Although Elder Ba's words were somewhat awkward, what he said was the truth. The Haiku family did have an agreement with the Su family. Once the Su family used that agreement, even if the Haiku family didn't want to, they would have no choice but to join forces with them. Coupled with the way you treated Elder Ba today, I'm afraid the family really will join forces with the Su family. I have my own way, this place won't be touched by others and none of you will suffer any harm. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of 2 small families. He still had nearly 100 drops of golden blood, so if the other side really had too many people, he could sacrifice a single drop of golden blood and kill any number of Saint Kings who came. Yang Kai had already tested the power of his golden blood and knew that ordinary Saint Kings couldn't resist it. After all, a single drop of golden blood was equivalent to 3 months of cultivation. However, this kind of thing was too precious, so unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai wasn't willing to use it. That's right, as long as I'm here, forget about the entire Su family, even if a few origin-returning realm masters come, they won't be able to do anything to us. Yang Inflammation suddenly interjected. Yang Kai and Wu Yi both stared at her in amazement, not knowing where she got her confidence from. Yang Inflammation smiled mysteriously. There are still 3 days left, just wait and see. Seeing her confident look, Yang Kai suddenly looked forward to it. He also wanted to know how powerful the defensive spirit array Yang Inflammation had arranged was after spending so many precious materials. Seemingly infected by Yang Inflammation, the haze on Wu Yi's face was swept away and she began to talk and laugh. Although the number of people on Dragon Cave Mountain was small, everything was stable. Wu Yi was in charge of the finances and materials while the 40 or so people under her were all busy helping out. Yang Inflammation was leading the stone mongoose to refine materials and arrange the spirit array. When Yang Kai returned to his stone room again, he was surprised to find that there was a new stone door in front of him. This stone door was very well made and when it was closed, Yang Kai was surprised to find that he couldn't hear anything from the outside. This stone door seemed to have a soundproofing effect, and not only that, it also seemed to prevent others from using their divine sense to probe inside, allowing him to use his own divine sense. This was actually quite good. Yang Kai was certain that this stone door was a treasure created by Yang Inflammation. With this stone door, it would be much easier for him to enter retreat in the future. At the very least, no one outside would be able to disturb him or see what he was doing inside. Yang Inflammation had said that he wanted to raise Saint Crystals himself not only to arrange the spirit array for Dragon Cave Mountain, but also to bring so many people. Although they had nothing to do with Yang Kai, having more people was still better. Since they had all left their families to come here for Wu, it was tantamount to helping him, so Yang Kai couldn't treat them unfairly. In the future, all the saint crystals, pills, and artifacts they needed to cultivate would cost money. If he wanted to accumulate a large number of saint crystals in a short time, selling space spirit crystals was the most effective way, but it was also the stupidest way. Yang Kai wouldn't do such a thing. Once a large number of space spirit crystals flowed out from here, it would inevitably attract the attention of others. Since he couldn't sell space spirit crystals, Yang Kai could only start with pills. Yang Kai was an alchemist, so he had never had to worry about money. There were countless spirit grasses and spirit medicines inside the Black Book space. Some of these materials were taken from Rainfall Star's Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce warehouse, some were collected from the floating continent, some were spoils of war he obtained from killing others, and some were collected by Gui Che and the others in that mysterious place. The number of spirit grasses and spirit medicines Yang Kai possessed was almost comparable to the reserves of a medium-sized great force, and there were even origin grade and origin king grade herbs in his possession. Taking out some herbs, Yang Kai then took out his pill furnace and concentrated on refining pills in his stone room. Now that his strength had improved, his alchemy level seemed to have broken through a bottleneck. Yang Kai tried to refine a few Saint King high-rank pills and found that they weren't too difficult to refine. Although the probability of pill veins appearing wasn't too high, it was still close to 1 in 5. And as time passed, this probability continued to increase, gradually reaching 1 in 4, then 1 in 3. Yang Kai secretly estimated that he should now be an origin-grade low-rank alchemist, which meant he could refine origin-grade low-rank pills. However, if he tried to forcibly refine them, he might fail, and once he failed, he would lose origin-grade materials. Yang Kai didn't need many pills himself, he was mainly performing alchemy to sell them for money. A Saint-grade high-rank pill with pill veins was even more expensive than an ordinary origin-grade low-rank pill, so he didn't waste any origin-grade materials and only refined Saint King-grade pills. Forgetting to eat and sleep, Yang Kai immersed himself in the world of alchemy. Through alchemy, his Saint King realm cultivation became more and more stable. Saint King-grade pills were constantly being produced from Yang Kai's hands, filling up one jade bottle after another, creating a festive scene. When other alchemists performed alchemy, they would need a long time to recover, but Yang Kai didn't need to. His spiritual energy was extremely powerful, and with the nourishment of the 6-colored soul-warming lotus all year round, his spiritual energy was far stronger than an ordinary person's. The amount of spiritual energy he consumed in alchemy was basically equal to the recovery rate of the soul-warming lotus. Chapter 1132. 3 days later, while Yang Kai was in the middle of performing alchemy, he suddenly heard Yang Yen shout excitedly, "Combine!" The next moment, the ground began to shake and the stones inside the stone room began to fall. Soon, everything stabilized and loud cheers came from outside. What the hell? Yang Kai was puzzled. Tidying up his pill furnace, the herbs, and the refined pills, he walked out curiously. As soon as he left the cave, Yang Kai saw several dozen people standing outside, seemingly having encountered some kind of joyous occasion. Even Wu Yi, who had been in a very low mood, was smiling brightly while Yang Yen was even more so, wearing a smug expression as if she was the sole ruler of this world. Yu Feng stood to the side, flattering Yang Kai to the point where he couldn't stand it, but both of them were shameless and didn't have the slightest self-awareness. What's going on? Yang Kai stood next to Wu Yi and asked. Oh, Yang Yen arranged the defensive spirit array, Wu Yi replied with a smile. Is it done? Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, but didn't find anything special outside. In fact, it could even be said that there was no difference, but Yang Kai faintly felt that there was something different about this place. As for what exactly was different, he couldn't put his finger on it. Yang Kai's expression immediately became dignified as he found that he seemed to have underestimated Yang Yan's attainments in spirit arrays. The defensive spirit array she arranged was something he couldn't understand at all. Yang Yan, how powerful is your defensive spirit array? Yang Kai stretched out his hand and beckoned her over. Do you want to go in and try? Yang Yan's beautiful eyes flashed a sly light as she urged Yang Kai. Go in, I'll let you see it clearly. Yang Kai looked at her for a moment before shaking his head. If I go in, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? That's hard to say. Aren't you very powerful? You can even kill third-order Saint Kings. Maybe you can easily break my spirit array? Yang Yan shook her head, pretending to be mysterious. Yang Kai smiled and observed more attentively. Spirit arrays couldn't be understood with common sense. Yang Kai could indeed kill a third-order Saint King cultivator, but once he fell into a profound spirit array, there was no way to ascend to the heavens or enter the earth. Although Yang Inflammation said it ambiguously, anyone could see her confidence. Yang Kai was sure that once he entered, he would definitely make a fool of himself. With so many pairs of eyes staring at him, he would not do such an embarrassing thing. Seeing that Yang Kai seemed to be observing, Yang Yan curled her lips but didn't care. She had great confidence in the spirit array she had arranged. If one wasn't proficient in spirit arrays, once they fell into it, no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Unfortunately, time was running out and she didn't have enough materials. The spirit array she arranged now could only defend and not kill. If she had enough time and materials, she could turn the entire Dragon Cave Mountain into a restricted area. Anyone who entered the 1,000-kilometer radius around Dragon Cave Mountain without her permission would become a lamb to the slaughter. Yang Kai obviously didn't understand spirit arrays, so it would be strange if he could see through them. Yang Yan wasn't worried at all. Yang Kai really couldn't see any clues. When his spiritual energy fell into this spirit array, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to cause even the slightest ripple. This surprised him greatly. The space in front of him seemed to be able to swallow his divine sense. One had to know that his spiritual energy was different from that of ordinary people. Although he had just broken through to the Saint King realm, his soul was definitely no weaker than an origin-returning realm master, yet even his divine sense couldn't detect anything. It was obvious how profound this spirit array was. His expression becoming more dignified, Yang Kai steeled his heart and forced out a drop of blood from his fingertip before wiping it on his left eye. Since refining Great Demon God's Demon Eye of Annihilation, Yang Kai had only used it once, and that was when he was dealing with the Bone Race Master on Tong Xian Realm. Yang Kai hadn't expected that he would have to use it again to spy on Yang Inflammation. The drop of golden blood merged into his left eye and in an instant, Yang Kai's left eye turned golden. This golden light was filled with majesty and seemed capable of swallowing one's soul. Standing beside Yang Kai, Yang Inflammation and Wu instinctively shrank back, not knowing why they felt a chill run down their spines. Using his Demon Eye of Annihilation, Yang Kai finally discovered some traces of this spirit array. The Demon Eye of Annihilation was something Great Demon God was born with and could be said to be extremely profound, capable of seeing through all illusions in the world. Yang Inflammation's spirit array was indeed well hidden, but it wasn't completely undetectable. Looking around, Yang Kai could see that in a radius of nearly 1,000 meters around the cave, there was a subtle flow of energy. This kind of energy was invisible to the naked eye and couldn't be detected by one's divine sense, but it couldn't escape the perception of the Demon Eye of Annihilation. Yang Kai felt a dangerous aura from this flow of energy. Yang Kai could see some clues, but that didn't mean he could break this spirit array. Secretly shocked, Yang Kai's evaluation of Yang Inflammation immediately rose to a new height. He found that this little girl he had brought back was not only a treasure, but a rare gem. Yang Kai, are you going in or not? Hurry up, I also want to know the power of my spirit array. Yang Inflammation saw that Yang Kai wasn't moving and couldn't help urging him. Yang Kai took back his Demon Eye of Annihilation and shook his head with a smile. I'm not going to look for trouble, but the person to test the power of my spirit array has arrived. Saying so, he suddenly raised his head and stared into the distance. Who's here? Yang Inflammation asked puzzledly. The Su family. Wu Yi's pretty face sank as she also noticed a group of people quickly approaching from the distance. After seeing the appearance of their leader, she couldn't help calling out, "The Su family's patriarch, Su Zhikuan, the 5 great elders, and the 4 foreign elders have all arrived." Not a small lineup, Yang Kai sneered. The grievances between him and the Su family were really inexplicable. He had just gone to Heavenly Fate City to buy some things, and Yang Inflammation had been molested by the waste young master of the Su family. As a result, things had escalated to such an extent. However, since there was enmity between them, Yang Kai wasn't afraid. Yang Kai, don't underestimate these people. Although Su Zhishin's strength in the Su family is good, he isn't the strongest. I heard that the Su family's patriarch, Su Zhikuan, is about to break through to the origin returning realm, so he is definitely much stronger than Su Zhishin. The other elders and foreign elders are also third-order Saint Kings. With so many of them coming together, Wu Yi reminded him worriedly. Although she knew that Yang Kai was powerful, in the end, even a tiger couldn't resist a pack of wolves. The Su family had sent out all of their elites this time, so they obviously wouldn't give up. I'm not underestimating them, but the Haiku family actually came as well. Interesting. Yang Kai stared coldly towards the other side of the group. Over there, a group of people was also quickly flying over. This lineup was not inferior to the Su families. All of them were Saint King grade cultivators, and there were quite a few third-order cultivators as well. Wu Yi followed Yang Kai's gaze and her face paled as she muttered, "Patriarch is also here." The people from these two families had clearly agreed to come together. The Su family's Yang Kai wasn't going to let them off easily, but Yang Kai didn't know what the Haiku family's stance on this matter would be. Last time, Yang Kai had driven away Ba Qingyan, causing the Haiku family to lose face, so perhaps the Haiku family would also stand on the same side as the Su family. If this really happened, regardless of whether they were from the Wu Yi family or not, Yang Kai wouldn't show any mercy. Yang Kai was grateful to Wu Yi, but he didn't have a good impression of the Haiku family. The people of the two clans quickly gathered together. It was unknown what they were discussing, but they actually stood there and did not leave. After a while, the two sides seemed to have reached some kind of disagreement and began arguing. The Su family's patriarch, Su Zhikuan, angrily waved his sleeve and led the Su family's masters towards the cave while the Haiku family's people stood far away, not moving. Seeing this scene, Wu Yi couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. She really didn't know what she would do if the patriarch and elders had come together. In any case, she was once a member of the Haiku family, and now the elders and foreign elders were under the leadership of the patriarch. Although they didn't seem to have good intentions, in the end, they didn't approach this place. This was the result Wu Yi hoped to see the most. Even Yu Feng and the several dozen cultivators seemed to have put down a big stone in their hearts and relaxed greatly. "Qin Yan, you know Yang Kai's strength best. What do you think will happen to him this time?" Patriarchy N of the Haiku family turned to the pale Ba Qingyan and asked. A few days ago, Ba Qingyan had been injured by Yang Kai and had returned to the Haiku family, causing all the elders and foreign elders to be shocked. They had tried to overestimate Yang Kai as much as possible, but it seemed they had still underestimated his strength. According to Ba Qingyan's description, Yang Kai's soul cultivation was no weaker than an origin returning realm master. They didn't know how Yang Kai cultivated, but this only further proved that this young man wasn't simple. Even though they wanted to recruit him, Yang Kai's attitude still made them very angry. This time, the Su family had joined forces with them to find trouble with Yang Kai, but Ian hadn't given them a clear answer. Even after arriving here, he didn't continue to move forward, simply standing here and waiting for the situation to develop. It seemed like he was just going to stand by and watch, but that wasn't necessarily the case. Hearing Ian's question, Ba Qingyan's expression became gloomy as he said, "Although he is very strong, I don't think he can win against the Su family." For the 100 Mountains picture, almost all of the Su family's top masters have come. Even if he can kill 1 or 2 of them, 2 fists are no match for 4. He will undoubtedly die. That's good. Ian's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Patriarch, why don't we go up? Since that Yang Kai is going to die, and his attitude towards our family is extremely bad, there is no need to recruit him. If we go up, we can sell the Su family a favor. Perhaps we can even snatch the 100 Mountains picture when Yang Kai dies. The elder named Waluan asked in a low voice. Yes, Patriarch, the Su family lost the 100 Mountains picture this time. If we can snatch it back, even if we can't keep it, we can ask them for a lot of materials. For the 100 Mountains picture, I think the Su family will definitely be generous, foreign elder Huang Wan also said, obviously thinking this was a good deal. Patriarch wouldn't be thinking of waiting for them to fight until both sides are injured before reaping the benefits, right? Someone with a more flexible mind thought of a great possibility. Chapter 1133. The Haiku family and the Su family had always been equal in strength, but now that Su Zhishan had died and the 100 Mountains picture which they feared the most had been lost, the current Su family should be slightly weaker than the Haiku family. If Yang Kai could kill a few more of the Su family's Saint Kings, perhaps the Haiku family would be able to wipe them out and completely annex the Su family's forces. Considering all this, many people's hearts began to burn, secretly thinking that the patriarch was truly the patriarch of the Haiku family. His vision really was far more far-sighted. They only wanted to exchange the 100 Mountains picture for benefits from the Su family. How could they see such a great opportunity? Ian didn't care what they thought and simply said lightly, "Do you only see immediate benefits?" Patriarch means. Everyone looked at Ian suspiciously. Ian sighed. Why is my Haiku family just a peripheral force of Shadow Moon Hall? It's because we aren't strong enough, because we don't have a powerful master. If we had an origin returning realm master, I believe Shadow Moon Hall would reconsider the status of my family. Many of the elders and foreign elders frowned, not knowing what Ian was thinking, but Changqi's expression changed as he began to ponder. What do you think? If we were to recruit this Yang Kai into the family, with his aptitude, would he be able to break through to the origin returning realm? Patriarch wants to recruit him? But that little brat is too arrogant. Waluan exclaimed while shaking his head, I don't think such a thorn will be easy to recruit. Yes, Patriarch, he's just a first-order Saint King right now. It will likely take him several dozen years to break through to the origin returning realm. Who knows what will happen in a few dozen years? Ba Qingyan also spoke up. He had been repeatedly humiliated by Yang Kai, and although he knew he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, he couldn't swallow his resentment, so how could he still think about recruiting him? En shook his head and quickly said, according to Qingyan, this time Yang Kai will definitely die, but he will definitely be able to drag a few of the Su family's people down with him. We only need to act at a critical moment and save Yang Kai. If that little brat understands the situation, he will definitely serve me and pledge allegiance to my family. If he surrenders, wouldn't the 100 Mountains picture belong to my Haiku family? Everyone's eyes lit up. Xianxia, who hadn't spoken so far, thought for a moment before he spoke, Patriarch, what if he refuses to surrender? Ian sneered. He will. Between life and death, I think he will make a wise choice. Patriarch's family's family? Ba Qingyan's father asked Luan family's family. The Su family? Ian's eyes flashed with disdain. So what if I offend the Su family? After today, there's families will know family's family. As soon as they heard this, all the elders and foreign elders instantly understood what Ian was thinking and couldn't help drawing a sharp breath. The patriarch didn't just want to take advantage of Yang Kai's crisis to show him favor and recruit him, he also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to destroy the Su family's elites. The patriarch not only took a fancy to Yang Kai, but also the 100 Mountains picture and the Su family's people. For a time, many people were sweating profusely, but they were also extremely excited. As long as that little brat is willing to surrender, I can use all of the family's wealth to purchase pills for him. With his aptitude, as long as he has enough pills, I think it won't take him more than 10 years to break through to the origin returning realm. Ian said so, as if a beautiful picture had been unfurled in front of his eyes, making him seem dozens of years younger. Once he reaches the origin returning realm, the status of my Haiku family will rise and we will be able to enter the inner layer of Shadow Moon Hall. When that time comes, would we still need to worry about not receiving rewards? Everyone was stunned. They naturally knew that if one used pills to increase one's cultivation regardless of the consequences, it was indeed possible to promote a Saint King Realm cultivator to the origin returning realm within 10 years, but at the same time, that person would become a cripple. Using pills to increase one's cultivation would result in impure results, and even a genius would become mediocre. But what did this have to do with them? Yang Kai was just an outsider who was picked up by Wu Yi from the star field. Even if he was a genius, he wasn't a member of the Haiku family. If he became a cripple, then so be it. As long as he could bring benefits to the family, any price was worth it. Patriarch's foresight is truly admirable. Ba Qingyan bowed respectfully. He really admired his patriarch's strategy. This was simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. If successful, not only would the family's reputation be preserved, but they would also be able to annex the Su family and recruit Yang Kai. 10 years later, the family's future would be smooth and they would no longer need to struggle at the bottom. The elders and foreign elders also quickly expressed their admiration for the patriarch's wisdom. Only Changqi and Howen, who Yang Kai had met before, glanced at each other and sighed. On the other side, the Su family masters led by Su Jikun arrived a few dozen meters outside the cave, but as soon as they stepped into the area covered by the spirit array arranged by Yang Yen, all of them frowned. Inexplicably, a feeling of uneasiness rose from the bottom of their hearts, but when they looked around, they couldn't find anything out of place. Patriarch, that's the one who killed Third Elder. A Saint King came to Su Jikuan's side and pointed to Yang Kai from afar. Su Jikuan's eyes narrowed as clear murderous intent overflowed from his body. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, he frowned and asked, "Didn't you say he was only a third-order saint? Why is he a first-order Saint King?" The man who spoke just now exclaimed, "But that day, waste? You can't even tell what his cultivation is. What use are you?" Although Su Jikuan was reprimanding them, he actually felt a lot more at ease in his heart. He had received a report from the masters of his family that a third-order saint had killed Su Jishen and snatched the 100 Mountains picture, but he couldn't believe it. But now, he discovered that this little brat was clearly a first-order Saint King, allowing him to calm down. Because they wanted to take advantage of the conflict between Yang Kai and the Su family, the Haiku family hadn't said a word about Yang Kai's breakthrough or even how he had injured Ba Qingyan, all in order to make the Su family suffer. Chapter 1134. As soon as Yang Inflammation's spirit array was activated, Yang Kai knew that the Su family was finished. The dense fog enveloped an area with a radius of 1,000 meters. Although his line of sight was somewhat obstructed, and even his divine sense was blocked as if it had fallen into a swamp, at least he could still see the figures of the Su family. However, the dozen or so Su family third-order Saint Kings all had panicked looks on their faces. Yang Kai was clearly standing not far away from them, but they didn't seem to notice him, instead looking around vigilantly and fearfully, a few of them even running around like headless flies, quickly arriving at Yang Kai's side. "Yang Kai, the current spirit array doesn't have the ability to kill enemies. If you want to kill them, you'll have to do it yourself." Yang Inflammation's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Yang Kai grinned, understood. As soon as his voice fell, a dark cloud of fire suddenly roared out, like a roaring fire dragon, and flew towards the nearest Su family elder. The Su family elder was still in a state of dizziness, and although he was extremely vigilant, it wasn't until the fire cloud arrived in front of him that he realized something was wrong. Pushing his strength, he fiercely attacked the fire cloud. However, when he poured his Saint Qi into the fire cloud, he couldn't weaken it in the slightest. On the contrary, the fire cloud seemed to be adding fuel to the fire, causing it to burn even more fiercely, like an ancient dragon that was about to swallow him whole. Black flames. The Su family elder roared in horror before he died. He learned from the cultivator who had fled back to the Su family that Su Zhishan had been burned to death by these black flames, and that even the 100 Mountains picture couldn't resist the power of these flames. His strength wasn't as good as Su Zhishan's, nor did he have a powerful artifact like the 100 Mountains picture, so how could he resist these flames? In the next moment, the Su family elder was burned to a crisp, the Saint King grade mid-rank artifact armor he was wearing unable to provide any protection at all. Fifth elder, what happened? Just 10 meters away from the elder, a middle-aged man shouted. He had clearly heard the fifth elder's voice, but when he asked, the fifth elder didn't respond. A strong uneasiness rose in his heart, and when he turned around, he suddenly saw a young man standing behind him, sneering at him, his smile full of ridicule and disdain. "It's you." He recognized Yang Kai at a glance and without even thinking about it, immediately summoned his long whip artifact and sent out countless whip shadows towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai slowly took a step back. What shocked the man was that with this small step, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes. The countless whip shadows swept through the air, as if Yang Kai had never appeared there. The middle-aged man suddenly felt the blood and qi in his chest roiling, and a sweet, fishy smell spread out. He knew it was not good. He had been counterattacked by his own attack. Before he could stabilize his mind, he suddenly felt his neck being gripped by a large hand, and a scorching power surged out of that hand. A horrifying thought appeared in his mind, and his body quickly burned. He only had time to let out a scream before he died. Yang Kai threw away the corpse in his hand, turned his head, and stared at another Su family expert not far from him, and walked over leisurely. A few breaths later, the blood-curdling screams rang out again. Simple, too simple. Although Yang Kai knew that with his current strength, even if he were to fight a third-order Saint King head-on, he would still be able to win quickly, it certainly wouldn't be so simple. The people trapped in the spirit array seemed to be unable to see him, so all he needed to do was walk over and reap their lives. If he had brought the masters of the Haiku family over just now and tried to bully the Su family with numbers, the consequences would have been disastrous. It was laughable that he had been thinking about how to take advantage of this conflict. The other party didn't even need his help to wipe out the Su family, so how could the Haiku family reap such benefits? However, this spirit array really made Ian jealous. No matter who arranged this spirit array, if he could arrange it for the Haiku family, wouldn't the family's defenses be impregnable? Patriarch. Hua Luan's voice trembled a little. What should we do now? Let's wait and see. En replied with a trembling voice. In any case, his Haiku family had not made things difficult for others, and Wu, Yufeng, and several dozen other disciples were also there. En was sure the other party wouldn't take the initiative to find trouble with him, so there was nothing wrong with staying here and watching. Ian wanted to know if anyone from the Su family managed to escape this time, or if they were really wiped out. Yang Kai sneered and calmly withdrew from the spirit array, arriving outside. The sound of vomiting suddenly rang out. Yang Kai looked towards the source of the sound and was speechless. Yang Yen couldn't stand the scene of slaughter. Although others couldn't see the situation inside the fog, as the one presiding over the spirit array, how could Yang Yen not see clearly? Yang Yen didn't know how long she had been vomiting, but her little face was pale. Wu Yi was standing next to her, gently patting her back. Seeing Yang Kai come out, Wu Yi glared at him. If you want to kill someone, just kill them. Why do you have to make it so disgusting? You call this disgusting? Yang Kai didn't know what to say. All he did was burn these people to death. How could he evaluate the scene of broken limbs flying about and internal organs splattering everywhere? If Yang Yen saw such a scene, she would probably lose her soul. You're really insidious, actually causing them to fight amongst themselves. Wu Yi suddenly pursed her lips into a charming smile, causing the eyes of the group of men who had followed her to pop out of their sockets. She didn't have a good impression of the Su family, so even if they all died, she didn't care. Those who provoke me never have a good end, Yang Kai coldly snorted, glancing at Yang Yan's face before taking out a pill and stuffing it into her mouth. I don't care. Yang Yen swallowed the pill and looked at Yang Kai weakly. Hurry up and collect a lot of materials for me. I need to arrange a killing array. I don't need to operate it to help you kill enemies anymore. Got it? Wu Yi, help her inside to rest. There's no need for her here. Wu Yi nodded and helped Yang Yen into the cave. Brother Yang, how many of them are left? Yu Feng rushed over and asked excitedly. The dozens of cultivators who originally belonged to the Haiku family also looked at him expectantly. This time, the Su family had sent out all of its elites, more than a dozen of them all at once. They all thought they would experience a fierce battle and that everyone here would die. How could they have imagined that they wouldn't even need to fight before the Su family's people were almost all dead? All of them were extremely excited, secretly feeling that staying here was more promising than staying in the Haiku family. All of them had made the decision to leave their families and follow Wu. How could their families compare to this place? In the family, one had to pay a certain amount of Saint Crystals to enter their cultivation sites, and if one didn't have enough Saint Crystals, they had to pay family contribution points, which could only be obtained by completing certain tasks for the family. But here, each of the hundreds of stone rooms had a small spirit-gathering array with a large number of Saint Crystals placed next to it, allowing them to cultivate without any worries. Whether it was efficiency or speed, this place was much better than the family's cultivation sites. The stone rooms were also arranged with powerful spirit arrays, so as long as the stone doors were closed, there would be no noise and no one's divine sense could enter. Their future was bright. What's more, there was a large spirit gathering array throughout Dragon Cave Mountain, so as long as they had enough time, the world energy aura here would become richer and richer. The dozens of people here felt incredibly happy. A few days ago, some of them had been feeling depressed, thinking that leaving the family would be a bad idea, but in the blink of an eye, the treatment here was much better than what it had been in the family. Now, even if they were driven away, they wouldn't, making up their minds to stay here and follow Wu Yi for the rest of their lives. Moreover, they also knew that Wu Yi had taken refuge with Yang Kai, so following Wu Yi was tantamount to following Yang Kai. Among them, Yu Feng was naturally the most proud because he was the one who had personally picked up Yang Kai from the star field. If it weren't for him accidentally discovering that blood-red crystal, how could they possibly be where they were today? Hearing Yu Feng's question, Yang Kai replied, 5 more. As soon as these words were spoken, a scream rang out from inside the room. Only 4 left, Yang Kai added. The Su family's patriarch, Su Jikuan, and the last remaining Su family elder were facing off against 3 foreign elders, neither of them holding back. In just a few moments, one of the foreign elders was killed, the cultivator surnamed Hua, who had been clamoring to abandon the dark and join the light. Yang Kai hated this kind of opportunist the most, so even if he died, it wasn't a big deal. However, this Su Jikuan's strength was indeed quite good, much higher than Su Jishin's. No wonder Wu Yi said he was on the verge of breaking through to the origin returning realm. From the looks of it, he really could have done so in a year or so. Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance. A moment later, another scream rang out, this time from the last remaining Su family elder. Although Su Jikuan's strength was extraordinary, he had not yet reached the origin returning realm. Previously, he had killed foreign elder Hua at the cost of his injuries, but now, the last remaining elder had been killed by the 2 foreign elders. Su Jikuan flew into a rage and spat out a mouthful of blood. His strength suddenly increased by a lot and his aura soared. The long staff in his hand danced, bringing out a large amount of light, forcing the two consecrators to retreat. Without Yang Yun presiding over the battle, even Yang Kai couldn't see what was happening inside and could only make out the sounds of fighting. Although his demon eye of annihilation could see through this spirit array, he didn't use it because it was no longer necessary. Moreover, after Yang Yun entered the cave to rest, the fog that had shrouded the surrounding area gradually dissipated. A moment later, when the fog completely disappeared, Yang Kai, Yu Feng, and the others saw the scene of Su Jikun killing the last foreign elder with a single blow of his staff. The Su family had sent more than a dozen Saint Kings, but in the end, only Su Jikun was left standing proudly in place, covered in blood and missing an arm, looking extremely miserable. It wasn't until this moment that he seemed to realize that the spirit array that had been plaguing him had failed. Looking at the corpses around him, Su Jikun's eyes went bloodshot as he glared towards Yang Kai, his figure leaping forward as he roared hysterically, "Scoundrel, hand over your life." A ferocious momentum erupted and Yu Feng, who was standing beside Yang Kai, let out a strange cry as he retreated. Yang Kai didn't move and instead released his own momentum towards Su Jikun. The two auras collided and it was as if two invisible storms had collided, causing a series of cracking sounds to ring out mid-air. Su Jikun's rushing figure suddenly stagnated as he coughed up another mouthful of blood essence and shot towards Yang Kai at an even faster speed. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he released his spiritual energy, instantly tearing through Su Jikun's knowledge, defenses and pouring into his mind. At the same time, Yang Kai took a step forward and threw out a punch. An unparalleled burst of energy erupted as an invisible fist smashed into Su Jikun's body. The Su family patriarch's figure immediately came to a halt mid-air, as if he had been blocked by an invisible wall, unable to advance any further. An abnormal flush suddenly appeared on his pale face as he glared at Yang Kai and roared, "Shadow Moon Hull won't let you off." As soon as his voice fell, his body suddenly burst apart, blood and limbs raining down from the sky. Chapter 1136. Outside the cave, there was a great commotion. Yu Feng and the several dozen cultivators from the Haiku family stared at this scene in a daze, completely silent. Although they had watched Yang Kai kill Su Jishan last time and knew that Yang Kai's combat strength was incredible, they now discovered that Yang Kai was even stronger than before. Even if Su Jikun was injured, he was still a cultivator close to the origin returning realm, and even after overdrawing his vitality and burning his blood essence, he still failed to block Yang Kai's punch. Is this guy a monster? Yu Feng stared at Yang Kai's back, his eyes trembling violently. Or were all the cultivators in the outside world so powerful? If all the cultivators in the outside world were like Yang Kai, then what were the cultivators on Shadowed Star cultivating? While everyone was still in shock, Yang Kai walked out and picked up the artifacts and a dozen or so space rings scattered on the ground. After sweeping them with his divine sense, he grinned disdainfully and tossed them to Yu Feng. Give the saint crystals and materials inside to Wu Yi, divide the rest among yourselves. Yu Feng was shocked. You don't want them? I don't need them. Yang Kai really didn't care about the things the Su family had unless they had an artifact like the 100 Mountains picture, but the 100 Mountains picture was a rare treasure. Yang Kai believed that even the Su family only had one such artifact. Many thanks, Brother Yang. Although Yu Feng was shocked, he didn't act polite and quickly nodded in thanks before happily running off to the side and inspecting the contents of the dozen or so space rings. The others also gathered around and from time to time, gasps of surprise could be heard. No matter how weak the Su family was, it was still a small family. Among the dozen or so space rings, Patriarch Su Jikun's ring had the most things. There were artifacts, pills, Su family secret arts and martial records, more than 20,000 high-rank saint crystals, more than 40,000 mid-rank saint crystals, and more than 100,000 low-rank saint crystals. Yu Feng's eyes went red as he stared. Although he had long known that killing others for their treasures was the most convenient and fastest way to make a fortune, his haiku family was at the bottom of the food chain. Who could they kill or provoke? Now that he had seen her today, he knew that the rumors were not true. Over 100 of their brothers had risked their lives in the star field, diligently collecting ores, but when they returned to their families, the total reward they received was no more than 10,000 high-rank Saint crystals. These Saint crystals had been paid by Wu Yi out of her own pocket. But today, Yang Kai had only killed a dozen people, and what he had gained was something that they would never be able to obtain in their lifetime. This huge difference made them feel both excited and bitter. These artifacts and pills weren't of high grade, most of them Saint grade with a few Saint King grade, perfectly suited for the several dozen people who followed Wu. Most of them were saints, only 4 or 5 of them were Saint Kings, and most of them were only first-order Saint Kings. Saint-grade artifacts and pills were perfect for them. King transformation pills, there are actually 10 of them. Yu Feng suddenly shouted, the hand holding the jade bottle trembling. Upon hearing this, many people revealed excited expressions. Although Yang Kai had never refined a king transformation pill before, he understood the role of this pill. A Saint King pill was used by a cultivator who had just broken through to the Saint King realm to stabilize their cultivation, while a king transformation pill could increase the chances of a third-order Saint cultivator breaking through to the Saint King realm. It was a Saint King grade low-rank pill. Many cultivator would be stuck at the peak of a great realm, unable to break through to the next. The third-order Saint King realm was a huge bottleneck, and it could be said that 9.5 out of 10 cultivator would encounter such a bottleneck. Those like Yang Kai who did not encounter such a bottleneck were few and far between. Yang Kai was only able to achieve this with the help of the demon eye of annihilation. If not for it, he would have had to refine pills to assist him in breaking through to the next great realm, just like any other cultivator. A single pill could increase the chances of breaking through to the Saint King realm by at least 30%. It could be said that as long as a cultivator's aptitude wasn't too bad, they would have a 90% chance of breaking through to the Saint King realm. Among the several dozen people who followed Wu, nearly 20 of them were third-order saints, so the role of these king transformation pills was self-evident. The Haiku family also had king transformation pills, but those pills were for the family's disciples with good aptitude. The several dozen people who followed Wu Yi weren't qualified to obtain one. The nearly 20 cultivators who were on the verge of breaking through were stuck at a bottleneck, but as long as they had a king transformation pill, they could become Saint King realm cultivators. Seeing the fiery eyes of his brothers, Yu Feng's expression immediately became serious, and he solemnly put away the jade bottle into his sleeve before quickly saying, "This is for young lady. Young lady will come up with a reasonable distribution plan." Everyone nodded, no one objecting. Yang Kai's brow rose as he suddenly felt that he should refine some pills for them. He hadn't been able to use pills to assist his cultivation, but that didn't mean others couldn't. In any case, king transformation pills weren't difficult to refine. Making up his mind, Yang Kai's eyes turned coldly towards the distance. He naturally knew that the people from the Haiku family had been standing there without moving. The masters from the Haiku family had come with the Su family, but they hadn't attacked together, so Yang Kai had no reason to act against them. Perceiving Yang Kai's gaze, Ba Qingyan suddenly trembled and said, "Patriarch, I forgot one thing. Last time, Yang Kai said that without his permission, anyone who came within 50 kilometers of the cave was his enemy." When Yang Kai had said this last time, Ba Qingyan hadn't taken it seriously. After all, Dragon Cave Mountain belonged to the Haiku family, so Yang Kai was simply occupying their land. But now, with the Su family masters who had provoked him dead, Ba Qingyan no longer dared to despise Yang Kai. If Yang Kai used this as an excuse to attack, Ba Qingyan didn't know if his people could stop him. What? En was shocked. 50 kilometers? They were not even 5 miles away from where they stood, let alone 50 miles. Retreat. Being able to become patriarch, his thinking was really not something ordinary people could compare to. When the Haiku family returned to the family, they immediately sent someone to Heavenly Fate City to report today's events to the City Lord's mansion. Heavenly Fate City was within the sphere of influence of Shadow Moon Hall and could be considered a city owned by Shadow Moon Hall, so the City Lord's mansion was naturally guarded by a master from Shadow Moon Hall. The Haiku family's messenger was Huang Wan. But what she hadn't expected was that when she arrived outside the City Lord's mansion, she would be stopped by several guards. These guards grinned and stared at her unscrupulously, making Huang Wan feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 1137. Although Huang Wan was no longer young, she was skilled in maintaining her appearance. Right now, she looked like she was only in her 30s. Her figure was also very good. Her twin peaks were full and towering, her buttocks were round and perky, her beautiful legs were straight and slender, her waist was slender and graceful, and her skin was white with a hint of rosy. Such a beautiful woman naturally attracted the attention of the guards. Big brothers, I am a member of the Haiku family. I have something important to report to City Lord Fei Ji too. Huang Wan squeezed out a smile while cursing En in her heart. En had sent her alone to deliver this letter obviously because she was a woman and felt it would be easier for a woman to communicate with the City Lord. But before she could even enter the City Lord's mansion, she was surrounded by several Saint Realm guards, causing her to feel both angry and helpless. If it were any other place, Huang Wan, with her third order Saint King cultivation, could kill these people without any effort, but this was the City Lord's mansion, Shadow Moon Hall's territory. Unless she didn't want to live, she wouldn't act. Haiku family? One of the guards, whose face was as ugly as a horse's, repeated in a strange tone before shaking his head, I've never heard of it, have you? Immediately, another guard explained, it's a small family subordinate to the sect. A peripheral family. The horse-faced cultivator nodded lightly, no wonder I've never heard of it. Why would someone from a peripheral family come here? Seeing him act so arrogantly, as if he didn't care about the Haiku family at all, Huang Wan could only grit her teeth secretly, but she could only smile and say, several elder brothers, I really do have an urgent matter to discuss with City Master Fei Ji Tuesday. I hope you can pass on my message. The horse-faced guard coldly snorted, City Lord Master has many important matters to attend to every day. How could he have the time to meet with people like you? Go back to where you came from. There were countless peripheral families in Shadow Moon Hall, and all of them were extremely weak. Although these guards were only saints, they considered themselves disciples of Shadow Moon Hall all year round, so even if Huang Wan's cultivation was higher than theirs, they didn't put her in their eyes. Hearing the horse-faced guard say this, Huang Wan grit her teeth and suddenly flashed a charming smile, beckoning to him, Big brother, can you come over and speak with me? She was a woman who had worked hard outside and was well versed in the ways of the world, so how could she not understand that the King of Hell was easy to deal with? The horse-faced guard with a vulgar smile, Little sister, is there something you can't say in public? He laughed and shook his head as he walked towards Huang Wan. When he came to her side, Huang Wan took out some Saint crystals from her space ring and quietly stuffed them into his hand, softly saying, Big brother guard, please do me a favor. The horse-faced guard didn't even look at her and simply put the Saint crystals into his space ring before suddenly grabbing Huang Wan's white tender hand and rubbing it vigorously, as if he had never seen a woman before, a look of disdain flashing across his face as he whispered, Little sister, it's not that I can't help, it's just that City Lord Master really doesn't have the time. Being touched by him like this, Huang Wan's tender body suddenly shivered as goosebumps appeared all over her body. She couldn't wait to tear this bastard into 10,000 pieces, but she could only suppress the anger in her heart and take out a lot of Saint crystals and hand them to him, continuing to plead, Please go in and report to the City Lord Master, whether or not he wants to see me, I won't complain. This stone room should have been opened by the stone mongoose after Yang Yan's arrival and was used as a place for many people to gather and discuss things. At this moment, there were nearly 20 people gathered in the stone room. Some of them had red eyes, some were filled with righteous indignation, and some were shouting loudly. Yu Feng was the most outrageous, standing on a stone table and looking around disdainfully, pointing at one cultivator after another and cursing them harshly. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they were all covered in his spittle. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he suddenly felt a little unhappy. He thought that these people who had followed Wu Yi here were arguing because of the uneven distribution of supplies. If that was the case, Yang Kai didn't want them to remain in his cave. Even if they had followed Wu Yi here, he would have driven them out. Those who didn't understand how to share with their own people and only cared about small benefits would only become unstable factors. However, after listening for a while, Yang Kai discovered that this wasn't the case. Although it was a matter of material distribution, it had nothing to do with Saint crystals or artifacts, but rather pills. The 10 King transformation pills that could help a cultivator break through to the Saint King realm. These people weren't arguing because they couldn't obtain the King transformation pills, but rather because they couldn't obtain the King transformation pills. After 3 days, they still hadn't come up with a reasonable distribution plan. Wu Yi also stood in the stone room, her pretty face filled with helplessness but also relief. That's right, Lu Ping. I remember you broke through to the Third Order Saint Realm 9 years ago. Now that you've reached the peak of this realm, why don't you accept the King transformation pills? Are you not giving young lady face? Not giving young lady face is not giving this Yu Feng face. Don't blame father for beating you. The cultivator named Lu Ping grinned and said honestly, Yu Feng, Lu Ping, am almost 60 years old this year. My aptitude isn't very good, so what if I take the King transformation pills? There's a great chance I'll waste this pill and won't be able to break through to the Saint King realm. Instead of wasting it on me, you might as well give it to Gu Wusheng. His aptitude is much better than mine, also a Third Order saint. If you give it to him, he'll definitely be able to break through. Gu Wusheng was a middle-aged man in blue robes and immediately shook his head. I don't want it. Give me 2 more years and I'll be able to break through on my own. There's no need to waste a King transformation pill. Yu Feng, give it to Xiaoya. A young woman with delicate features quickly waved her hand. I don't want it either. I can also break through on my own. The veins on Yu Feng's forehead bulged as he wanted to curse again, but when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them back down and instead turned to Wu Yi for help, crying out, Young lady, I can't do this job. These bastards don't want it, how am I supposed to deal with them? Wu Yi sighed and was about to speak when she saw Yang Kai standing at the door with a smile on his face and quickly walked over. These people aren't bad, Yang Kai praised sincerely. Yang Kai praised from the bottom of his heart. He had been fighting alone for so many years and was used to seeing people deceive and deceive each other. He was used to seeing people die for wealth and birds die for food. He was used to seeing people put on a dignified front while secretly stabbing others in the back. This King transformation pill could help one break through to the Saint King realm and save at least 1 or 2 years of hard work, but none of these qualified cultivators actually wanted it, all of them wanting to let someone else use it. Chapter 1138. So low. Yang Kai was taken aback. If this was the case, didn't that mean he and Yang Inflammation stood at the pinnacle of Shadowed Star in terms of their respective territory? Yang Inflammation might be even higher. Last time, she said that with the help of the stone mongoose, she could refine her purple shield to origin grade mid-rank, which meant she was at least an origin grade mid-rank artifact refiner. And it's very low. I don't know why, but Shadowed Star's development in alchemy, artifact refining, chart masters, and spirit arrays is very slow. Wu Yi chuckled lightly. She knew that Yang Kai came from the outside, and from Yang Kai's tone, she could infer that the outside world was definitely not like this. After listening to Wu Yi's words, Yang Kai suddenly felt that using alchemy to raise Saint crystals was a good idea. His alchemy level already stood at the pinnacle of Shadowed Star, so how could he not have enough Saint crystals to refine pills? He could even find some great forces to exchange for many precious materials. Yang Inflammation's arrangement of spirit arrays was like his own cultivation of space force, a matter of burning money. Without enough Saint crystals and materials, he couldn't do anything. How come the Su family has 10 king transformation pills? Yang Kai asked again. It stood to reason that the Su family should not have a Saint King grade alchemist, so without such a high-level alchemist, it would be impossible to refine king transformation pills. They should have exchanged with Shadow Moon Hall, Wu Yi explained. The small families affiliated with Shadow Moon Hall have the opportunity to exchange for some pills and artifacts, but at a high price. The Haiku family has also exchanged for some king transformation pills before. Oh, right, the Saint King pills they sent last time were also exchanged from Shadow Moon Hall. I see. Yang Kai nodded and tossed the 2 jade bottles over. Give these to them and tell them there's no need to quarrel anymore. What are these? Wu Yi was puzzled. You'll know when you see for yourself. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Wu Yi opened the bottle cap suspiciously, her beautiful face going pale as she exclaimed, more than 20 king transformation pills? Furthermore, there are so many with pill veins? She was truly stunned. The 10 king transformation pills she obtained from Su Jikuan's ring were just ordinary pills, but most of the ones Yang Kai gave her had pill veins. Wu Yi couldn't imagine where Yang Kai had obtained these pills. A king transformation pill could increase a cultivator's chances of breaking through to the Saint King realm, and a king transformation pill with pill veins would only increase the chances. Big brother Yang, where did you get these? Wu Yi looked up and found that Yang Kai had disappeared, causing her to feel dizzy. A single king transformation pill was worth more than 2,000 Saint crystals, so this bottle was worth more than 40,000. Wu Yi finally understood the extent of Yang Kai's generosity. Opening the other jade bottle with a trembling hand, Wu Yi cried out again, Saint King pills. On top of that, many of these Saint King pills had formed pill veins, so Wu Yi was certain that these 2 bottles of pills had been refined by the same alchemist, but the probability of them forming pill veins was simply too terrifying. Since she was a child, Wu Yi had only seen 1 pill with pill veins, and it had only been a spirit-grade top-rank pill. Even though Wu Yi had seen the world before, she still felt that these 2 jade bottles were as heavy as mountains. King transformation pills could allow her brothers and sisters to break through to the Saint King realm, while Saint King pills could stabilize their cultivation. Yang Kai had already prepared everything. All she needed to do was take these pills. When the starship returned to Shadowed Star, he was the one who brought people to greet them. Now it seemed that the relationship between these 2 foreign elders and Wu Yi was quite good, otherwise, they wouldn't have sent someone to deliver a letter. Foreign elder Huang Wan also sent a letter saying the same thing. Wu Yi frowned. Wu Yi frowned, obviously not understanding why Huang Wan wanted to help her this time. From the meaning of her words, Huang Wan seemed to want to leave the Haiku family and was advising her to leave Dragon Cave Mountain as soon as possible. Yang Kai didn't know Huang Wan, but he didn't care, simply asking, Your patriarch went to Heavenly Fate City to look for Shadow Moon Hall, right? Big brother Yang, what should we do now? Once Shadow Moon Hall learns that you killed so many of the Su family's people, they will definitely not sit idly by. At that time, an Origin Returning Realm Master will definitely come. Origin Returning Realm. Yang Kai frowned. To be honest, he didn't know how his current strength compared to an Origin Returning Realm Master, but every time a cultivator crossed a great realm, their strength would undergo earth-shaking changes. Yang Kai could easily kill Third-Order Saint Kings, but he might not be an opponent of an Origin Returning Realm Master. However, Yang Kai soon became suspicious. Strange, why did your family run over to deliver this message? This kind of thing should have been done by the Su family. Wu Yi thought about it for a moment before biting her lower lip and saying, maybe the patriarch feels that he can't control you or drive you away, so he wants to rely on the power of Shadow Moon Hall. It had to be said that Wu Yi's thoughts were quite astute, and she also had a good understanding of Yan's personality, so the information she inferred was basically the truth. Yang Kai nodded. Don't worry, go do what you need to do. If an origin-returning realm master really comes, I can stop them. Wu nodded lightly. Although she didn't have much confidence, since Yang Kai said so, she couldn't say anything more. After Wu Yi left, Yang Yen said lightly, don't expect my spirit array to be able to kill an origin-returning realm master. Without high-grade materials, the power of my spirit array won't be very high. I'm not counting on your spirit array, Yang Kai grinned. However, Wu Yi's spirit array only needed to be able to trap an origin-returning realm master for a while. As long as it wasn't a third-order origin-returning realm master, Yang Kai felt that he should be able to deal with them. This matter was related to the space spirit crystal load, so forget about an origin-returning realm master. Even if an origin king realm master came, Yang Kai would have to give it a try. He absolutely couldn't hand over this precious land. Instead of helping Yang Yen arrange the spirit array, Yang Kai immediately returned to the cave and entered retreat, holding a piece of space spirit crystal in his hand and absorbing its energy to enhance his understanding of the Tao of space. The Tao of space was very obscure, but it was also very powerful. Yang Kai felt that if he had to face an origin-returning realm master, using his Tao of space would be the best choice. When Yang Kai used Space Force before, he had mixed it with his Saint Chi, allowing his Saint Chi attacks to break through space and catch his opponents off guard. This method could enhance the power of his Saint Chi attacks, but it didn't fully display the mysteries of the Tao of space. If he could purely use Space Force to attack, Yang Kai believed that his combat effectiveness would be much stronger and more unpredictable. He didn't know when the people from Shadow Moon Hall would arrive, but even if he couldn't sharpen his spear quickly, he still wouldn't be satisfied. Dragon Cave Mountain was the Haiku family's territory, and this place wasn't far from the Haiku family's territory, so they were clearly afraid Yang Kai would become a threat to them once he grew. Wanting to kill them all because of this, Yang Kai's expression became cold as he secretly decided not to give the Haiku family any more face. Regardless of whether Wu Yi was a member of this family or not, as long as they dared to come here, they wouldn't be able to leave. Standing up and opening the stone door, Yang Kai saw Wu Yi and Yu Feng standing outside nervously. Big brother Yang. Wu Yi called out, her face a little pale. I know, just stay inside the cave and don't go out. These past few days, Yang Yen has perfected a number of spirit arrays, so as long as you don't go out, they won't be able to do anything to you. Since I'm with you, I'll have to face them eventually. What Yang Kai hadn't expected was that Wu didn't show any intention of backing down. She probably wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make things clear with the Haiku family. Yang Kai glanced at her and nodded gently, then don't act rashly. Even if the situation is critical, don't leave the cave entrance. Wu Yi responded quickly. Yang Kai then led them out of the cave. Arriving outside, Yang Kai found that Yang Yen was actually still arranging the spirit arrays not far away, his movements extremely fast, apparently not wanting to give up at the last moment. After discovering that Yang Kai had come out, Yang Yen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and his already slow movements became much faster. Inside the cave, the cultivator who had followed Wu Yi also ran out after receiving the news, each of them standing behind Yang Kai and Wu Yi with dignified expressions. Hey, why is that little shorty here? Walking like a crab, he's really hopeless. Yang Kai stared forward in amazement. Among the crowd, there was an existence that stood out like a crane among chickens. It was none other than the short Xie Hongwen whom Yang Kai had seen before. His head didn't even reach his chest, but when he walked he seemed to be like a dragon or a tiger. Xie Hongwen was extremely arrogant. At that time, Wu Yi and the others had just returned from collecting ores and had only just arrived on Shadowed Star when the ores on their starship were snatched away by this Xie Hongwen. Yang Kai also knew that this little shorty Xiahong had taken a liking to Wu. Last time, he had even spoken rudely, saying that one day Wu Yi would become a member of his Xie family. Him coming here this time should be related to Wu. Xiahong wasn't very tall, but he was walking at the front, making him extremely conspicuous. The old foreign elders of the Haiku family followed behind him, as well as 2 masters from the First Order origin returning realm who should be from the City Lord's mansion. Listening to Yang Kai's amusing words, Wu Yi couldn't help sneering, but she quickly restrained her smile. She knew that now wasn't the time to laugh. The masters from the City Lord's mansion had come, and so had Xiahong. Chapter 1140. Thinking so, Xiahong actually wanted to rush over and grab Yang Kai, but just as he took a step forward, he was stopped by one of the 2 origin returning realm masters. Young master, there's something strange up ahead. It should be a powerful spirit array. The cultivator frowned as he stared at the large space in front of the cave, sweeping the area with his divine sense. When they first arrived, Ian had told them how the dozen or so Third-Order Saint King cultivator from the Su family had been completely wiped out, but none of them had taken it seriously, thinking that even if there was a spirit array, its power would be limited and it wouldn't be able to stop the bombardment of an origin-returning realm master. But now that they were closer, they realized how profound this spirit array was. Is there something strange about it? Xiahong wasn't stupid and nodded. Then this young lord won't go up, lest I fall into their trap. At that moment, Yang Yan finished what she was doing and quickly retreated back into the cave, hiding behind Yang Kai, her tender body trembling. Wu Yi took her hand and patted it gently. Xiahong withdrew his gaze from Yang Yan and glanced over at Wu Yi, sneering meaningfully as he shouted, "Wu Yi, don't say this young lord didn't give you a chance. If you know what's good for you, come back with me obediently and this young lord will let bygones be bygones. But if you don't blame this young lord for being vicious and merciless." Although Wu Yi's face was pale, she still said, "In your dreams, if you want me to go with you, you'll have to kill me." Good. Xiahong not only didn't become angry, but instead laughed. When he learned that Wu Yi and Yang Kai were together, he was really angry, but now that he saw Yang Yan, who was even more outstanding than Wu Yi, his anger immediately dissipated. This time, not only would he be able to obtain Wu, he would also be able to obtain this exquisite beauty, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Xiahong was naturally happy. He no longer paid any attention to Wu Yi and instead turned to Yang Kai, coldly saying, "Little brat, your courage isn't small, actually daring to have ideas about this young lord's woman. No matter where you come from, you're dead. Obediently kowtow and admit your wrongs. Call me grandfather a few times and this young lord will give you a quick death. If you can also give me that woman, this young lord may spare your life." Yang Kai frowned. He had seen a lot of spoiled brats, but he had never seen one as arrogant as Xiahong. It was as if in his opinion, anyone, anything as long as he said a word, others would have to compromise. First, he wanted Wu Yi to obediently go back with him, now he wanted him to obediently roll over. Who did he think he was? Does this guy only know how to talk big? Yang Kai looked at Wu. Wu Yi sneered, "Something's wrong with your head." "Yes, was it? His brain is indeed abnormal. It should be a psychological distortion caused by his physical disability." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Seeing his calm and relaxed appearance, the tension of Wu Yi and the others seemed to dissipate greatly. On the other side, after hearing Xiahong say that he would let Yang Kai go, Ian actually spoke up, "Young Lord Xie, this person's origins are unknown. He has forcibly occupied my Haiku family's Dragon Cave Mountain and is now the host. We cannot drive him away. Please uphold justice and kill him." Since he had decided to nip Yang Kai in the bud, lest he grow up and threaten the interests of the Haiku family, Ian naturally wouldn't let Yang Kai off so easily. As for Wu Yi, she had already left the family, so she was no longer a member of the Haiku family. What fate she would meet after being taken back by Xie Hongwen had nothing to do with him. Does this young lord need you to tell him what to do? Xie Hongwen squinted at Ian, causing Ian to look embarrassed and immediately shut up. Immediately, Xie Hongwen turned towards the cave and shouted angrily, "Little brat, not only do you have ideas about this father's woman, you even dare to occupy the territory of another family. You don't put my Shadow Moon Hall in your eyes at all. Don't you know that the Haiku family is a peripheral force of my Shadow Moon Hall? If you want to fight, then fight. Enough nonsense." Yang Kai was too lazy to argue with him. This guy's brain wasn't normal, so no matter how much he said, it would just be a waste of saliva. In the end, he would have to fight. Good, this young lord will let you know the consequences of offending me today. You can rest assured that I won't kill you immediately. That woman should be yours, right? Xie Hongwen pointed to Yang Kai. Since you dared to touch this young lord's woman, this young lord will take yours. This young lord will let you see how I satisfy her, so don't feel inferior when the time comes. Saying so, Yang Kai shouted, "Hongzhen, grab that little brat for me. Daring to offend me, he's too much." The master from the First Order Origin Returning Realm named Hongzhen frowned and hesitated. "Young lord, there's a spirit array over there." "So what if it's a spirit array? You think a few small arrays can stop you? Then what use do I have for you?" Xie Hongwen jumped up. "If you can't do it alone, then the two of you can come at me together. I don't believe that garbage spirit array can stop you. Hurry up and grab him for me. I'm going to throw him on the ground, step on his face, and piss on it." Hongzhen's face was gloomy. A master from the First Order Origin Returning Realm was considered a master on Shadowed Star. After all, the strongest here was only a Third Order Origin Returning Realm cultivator. However, he was ordered to protect Xie Hongwen, so he couldn't refuse his orders. The other Origin Returning Realm Master looked at him and seemed to want to say something, but Hongzhen waved his hand and said, "I'll try. If it doesn't work, then you can come at me together." "Good." The man nodded and didn't say much. Hongzhen then walked towards the cave step by step, releasing his divine sense to investigate his surroundings, but the more he probed, the more frightened he became. This space was like a swamp, and when his divine sense entered it, there was no response. Hongzhen immediately knew that he had underestimated the power of this spirit array. At this moment, it was too late to retreat. He had clearly entered the range of this spirit array, but what he hadn't expected was that the other party didn't show any intention of opening the spirit array, so he didn't know if it could be opened at all. What's more, the First Order Saint King opposite him was actually walking straight towards him, which both surprised and delighted him. "Little Sister Young Inflammation, open the spirit array." Wu Yi nervously grabbed Yang Inflammation's small hand. Last time, more than a dozen people from the Su family were easily killed by Yang Kai because they had fallen into the spirit array. Now, Yang Kai was actually walking towards an Origin Returning Realm Master, so Wu Yi was naturally worried. A First Order Origin Returning Realm Cultivator, a First Order Saint King, was an entire great realm apart. Even if Wu Yi had great confidence in Yang Kai, she didn't think he could win against this master named Hongzhen. Yang Inflammation shook his head. Yang Kai said not to open the spirit array yet. "But I don't know." She soon understood why Yang Kai didn't want her to open the spirit array, because Yang Kai had actually taken the initiative to attack Hongzhen, a long sword covered in demonic flames appearing in his hand as he slashed out a jet black sword wave towards Hongzhen. Yang Kai clearly wanted to test his own combat effectiveness. "Overestimating yourself." Hongzhen sneered and threw out a simple punch. As soon as this punch appeared, the atmosphere within a 1,000-meter radius suddenly changed, as if even space itself was being stirred up. Yang Kai's face changed. Although he had long known that there was a huge gap between the Third Order Saint King realm and the Origin Returning Realm, he hadn't expected an Origin Returning Realm Master's attack to be so strange. The power of Hong Zhen's punch wasn't strong, but when Hong Zhen punched out, Yang Kai had a strange feeling, as if he had been wrapped up in an invisible force. The speed at which his Saint Qi was circulating suddenly dropped, and it became much more difficult for him to move. Even the speed of the jet black sword wave he sent out was greatly reduced. Yang Kai's strength had been greatly suppressed. What kind of power is this? Yang Kai was startled. Although he had seen many Origin returning realm masters along the way, he had never fought with one of this level. This was the first time. Yang Kai suddenly discovered that Origin returning realm cultivators seemed to possess a very special power that could suppress low-level opponents. He didn't know if this power was unique to Hong Zhen or if all Origin returning realm cultivators possessed it. Yang Kai desperately wanted to know what kind of power this was. On Tong Xian realm, if he encountered any problems in his cultivation, he could ask Meng Wuya and the others for help, but here, no one could help him. If he wanted to solve his problems, he would need to kill an Origin returning realm cultivator and absorb their insights into the heavenly way and martial Dao. Only then could he understand the mysteries of this power. While Yang Kai's thoughts were racing, a violent wind blade shot out from Hong Zhen's fist, breaking through the jet black sword wave and arriving in front of Yang Kai in an instant. If his strength had not been suppressed, Yang Kai would have been able to dodge this attack, but now, his movements were much slower than usual, so by the time he noticed the incoming wind blade, it was already too late to dodge. This wind blade contained an extremely violent power, and Yang Kai believed that even if his physique was strong, he would definitely be injured by it. Wu exclaimed, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Cheap slut. Xie Hongwen stomped his foot and cursed again. Wu Yi's concern for Yang Kai made him very uncomfortable, so he secretly decided that in front of these several dozen people he would strip her naked and ravage her body before abandoning her and letting her know the consequences of offending him. On the other hand, Yang Yen remained indifferent, not even showing any intention of opening the spirit array. Kong. The huge wind blade struck Yang Kai, forcing Yang Kai to retreat quickly. HM? Hong Zhen thought that Yang Kai was dead for sure, but he soon discovered that a purple shield had appeared in front of Yang Kai. Chapter 1141. In front of the cave, Yang Kai waved his arms and found that there seemed to be invisible threads wrapped around his body, restricting his movements. Not only were his movements sluggish, his Saint Qi flow was also extremely obstructed. It was this strange feeling that prevented him from exerting his full strength, so when Hong Zhen threw his first punch, he had to summon his purple shield to defend himself. Although the purple shield had not been fully refined and could not display its full power, it was still made from the shell and monster core of a 9th-order monster beast and various origin-grade ores, making it extremely sturdy, so it was normal for it to be able to block Hong Zhen's attack. What kind of power is this? Yang Kai couldn't tell what the power that was binding him was, so he could only ask Hong Zhen. Hong Zhen laughed. Ignorant boy, you don't even know what sure is yet you dare act so arrogant? Sure. Yang Kai frowned. Momentum? I have the same kind of momentum. Saying so, Yang Kai's aura erupted, but to his disappointment, his own was fundamentally different from Hong Zhen's. It wasn't that his aura was weaker, on the contrary, in the eyes of those who didn't know the truth, Yang Kai's aura at this moment was simply earth-shattering, while Hong Zhen's aura was far inferior. However, only Yang Kai himself knew that the Shi Hong Zhen spoke of was completely different from the momentum he understood. Yang Kai's own aura couldn't interfere with this young man's at all. On the contrary, this young man's Shi greatly suppressed his own strength. This is an origin-returning realm master. Amazing! Yang Kai's eyes burned with passion, but instead of feeling the slightest panic, his fighting spirit soared. Shaking his head to dispel his excitement, Yang Kai raised his purple shield and called out to Hong Zhen, "Come, let me see what your Shi is." Yang Kai put away his demonic flame sword and assumed a defensive posture. Although they had only fought once, Yang Kai already knew that it was impossible for him to kill an origin-returning realm master with his current combat power, even if he used his golden blood. This kind of power called Shi was very mysterious, but it was impossible for this Hong Zhen to kill him. With his purple shield, he could tear space, so even a third-order origin-returning realm master couldn't kill him. Seeing Yang Kai's posture, Hong Zhen knew what he wanted to do and flew into a rage. An origin-returning realm cultivator had the absolute ability to suppress a Saint King realm cultivator, but this first-order Saint King actually wanted to use him to study Shi. This made Yang Kai feel like he had been insulted, causing murderous intent to overflow from his heart. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai sent out a series of wind blades. These wind blades blotted out the sky like a swarm of locusts, cutting through space with a sharp whistle. Good, of course. Xie Hong, of course, Hong Zhen's to the point. Xie Hong when clapped his hands and laughed heartily, completely forgetting that he had just been clamoring to step on Kai Yang and piss on his face. To Yang, to Yang, to Yang, to Yang, to Yang, to Yang Kai, Yang of Yang, to Kai, to Yang to Yang to be. Many of the cultivators who had followed Wu Yi couldn't bear to watch any longer and turned their heads away sadly. They all felt that Yang Kai was dead for sure, that there was no way he could survive this round of attacks. Yang Yen curled his lips and muttered softly, "If the artifacts I refine can even break through the first-order origin-returning realm's attacks, I won't need to refine them in the future." Her voice was so low that no one heard her, not even Wu Yi who was standing next to her. Hong. A violent explosion rang out and the place where Yang Kai stood was filled with flying sand and stones, blocking his vision. His figure was forced back again and again until he hit a large boulder, shattering it in an instant. Yang Kai felt a sweet taste in his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The power of the wind blade failed to hurt Yang Kai, but the huge impact still caused his 5 viscera to shift. Hong Zhen's eyes narrowed, seemingly not having expected the defensive ability of his shield to be so good. Without waiting for Yang Kai to recover, Hong Zhen took a step forward. A moment ago, his body was still standing in place, but in the next moment, he appeared in front of Yang Kai and punched out towards Yang Kai's forehead. Hong Zhen's Shi, which was suppressing Yang Kai's strength, suddenly became stronger. Yang Kai felt that he had no way to defend himself before Hong Zhen's attack arrived. In a moment of desperation, Yang Kai threw out his unfinished space blade. 2 void cracks quickly shot towards Hong Zhen's waist and abdomen. Although Hong Zhen didn't know what kind of attack this was, he instinctively felt a sense of danger. Pushing his Saint Qi to form a protective barrier around himself, Hong Zhen's fist still smashed down like a bolt of lightning. However, this brief delay allowed Yang Kai to raise his purple shield. With a loud bang, Kai Yang was like a kite with a broken string, flying far away. Hong Zhen's brow furrowed as he stared at the spot where he had just been attacked, but was surprised to find that there was nothing there, nor was there any trace of injury. Shaking his head, Hong Zhen couldn't understand why he had such a terrifying feeling just now. Looking at Yang Kai again, Hong Zhen was speechless. Although this first-order Saint King youth looked extremely distressed, he hadn't suffered any serious injuries at all. All of Yang Kai's attacks had been blocked by his purple shield artifact, so the only injuries he had suffered were some minor injuries caused by the shockwaves of his attacks. What's more, at this moment, not only did this youth not show any signs of panic, he didn't show any intention of running away. Instead, he seemed to be in high spirits, a happy smile on his face as he beckoned to Hong Zhen. Courting death. Hong Zhen was furious. He, an origin-returning realm master, had to deal with a Saint King realm youth, but not only had he failed to kill him in a short time, he had even been provoked time and time again. This kind of behavior was intolerable. Hong Zhen's Shi erupted and once again enveloped Yang Kai, but in the next moment, Hong Zhen showed a look of disbelief. Because around this youth, there was an aura similar to Shi flowing. Although it was very faint, Hong Zhen was certain that this was the embryonic form of Shi. As long as this youth was given enough time, he would be able to form his own Shi. How is this possible? A few dozen breaths ago, This youth was clearly asking him what Shi was, so how was he able to do this now? How did he figure it out just from the fight just now? Considering all this, Hongjin couldn't help shivering as he broke out in a cold sweat. If this was really the case, then this boy was simply too heaven-defying. Even Hongjin, who had broken through to the origin returning realm 10 years ago, had only been able to slowly grasp Shi under the guidance of the elders of the sect. Even now, he had only just begun to grasp the basics of Shi, not even reaching the minor accomplishment stage. Moreover, only those in the origin returning realm could touch the threshold of Shi. Without reaching the origin returning realm, it was simply impossible to grasp Shi. How had this youth done it? He had actually vaguely understood what Shi was. Come on. Yang Kai saw Hongjin's expression change and couldn't help urging, "What are you waiting for? Do you want to fight or not?" Not only was he urging, but Xie Hongwen was also urging him, constantly clamoring for Hongjin to do something to Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai be in the mood to deal with him now? He couldn't wait to have a good fight with Hongjin, or rather, to be beaten by him. If he could figure out Shi in this way, what harm was there in being beaten? Hongjin took a deep breath and didn't rush to attack Yang Kai, instead suddenly turning his head and saying, "Brother, let's attack together. His artifact is too powerful, I can't break his defenses." He didn't feel embarrassed at all. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't have asked his brother for help, but Yang Kai was too terrifying. If such a person wasn't killed today, once he grew up, he would become an invincible existence. So, he didn't hesitate to ask his brother for help. The other origin returning realm master who had been guarding Xie Hongwen heard this and looked at Hongjin with some surprise, but he didn't ask any questions, simply nodding gently, "Okay." As he said this, he walked out as expected. Everyone was dumbfounded. A First-Order origin returning realm was dealing with a First-Order Saint King and had actually invited a First-Order origin returning realm helper, and this helper was also a First-Order origin returning realm cultivator. Ian's whole body trembled. Although he didn't understand the situation, he knew that Yang Kai was really not to be trifled with. He suddenly had a bad feeling and didn't know if offending Yang Kai this time was a blessing or a curse. Seeing two origin returning realm masters coming over, Yang Kai frowned, a trace of disappointment appearing on his face as he quickly retreated to the entrance of the cave. He couldn't even handle one origin returning realm master, let alone two at the same time. Once he fought with them, unless he tore space and escaped, he would definitely be killed. "Open the array." Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, put away his purple shield, and called out to Yang Yen. "Okay." Yang Yen nodded and formed a few strange seals towards the spirit array outside the cave. In an instant, the space outside the cave rippled but soon returned to normal. Hongjin and his brother wore dignified expressions as they swept the area with their divine senses, but they were surprised to find that before the spirit array was opened, they could still feel some danger, but after it was opened, they couldn't sense anything at all. Sweeping the area with their divine senses, the situation was clear at a glance and there was nothing wrong with it, but everyone knew that once they fell into the spirit array, they would definitely suffer. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and break that spirit array and grab those two women for me." Xie Hongwen shouted. The two origin returning realm masters wore helpless looks as they summoned their artifacts and fiercely attacked the open space in front of the cave. The artifacts used by these two weren't low-grade, both origin-grade low-rank artifacts. Hongjin's 12 flying daggers were each a Saint King grade high-rank artifact, and when combined together, their grade was even higher, forming a straight line that constantly bombarded the position of the spirit array. The artifact used by Hongjin's brother was even more powerful, an octagonal hammer that caused the ground to shake every time it struck the position of the spirit array. The spirit array arranged by Yang Yen couldn't be seen normally, but once it was attacked, it would reveal some traces. If the person trying to break it wasn't proficient in spirit arrays, they could only use brute force. It could be said that almost 90% of cultivators who encountered spirit arrays used brute force to break them. This method of breaking spirit arrays was laborious and unrewarding. Sometimes, even if one managed to break a spirit array, they would suffer a backlash. Only a few people who understood spirit arrays would try to find the location of the spirit array's entrance and break it in an elegant manner. Chapter 1142. Outside Dragon Cave Mountain, two First-Order Origin returning Realm Masters were wantonly releasing their Saint Qi to attack the open space, constantly wearing down the spirit array arranged by Yang Yen. Wu Yi clenched her fists nervously and called out in a trembling voice, "Yang Yen, quickly deal with them." Last time, it was Yang Yen who had presided over the spirit array and assisted Yang Kai in killing the Su family's Saint King Realm Masters. As a result, none of the Su family's Saint Kings managed to escape. Wu Yi thought that Yang Yen would be able to do the same thing as before. Yang Yen shook his head and said, "If they enter the spirit array, I'm sure they won't be able to come out, but if they don't enter, there's nothing I can do." Spirit arrays had this kind of drawback. Although they were powerful and unpredictable, if others were careful and didn't enter the range of the spirit array, no matter how powerful it would be powerless. Then what do we do? Wu Yi panicked. Yang Yen smiled lightly. "It's fine, that spirit array was meant for others to break." Yang Kai glanced at her in surprise and immediately realized that the spirit array over there was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Yang Kai was certain that if Hong Zhen and his brother broke the spirit array they were currently seeing and continued to move forward, they would definitely fall into an even more powerful spirit array. Even the most timid of them all, Yang Yen, was calm at this moment, so how could Yang Kai not see through this? It was ridiculous that these two Origin returning Realm Masters were completely unaware of this and thought that breaking the spirit array would be enough. Hong Hong Hong. Hong Zhen's 12 flying daggers and the other Origin returning Realm Master's octagonal hammer constantly bombarded the spirit array, making it look like it was on the verge of collapse. Xie Hongwen seemed to be tired from shouting and was now waiting expectantly, his lustful eyes sweeping over Yang Yan's body, making anyone who saw him feel uncomfortable. Patriarchy N of the Haiku family and several elders and foreign elders stood to the side with respectful smiles on their faces, causing Wu Yi to feel nauseous. Before the spirit array was broken, another group of people suddenly appeared a dozen kilometers away. "HM? Why are there sounds of fighting over there?" The leader of this group, an Origin returning Realm Master, called out in surprise. Hong Zhen and his brother were attacking the spirit array, causing quite a commotion that could be heard even from a dozen kilometers away. That young man must have provoked someone he shouldn't. A Yang Yen, Master Luo. Yang Yen was young Master Luo. A few days, young Master Luo, a dozen of my family's patriarch, a dozen sect patriarch and patriarch. Family patriarch. Family patriarch. Patriarch, master. And yang. With yang family sect Tian yang yen with. That with yang 2. B. Luo Qing emphasized the word, small favor, clearly reminding the other party that he would not risk his life to help. "Many thanks, Master Luo, many thanks, Master Luo." Under the leadership of the middle-aged man, the group of people continuously thanked Luo Qing. This group of people was impressively the cultivator of the Su family. When the news of the patriarch, elders, and consecrators being annihilated reached the Su family, they immediately knew that with their own strength, there was no way for them to take revenge. They immediately rushed to Sky Fortune City for help. The middle-aged man, Su Zhibing, was the cousin of the Su family's patriarch, Su Zhikoan, and was only a second-order Saint King. Luo Qing was the Origin returning Realm Master who had been invited here. Su Zhibing was very self-aware and knew that with his own ability, he wouldn't be able to convince City Lord Fei Zhitu to support him. Facts had proven this point. Even if Patriarch Yen of the Haiku family personally brought a gift, Fei Jitu didn't take his words seriously. How could he be in the mood to care about the grudges between small clans? If Yen happened to meet Xia Hongwen, he would still be waiting for news from the city lord's mansion. Su Zhibing didn't go to the city lord's mansion and instead went directly to Luo Qing because Su Zhikuan had once helped Luo Qing with a small favor. For this reason alone, Luo Qing would not stand idly by. Sure enough, Su Zhibing invited Luo Qing over and rushed over to Dragon Cave Mountain, but before he even reached the cave, he heard the sounds of fighting. The group sped up and soon arrived in front of the cave. Looking forward, Luo Qing suddenly let out a light sigh and quickly walked over to Xia Hongwen and bowed. "Greetings, young Lord Xia." Xia Hongwen was urging Hong Zhen and his senior brothers to hurry up and break the array when he heard Luo Qing's voice. He shot a glance at Luo Qing and asked in surprise, "Aren't you the guard of Endless Treasures Pavilion? What are you doing here instead of guarding Endless Treasures Pavilion?" Luo Qing quickly replying to young Lord Xia, "I had some friendship with the Su family patriarch who died here. This time, I was asked by someone to come here and demand an explanation from the murderer." Xia Hongwen nodded. "Oh, so you're here to stand up for someone? Good. You've come at just the right time. You go and help Hong Zhen and the others break this broken spirit array. Those two wastes are really useless. They took so long to break this broken spirit array." Although Luo Qing was a guard in Treasure Trove Pavilion, he was still a member of Shadow Moon Hall, so he naturally didn't dare to disobey Xia Hongwen's orders. Nodding, he said, "Young Lord Xia, I dare not disobey." Saying so, Luo Qing also summoned his own artifact and quickly walked forward, preparing to join forces with Hong Zhen and his brother to break the spirit array. On the other side, Yen saw that Su Zhibing had also brought an origin-returning realm master and stepped forward to greet him with a smile. Su Zhibing exchanged a few words with Yen, but in his heart he was quite puzzled. He didn't know why the Haiku family had found a master to deal with Yang Kai before him. Although he couldn't figure it out, Yen didn't ask. The Su family wasn't what it used to be. Although under the suppression of Shadow Moon Hall, the Haiku family wouldn't blatantly annex the Su family, occupying their territory and demanding some benefits was still possible. In the face of such a neighbor, Su Zhibing could only act humble and compromise, hoping that Yen wouldn't act too ruthlessly. Yen was naturally very happy. Although he had felt a little uneasy before, now that Su Zhibing had brought an origin-returning realm master with him, the destruction of Yang Kai was already a foregone conclusion. This time, by eliminating Yang Kai and satisfying Xia Hongwen's obscene desires, the Haiku family would soar. If Xia Hongwen could bring Wu Yi back with him, that would be even better. As long as Wu Yi could act as a middleman, the status of the Haiku family would soar and it wouldn't be impossible for them to enter Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai only hoped that Xia Hongwen wouldn't kill Wu Yi in a fit of anger. Just as Yen was thinking this though, he heard Hong Zhen's dissatisfied shout, "What are you doing?" With an angry roar, everyone turned their heads and looked in that direction. Immediately, they saw an extremely strange scene. Luo Qing, the origin-returning realm master invited by Su Zhibing, was actually staring blankly at the entrance of the cave, holding an artifact in his hand but not pouring his Saint Qi into it. From the looks of it, he hadn't attacked the spirit array blocking their path. Hong Zhen's origin-returning realm brother also wore a displeased look and scolded, "If you don't want to help, just step aside, the two of us are enough. In any case, this spirit array is about to be broken, so it doesn't matter if you join in or not." Just now, Xia Hongwen had belittled their strength, causing Hong Zhen and this origin-returning realm master to be extremely annoyed. Now that the spirit array was about to be broken, they certainly weren't willing to share this credit with Luo Qing. Wait. Luo Qing seemed to have discovered something extraordinary and a trace of dread flashed across the depths of his eyes, quickly stopping Hong Zhen and his brother from continuing to attack. "Luo Qing, don't be so shameless. What do you want?" Hong Zhen was furious. "What's going on?" Xia Hongwen's face also became gloomy. "Young lord, this guy not only doesn't want to help, he's even trying to obstruct us. He's really out of his mind. Hong Zhen immediately said, I suspect he's with that young man. Is that so? Xie Hongwen looked at Luo Qing coldly. No, young Lord Xie, please let me explain. Luo Qing was shocked and quickly waved his hand, thinking about it for a moment before walking over to Xie Hongwen and whispering a few words in his ear. No one knew what he said, but Xie Hongwen's face suddenly changed and he asked anxiously, Really? Absolutely. Luo Qing nodded heavily and whispered, Young Lord Xie, please don't worry, I'll notify Elder Qian now. Saying so, without waiting for Xie Hongwen to respond, Luo Qing immediately took out a communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. Bastard! Xie Hongwen slapped Luo Qing's communication artifact to the ground before glaring at Luo Qing and then towards Yang Kai, his expression becoming extremely gloomy. Hong Zhen and the other Origin returning Realm Master didn't know what was going on, but after exchanging a glance, they stopped attacking. What are they doing? Yang Yun looked over curiously, an anxious look on his face. I'm still waiting for them to break the spirit array. There seems to be some kind of disagreement. Yang Kai also didn't understand. He only knew that Luo Qing had been staring at him a moment ago, as if he had recognized him, but Yang Kai was sure that he had never seen this person before, nor had he ever had any dealings with him. Yang Kai's memory had always been good, so if he had really met this person, he would definitely have an impression of him. This sudden change not only confused Yang Kai and the others, but also En. The sense of crisis in his heart had become much stronger at this moment. He carefully glanced over at Xie Hongwen and found that this young lord, who had committed all kinds of evil deeds in Heavenly Fate City, at this moment actually had a difficult expression on his face, as if he had encountered some kind of difficult decision. Ian was horrified, wondering if this young man named Yang Kai had some kind of background. Otherwise, why would Xie Hongwen be so hesitant? If this young man didn't have some kind of background, with his temperament and personality, he definitely wouldn't have given up, but this young man didn't seem to have any kind of background. Ian's heart was in turmoil and unease. But soon, Xie Hongwen made a decision and fiercely shouted towards Hong Zhen, Why did you stop? Did this young lord tell you to stop? Keep attacking. Hong Zhen and his brother responded and once again launched an attack on the spirit array. Don't, young Lord Xie. Luo Qing was shocked and tried to stop him again. Chapter 1143. However, no one listened to his words at all as Xie Hongwen even kicked him rudely. Scram. Xie Hongwen's strength wasn't high, but facing this kick, Luo Qing didn't dare dodge and was forced back several steps. Steadying himself, Luo Qing hurriedly said, Young Lord Xie, Elder Qian will be here soon. Please wait a moment, otherwise if Elder Qian blames you, this disciple won't be able to afford it. Impudence. Xie Hongwen was completely irritated by Luo Qing and glared at him angrily. This young lord doesn't need you to tell him what to do. If you dare speak again, I'll kill you. Luo Qing's face went cold and he didn't dare to say anything. Although he was an Origin returning Realm Master of Shadow Moon Hall, he didn't have a powerful backer, so there was no way he could fight with Xie Hongwen. He could only turn around and shout to Yang Kai, Friend, please hold on a little longer, you'll be fine, just hold on for a little longer. Yang Kai frowned at him, really unable to understand, shouting, Do we know each other? Luo Qing shook his head, No. Yang Kai sneered, If you don't know each other, why are you helping me? Luo Qing looked embarrassed, knowing that his actions had made Yang Kai suspicious. After thinking about it for a moment, he explained, Friend, you haven't seen me before, but I've seen you before. Elder Qian Tong sent your image to all the shops belonging to Shadow Moon Hall throughout Heavenly Fate City and told us to treat you well if we meet you. I, Luo Qing, am a guard of Endless Treasures Pavilion, so I have seen your image. Qian Tong? Yang Kai froze for a moment before quickly understanding what was going on. It must have been the two previous transactions he made with Qian Tong that made this old man notice him. The first two transactions with Qian Tong were both large transactions, and Yang Kai had sold him a lot of Saint King grade artifacts, so this old man must have thought he was a good customer. After all, the strongest artifact refiner on Shadowed Star was only an Origin grade low-rank artifact refiner. The Saint King grade high-rank artifacts Yang Kai sold were of great value, so he didn't need to worry about selling them. With these artifacts, he would be able to greatly increase the strength of several cultivator. But that's not right. Even if that's the case, Qian Tong doesn't have to be so cautious. Yang Kai even felt a hint of flattery. Yes, flattery. He had also deliberately spread his image throughout Sky Fortune City to all the businesses that belonged to Shadow Moon Hall, instructing them to treat him well. If this wasn't flattery, then what was? Yang Kai was a loner who had only been a third-order saint when they first met, so why was he trying to curry favor with him? Yang Kai wasn't an idiot. Although he wasn't very meticulous, he was at least agile and quick-witted. But after thinking about it, he immediately understood that Qian Tong wasn't trying to please him, but the people who refined those artifacts. In other words, he was actually trying to please Yang Inflammation. However, Qian Tong shouldn't know about the existence of Yang Inflammation. Perhaps he thought there was a powerful artifact refining Grandmaster behind Yang Kai. Considering all this, Yang Kai nodded gently and cupped his fists to Luo Qing. I appreciate this friend's kindness, but there is no need to trouble Elder Qian Tong with this matter, we can handle it ourselves. He didn't like owing favors to others, even if Qian Tong didn't have any malicious intentions. Once he owed someone a favor, it would be difficult to refuse their request in the future, especially since Qian Tong had some ulterior motives towards him. The conversation between the two reached the ears of others, and Su Zhibing fell to the ground. The Su family members also turned pale and trembled. Su Zhibing didn't expect that after using his past kindness to invite Luo Qing, the situation would turn out like this. Yang Kai had a relationship with Elder Qian Tong, so why would he care about his trivial Su family? If he had known this would happen, he would never have invited Luo Qing. If the patriarch, elders, and foreign elders died, then so be it. The Su family still had some members whose bloodline hadn't been extinguished, so there would always be a chance for them to make a comeback. But now, this slim chance of survival had been snuffed out by him. It was ridiculous that the other party didn't come to destroy his family, but he actually wanted to seek revenge. At this moment, Su Zhibing wished he could just kill himself on Dragon Cave Mountain. After learning that Yang Kai and Elder Qian Tong knew each other, not only were the Su family members panicking, but the Haiku family also broke out in a cold sweat. Ba Qingyan took out his handkerchief again and kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Ian's face was ashen, his face twitching as his heart filled with mixed feelings. He finally understood why he had always felt uneasy. So this was the reason. He thought that after boarding Xia Hongwen's ship, the Haiku family's future would be smooth sailing, but what did Xia Hongwen count for in front of Qian Tong? The former was just a playboy who relied on his father's position as a deacon of Shadow Moon Hall to act recklessly, but Qian Tong was an elder of Shadow Moon Hall. Even Xia Hongwen's father didn't dare to speak loudly in front of Qian Tong, let alone Xia Hongwen himself. It's over, it's all over. Ian's eyes were covered in a layer of darkness and he had lost all of his previous vigor, his lips turning blue. If he had known this would happen, how could he have offended Yang Kai and even had the idea of killing Yang Kai as soon as possible? The Haiku family had countless opportunities to make friends with Yang Kai, but none of them had been able to grasp them, none of them had been able to see the situation clearly. Only Wu Yi and Yu Feng had made the right choice. However, they had all left the family and were no longer members of the Haiku family. All of you are acting like your parents have died, what do you want to do? Xie Hongwen's face was full of anger. He kicked Ian and Su Zhibing on the ground, making him curl up on the ground like a cooked shrimp. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk at that moment, the spirit array outside the cave suddenly broke. Xie Hongwen's face filled with joy as he shouted, "Kill that little brat for me at all costs." Hong Zhen and his brother froze for a moment before quickly realizing what Xie Hongwen was planning. He was going to kill Yang Kai before Elder Qian Tong arrived. If Yang Kai was alive, they would definitely be punished by Elder Qian Tong and might even be expelled from Shadow Moon Hall, but if Yang Kai died, even if they were punished, the consequences wouldn't be too bad. After all, a dead person had no value, and Elder Qian Tong wouldn't kill 2 origin-returning realm masters for a dead person. What's more, even if the sky fell, Xia Hongwen and his father would be there to support it. They were just following orders. Considering all this, Hong Zhen and his senior brother no longer hesitated. Stepping forward, they rushed towards the cave, their murderous intent surging as they glared at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a dead man. "Don't you dare!" Luo Qing was shocked, never having expected Xia Hongwen to be so ruthless. By the time he realized something was wrong and wanted to stop them, it was already too late. He could only watch as Hong Zhen and his brother rushed out. A sneer appeared on Xia Hongwen's face as he coldly snorted, "You want to fight with me? You're still too inexperienced." En also revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Xia Hongwen's approach really surprised him, but it was definitely the result he wanted to see the most. His concerns were the same as Xia Hongwen's. Hong Zhen and his brother's figures were as fast as lightning, and before they even reached the cave, their powerful Shi had already covered the cave. Obviously, they wanted to kill Yang Kai with a single blow. Yang Kai smiled coldly at them, his smile full of meaning, causing Hong Zhen and his brother's hearts to beat faster. "Not good, there's still a spirit array." Hong Zhen suddenly saw the black-robed woman make a few hand seals and immediately realized that something was wrong. Just as he and his brother were about to retreat, they heard a voice that made them tremble. "Open!" Yang Yen shouted, and the scenery in front of the cave changed dramatically in an instant. A thick layer of fog suddenly filled the air, blocking everyone's line of sight. Hong Zhen and his brother fell into this fog and disappeared in an instant. Yang Yen changed her hand seals again and sent out a few bursts of Saint Qi, causing loud shouts and violent energy fluctuations to ring out from the fog. The last time the Su family had come, Yang Yen had only arranged a defensive spirit array, but over the past few days, she had added a killing spirit array to it. These spirit arrays alone wouldn't be able to kill 2 origin-returning realm masters, but if Yang Kai were to enter, Hong Zhen and his brother would definitely suffer. Luo Qing was dumbfounded. It wasn't until this moment that he understood why Yang Kai had said those words. It turned out that he really didn't need his help. This mysterious spirit array could completely trap Hong Zhen and his brother and even injure them. As for killing 2 origin-returning realm masters, Luo Qing wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai's chances. The origin-returning realm and the Saint King realm were 2 completely different realms. Even if one was a genius cultivator, it was impossible for a Saint King realm cultivator to defeat an origin-returning realm master. "Begin," Yang Yen said lightly. Yang Kai nodded and the demonic flame sword appeared in his hand again. But before he could rush into the spirit array, a roar suddenly rang out, "Stop!" Hearing this voice, Xie Hongwen trembled and a look of horror appeared on his face. Qian Tong had arrived. Yang Kai frowned. He hadn't expected Qian Tong to arrive so quickly. Without even thinking about it, he directly rushed into the spirit array. The moment his body fell into the fog, Yang Kai dispersed the demonic flame sword in his hand and instead condensed a drop of golden blood. This drop of golden blood exuded a powerful vitality and energy fluctuation, and even though it was concealed by the spirit array, some of its aura still leaked out. Yang Kai had to end this battle quickly before Qian Tong arrived. Originally, he didn't intend to do so, but the power called Shi of an origin-returning realm master really intrigued him. Now that 2 origin-returning realm masters had fallen into the spirit array, as long as he killed them, he could absorb their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. Perhaps he would be able to comprehend what Shi was. Once he comprehended this, Yang Kai would be like a tiger that had grown wings. How could he let go of such a rare opportunity? As for Qian Tong, Yang Kai didn't care. As long as he still wanted to befriend the artifact refining grandmaster behind him, he wouldn't fall out with him. What's more, This time Yang Kai had been forced to fight back, not to kill for no reason. As such, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to use a drop of golden blood, transforming it into 10,000 streaks of golden light that shot towards Hong Zhen's position. The speed of these golden streaks of light was extremely fast at first, but in the next moment, it was as if they had fallen into a swamp, their speed plummeting. Yang Kai knew that this was due to the influence of the two shi. Chapter 1144. Yang Kai hadn't expected the shi of an origin-returning realm master to be so powerful. The Hongzhen brothers had fallen into Yang Inflammation's spirit array and were still able to block his golden blood attacks. This only further strengthened Yang Kai's determination to kill these two. Yang Kai's figure followed closely behind the 10,000 streaks of golden light as the demonic flame sword appeared in his hand again. The people outside the spirit array were stunned when Yang Kai rushed in, but soon, they heard the screams and curses of Hong Zhen and his senior brother. Immediately, a violent energy fluctuation came from a certain place and a figure shot out from inside. The one who flew out was Yang Kai, and as he flew through the air, he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood that glowed dazzlingly under the afterglow of the setting sun. His face was extremely pale and the demonic flame sword in his hand was almost extinguished, his Saint Qi unstable. Everyone could see that his chest had caved in significantly. Yang Kai. Wu Yi's face paled as she hurriedly rushed up to catch Yang Kai, the force of the collision forcing her back a dozen steps before she was barely able to stand. Not having stabilized himself, Yang Kai coughed up another mouthful of golden blood before waving his hand to Wu, grabbing a handful of pills and stuffing them into his mouth before sitting down cross-legged, his sunken chest rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scene was silent. Only the sound of Hong Zhen and his senior brother gasping could be heard from the area enveloped by the mist. The two of them were actually still alive. But as for what happened to them, no one except for Yang Inflammation could see. Who's still fighting? A figure fell from the sky, exuding a terrifying aura that swept out in all directions. Everyone who was swept by this aura couldn't help shivering. Xie Hongwen's body trembled like a sieve, not daring to speak. Elder Qian. Luo Qing quickly stepped forward and cupped his fist to Qian Tong. Where's nephew Yang? After Qian Tong landed, the first thing he did was ask about Yang Kai's condition. However, before Luo Qing could answer, he discovered that Yang Kai was recuperating. With a sweep of his divine sense, he immediately knew that Yang Kai's injuries were not light. Qian Tong's gloomy old face became even gloomier, like a volcano that was about to erupt. There was an origin-grade artifact refiner behind Yang Kai, and Grandmaster Gulin of Shadow Moon Hall didn't have much time left. If a suitable replacement couldn't be found before Grandmaster Gulin passed away, the origin-grade artifacts of Shadow Moon Hall would have to be purchased from other great forces, and if they were damaged, they would have to find origin-grade artifact refiners from other great forces to repair them. This wasn't just a matter of a single origin-grade artifact refiner, it was related to Shadow Moon Hall's ability to deal with other great forces. If the fate of origin-grade artifacts fell into the hands of others, Shadow Moon Hall would have to pay an unimaginable price. As such, Qian Tong had rushed over as soon as he received Luo Qing's message. He wanted to see who was causing trouble for Yang Kai. Qian Tong had clearly sent out an image of Yang Kai, yet someone still dared to oppose him. Had they eaten a bear's heart or leopard's gall? Now that he saw that Yang Kai was injured, Qian Tong immediately wanted to step forward, but just as he was about to move, he paused and stared at the location of the spirit array in shock, his eyes narrowing as he cried out, "A Grandmaster-grade spirit array?" Qian Tong's strength was higher than Hong Zhen's and his knowledge was also wider, so he could tell at a glance that this spirit array was not something an ordinary person could arrange. Even with his divine sense, he couldn't see what was inside clearly. Under everyone's gaze, Xie Hongwen was sent flying. He spun a few times on the spot before he fell to the ground. Elder Qian. Xie Hongwen's liver and gallbladder were torn apart. Several of his teeth had fallen out and his cheeks were swollen, but he didn't dare to complain. He could only cry out pitifully. If you didn't have a deacon father, you would have died today. Qian Tong looked at him coldly. Xie Hongwen heard this and a trace of hatred flashed through his eyes, but he still kowtowed like he was pounding garlic. Thank you, Elder Qian, for not killing me. Thank you, Elder Qian, for not killing me. Since Qian Tong said so, it meant that he wouldn't kill him. Xie Hongwen came back to his senses and found that his clothes were soaked. Don't be so quick to thank me. I didn't kill you, but that doesn't mean others won't. Your life or death is still up to Nephew Yang to decide. Qian Tong coldly snorted. Xie Hongwen was dumbstruck. He never thought that the little brat he had looked down on before would now be able to control his life and death. Thinking of his previous attitude towards him, Xie Hongwen wanted to cry but had no tears. Falling into that little brat's hands, what good could he do? But what was his origin? Why was Elder Qian Tong so protective of him? Not only did Xie Hongwen not understand, the Su family and Haiku family were also confused. Wu Yi and Yu Feng were also confused. Although they couldn't figure it out, they knew that this crisis had passed and all of them wore excited smiles. Su family? Qian Tong turned his eyes to Su Zhibing, who was lying paralyzed on the ground, and said lightly, "From now on, there is no Su family." Su Zhibing had completely fainted, and the other Su family cultivators' faces were also pale. They were just a small family attached to Shadow Moon Hall. Let alone a master like Qian Tong, even if Xie Hongwen wanted to destroy their Su family, they wouldn't be able to resist. The Su family cultivators all felt regret in their hearts. If they hadn't wanted revenge, they could have at least left the Su family with some bloodline and property so that they could make a comeback in the future. But today, Qian Tong's words had turned the Su family into a cloud of the past. Yes, disciple will handle it. Luo Qing nodded and said to the Su family cultivator, "All of you, follow me." The Su family cultivator knew that their future was bleak, but he didn't dare to disobey. Two of them carried the unconscious Su Zhibing and followed behind Luo Qing. Haiku family? Qian Tong turned his head to look at Yin. En trembled all over and quickly stepped forward. En greets Elder Qian, "Please show mercy." Yin was confused, "Please show mercy." Qian Tong smiled coldly, "Your lives will be kept for the time being. How to deal with them will be decided by Nephew Yang." Revenge was only meaningful if he took it himself. He had already killed the Su family with a single sentence, so if he killed the Haiku family as well, where would Yang Kai vent his anger? If Yang Kai didn't vent his anger, how could he talk to him about anything else? Hearing Qian Tong's words, Ian's face turned gloomy. He felt that if he fell into Yang Kai's hands, he wouldn't have a good end. At this moment, Yang Kai stood up. Although his face was still a little pale, the Saint Qi fluctuations on his body had subsided. "Close the spirit array," Yang Kai ordered Yang Yen. Yang Yen nodded, and in the next moment, the thick fog disappeared, revealing an open space in front of the cave. After seeing the tragic state of Hong Zhen and his brother, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just now, when Yang Kai was sent flying, he seemed to be seriously injured, so everyone thought that Hong Zhen and his brother were fine, but now, they realized that Hong Zhen and his brother's injuries were much more serious than Yang Kai's. Chapter 1145. He had used a drop of golden blood to seriously injure these two and then cut off their arms and legs. This transaction was a big loss, causing Yang Kai to feel quite annoyed. A single drop of golden blood was equivalent to 3 months of his cultivation. It was not something that could be easily obtained. The Hongzhen brothers shouldn't have much combat strength left at this moment. Any random Saint Realm master could easily kill them, but now that Qian Tong had arrived, Yang Kai naturally couldn't kill the Shadow Moon Hall's origin-returning Realm Master in front of him. If he really did so, Qian Tong would definitely have other ideas. Looking at the Hongzhen brothers with some regret, Yang Kai stepped forward and walked towards Qian Tong. "Nephew Yang, I've frightened you. This old master is ashamed to have come so late." Qian Tong greeted him with a look of fear. As he spoke, he quietly glanced around the cave, fearing that the origin-grade artifact refiner behind Yang Kai would not be satisfied with his attitude. Qian Tong was also quite annoyed. He had been trying his best to make friends with Yang Kai for the sake of Shadow Moon Hall's future, but that little brat Xie Hongwen had actually dragged him down. How stupid of him! Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't seem to be in any life-threatening danger, nor was he seriously injured. On top of that, the origin-grade artifact refiner still hadn't shown up, allowing Qian Tong to feel slightly relieved. If this artifact refining Grandmaster really wanted to vent his anger on Shadow Moon Hall, he would have already shown up, but he still hadn't shown up. Obviously, he was very confident in Yang Kai. The more Qian Tong thought about it, the more he felt his guess was correct, and the more cautious he became. Qian Tong couldn't be blamed for not being able to figure out the truth. It could only be said that the existence of yang inflammation was simply too heaven-defying. Qian Tong couldn't have imagined that she was the origin-grade artifact refiner he wanted to win over. Elder Qian is too serious, Junior is fine. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Qian Tong had given him a good impression, so even if he had some ulterior motive for showing goodwill, it was only natural. Qian Tong had no intention of plotting against him, and in order to gain a foothold on Shadowed Star, there was no harm in making friends with a Shadow Moon Hall elder. As such, Yang Kai's attitude towards Qian Tong became much more humble, calling him Junior, which made Qian Tong's heart. That's good, that's good. Qian Tong sighed. Elder Qian, please take this wild rose pill back. Junior still has some healing pills on him that he won't be able to use for the time being. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Qian, Yang Kai said as he handed the wild rose pill back. Qian Tong's eyes flashed as he immediately understood that Yang Kai didn't want to owe him any favors, so he didn't insist and simply accepted the wild rose pill with a big grin, thinking that Yang Kai had an artifact refining grandmaster behind him. Although he couldn't perform alchemy, he definitely had many good things, so why would he care about a trivial healing pill? Nephew Yang, I've already sent word to Luo Qing to deal with the Su family. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. As for the Haiku family, I can see that they have some kind of relationship with you, so I'll leave them to Nephew Yang to deal with. Qian Tong was old and experienced, so he naturally knew how to deal with this matter. He hadn't overstepped his authority just now because he saw many of the Haiku family's cultivators standing on Yang Kai's side. Qian Tong didn't know the others, but he knew Wu Yi and knew that she was the Haiku family's most talented disciple. Yang Kai nodded and thanked him before glancing over at Ian lightly. Ian's face was pale as he trembled and stepped forward, bowing his head and saying, I have eyes but failed to see. Honored Sir's arrival, my Haiku family not only failed to entertain you but also offended you. Please punish me. Yang Kai coldly snorted, thinking that this Ian was simply too clever. If he had honestly begged for mercy now, out of respect for Wu Yi and the others, Yang Kai might not have pursued this matter, but this Ian actually claimed that he had failed to entertain him properly. Obviously, he thought Yang Kai was a guest who had come to his Dragon Cave mountain. In this world, how could a guest embarrass their host? This was completely unreasonable. Qian Tong also understood the meaning behind this old man's words and couldn't help sneering, simply closing his eyes, too lazy to watch this ugly scene. Although your Haiku family has not directly attacked me, I have never shown mercy to those who dare provoke me. Yang Kai stared at Ian coldly. Ian's body went soft and he almost fell to his knees. However, Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject. I don't care if you live or die. If you want to live, go ask Wu Yi for help. Ian froze for a moment before his shock turned to joy and he knelt to the ground. Many thanks, honored sir, for not killing us. He knew that the Haiku family would not perish. No one knew Wu Yi's character better than him. As long as he asked Wu Yi for help, she would definitely not kill his family. After all, she was also a member of the family. Scram! Yang Kai shouted. Yes, yes, yes. En quickly got up and walked over to Wu Yi's side, already thinking about how to ask Wu Yi for help. Nephew Yang's kindness, this old master admires it. If it were this old master, he would have just killed them, Qian Tong laughed. Yang Kai just smiled lightly but didn't say anything. It was impossible for him to kill En in front of Wu. If he killed them in the middle of a fight, it would be fine, but now that they weren't even resisting, there was no point in killing them. No matter how shrewd En's calculations were, with his strength, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him. Nephew Yang, this little beast, you decide how to deal with him, this old master will support you unconditionally. Qian Tong stretched out his hand and grabbed Xia Hongwen, whose cheeks were swollen and half a tooth missing, before tossing him in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he stared at Xia Hongwen indifferently. However, Qian Tong keenly noticed that a thick murderous intent flashed across the depths of Yang Kai's eyes, causing him to be greatly startled. Yang Kai hadn't revealed any murderous intent towards En just now, but now that he was facing Xia Hongwen, it was clear he really wanted to kill him. Xia Hongwen's death wasn't a big deal, but he still had a father who was a deacon of Shadow Moon Hall. Once Xia Hongwen was killed, there would definitely be some trouble. Qian Tong's subtle expression didn't escape Yang Kai's notice. If Qian Tong remained indifferent, he really would have killed him. The Su family's performance over the past few days had perfectly illustrated this saying, but Qian Tong's subtle change in demeanor made Yang Kai understand that if he killed Xia Hongwen, even Qian Tong would find it difficult to deal with him. How much power could a deacon possess? Even an elder was afraid of him? Yang Kai suddenly realized that Qian Tong wasn't afraid of Xia Hongwen's father, but rather the person behind Xia Hongwen's father. Just like how Qian Tong was trying to befriend him, Qian Tong wasn't actually trying to befriend him, but rather the person who could refine high-grade artifacts. Understanding all this, Yang Kai had a plan in mind. Xia Hongwen had brought 2 origin-returning realm masters to cause trouble, and if it weren't for Yang Yan's spirit array, even if he could tear space and escape this time, Wu Yi and Yang Yan's fates would have been miserable. Yang Kai couldn't just let this matter go. Seeing Yang Kai's murderous intent grow stronger and stronger, as if he would attack at any moment, Qian Tong kicked Xia Hongwen to the ground and cursed, "You bastard, you're a disgrace to my Shadow Moon Hall. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because your father is a deacon? Do you believe this old master won't kill you right now and clean up Shadow Moon Hall's mess?" Xia Hongwen's face changed drastically as he hurriedly crawled back, hugged Qian Tong's thigh, and cried, "Elder Qian, please show mercy, disciple knows he was wrong. Elder Qian, please show mercy, disciple knows he was wrong. Disciple won't dare do such a thing again. This time, when I return, disciple will enter retreat in Shadow Moon Hall and never come out. Elder Qian Tong." Qian Tong quietly glanced at Yang Kai's face and found that his murderous intent hadn't diminished in the slightest. Sighing in his heart, Qian Tong knew that if he couldn't satisfy Yang Kai, Xia Hongwen would die today, so he angrily shouted, "A mere Saint King like you doesn't have the guts to ignore the heroes of this world. It seems I made a big mistake in assigning you 2 origin-returning realm guards. They must have given you the courage to oppose this old master. Since that's the case, I'll kill those 2 bastards." Saying so, Qian Tong suddenly raised his hand and sent out 2 bursts of powerful qi towards Hong Zhen and his brother who were still recovering from their injuries. Hong Zhen and his senior brother had managed to escape death with great difficulty. Although one of them had lost an arm and the other had lost a leg, in any case, their lives had been saved. Just as they were rejoicing in their hearts, they suddenly heard Qian Tong's words. By the time they reacted, the 2 waves of qi had already reached their faces. "Elder Qian Tong, no." Hong Zhen turned pale with fright and shouted, but as soon as his voice fell, a hole suddenly appeared in his head and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. His origin-returning realm senior brother had also died on the spot. Xia Hongwen was stunned as a foul smell overflowed from his crotch and his face turned as white as paper. Yang Kai was also stunned. He had not expected that Qian Tong would actually be able to kill those two origin-returning realm masters. When he heard Qian Tong's words just now, Yang Kai thought he was secretly reminding him that Xie Hongwen had a powerful father and that he should be lenient when possible. Yang Kai had also made up his mind to ask Xie Hongwen for some benefits and had not really intended to kill him, but in the blink of an eye, those two origin-returning realm masters had been killed. Stunned for a moment, Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly used the power of his demon eye of annihilation to absorb the souls of those two into his knowledge sea without anyone noticing, purifying them in a flash of golden light. Yang Kai had used a drop of golden blood and used the Yang Inflammation Spirit Array but had still failed to kill these two. Just as he was vexed that he had missed a great opportunity to understand Qian Tong had helped him. But soon, Yang Kai understood why Qian Tong had acted so decisively. Hong Zhen and his brother were already crippled, so even if they did not die, they would not have much of a future. In this world, there were no pills that could regenerate severed limbs. Using the lives of two origin-returning realm masters with no future to appease Yang Kai's anger and buy Xie Hongwen a chance to survive, Qian Tong's plan was flawless. Sure enough, after Hong Zhen and his brother died, Yang Kai's gloomy expression finally eased. Qian Tong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What he did not know was that Yang Kai's expression eased not because of what he thought, but because he had purified the souls of those two origin-returning realm masters, allowing him to finally understand what sure was. At the critical moment, Wu Yi walked over with Yang Yen and bowed, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Good, Qian Tong smiled and nodded. Are you a disciple of the Haiku family? Yes, but Wu Yi has left the family and is now following Big Brother Yang, Wu Yi replied softly. Good, following nephew Yang will definitely have a brighter future than remaining in the Haiku family. Little girl's vision is quite good, work hard, it would be best if you could bind nephew Yang's body and mind. Old dog, you're being a bit disrespectful. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Wu Yi's small face also blushed, but she soon smiled and said, Wu Yi's beauty is unworthy of Big Brother Yang. Wu Yi wasn't belittling herself. After seeing Yang Kai's abilities, she really felt that there were very few people who could match up to Yang Kai. In any case, she definitely wasn't one of them. Moreover, she didn't have much interest in the matters between men and women right now, so when Qian Tong casually asked, she just casually answered. And this is... Qian Tong turned his eyes to Yang Yen. Being able to follow Wu here, her status in Yang Kai's circle was definitely not low, so Qian Tong didn't dare neglect her. This is my junior sister. Yang Kai didn't wait for Yang Yen to speak and took the initiative to introduce her. Wu Yi and Yang Yen both stared at him in amazement. Oh, so she is nephew Yang's junior sister, not bad. She's also a Saint-grade artifact refiner, Yang Kai added deliberately. Qian Tong's eyes lit up, seemingly very happy as he let out a hearty laugh. At such a young age, she's already a Saint-grade artifact refiner. It seems nephew Yang's junior sister won't be any worse than you in the future. Of course, junior sister is very fierce, Yang Kai nodded quickly. This old master thought that the disciples of the sect were already very good, but after seeing you brother and sister today, I realize how unsightly the sect's disciples are. What a pity, it would be great if nephew and sister could join my Shadow Moon Hall. In the future, if we want to join any force, we will definitely choose Shadow Moon Hall. Qian Tong laughed and nodded with satisfaction. Good, this old master will wait for nephew Yang's good news. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't have any intention of keeping him as a guest, Qian Tong didn't continue to be long-winded, saying goodbye to Yang Kai and leaving. But after walking a short distance, he suddenly turned back. What other instructions does Elder Qian have? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Qian Tong said, does nephew Yang want to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction? Auction? Yang Kai frowned. He had never participated in an auction before and had no interest in it. What he wanted to do most right now was enter retreat and study sure, but just as he was about to refuse, he saw the expectant look on Wu Yi and Yang Yan's faces and quickly changed his mind. When is the auction? Qian Tong took out a golden invitation card from his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. The time and place are written here. If nephew Yang has time, you can go and have a look. Even if the things there aren't pleasing to your eyes, it's still good to join in on the fun. Of course, if nephew Yang has something good, you can also sell it. The price of the things sold at the auction is much higher than usual. Yang Kai took the invitation card and didn't look at it carefully, directly handing it to Wu and saying, "If there's time, let's go and have a look." Good, when the time comes, this old master will also be there. Nephew Yang can just mention this old master's name, Qian Tong said before leaving again. After he walked away, Yang Kai looked around and found that the Haiku family people had already disappeared. He didn't know where they had gone, but Wu Yi certainly wouldn't embarrass them. "Yang Kai, why did you tell him I was your junior sister?" Yang Yan looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled look. "Come in and we'll talk." Yang Kai beckoned to her with a mysterious look on his face. Outside the cave, Yu Feng and the many Haiku family disciples stared at Yang Kai with looks of worship, as if they were looking at a celestial being. Being able to seriously injure two origin-returning realm masters, even with the help of a powerful spirit array, was not something anyone could accomplish. Just now, there had been too many people around, so everyone had been quite calm, but now they were showing their awe and shock. "Everyone, go cultivate." Yang Kai waved to them before leading Wu Yi and Yang Yan into his stone room, closing the stone door behind him before asking them to sit down. Seeing Yang Kai's serious look, Wu Yi and Yang Yan couldn't help wearing solemn expressions, knowing that he had something important to say, otherwise, he wouldn't be acting like this. "Are you wondering why Qian Tong is so good to me?" Yang Kai asked the doubts in their hearts. "Yes," we nodded. "He's good to me for a reason." Yang Kai turned his eyes to Yang Yan. "It's because of you." Wu Yi thoughtfully asked, "Because of Yang Yan's spirit array?" Yang Kai shook his head, "Because Yang Yan can refine origin-grade artifacts." What? Wu Yi was shocked. After coming here, Yang Yan hadn't refined any artifacts and had instead been arranging spirit arrays, so she didn't know that Yang Yan had such an ability. Now that Yang Kai said it out loud, she immediately understood why Qian Tong treated Yang Kai with such an attitude. However, although Qian Tong knows that there is an origin-grade artifact refiner behind me, he doesn't know that person is Yang Yan. Perhaps in his mind, that person is my master. Yang Kai explained his guess. "I understand, he's being good to you because he wants to make friends with the person he imagines." Wu Yi nodded. Before this, I didn't know that the most powerful artifact refiner on Shadowed Star was only origin-grade low rank. If I had known, I wouldn't have sold those artifacts, but now it's too late. Fortunately, Qian Tong didn't dare offend such a powerful artifact refiner and could only try to win him over, so we aren't in any danger. Yang Kai stared deeply at Yang Yan and quickly said, "In the future, you can't announce that you're an origin-grade artifact refiner like before. Your strength is too low. Once you're discovered, you'll definitely be taken away." Yang Yan pursed her lips. "Even if I announce it, no one will believe me." A few days ago, she had been helping people refine artifacts in Heavenly Fate City's artifact refining pavilion and had made it clear that she was an artifact refiner, but unfortunately, no one was willing to believe her, much less offer her origin-grade materials. "No matter what, you can't say that again, otherwise, we'll all be doomed." Yang Kai's tone became more serious. "Remember." "And I know," Yang Yan nodded. Yang Kai felt helpless. He found that he and Yang Yan were two completely different kinds of people. Yang Kai was eager for others to not know about his alchemist grade. The more they looked down on him, the better. However, Yang Yen had actually announced it to everyone without any repercussions. This world was really strange. No wonder you specifically told Qian Tong that Yang Yen was a saint-grade artifact refiner and said she was your junior sister, so that's how it is. Wu Yi's mind was sharp and she immediately guessed Yang Kai's intentions. Qian Tong already has a preconceived notion that I have an origin-grade artifact refiner as my master, so having a saint-grade artifact refiner as my junior sister is normal. Chapter 1147. Yang Kai believed that with his words, Qian Tong would be even more convinced. As long as Qian Tong didn't doubt him, Yang Kai's group would be absolutely safe. With his protection, at least the Su family wouldn't continue to cause trouble for them like before. I understand. Wu Yi nodded. If you understand, then you can leave, I'm going into retreat, Yang Kai waved to them. Big brother Yang, about treasure trove pavilion's auction? Wu Yi pursed her red lips and asked. Do you really want to go? Yang Kai frowned. What he hadn't expected was that not only did Wu Yi nod, but even Yang Yen also wore an expectant look. If you want to go, then go. There was no need to stop this kind of thing. In Yang Kai's opinion, an auction was a place to broaden one's horizons, allowing them to see the world. Wu Yi came from a small family, so even if she had some experience, she couldn't compare to the disciples of big families. Yang Yen, on the other hand, had lived a miserable life before, so she was definitely a woman who hadn't seen much of the world. Naturally, she would be interested in the auction. What about you? Wu Yi asked. If I don't come out of retreat, I won't go. You just have to be careful. Wu Yi nodded before leaving with Yang Yen. Yang Kai closed the stone room, sat down cross-legged, and immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea. Inside his knowledge sea, two pure masses of spiritual energy floated mid-air. Yang Kai had transformed into his soul avatar and was staring at them excitedly. This was the first time Yang Kai had collected the spiritual energy of an origin-returning realm master. No origin-returning realm master had ever died in front of him before, and he had never devoured their insights into the heavenly way or martial Tao. So he didn't know that origin-returning realm masters possessed Shi. If he hadn't fought with Hongzhen today, it would have been a long time before he would have come into contact with Shi. This mysterious power was something he yearned for. However, the strength of an origin-returning realm master rang an alarm bell in Yang Kai's mind. He had always been able to fight across realms. When he was in the Yuan Qi realm, he could defeat immortal ascension boundary masters, saints, and saint kings. Now that he had broken through to the Saint King realm, Yang Kai had thought that defeating the First Order origin-returning realm wouldn't be a problem, but now he discovered that he had been completely wrong. There was a fundamental difference between the origin-returning realm and the Saint King realm, a world of difference, and that was Shi. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai pulled the two masses of spiritual energy in front of him, then carefully and solemnly began to absorb their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. If before he had been able to absorb other people's spiritual energy like a glutton, now he was savoring it. This was a rare opportunity. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to figure out what Shi was, the next time he encountered an origin-returning realm master, he wouldn't be able to resist. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai had never been so meticulous in absorbing these two masses of spiritual energy. He wished he could squeeze out all the essence of these two masses of spiritual energy and brand them into the depths of his soul. 2 days later, the two pure masses of spiritual energy disappeared and Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. He vaguely understood what Shi was, but the strength of the Hongzhen brothers wasn't high, only reaching the First Order origin-returning realm, so their understanding and application of Shi was only at a rudimentary level. Yang Kai's understanding of Shi was based on the foundation of these two brothers, so naturally, his understanding of it wasn't deep. Shi wasn't the imposing aura Yang Kai had described before. Imposing aura was an invisible and intangible thing. It wasn't until 10 days later that Yang Kai had to give up his current plan to study Shi. He felt that his strength was still too low. If he had reached the second order or third order Saint King realm, things would have been much simpler. After all, this kind of mysterious power belonged to the origin returning realm. Being able to touch upon it now was already a great stroke of luck. Yang Kai wasn't someone who liked to waste time on insignificant problems, so after considering all this, he immediately exited his retreat and prepared to wait until his cultivation improved and absorb more spiritual energy from origin returning realm masters before studying Shi. At that time, he would definitely be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Just as he opened the stone door, Yang Kai saw Wu Yi running over and calling out happily, "Big brother Yang, you came out just in time. Why are you so happy?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. "I'm going to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction," Wu Yi replied quickly. "Today?" Yang Kai was stunned, thinking this was too much of a coincidence. Wu Yi nodded as she leaned closer to Yang Kai and whispered in his ear, "Yang Yan has refined an origin grade mid-rank and an origin grade low-rank artifact and is preparing to sell them at the auction." "Is she crazy?" Yang Kai was shocked and shouted angrily, "Where is she?" "I'm here," Yang Yan's figure flashed from behind. "What were you thinking?" Yang Kai looked at her seriously. "Didn't I tell you not to be too ostentatious? Are you afraid others won't pay attention to you? It's only been a few days, but you've already forgotten." Yang Yan spat disdainfully, "As long as the three of us don't say anything, who will know I refine these artifacts? That's too eye-catching." Yang Kai shook his head. "The most powerful artifact refiners on Shadowed Star are only origin grade low rank. How do you explain suddenly taking out an origin grade mid-rank artifact?" "No, big brother Yang," Wu Yi smiled faintly. Wu Yi smiled lightly. "Although the level of artifact refiners on Shadowed Star is not high, there are still some origin grade mid-rank and even origin grade high-rank artifacts, so an origin grade mid-rank artifact won't cause too much of a stir." Yang Kai frowned but immediately understood. The current level of artifact refiners and alchemists on Shadowed Star was generally low, but that didn't mean it was the same in the past. Good artifacts could be stored for thousands of years without being damaged, so there must be some left behind on Shadowed Star. Perhaps there were even Origin King-grade artifacts here, but even if there were, they should be hallowed treasures of great forces and wouldn't be easily used. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression relaxed slightly and he nodded. "That being said, there's no need to sell artifacts of this grade. Isn't it better to keep them for yourself? If we don't sell artifacts, how will we have enough Saint Crystals to buy materials to arrange a spirit array?" Yang Yan snorted, "We're all poor now. This auction is a rare opportunity." Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and nodded. Yang Yan's arrangement of spirit arrays really burned money, and it was thanks to her spirit array that they were able to stop Hong Zhen and his brother Yang Kai last time. This kind of thing couldn't be sloppy and should be fully supported. "What artifacts did you refine? Let me see." Seeing Yang Kai no longer object, Wu Yi excitedly took out two offensive artifacts. One was a soft whip and the other was a pair of daggers. At a glance, Yang Kai could tell that these two artifacts were refined from the tail and pincers of the 9th Order monster beast, Scarlet-tailed Purple Armored Crab. These two artifacts exuded a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation, and they were both beautifully refined. Not only were they useful, but they were also quite beautiful and suitable for women to use. Yang Yan was truly vicious. Wasn't she deliberately refining these artifacts to make those men bleed? Yang Kai was secretly shocked. On top of that, big brother Yang, the reason I supported Yang Yan's decision to sell these two artifacts is to let Elder Qian Tong be more certain of your non-existent master's strength. Others may not know where these artifacts came from, but Elder Qian Tong will definitely think they were refined by your master. Once he thinks so, he'll only treat us better in the future, Wu Yi explained. Yang Kai nodded gently and praised, "You've thought this through thoroughly. Since that's the case, let's go." Seeing Yang Kai agree, Wu Yi and Yang Yan smiled at each other. "How long until the auction starts?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. 3 hours, but it doesn't matter, I've already made a trip to Heavenly Fate City to inform Elder Qian Tong that we'll be auctioning off something soon. Once we get there, Elder Qian will arrange it for us. That's good. Right, Wu Yi? Do you know what kind of pills are the most valuable? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Chapter 1148. Yang Kai's question came out of nowhere, so Wu Yi didn't think too much about it and immediately began explaining. The Scorching Cloud pill that can repair one's meridians, the Soul Restoration pill that can repair one's soul, and the Wild Rose pill that Elder Qian Tong took out last time is quite valuable, but the most valuable ones should be the Origin Condensing pill and the Origin Nirvana pill. The latter can be said to be a priceless treasure because it can help a third-order Origin returning Realm Master break through to the Origin King realm. Our Shadowed Star doesn't have a cultivator of this level, but there are many third-order Origin returning Realm Masters. If we can obtain an Origin Nirvana pill, it won't be difficult to exchange it for a few prosperous cities from one of the great forces, Wu Yi explained, her breathing becoming rapid. Don't even think about that. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. The Origin Nirvana pill was an Origin King low-rank pill, not to mention that Yang Kai didn't have enough materials right now. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to refine it. However, the Origin Condensing pill could be refined because it was only an Origin-grade low-rank pill, a far cry from the Origin Nirvana pill. Big Brother Yang, why are you asking about this? Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai curiously. It's nothing, just wait a moment, I'll come out right away, Yang Kai said before turning around and entering the stone room again. Although Yang Inflammation and Wu Yi were confused, they still waited outside obediently. After about half an hour or so, Yang Kai came out again and said, "Let's go." The three of them headed towards Sky Fortune City in high spirits. After experiencing Qian Tong's display of power last time, Yang Kai believed that no one would come to Dragon Cave Mountain to find trouble with him now, so he could leave with peace of mind. On the other hand, Yang Kai didn't feel comfortable letting a woman like Wu Yi take 2 Origin-grade artifacts to the auction, so naturally, he wanted to escort her. He wanted to know what kind of price these 2 artifacts would fetch. Saint King-grade high-rank artifacts were worth 30 to 50,000 high-rank Saint crystals, so Origin-grade low-rank artifacts should be 2 or 300,000, right? Yang Kai had a vague plan in his mind. Once he sold these 2 artifacts, he would be able to purchase a large amount of materials to arrange the spirit array. Along the way, listening to Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation chatter nonstop, Yang Kai learned that Treasure Trove Pavilion was not a property of Shadow Moon Hall. Treasure Trove Pavilion was an even more powerful faction than Shadow Moon Hall. This great force was somewhat similar to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce in that it did business all over Shadowed Star, but there were some differences. It collected treasures from all over the world and would hold a grand auction every once in a while. The location of the auction was not fixed and was instead rotated between branches all over Shadowed Star. This time, it happened to be the Treasure Trove Pavilion branch in Heavenly Fate City. Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction could be said to be a grand event for all of Shadowed Star, because before each auction, Treasure Trove Pavilion would advertise and make exquisite brochures of precious items and send them to the great forces to attract them to participate in the auction. It could be said that Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction was a gathering of all the great forces of Shadowed Star, a competition of wealth, material resources, and heritage. Every time, it would be a lively event, and many heaven-defying treasures would appear. Chu Changfeng continued, "You can't go in now, there is an auction going on inside. Without an invitation, these 2 guards won't let you in, but if you really want to go in, you can come with me. What do you 2 girls think?" Chu Changfeng smiled and invited them in, putting on a harmless look, but Yang Yen and Wu were not the kind of women who would become infatuated with men, so they naturally understood what he meant. Chu Changfeng, after not seeing you for a few years, you still like to show off your superiority in front of the weak. Being able to participate in this auction is already amazing, or is it your heaven-battling union? A low voice sounded. Chu Changfeng, who was inviting Wu Yi and Yang Yen, heard this voice and frowned as if he had swallowed a fly, the warm smile on his face disappearing in the blink of an eye as he turned his head to look behind him. Behind him, a young man in simple gray robes strode forward. His clothes were not as ostentatious as Chu Changfeng's and were instead quite simple, looking as ridiculous as a farmer, but Chu Changfeng did not have the slightest intention of underestimating him, his phoenix eyes flashing a strong sense of dread and dignity. Chapter 1149. Yang Kai turned his head to look, wondering who it was that dared act so arrogantly in front of Chu Changfeng. At first glance, Yang Kai was also slightly surprised. This newcomer's clothes were quite simple and crude, but the aura he gave off was even stronger than Chu Changfeng's. Yang Kai even vaguely felt a burst of lightning energy coming from this person. This person cultivated a thunder attribute secret art and had reached a very high level of attainment in it. He wasn't tall, but he was definitely a master because his cultivation was the same as Chu Changfeng's, a third-order Saint King. Behind him were two origin-returning realm masters, both of whom wore blue robes and had a lightning bolt symbol on their chests that seemed to have descended from the 9 heavens. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be Brother Fong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. Long time no see, you're still so shabby, aren't you afraid of losing face for your Thunder Typhoon Sect? Chu Changfeng greeted with a smile. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he immediately understood who this plainly dressed man was. Thunder Typhoon Sect's Fong Tianzhong. Like Chu Changfeng, he was a famous young talent on Shadowed Star, the #1 genius of Thunder Typhoon Sect. Geniuses always had a high opinion of themselves and didn't like to stand on equal footing with others. These two were both geniuses of their respective sects, and there seemed to be some tension between them, so when they met, it was only natural for them to be openly mocking each other. The two guards of Treasure Trove Pavilion stood aside helplessly. If it were anyone else acting so presumptuously in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion, they would have already taken action to teach them a lesson. But with Chu Changfeng and Fong Tianzhong's identities, they didn't dare say anything. Even Yang Kai's group of 3, who were standing nearby, became foils. I cultivate the martial Tao and I comprehend the heavenly Tao. I'm not like Brother Chu, who dresses up and struts around the streets all day long, Fong Tianzhong said indifferently. Chu Changfeng coldly snorted as he pushed his aura towards Fong Tianzhong. Naturally, Fong Tianzhong was not to be outdone and also released his own. It was as if two storms had suddenly collided with each other. The world energy aura in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion fluctuated wildly, and many of the masters inside sensed the situation here and sent out their divine senses to investigate. But after learning that the conflict was between Chu Changfeng and Fong Tianzhong, they quickly withdrew their divine senses and no longer meddled. Watching these two geniuses fight as if there was no one else present, Yang Kai's face became cold. Originally, he had some good impressions of Fong Tianzhong, feeling that this guy was much better than Chu Changfeng, but now, that good impression had completely disappeared. If it had been an ordinary first-order Saint King cultivator standing here, he would have definitely been drawn in by the aura of these two, and even if he wasn't injured, he would have made a fool of himself. They obviously didn't care about Yang Kai, Wu Yi, and Yang Yen and only wanted to show off their strength. As the aftermath of their auras hit him, Yang Kai coldly snorted and waved his hand casually. It was as if something had been split open, but Yang Kai stood in place as steady as a mountain, not even his clothes or hair ruffling. Yang Yen and Wu Yi, who were hiding behind him, didn't feel anything either. Chu Changfeng and Fong Tianzhong converged their auras at the same time and turned to look at Yang Kai, both of them looking a little surprised. Although the auras of the two of them had not been directed at Yang Kai just now, It was still not something a First-Order Saint King could resist casually. Now, seeing Xianxia easily break through the aftermath of their auras, they were naturally surprised. However, they were only surprised. Xianxia's cultivation wasn't enough for them to put him in their eyes. Two brothers' relationship is really good, sticking together like glue as soon as you meet. It's really enviable. A clear and melodious laughter that was like a silver bell rang out, and a woman in luxurious clothes leisurely walked over. Her skin was like cream, her hands were soft, and she was born with a temperament that was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. It was as if she would be blown away by a gust of wind, causing anyone who saw her to involuntarily have the thought of wanting to protect her. The woman's figure was very perfect, and a light purple dress perfectly outlined the curves of her figure and set off her graceful and luxurious appearance. As she approached, a fragrant scent wafted out, making one's blood flow faster and refreshed. Although her words were teasing, neither Fang Tianzhong nor Chu Changfeng showed any signs of anger, the latter even showing a happy expression as he stared towards the woman with a scorching gaze. Su Dai greets two brother. The woman bowed respectfully. The girl bowed gracefully. Her little face was fair and rosy, as if water could be squeezed out with a pinch. Her beautiful eyes were captivating, causing one's imagination to run wild. So it is junior sister Yin, long time no see, I've missed you so much. Chu Changfeng was too lazy to continue entangling with Fang Tianzhong and said with a laugh. Fang Tianzhong also nodded lightly to this woman in greeting. Both of them were geniuses of Shadowed Star, so naturally they knew each other. I didn't expect junior sister Yin to also participate in this auction. It seems I made the right choice coming here this time. Would you like to join me so we can have a good chat? Senior brother isn't talented, but recently he has been studying Shi and has gained some insights. Chu Changfeng enthusiastically invited, his words filled with pride. Xianxia secretly grinned but didn't care. He knew how difficult it was to comprehend Shi. Even he, who had absorbed the spiritual energy of two origin-returning realm masters, was unable to comprehend it. Even if Chu Changfeng's cultivation was higher than his, it was impossible for him to comprehend it before reaching the origin-returning realm. Only a cultivator who broke through to the origin-returning realm could come into contact with this kind of power. Chu Changfeng saying this was obviously an excuse to get closer to Yin Su Dai. Yin Su Dai understood this better than Xianxia, so she simply smiled and said, although junior sister would like to chat more with brother Chu, junior sister came here this time on the orders of my master. Junior sister must first thank brother Chu for his kindness. It's fine, there's still plenty of time in the future. Chu Changfeng smiled casually. Chu Changfeng smiled freely, not feeling embarrassed by Yin Su Dai's rejection. Nearly 80% of the seats were already filled with people, and the higher levels were also filled with people moving about. In the center of the hall's bottom floor, there was a high platform about a meter above the ground, which should be the location of the auction. Such an arc-shaped design allowed everyone who participated in the auction to clearly see the items being auctioned. It could be said that this was a brilliant design. When Xianxia arrived here, he looked around, trying to find where Qian Tong was, but he soon discovered that it was too difficult to find someone in such a place. If he was a third-order origin-returning realm cultivator, he wouldn't have to worry about others and could simply use his divine sense to search, but in this place where so many masters gathered, he didn't dare use his divine sense at will, lest he be misunderstood and cause trouble. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.